Insofar as this course moves toward a consideration of the modern, American literature is a good place to start, since in the last century, America was very much the site of the new, the modern, the future, and the alarming. America, we should recall, after 45B, is the product of England and Europe, and so was regarded as culturally subordinate, secondary, and minor, second-rate in culture as the child of a much stronger and long-standing parent country. And some of you know that America is still regarded that way in Europe by some people. The first settlers of this country, moreover, were, to draw on the title of a book by a Stanford professor named J. Fliegelman, the first settlers were prodigals and pilgrims, people who were looking for refuge from bad circumstances in Europe, or religious fanatics like the Puritans who were looking for a place where they could worship freely and do experimental religious colonies. And in the South, of course, there were penal colonies, and the colonies were full of people who were looking for ways to make a buck, adventurers and people by definition poor. Joyce writes in one of his short stories of America as the sweepings of other countries, and that's one way in which America has been regarded as the Europe's underside, the rejects or the trash and the sweepings. And you still hear that attitude sometimes in Europe, where Americans are regarded as modern, capable of high-tech wonders, but are morally, socially, and intellectually inferior. By the 20th century, it's quite possible to see America as Europe's underside, its dark side. We're everything that Europe rejected. So in the 19th century, though, America was still regarded as new, largely wild, undeveloped, largely unexplored, chaotic, a landscape of spectacular deserts and forests, but also wastelands slowly being domesticated by steam engines, factories, and cotton gins. It's a landscape of pigs and pigsties and pig iron, and of unschooled yokels and hicks and rednecks, in the views of some people, having no culture, except for poetry written about our great resources, the natural landscape, and of course the by now romanticized Native American. It's still possible to see the subsidiary status of America, but in two ways. On the negative side, it's possible to see America as a place that's undergone a loss and degradation of European culture, a place in which European culture has been devalued. On the positive side, and maybe the most dominant way of seeing American culture is that it's no culture. It's an experiment in social organization that starts out in pure innocence and creates a society and culture from scratch. And a corollary to all these considerations is that poetry, through the mid-19th century, the point at which we begin this course, is largely an imitation of superior European models. So those of you who've taken 45B, if you've read poetry at all, will have encountered two dominant modes of poetry. There's the heroic couplet, rhymed verse, which dominated the poetry of the Enlightenment, and then a romantic blank verse, and ballad kind of writing, which is picked up in imitation of English nature poets. Whitman and Dickinson, who grow out of the Romantics, are bent on producing, in different ways, a distinct American voice, new voices that are modern. And Whitman, as I mentioned last time, is the inventor of free verse, verse without restraints, which is, in ways we're going to see, something uniquely American. And since invention and freedom have been two of our preeminently celebrated cultural practices, it's possible to see Whitman as both an inventor and as the originator of this free verse form. Inventors are among our heroes. Think of Eli Whitney or Robert Fulton, after whom Fulton Street is named, or Thomas Edison or Henry Ford, or even Steve Jobs, who brings us this wonderful little iPod, on which I have a recording of Walt Whitman reading on a wax cylinder that was recorded by another inventor, Thomas Edison. So I hope this works. Oh, I'm giving you Ezra Pound instead. Let's start out with a virtual beverage, if I can get this thing to work.
Equal daughters, equal sons, all alike and good. One America. Temple of equal daughters, equal sons, all alike and good. impossible. Yes. Perennial with the earth, with freedom, law, and love.
Okay, you could tell he's from New York. I don't know if you picked up the Long Island accent. He says ample instead of ample, but he comes from Long Island, and this is recorded late in his life. He still has the New York accent. So Whitman should be regarded as one of the inventors I may name, since he's the inventor of a form of verse that's free from restraints, free to embody America's sense of vast possibilities. In actuality, Whitman is not the first person to write in free verse. Those of you who read William Blake know that he wrote some long poems in unmetered poetry. And in the 18th century, some of you may have run across Christopher Smart, who writes some blank free verse poems based on biblical rhythms. But those two poets were kind of buried in the 19th century and went nowhere. Whitman is the person who introduces free verse to an audience in a way that's picked up and followed and emulated throughout the rest of subsequent literary history. Its freedom is even bragged about in the poem. The poem brags about its lack of restraint from the start. I'm looking now on page 4 in stanza 1, lines 12 and 13, where he says, I harbor for good or bad. I permit to speak at every hazard. Nature without check, with original energy. You're getting it straight from the source here without any kind of repression. And later on page 4 in line 19, he talks about appearing before you undisguised and naked, again with no restraint. On page 4, in section 2 in line 25, he starts to talk about the sound of his belched words. I'm sorry, it's page 4. Line 25, the sound of the belched words of my voice loosed to the eddies of the wind, where he's bragging about the way the poem makes rude noises. On page 7, in section 5, lines 84 and 5, loaf with me in the grass, loose the stop from your throat. He's asking you to do as he does and to free yourself. And at this point, the poem gets dirty. If you follow the next few lines, he asks you to start undressing him. I'm going to get back to this in a minute. On page 9, in section 8, line 154, in a great verse paragraph, he talks about the blab of the pave, the blab that you hear on the pavements, and then a paragraph that goes on to give you the sound of urban America, the blab of the paves, tires of carts, slough of boot soles, talk of promenaders. Read through this. You get the sound of New York City. And finally, on page 17, in stanza 52, line 1332, I too am not a bit tamed. I too am untranslatable. I sound my barbaric yawp over the roofs of the world. So that phrase, barbaric yawp, has been used to characterize Whitman. It goes with the rude noise of belched words. And if we put together lines like these, we see the poem is not simply conscious of its unconventional modern poeticism, its unpoeticism, its transgressiveness in voice as well as subject matter, but it exalts in it and brags about it, as when Whitman speaks elsewhere in Saga of Myself of I, Walt Whitman, a cosmos, of Manhattan the sun, sensual, fleshy, turbulent, eating, drinking, and breeding. So Whitman is at the center of this poem, which is, after all, called A Song of Myself, the first part of it. His life spans the years 1809 to 1892, which is to say it spanned the 19th century, and it makes Whitman a particularly good touchstone and starting point for this course. He grew up in a family of 9 kids and was poor, and so he went to school until he was 11 and started getting odd jobs that included like setting type for printers and then helping to print and finally writing articles and then newspaper articles and writing. And it wasn't until he was in his 40s that he decided to launch himself as a poet. And what he did was to look around and see little there in the way of poetry. So his whole ambition was to be the poet of America, the first poet to speak for America without deference to the British. And indeed, he regarded America itself as a great poem. And early in the poem, he talks about, this is around line 35, stop this day and night with me and you shall possess the origin of all poems, because he's using the word poem in a very radical sense from the Greek poiesis, in turn from the Greek verb poiein, which means to create. Poiesis is creation. And anything created can be regarded as a poem. And in that light, what's the greatest poem of all but America? Something that's been created by the creative spirit of man. He takes that as a subject. Now, Leaves of Grass was first published in 1855 when Whitman was 44 or 45. And in his lifetime, the book blossomed and went through 9 editions. I have here the Library America edition of Walt Whitman, and I'm going to show you what the 1855 book looked like. This part of the book was what was published in 1855. By the time Whitman died in the 1890s and produced what's called the deathbed edition, it was this size. So it just ballooned in the course of his lifetime. New editions came out after the first publication in 1855 and 1856, 1860, 1861, 1871, and 1891, all of them getting bigger and bigger. And one of the titles of one of the sections, Democratic Vistas, implicitly argues that nothing on the horizon of the American landscape is not fit subject for an American poem. Nothing, because we're all equal and everything in the terrain of poetry is equal. And that's going to get us into 2 new terrains that you will have not have read about in a lot of poetry in 45B, which are the topics of sex and the city. Whitman brings them into poetry. He first of all tells us there's no subject too trivial for poetry. After all, one of the topics he takes up is a single blade of grass on page 4 as he starts to contemplate this blade of grass. I'm in section 1, lines 4 to 5. I loaf and invite my soul. I lean and loaf at my ease, observing a spear of summer grass. Elsewhere, leaves stiff and drooping, and scabs and weeds on page 7 in section 5. The nearest gnat is an explanation, he writes on pages 14 and 15 in section 47. And note where this is going, in the direction of like commonness. It's not if blades of grass and gnats and flies and grains of sand can be a topic for poetry, everything is a topic for poetry in common, including the common man. So now recall that the verse paragraph I read that begins with Whitman talking about the blab of the pave and all these city sounds and sights. This is one of the first poems in the English language that makes the city the subject of poetry. Think about Wordsworth writing about London in the Prelude and just despising it and wanting to get away from the city. The city is anti-poetic for the Romantics. But for Whitman in America and across the ocean in France, we have a poet named Charles Baudelaire writing a book called Flowers of Evil, in which Paris and the urban scene becomes a subject for poetry. The city now becomes a topic for poetry. And notice where things go as we read on page 11 of the butcher boy putting off his killing clothes or sharpening his knife, blacksmiths with grimed and hairy chests, and in section 13, the Negro that drives the long dray of the Stoneyard, steady and so forth. We're moving in the direction of labor and laborers here, and further on the poem in other sections of factories and factory production, of iron mills. And then here comes Noah's Ark on page 12. Section 14, where he starts off with the wild gander and then goes off to tell us about the sharp-hoofed moose of the north, the cat on the house sill, the chickadee, the prairie dog, the brood of the turkey hen. Note these are all American animals, the moose, the turkey, the prairie dog, celebrating America. It's kind of Noah's Ark. And then, of course, there's sexuality. His penis becomes a subject of this poem as much as anything else. More about this in a minute. But he tells us on page 6 in section 3. Welcome is every organ and attribute of me, and of any man hearty and clean. Not an inch nor a particle of an inch is vile, and none shall be less familiar than the rest. If you know what he means, and I think that you do. So I think back to those leaves stiff and drooping, and why does he describe leaves as stiff and drooping? 2 interesting adjectives. Sexuality is everywhere in this poem. So Whitman democratizes poetry by championing the freedom or the equality of subject matter. All things are fit to be made poetic. As he puts it in section 14 on page 12, whatever is commonest, cheapest, nearest is me. Actually, take a look at this picture of Whitman, too, the frontispiece, and compare it to pictures you've seen of poets who published prior to him. Shakespeare, for example, and Tennyson, who have like the ruffles around the neck and usually long cloaks to suggest that they're disembodied and don't have bodies. Whitman's like in a state of the beginning undress. He's dressed informally, not like Wordsworth in the black evening clothes. Since he invites you to undress him in the poem, this is a kind of invitation too, a sign of formality. And then again, the U.S. is treated as the greatest poem in Whitman's survey. Its entire terrain becomes a kind of free field for the operation of the imagination, for creativity and invention. Again, to go back to that line I recited in part one, nature without check, with original energy. So America is in productive turmoil at the time that Whitman is writing, in the process of creation, and the world soul is in its full, hot, bristling activity. Does anybody know how many people lived in San Francisco in 1847? 459. And then, of course, gold was discovered in 1848, and by 1849 there were 25,000 people living in San Francisco. 1,000 people came in every week. And look at it now. 1850 is only 150 years ago. From 259 people to everything you see now. America did that in a very short space of time. The idea of the world soul is a romantic idea, and it grows into the poem. It's developed in Emerson's essays, where he writes about the oversoul, and grows out of German romantic philosophy, and notably Hegel, whose Phenomenology of the Spirit talks about the human spirit developing evolutionary in time and getting more and more sharp and taking in more and more, kind of like an amoeba. Let's recall what ideas of God are in the 19th century. Those of you taking 45B know that in the 18th century, deists started to see God not so much in the Bible as in the universe, where Newton started to detect regular laws and patterns, suggesting there was an intelligence behind the operation of things. So God was seen to be immanent in nature, a kind of force in nature, which philosophers started to explore. And then, of course, in the Romantic era, Romantics discovered that God manifests itself in the human spirit. For William Blake, God only is and acts in other men. So the manifestations of God on earth are seen through the operations of mankind and its collectivity, and in the evolutionary flowing forth of everything that lives is an aspect of God. God is even immanent in a blade of grass for Whitman, and in himself. So if God only acts and is in living men, then divinity manifests itself in the process of being creative, of creating things, of originating. And I'll take you back to that line where Whitman talks about speaking with unchecked, with original energy. You know, prior to the beginning of the 19th century, it would have been blasphemous for anybody to suggest that they were doing anything like creative writing or being original. Shakespeare wasn't original. He copied stories and sources from other people. Milton copied the Bible. To be original or creative would have been blasphemous, because only God could create things or originate. But after the development of romantic philosophy, with the idea that God acts and is in the activities of human beings, it becomes possible for humans to be creative and original. So with the Romantics, creative writing begins, and Whitman is riding on the crest of that literary movement. So in Hegel's philosophy, the spirit progresses through the world, encountering strange cultures and things it doesn't understand, undergoing clashes and assimilating them like an amoeba and taking them in, and moving onward and onward to bigger and better things. In fact, as Emerson writes about the oversoul, the spirit has a kind of manifest destiny to move on and conquer what it doesn't know, to conquer the unknown, to subsume it and incorporate it. And so too the poet, in whom there is, according to Emerson, a great concentration of soul. Now we can begin to see the poem oscillating between two kinds of poles. At one extreme of the pendulum, you start to get these catalogic outpourings of details, turkeys and cats and prairie dogs and particulars and details. But on the other hand, the sense of a unifying force that brings all these things together in a kind of panoramic, comprehensive view. The poem keeps on oscillating between myself, I sing myself, I loaf and invite my soul, a very narrow and egoistical kind of preoccupation. But if you start to ask what's inside that self, it turns out to be like all of the America he's encountered, so that the poem keeps on veering back and forth dialectically with a focus on the I and everything that is not I. The poet is like America, destined to take in and absorb more and more experience without being constrained. And indeed, the publishing history of the poem suggests that it's evolutionary. It started in 1855, and it just kept on ballooning and growing organically. Whitman's project was to write up America as a realm of the new, open to imagination, an anvil of creative heat where the mind is free to act on any and all raw materials, let it be, and to transform them. So given the modernity of the poem, the amplitude of its subject matter, America and everything in it, and its philosophy, romantic philosophy, the question remains of what possible verse form or method Whitman could have used to embody these aspirations. What makes this poem poetic? It's certainly not meter, which is a synonym for measure. Meter is a kind of measure, and as Whitman tells us on page 13, and at the opening lines of 46, I know I have the best of time and space and was never measured and never will be measured. I tramp a perpetual journey. There's no measure. Instead, we might regard the poem, since it is so evolutionary, as having what Coleridge called organic form. He distinguished two kinds of poetry in his critical writing. Organic form, which just happens like dreams or daydreams or reveries. It just grows out of you. Keats famously said, poetry should come as naturally as leaves to trees, or not at all. And against that, mechanical form, which is poetry written by rule. And Coleridge is, of course, all for the organic form, and since Emerson was one of his the people he influenced, Emerson believed in organic form too, and said, it is not meter, but a meter-making argument that makes a poem. A thought so passionate and alive that, like the spirit of a plant or an animal, it has an architecture of its own and adorns nature with a new thing. So we're seeing both in Emerson and in Whitman a new architecture, democratic, inclusive, capable of containing anything, and also intent on breaking down hierarchy and rules. Aristocracy is a kind of social structure in which some people and subjects are superior to others. These kinds of hierarchies have to be thrown off in favor of the democratic. And similarly, the idea that the poet must take on only lofty subjects, Petrarch and love and clouds, is lost in this poem, where we get lice, scabs, weeds, and Whitman's penis. So it's possible to see Leaves of Grass as a catalogic outpouring of Americana, a kind of cornucopia showing its abundance. And one way of formally regarding this is one way of formally regarding Whitman, but this alone would make a mess of a poem if it was just a long list, a huge catalog. And so you want to see the poem unified both by its recurrent reference to romantic philosophy, but also by the sense you get of the myself, the personality who's speaking this poem. Decidedly American. Personality of the speaker has variously been characterized by critics as heroically self-celebratory, optimistic, full of gusto, verb, likably, politically and sexually aggressive, braving the open and the vast, and taking everything all in and making it his own, a kind of representative American. The loosened lines suggest that the open spaciousness and vastness of America, and at the same time make us acquainted with this unifying personality, and making the poem, therefore, something like a union of different states. I always thought that if you could analogize states to states of mind, that Texas, for example, be a state you wouldn't want to be in. But let's think about all these lines in Whitman as states that are joined together according to the motto E pluribus unum. Out of all these many things, one thing happens. When Leaves of Grass was published in 1855, the Union had 38 states in it. And when Whitman finished publishing the book, it had 44. So one way of regarding the poem is to see it as the union of all these disparate parts and states. And so for a second reason, Whitman becomes representative. Emerson wrote a book called Representative Men, in which he argued that the oversoul, the world spirit, manifests itself with a particular intensity in certain people who become representative of, like, the poet or the politician. Napoleon was like the example of the leader for Emerson, Goethe of the poet. But Whitman saw himself as a representative poet, speaking for more than himself. Today, if you think about it, the idea of speaking for all of America, of speaking for Upper East Side Manhattan, for South Central Los Angeles, and for Wasilla, Alaska, it's impossible. Nobody could possibly do it and represent everybody. But Whitman could do it at the time he wrote because America was coming into its own and trying to invent itself and come to terms with the question of what is it to be an American, if not only a dependent and a reject of a European parent. Whitman is struggling to form American national identity in a way that represents Americans to themselves optimistically and favorably, as inventive, energetic, capable of doing everything, of taking this barren continent and turning it into a land of into the city on the top of the hill, as the Puritans thought, the new heaven and the new earth. Today we can realize Whitman's limits. Langston Hughes famously writes in the 20th century that I too sing America, implying that Whitman has left out good percentages of the population he purports to represent. In this kind of like determination to rush off to the West Coast and absorb as much as he can, there's a kind of imperialist streak in Whitman too, which we can identify with America. But he is speaking America for Americans at a seminal important time in American history. He's great at emphasizing American idioms, earthy and racy, and vitalistic. If you read these lines out loud, you can start to hear the voices of soapbox orators, ranters, Sproul Plaza types. Take these lines. I'm on page, it's section 48. I say to mankind, be not curious about God, for I, who am curious about each, am not curious about God. I hear about God in every object, yet understand God not in the least, nor do I understand who there can be more wonderful than myself. You can hear this on Sproul Plaza any day of the week. You also hear the voices of philosophers and preachers, newspaper editors. Whitman was also a fan of Italian opera and of vaudeville and minstrel shows. So you get in Leaves of Grass something like the voice of the people, vox populi, in Thomas Jefferson's phrase, a voice that's speaking for the whole, and not just for the provincial, not just for Long Island or for a particular part of the country, for all of us. So the personality helps to unify the poem, as does the romantic philosophy. And so does the poem's focus on creation and American creation in particular. We need to recall that America is a land that's founded on biblical principles. The Puritans come over with the Bible and start seeding the East Coast with names like Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Bethesda, Maryland, and so forth. And on the West Coast we get Sacramento, the Sacrament, Merced, Mercy, San Jose, St. Joseph, San Francisco, St. Francis, and Berkeley. But I mean, the Bible is planted all over the American map, and the poem is taking as its subject creation. So one way of looking at the prosody. So I used this word last time I taught 45C and got an email from a student who asked me about prosody. This is not a word. Prosody, the study of poetry and meter. So there's evidence that Whitman studied biblical verse and biblical versification and is using the cadences of the Bible and the Leaves of Grass. And people who studied Hebrew scripture have pointed out that the Bible is working in a kind of poetry, but it's a poetry that depends on syntactic parallelisms. For example, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The woman gave me, and I did eat. My brother Esau is a hairy man, but I am a smooth man. A lot of biblical phrases. So the Bible is important to the foundation of America, and again is an epic of creation, and so it's important to the Song of myself, Leaves of Grass, because its subject is biblically derived America. So look at some of the parallelisms that he's using in, say, page 7, section 5. The last verse paragraph. And I know that the hand of God is the promise of my own, and I know that the Spirit of God is the brother of my own, and that all men ever born are also my brothers, and the women my sisters and lovers, and that a calcin of the creation is love, and limitless are leaves stiffer drooping in the fields, and brown ants, and you see the ants at the beginning of the line setting up parallelism. And again, in section 13 on page 12, Note the way he uses participles, words that end in ing in the first 3 lines of the page. In me, the caresser of life wherever moving, backward as well as forward slewing, to niches aside and junior bending, not a person or object missing, absorbing, all to myself. And then down at the page, the same thing. What is commonest, cheapest is me going, adorning myself, not asking, scattering, where you get parallels and participles, a biblical kind of rhetorical construction. So focusing on parallel lines makes me start to think about the line as the poem's real unit of construction. Each one is independent because it doesn't depend on the line that comes before. It doesn't have to rhyme with the line that comes before it or after it. It doesn't have the same number of syllables. So relations of lines to lines are kind of relative. Each is individuated and kind of self-sufficient and self-governing and self-reliant. You could excise a line from Leaves of Grass and still the poem would make sense. Each line is a kind of cornucopia, an abundant outpouring of American diversity, making the poem a kind of finely organized community of lines. There are places in Leaves of Grass not anthologized in this book that adopt a modern strategy of commenting on the poem and how the poem is to be read, how to view its poetics. Sometimes he analogizes what he's doing to the engineering of a locomotive. There's a section of Leaves of Grass that's called I Sing the Body Electric, where he sees himself as an electrical technician. The lines of Song of Myself are locomotive and power, in part because they give you what you'd see if you were on a transcontinental train crossing 7 or 9 or 10 states. On page 7, look at section 6, where he talks about grass making uniform hieroglyphic in line 106. And it sprouts alike in broad zones and narrow zones, growing among black folks as among white. Canuck, Tuckahoe, Congressman, Cuff, I give them the same, I receive them the same. Where the footnotes tell you those 4 distinctly American names, Canuck, Tuckahoe, Congressman, and Cuff, names 4 kinds of people. This sort of diverse population you'd see if you were crossing the continent in a train. What if you cut this poem apart, cut all the lines out singly and put them end to end? Would they form a single line long enough to stretch across the continent in a kind of transcontinental train of thought? This poem is kind of taking you on a transcontinental train of thought. And let's recall also that the 19th century is a period of history that sees the lineation of America. We see the laying down of lines all over the continent. First of all, railroad lines. I was trying to recall, is the Southern Pacific to connect the 2 tracks in 1865 in Utah with the Golden Spike? I do know that between 1830 and 1865 in England, virtually all the railroad track that's there today got laid down, and the same in America. The land was covered with lines of train tracks, and also with other kinds of lines, property lines, border lines, fences. We see in the Song of Myself and Leaves of Grass a kind of reflection of what's happening to America in the 19th century as it gets lineated and turned into a grid. The language, too, expands like the lines, brooking no restraint. It, too, wants to be free. So single words are bent in strange new combinations to express new matter. It's here I want to consider the sexuality of the poem and how often he talks about his penis. What a subject for poetry. What he calls, in the sections of the poem that I didn't give to you, the hubbed sting of myself, or this poem, drooping, strong and unseen, that I always carry and that all men always carry. And there are other parts of the poem where he says, I want you to put me in your pocket so that I'm really close to your hips. I'm going to read you a section of a part of the poem called Calamus. This is called Whoever You Are Holding Me in Your Hand. Whoever you are holding me now in hand, put your lips upon my lips, I permit you, with the comrade's long-dwelling kiss or the new husband's kiss, for I am the new husband and I am the comrade. Or if you will, thrusting me beneath your clothing, where I may feel the throbs of your heart or rest upon your hip, carry me when you go forth over land or sea. And he's telling you to kiss the book or put it into your pocket so it's close to your body. We'll talk about his relationship to the reader shortly. The reader is part of the poem in ways that is true of no other poet. You've read the lines in which he says, "Undrape, you are not clothed to me. I can see through calico or gingham. I can see you naked." So in section 5 on page 7, starting in line 87. I mind how once we lay such a transparent summer morning, how you settled your head athwart my hips and turned over upon me, and parted the shirt from my bosom bone, and plunged your tongue to my bare stripped heart, and reached till you felt my beard, and reached till you felt my feet. Figure out what's going on there and write a paper about it for me. So intercourse means many things, and he really gets inside of you if you let him. Sexuality in the 19th century, if you took 45B, you know that it was a taboo topic. Pianos in the 19th century had to be covered up with drapes because it was thought that seeing legs was obscene. You couldn't show piano legs to children because it was too suggestive. If you were at a dinner table and wanted a piece of white meat, you had to ask for a piece of chicken bosom because breast was a dirty word, and the word pregnant you didn't use. Then a story that encapsulates for me the puritanicalness of America in the 19th century is that English critic Matthew Arnold came over to give a lecture tour, and after he gave a talk in Chicago, one of the ladies' book club members asked him if he wanted a drink, and he said, "Sure, I like some whiskey." So she brought him a bottle and a teaspoon. That was the Victorian era. Whitman doesn't break any of these restraints. He's telling his readers that he does not want to cut it off because his lines are long. Ladies could not read Whitman in the 19th century, and it's almost certain that Dickinson never read him because he was just advertised as being uncouth and rude, not respectable. And the sexuality of the poem, it's everywhere, and it's fascinating, and it raises all kinds of questions. One of my favorite sections is number 11 on pages 10 to 11, which is basically an account of a spinster, an unmarried woman, staring out of her window at 28 men who are bathing on the seashore. The young men float on their backs while their white bellies bulge to the sun. They do not ask who seizes fast to them. They do not know who puffs and declines with pendant and bending arch. They do not think whom they souse with spray. It's an odd poem because the point of view is of a female looking at these undraped male bodies and admiring their sexuality. So it seems like a heterosexual moment, but you have to remind yourself that the writer is a male who's writing about what it's like to be a female desiring a male. And where else do you see the word bulge? And souse with spray. This is followed by a section I read to you, a section about labor in America, where we see the butcher boy putting off his killing clothes, and blacksmith with grimed and hairy chests, and the lithe sheer of their waists and their massive arms. It's just like a beefcake cavalcade in here, is it not? The butcher boy takes off his clothes and pulls out his tool. To be fair to Whitman, there's just as much a description of female sexuality in this poem too. On page 16 in section 49, you got an account of a couture or a midwife delivering a birth, and Whitman is exploring the way the baby comes out of the exquisite flexible doors of the female genitalia. So these passages have raised the question for readers of Whitman's sexuality. Was he homosexual or bisexual? Somebody asked him this question in the middle of his career, and it kind of shocked him. And then he started talking about how he had spawned like 10 or 12 illegitimate children and was really like... he was going around in the words of the poem, he went around the country jetting the stuff of new republics. But some suspicion is that he made up these stories about having illegitimate kids to act as a kind of disguise for the fact that he may have been gay. You would not believe some of the stuff that is in this book. This is the female form. He goes on to describe like the conception of a child. Love flesh, swelling and deliciously aching, limitless limpid jets of love, hot and enormous, quivering jelly of love, white blow and delirious juice, bridegroom night of love, working surely and softly into the prostrate dawn, and I'm embarrassed to go on. I urge you to explore this book. Women's sexuality, I like the idea that America is a place that's polymorphously perverse. We're free to do anything. We're free to connect anything with anybody, anytime we want. Anything goes here. We're the country of freedom. Lots of energy and productivity and room for invention, too. To be fair to Whitman, in the 19th century, it was like just a matter of course that if you went to visit somebody, you would stay in the bed with a member of the same sex. Furniture was expensive. It was common for guys to sleep together when they visited, for women too. And it may have been common for like guys to get frisky. Because, as you know, if you've read the work of Michel Foucault, either in The Birth of the Clinic or in The History of Sexuality, there seems not to have been any such thing as a homosexual until the late 19th century, when with the rise of medical professions and psychiatrists, people started classifying other people as this kind of neurotic or that kind of neurotic. There's no doubt that homosexual acts existed before the 1880s, but they weren't labeled that way. People didn't think about it. So Whitman probably had a pretty liberal sexual life, but he never admitted to being homosexual or gay, and kind of hid it and left us guessing. It might have been he was smart, not to want to get boxed into a hole, but to represent the kind of freedom of everybody to be the kind of person they want to be. Even so, the erotic glow that you get in this poem, the loss, it's an essential part of it. Whitman is enthralled by sexuality, and I think what you see him doing is rejecting normal, conventionalized eros for a fitter one, not bound by monogamy, exclusively an exclusively procreative focus, or sexuality as a form of sublimated work. The sexuality in this work is creative, original, and free associative. And that lends another dialectic to this amazingly contradictory poem. On the one hand, it seems at some moments narcissistic. He's talking about like his genitalia and his sex, and it's a song of myself after all. But on the other hand, it's a song that celebrates everything he's come into contact with that's excited him and filled him with erotic desire. And it's not just other human bodies, but the whole prospect of adventure in America. And you're implicated too in this. The personality of Whitman emerges from all the effects I've been talking about, the poem's vast descriptive panorama, its philosophical grounding, its novellineation, its vocabulary, its sexuality, its biblicism. What comes out all of this is the sense of an American adventurer, somebody who's lusting and eager to move on in life. A social radical, egalitarian, and abolitionist. We have two sections, one on page 10, section 10, in which we get an account of the speaker taking in a runaway slave, reminding us too of the dating of the poem. And then section 13 on page 11 talks about the Negro worker, the dray driver, talking about the free man. Whitman's politics on the subject of slavery are unclear. I don't think he was ever like a full-blown abolitionist, but he was a free stater and opposed the expansion of slavery into into new states. And of course, he was a ferocious supporter of the Union and of Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, and worked as a male nurse for a reason you can think about. Patriotism, and he's a complex guy. So he comes across as sexually radical, egalitarian, enthusiastic about the future, unconquered, always seeing something delicious and exciting on the horizon. Let me turn that into poetry. I can bring it into these states I put together and make it mine. The speaker seems open-minded and good-willed and practical and full of youthful vitality. Close to natural impulse. I'm speaking without restraint, unchecked, and that's to say, not putting any kind of restraints on sexuality as well. And so the effect of all this is a powerful voice, close to the natural, striving to take on more and more. The poem thematizes and formalizes and celebrates this kind of power, the power of line 13, nature without check, with original energy. Innocent and constantly productive. During the middle of the evolution of Leaves of Grass, there's a famous painting by a guy named Frederick Church. I just discovered there's a data projector here, so maybe I'll be able to do some projections. It's a painting of Niagara Falls. It's just like water pouring over a cliff without stopping. It just keeps on going. And it was the painting was viewed by 100,000 people in the first month of its exhibition. It's kind of like an artistic equivalent to Leaves of Grass. We keep on pouring it out and pouring it on and producing power and inventions. So the poem is full of ciphers for inventions and machines, signs of the imagination triumphing over raw materials and multiplying its power and affecting earth-shaking metamorphoses, creating poetry out of dross, and using technology to shape the world of raw nature. I called attention last time to the way poets are in competition with scientists in the middle of the 19th century. Science is doing so much to improve human life that artists start to feel threatened, and therefore they get interested in technical effects too, and an invention of the sort we see in Whitman. The poet is in competition. So Whitman applies technology to the raw materials of the senses, eroticizes them, and gives us this poem. And it is part of the poem's democratic vistas of making nothing not a subject for poetry. It's important to note that you're part of it too. There are two sections of Leaves of Grass. One is called Sons of Adam, which is kind of heterosexual. The other is called Calamus, which is about friendship or a love among men. There's room in this poem for everybody. And there are a lot of passages like the one I read you where Whitman invites you to take him in your hand and kiss him and put him in your clothes and walk around with him. He makes you a part of the poem and asks you to reflect upon your investment in this. He also leaves you with a lesson when he tells you where he leads you on page 13 in section 46. I have no chair, no church, no philosophy. I lead no man to a dinner table, library, exchange, but each man and each woman of you I lead upon a knoll, my left hand hooking you round the waist, my right hand pointing to landscapes of continents in the public road. Not I, nor anyone else can travel that road for you. You must travel it for yourself, so that the poem ends up telling you, as somebody he's taken into his embrace and confidence, that you have to be like him by not being like him. You have to be yourself, be unique and individual, and sing the song of your own self. So let me just close by saying that 20th century poetry is heavily influenced by Whitman, and we're going to see his effects and his voice reemerging in the poetry of T.S. Eliot and Ezra Pound. Those of you who have the Norton Anthology of Modern Poetry want to go ahead in the volume and explore Pound's cantos. William Carlos Williams wrote a long epic poem called Patterson about Patterson, New Jersey. We've got a poem in this anthology by an English poet, David Jones, called The Anathemata, which is taken after Whitman. And Hart Crane's famous epic poem, The Bridge, is very much in competition with Whitman. And there are more. It's just that he leaves an indelible print on the subsequent shape of American literature. All right, so today we're moving on to Emily Dickinson, who lived from 1830 till 1886. Her life, like Whitman, spans the 19th century, though not as long. And like many readers, I want to see her with Whitman as a precursor of modernism, of the moderns, but with a distinction, because Dickinson is a kind of temperamental and stylistic opposite of Whitman, who, with his barbaric yawp, is loud, outspoken, all-containing. I contain multitudes, he says. And Dickinson, by contrast, is aloof and delicate, elusive, web-like, frail. Her whole world takes place in very small spaces, in her room, to which she retreated toward the end of her life. And those of you who have taken 45A may recall that the Italian one Italian word for a room is stanza. No chalk. Stanza is the Italian word for room, and she exploits this in her poetry. A number of the poems you read have to do with dancing and walking too, and of course poetry is measured in feet. So if you think about somebody ambulating in a room, it's like working with feet in a stanza. Her existence in a room was a kind of poetry. Then outside of her room, there's the world of the garden and nature, and the town of Amherst. But these small spaces, like her poems, contain virtually everything. We have that poem number 632 in the anthology on page 38, saying the brain is wider than the sky because inside this little space the whole sky will fit, and much more too. Dickinson was a writer from the start of her life. In 1850, at the age of 20, she published her first work in a college newspaper, the Amherst Indicator. She wrote a valentine to a friend who was a writer, who decided he would publish it. And he published it along with a note wondering who the author was and praising her for, quote, her power to cast spells, quicken the imagination, and cause blood to run frolic through the veins. So it was a prophetic occasion and prophetic remarks. And also, unfortunately, one of the few critical responses that Dickinson got in her life. After that unsought college publication, 40 years pass. with a few exceptions, very few publications. When she was 31 in 1866, she sent 40 poems and 30 letters to a guy named Samuel Bowles, who's the editor of a local newspaper, the Springfield Daily Republican, and he published about 12 of them. Those are the only poems she published in her life. Then about 5 years later, she wrote a letter to the editor of the Atlantic Monthly at the time, a guy named Thomas Higginson. One of the letters is one of the handouts I passed out to you, asking for advice to a young writer. He was encouraging to males, not so much to females, and they started up a 24-year correspondence in which he advised her not to publish while she was working at her style, which he regarded as spasmodic, wild, and uncontrolled. And we'll look at some reasons for this in a while. And then in 1890, in November of 1890, 4 years after her death, a neighbor of hers with whom she was friendly, Mabel Loomis Todd, and Higginson, the editor at The Atlantic, he underwent a change of heart, and they persuaded a publisher in Boston to bring out a volume of her poems. 116 of the poems were published out of 1,775 that she left when she died. And within 2 years, this book went through 11 editions. It made a smash and obviously spoke to something in the American sensibility. One of the first reviewers, among many who praised her, said, "There's hardly a line that fails to throw off a gleam of genuine original power, of imagination, of real emotional thought." But at the same time, he said, here's the complaint about technical imperfection again, "There is not a stanza that cannot be objected to on the score of technical imperfection." What he's referring to is the unorthodox punctuation and the syntax. Look at the Soul Selects Her Own Society on page 35. And just the way that words are separated by dashes cause some perturbation. But this unorthodox kind of writing, which I'm going to dissect before the hour is over, is analogous to the kind of, it's half barbaric. It's a new species of art. And I'll recall that Emerson said of Whitman, it's not meter, but meter-making argument that makes a poem. A thought so passionate and alive that, like the spirit of a plant or an animal, it has an architecture of its own and adorns nature with a new thing. So only 12 poems in her life she didn't publish, and unlike Whitman, whose poem got bigger and bigger and took on more and more, she tended to do the opposite and to compress and make her poems more and more concise and tight. Her family was well-to-do and supportive, and they did everything they could for her except understand her, as she put it. She was too far out there for them. The grandfather was one of the founders of Amherst College and a prominent lawyer, civic leader, church leader, and the father, too, was a treasurer for Amherst College and a loyal churchman and a lawyer. All of them were into business and civicism. So the family was supportive but disconnected. The letter I passed out gives you her life in a nutshell. And in the last paragraph, she says, "I have a brother and sister. My mother does not care for thought, and father, too busy with his briefs to notice what we do. He buys me many books, but begs me not to read them because he fears they joggle the mind. They are religious, accept me, and address any clips every morning, whom they call our Father. But I fear my story fatigues you. I would like to learn. Could you tell me how to grow, or is it unconveyed like melody or witchcraft?" Now, look at the way the sentences end up with dashes, too. Could you tell me how to grow? What's she saying here? The syntax gets a little unorganized and gives us a clue to what some people objected to in the poetry. But the letter is telling, and it tells us the mother doesn't like thinking, and the father distrusts literature, too busy with his briefs. Her main family allies were her brother Austin, who was 3 years older, an avid reader, an intellectual companion and competitor, who eventually went off to Boston and got married. And she had a devoted sister, Vinnie, of whom she said it's like we came from two different worlds. They couldn't talk about anything because Vinnie was into like domestic work, pie baking and housekeeping and stuff. The family also had a daily prayer devotion in the morning. When Dickinson died, somebody discovered there were 19 Bibles in the house. Which Dickinson made fun of these prayer ceremonies. She calls God the Father a big eclipse in this letter. And of her father, she said, he seems like an old kind of foreigner. They just lived in different worlds. She had some enamorments in her life. In the letter, she mentions a father's apprentice who was a kind of intellectual companion. This is probably Benjamin Franklin Newton, who was 9 years older and came to study law with her father. On the name Benjamin Franklin Newton, I just want to digress and point out that in Whitman's 9 siblings, he had three brothers called George Washington Whitman, Thomas Jefferson Whitman, and Andrew Jackson Whitman. early America. So Benjamin Franklin Newton spent some time with Dickinson. She called her, he was her literary and spiritual tutor and preceptor. He eventually moved away. They corresponded for a while. He sent her a copy of Emerson's poems. Emerson actually came to Amherst and talked while Dickinson was alive, so she would have heard him. The headnote to the Norton Anthology tells you that she heard of Whitman but didn't read him because he was, by reputation, disgraceful. She had a second kind of love interest, another tutor for her father. The guy eventually came out here to San Francisco, and she lost track of him. But if you think that she was a prude, read poem number 249 on page 33. Maybe I'll get to it. Wild Nights. It's a poem that asks to spend wild nights in luxury, and luxury is, of course, a homonym for lechery. Luxury, lechery, and the poem ends up with a kind of prayer that I could moor inside of you. So read it the way you want to. If we have time, I'll get back to it. As she got older, she retreated more and more to her second-story room, her stanza, and kept to herself. As Vinnie said, she had to think. She was the only one of us who had to do that. And at the age of 30, for obscure reasons, she stopped going to church. Some speculation is that she felt a distaste for the concept of original sin, that innocent babies are born like stained and sinful, or a distaste for like the august sublimity called the eclipse in the letter. But her withdrawal from church distanced her even further from her family and also from their community. Gradually she lost contact with neighbors and friends and ended up with a small circle of friends. She withdrew, not for lack of love and affection, obviously, but because she had work to do. And she wouldn't kowtow with the publishers and critics. Despite Higginson's advice for her not to publish, she went ahead and kept on writing. It says good things about her family, that they took her reclusiveness in stride. There were no fights or recriminations. That was the way she was. And on her part, she wrote them with affection. Vinnie writes, we all lived like absolute monarchs, each in his own domain, each in his own room. So Dickinson, I think, offers us a different kind of vision of American independence and freedom. It's not the kind of freedom that comes as in Whitman, with taking to the open road and having more and more experiences and embracing more and more opportunities and containing multitudes. Dickinson discovers freedom inside. One of the brothers' recriminations was that nobody in the family comprehended her because she had gone really deep inside in places where the rest of the family couldn't. And her personal style comes across in her poems, which are, like her as a sensibility, frail-looking, frail-appearing, wispy and delicate and web-light and slight, yet they're way out there and powerful and deep. Practicing, with the last word in that letter I handed out is witchcraft, a kind of witchcraft. And they attain their power because she has this penchant for, as is put in the last poem in the anthology, telling it slant, which is operating in riddles and puns and dizzyingly bottomless enigmas. So let's look at that poem, number 1129, on page 40 of your anthology. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies, too bright for our infirm delight. The truth's superb surprise is lightning to the children ease with explanation kind. The truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind. This is a hard poem to read because of the syntax. It's hard to know how the words connect, which may be its first mystery. The poem works in the way that its key terms indicate, that is by indirection or slantedness, by circling around a topic or concern, that's moving in circles, rather than just stating some things straightforwardly. It pulls you in by way of the statement made in the first two lines, and then it stumps you. And it does so because Dickinson evolved or invented her own system of punctuation, a weird system of punctuation that's full of dashes of different lengths and commas and spacing. Nobody knows what it means, and it's one of the reasons why she was charged by critics with being spasmodic and technically imperfect. Recently, readers have argued that what she's doing is inventing a kind of language that resists patriarchy and that's feministic. Let me say, to begin with, that what you're reading in the anthology is, first of all, somebody's interpretation of Dickinson. She's been reduced and made less interesting than she might be. One of the things I passed around is a manuscript page from her of her poems, this sheet. And if you decipher her penmanship, you'll see that the poem on the left-hand page is poem number 754, which appears on page 39. My life had stood, a loaded gun. And the poem on the right-hand page is her manuscript version of The Soul Selects Her Own Society, poem number 303, which is on page 35. Take a look at page 35 in The Soul Selects Her Own Society, and let's compare it to this. In the anthology, there's a dash at the end of the first line, as indeed there is in her manuscript. But after The Soul Selects, there seems to be something that's a dash, and that's not included in the poem. Why not? And then look at the way the poem in the anthology is printed. The last line of this poem, like stone, ends with a dash, but in the manuscript it looks like a period. And then notice that in the second line, the editor doesn't include the dashes that appear after. Is that a dash after then shuts and the? Are those dashes or are they accent marks? And then there are two plus signs in front of the last four lines. Nobody knows what those mean. So those aren't replicated in the version you've got. So the editor has taken out a lot of these marks, which might be very significant for all we know. Some readers have think that they're not dashes, but instead marks that indicate like where rhetorical emphasis to be laid. And also the dashes are not all the same length, so that they mean the same thing to Dickinson. And then notice also, while you're looking at the manuscripts, the spacing of letters and words. Sometimes the words are far apart, as if they're like independent from each other. They have to be examined separately. So I want to start thinking about our poetry as, like Whitman's, a union of independent states. These little words and lines and word installations and constructions that are put together and united through the construction of a poem. So if you're going to become a Dickinson scholar, the standard work by B.W. Franklin includes Volume 1 is the manuscript poems typed out, and Volume 2 is a variorum, which gives all the kind of variations of the poems that editors have gotten. And the third volume is a facsimile of the poems, because if you're going to really work with Dickinson, you have to look at her manuscripts and decide what these marks mean. Dashes, moreover, which is what all these marks get reduced to in the print, are the loosest unit of punctuation in English. They make very loose connections. So look at poem 657 on page 38, lines 9 to 10. Of visitors, the fairest, for occupation this, the spreading wide my narrow hands together, paradise. What's the relation of all these words? And do they fit together syntactically, or are they just kind of like held up to each other? All these words are united and joined, but they're also operating independently. So in this poem, what are we to make of lines 3 to 6? The first two lines seem fairly straightforward. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant, success and circuit lies. Too bright for our infirm delight, the truth's superb surprise is lightning to the children eased with explanation kind. It doesn't help that there are no commas or periods to separate the words. What's too bright for our infirm delight in line 3? When you first read the poem and come out of line 2, success lies, too bright for our infirm delight, it seems like it's the object of the verb lies, which of course makes a contrast. The word lies makes a contrast with the word truth. And when we get to the fourth line, the truth's superb surprise, we realize retrospectively that what's too bright for our infirm delight is the truth's surprise. But notice that we have to circle back to get the meaning. So the poem is kind of like illustrating what it means. It's only after we make a mistake do we realize that we're not too bright and we've missed the truth. We have to return to it. Note to the play on words, bright and delight. People who think they know it all are really blind. They are delighted. Delight can mean the taking away of light. It means, of course, enrapture or make happy, but it's the denial of light, to take light away. And now as we go through the poem, we'll notice a string of words that are related conceptually. Bright, delight, lightning, dazzle, blind, all of which suggests a progression and perhaps the experience of a lightning bolt so bright and powerful that it renders you blind. And of course there's a narrative history of this kind of phenomenon too. I think notably of St. Paul, then Saul on the road to Damascus, anti-Christian who's blinded by God and is suddenly enlightened to the truth. So the metaphor starts to invoke paradoxes that are common in the mystic tradition, in which conversion is a process in which you're blinded in order to be able to see. In order to get insight, you have to be blinded. And the idea is that meaning emerges gradually through indirect circuitry, growing deeper as we gain access to this poem, and as nuances and weights reveal themselves. If you can see the meaning immediately, what you see is trivial. To tell things straight out is trivial. You're blind to it if you think you can see it right away. I'm thinking now of the Saddleback Forum and the question like, when does life begin? Is there an easy answer to that question? So the poem works, I suppose, like the experience of Saul on the road to Damascus, where it gives us a verbal texture that's riddling. It's telling its slant and figures and enigmas. It's an aspect of Dickinson's style. And it's one that draws on the Bible, too. We go back to Whitman now, who draws on the Bible because it's an epic of creation. Dickinson's work draws on 19th century Protestantism, hymns, and secular versions of the Bible. But Dickinson's poems work quite differently by asking you to guess what I mean. And that makes you as a reader an active force in the poem. You have to participate in it and kind of out-psych her to get to where she's going. So she's also not making statements and yelling at you like Whitman or clobbering you over the head. These poems instead become like little installations of words, each of which is separate and discrete, but all of which are unified, each of which asks you to stop and look and weigh and then go on as you circle around and around and put these resonances together. So let's look at another poem that works by circuitry and by telling its slant with another complex set of issues, but not before noticing that the odd word slant reappears in poem 258 on page 34. There's a certain slant of light. And this is only to begin to notice that single words in Dickinson, slant, heft, reappear and make of these independent poems a kind of unit, too. Before moving on away from this poem, note the wordplay that she gets by, in the opening lines, tell all the truth but tell it slant, success in circuit lies. She's evoking the idea of like there being a legal, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. It's not always easy to do. And then she ends the first line with the word slant, and everybody knows that you can slant the truth. And then the second line ends in the word lies, so the truth is seen to be a complex thing that can only be approached, maybe asymptotically by the kind of circuitry that she makes available to us. I want to move next to a poem with a live object at its center, poem 328 on page 35. A bird came down the walk. So did all of you read Dickinson in high school? So there's a certain way of teaching Dickinson which it comes across as like the purveyor of little moral nuggets, which is not the kind of Dickinson that we're interested in now that you're all in college. So I'll read this and then talk about it. A bird came down the walk he did not know I saw. He bit an angleworm in halves and ate the fellow raw. And then he drank a dew from a convenient grass and then hopped sideways to the wall to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all around. They looked like frightened beads, I thought. He stirred his velvet head, like one in danger. Cautious, I offered him a crumb, and he unrolled his feathers and rowed him softer home. Then oars divide the ocean, 2 silver for a seam, or butterflies off banks of noon leap plashless as they swim. So it seems really simple and frail on the surface, but once you start to push this poem, it takes you into wild places. The opening lines immediately introduce what seems to me the enigmas and puzzles at the heart of the poem by raising the question, do birds or other animals know that you're supposed to walk on sidewalks, that you're supposed to wait for traffic lights, that you're supposed to obey the rules and follow straight and narrow? What does it mean that a bird comes down the walk? So this is the central tension of the poem, a tension between the categories and ideas that are available to the speaker. Those are terms which define human life, and the categories that are relative to the bird, which has no consciousness. It does not know, as the second line tells us. A bird came down the walk. He did not know. I saw. That can mean two things. I saw. I observed that he did not know. He couldn't see it. He didn't know he was supposed to walk on the sidewalk. He knew nothing. But at the same time, it's saying he didn't know that I was looking. He did not know I saw, because his eyes are all over the place. They look like frightened beads, hurrying all around. Is the bird even observant? So the bird has no consciousness. And then the tone starts to get jarring and shocking. He bit an angleworm in halves and ate the fellow raw. And that partly humanizes the bird by connecting him to like human practice. Angleworm, the word angle starts to sound like England or English. And ate the fellow. We're dealing with human beings here until you get to that word raw, and then we start to realize this is something like cannibalism. So the speaker has a hard time recognizing this bird outside of human categories. Then we get to the second stanza. He drank a dew from a convenient grass. Is it possible not to hear the word glass? Nothing's more intense than slamming a dew. In the next description, where the bird pauses to let a beetle pass, suggests that it's got manners. An idea of social behavior, and so it again humanizes them. So at the end of these considerations, part of what we're being asked in this poem is whether or not you ever see anything raw, if you ever see nature without human lines, paths, and sidewalks, or rules there. There's a contemporary philosopher named Baudrillard, no chalk, Baudrillard, who invents this term hyperreality to refer to the world we live in. His argument is that everything is mediated for us. Everything that we know in the world comes to us through print or film. Has anybody been to Afghanistan? How do you know it's there? You've never really seen it. It comes to you by mediation. Baudrillard points out that before we go to the really wild places in the world, Yosemite, we've seen them so many times on TV or in books that when we get there, we know exactly where to look and how to frame things. It doesn't surprise us or shock us. Because we almost never experience reality. So the poem is fascinated by the ubiquity of mediation. Nature is already kind of interpreted for us and made to look comfortable, as if like these creatures out there behave like human beings, though we know they don't. So can we ever see anything outside of the cultural forms and civilization? As Dickinson goes on to describe the birds, his eyes look like frightened beads. I thought he stirred his velvet head. The terms start to dress him up. Beads, velvet. The next thing we need to have a woman's outfit is some feathers, no? Beads, velvet, and feathers. And where do the feathers come from? Violence is somewhere down at the bottom of this poem, too. Women don't go west like Whitman and carry shotguns, but they need things killed in order to make their wardrobe as well. So at the end of this poem, I think what we're seeing is the speaker just fails to make contact with this bird. As a human, he can't understand. And if in the first stanza the bird did not know anything about like human rules or customs, in the last stanzas we're seeing that human beings don't know either. They don't know what it is to be without consciousness, not to be burdened with consciousness, and to have the kind of freedom of the bird. And the last image, I think, of the bird rowing him home, the word road now, the word path in the beginning turns into road here, and it reminds us of different ways of proceeding on land, along paths, and in water where there are no paths. Humans follow paths and follow lines. Birds are pathless. The images of like jumping into water, which is maybe as close as we can know what it's like to fly and not to have to follow a path. But the implication is that human beings can't know what it is to be a bird. We live in two different worlds. So if the speaker fails to like understand the bird, the poem doesn't fail, because what it captures for me in part is the fathomless unknowability of this bird, this creature, which becomes a cipher for nature, an item of impenetrable enigmaticness. And there's lots of this in Dickinson, a sign of like the real mystery and depthlessness of the world in which we're planted, maybe a sign of a human fallenness in a hermodified and secularized Christian world. So to suggest how issues escalate, I want to take another animal poem that Dickinson writes. This would be poem 986 on page 40 in your anthology. Page 40. This is one of the 12 poems that was published in Dickinson's life, and I think it may have been published with the title of Snake at one point, because that's what it's about, as becomes clear. Let's stop to note that many of Dickinson's poems are about animals, perhaps because she's female. And the connection would be that animals live outside of the world regulated by human activity, which is to say the world regulated by males, so that a kind of sympathy or identification with other creatures that are domesticated may enter into the writing about animals. There's a poet who should have been on our syllabus too, Mary Ann Moore. She's on page 430 in the anthology, who writes a lot of poems about animals for, I think, the same reason. They're outside the system of male control. So let me read this and then comment on it. A narrow fellow in the grass occasionally rides. You may have met him. Did you not? His notice sudden is. The grass divides with a comb. A spotted shaft is seen, and then it closes at your feet and opens further on. He likes a boggy acre, a floor too cool for corn. Yet when a boy and barefoot, I more than once at noon have passed, I thought, a whiplash unbraiding in the sun, when stooping to secure it, it wrinkled and was gone. Several of nature's people I know, and they know me. I feel for them a transport of cordiality, but never met this fellow, attended or alone, without a tighter breathing and zero at the bone. What a great last line. I mean, two words that are so common. We all use them, but would you ever think of putting them together? Zero at the bone. I'll get back to it. It's like the bird poem in some ways. It begins with images that civilize or put in understandable and comfortable terms something that's outside of civilization. So some of the words that she uses in the opening couple stanzas: fellow, rides, his notice, like presenting a business card, shaft, comb suggests grooming. I mean, these words could be put together to describe a date. A guy coming along on a carriage with a shaft, combed hair, to take you out. And this is what's on our mind all the time. Civilization and its problems, dating, coupling. These are human concerns that the snake doesn't seem to care about. So the familiarity, of course, is undercut by the insistent thingness of the snake. Some readers hear an insistent hissing in the fourth line. His notice is. It's tricky to do things with sound, but at this point, the poem gets a little hair-raising. Has everybody had the experience of almost stepping on a snake? There are rattlesnakes up in the East Bay Hills. I took a hike up there once, and I was tooling along down the path, and suddenly I heard a sound like water being poured on a skillet, and looked down. There was a brown asparagus stalk going like that. Before I knew it, I had moved backwards 20 yards and yelled out, "Jesus!" And in that moment, my brain disappeared. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't thinking. There are moments when you get so frightened that you lose track of all the biases and preconceptions you have and are just there raw in the world. This is a moment that's a kind of experience that's called the sublime in literature, English literature. It's the experience in which you encounter something so unexpected, so unpredictable, that it can't be categorized or boxed in. It's the opposite of the kind of mediation that Dickinson is looking at. The poem also plays with some of the kind of spooky superstitions and fears that people have about snakes. The lines, the grass divides as with a comb, a spotted shaft is seen, and then it closes at your feet and opens further on. You can imagine the experience of a snake crawling through grass so you can see its track and then losing track of it. How many horror movies do they have like snakes crawling between girls' legs in places where snakes shouldn't go? But the grass is closing at the person's feet here, so where did the snake go? At this point, the poem starts to explore the sublime because it moves away from boundaries, defined lines, and locales into a swamp. He likes a boggy acre, a floor too cool for corn. Well, I think corn must mean wheat. The boggy acre is a swamp. No fences, nothing grows there. It's indefinite. And at the same time, the poem leaves the present and the actual and goes back in time to childhood, to a time before civilization, evoking a time, I think, of primitive fears and primitive attitudes. And also, this personage now is barefoot, which increases the vulnerability and menace. All the more worse if you step on a snake. And they had rattlesnakes in New England when Dickinson was alive. If you step on one with bare feet. I think the poem gets primordial in that it goes backwards in history and in social history to evoke a whole history of snakes being vilified. Think about the book of the book of Genesis and the Garden of Eden. And I don't know if any of you have seen cats or dogs or horses react to snakes. They don't particularly like them either. They bristle. There's something about the snake. The conversion of the speaker into a boy, too, there's no reason why we can't assume it's a boy in the first couple stanzas, but it becomes explicitly a boy in the third stanza. It evokes a time when girls are more like boys than boys. Anybody who's taken a class that's dealt with sexuality or Freud knows that for Freud there's a period of childhood, the first 3 years or so, the pre-Oedipal period before boys know that they're boys or girls know that they're girls, before sexual identity is fixed, when everybody is kind of equally gendered. Dickinson may be going back to this part of her history. But it also tells us, we're also reminded, too, that the snake is a phallic menace, both to boys and girls both. We both have to succumb to patriarchy in growing up. And the poem starts to move away from being about animals now toward humans. However, let's look at the snake. The way it's described here is symmetrically patterned, like a braid lying on the grass, stretched out and coiled. But this is a braid that's not like a necklace. It's described as a whip and a lash. And whips and lashes are both things that can suddenly strike out and hurt you and sting you as a result of a sudden stinging action. They're like the snakes. And while we're here, let's notice the comb. The combs have teeth. There's a lot of hidden menace underneath the language of this poem. Lines 17 and 18 tell us that several of nature's people I know, and they know me, and that there's cordial relations. And this puts us in the mind of how people are eager to domesticate nature and make it something that is not threatening. Think about pets. Pets are animals that we kind of half-humanize. We call them names and talk to them. The snake is not one of these fellows. It's not in that world. The snake can induce zero at the bone. And think about these words, zero. What are the connotations of zero? It means nothing, and therefore resonates with the word bone, the material of the skeleton, to evoke death. You get bit by the right snake, you can die and be reduced to zero at the bone. And of course, the snake's fangs and rattles are made of bony parts too. So we're getting an account here of like what might happen if this meeting actually resulted in a bite. And the sounds of the last line: zero at the bone, the signs of like crying out in horror. I'm thinking of Milton's sonnet on the Waldensians here, which is full of like the sound a lot of wailing and moaning. So I would say the poem is creepy. It's about a thing that creeps. It evokes the word creepy. You don't get this kind of like shiver in Whitman as you do from this girl who's sitting alone in her room at night, spinning out a dozen words that get under your nerves. It is a kind of witchcraft. Let's turn all these terms over again. Metaphors work both ways. The snake is being compared to a narrow fellow in the grass, but the snake is an emblem of the unpredictable menace. You never know when you go outside, happy and expectant. You might meet a fellow and end up dead. You've all seen Looking for Mr. Goodbar. You never know what's out there, but the terms can all be like reversed now to apply to the human being. Snakes are dangerous and they can cause damage and hurt you, but human beings can hurt too. They can be sarcastic and cutting and biting and backbiting and stinging, and can cause a kind of whiplash even greater than anything a snake can cause. Some of the terms here, I've lost my place. A narrow fellow in the grass. Narrow fellow is a kind of off-rhyme. But we think about narrowness applied to people. Some people are narrow-minded. They don't understand women who write poetry, for instance. Some people are prudish and follow straight and narrow. And, of course, we all know that there are people who are like snakes in the grass. You can't trust them. So I'm going to stop. I'm go on reading this poem and like reading between the lines for the rest of the class and the next class too. But I'm going to stop there because there's other things to look at. I do want to point out that there's a greater and more acute sense of animality in this poem than there is in Whitman. It's closer to like the animal, the animate, the things that are alive. The word animal comes from the Latin word anima, meaning soul. It's things that have life in them. Souls and psyches. Animals in Dickinson are mysterious and beyond the realm of the human. And so the poems become these kind of intense forays into the exploration of interiority and human depths. Whitman, compare Dickinson to Whitman. Whitman is a domesticator. Everything that he runs across goes into him and becomes him, something to celebrate. He seems to me oblivious to the idea that there's anything truly alien out there beings that he can't become friends with or become or can't engulf, nothing that can't be domesticated. He minimizes the dark side of nature. You note hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, fires, snakes, bugs, scorpions, or tarantulas in Dickens, or never a situation like one that resulted in the Donner Party where people ate each other. I wish I had a piece of chalk. There's a great work of literary criticism by a man named Erich Auerbach, Auerbach. It's called Mimesis, the representation of reality in Western literature. Oh, chalk. I'm addicted to chalk. The book is Mimesis, and he basically says that as you look through Western literature, there are two kinds of realistic representation, one of which is represented by the example of Homer. He has an essay called Odysseus' Scar, when he analyzes Homer's description of the moment when Odysseus' nurse washes him and notices he's got a scar on his thigh that identifies him to her as like the Odysseus who got wounded by a boar when he was young, and it's a moment of recognition. And what Auerbach points out that is that moment, Homer describes the scar, Odysseus the nurse, and also tells the story of the hunting party in which Odysseus went out with his friends to hunt the boar. You get descriptions of the horses, the warriors, the shields, the weapons, the boar, the hunt. Everything is told. That's one kind of realism. The other kind that Auerbach talks about is biblical, a kind of realism that works with stories and parables that are bottomless and that leave us with questions. And he gives the example of the story in Genesis of Abraham's sacrifice of his son Isaac. You have no idea what Abraham looks like, how tall he is, what color his hair is, what kind of clothing he's wearing, nor do you have any idea of Isaac. You don't know if there are any trees in the background, what the setting is like, but you're getting a true account of human affairs that's almost exclusively psychological and moralistic and interior. So I would place Dickens in the first of these kind of, Whitman in the first of these two kind of categories of realism, and Dickinson in the second, and hence the power of her poems, which seem frail and slight on the surface, but once you get lost in their circuitry, they turn out to exercise a powerful form of witchcraft. I don't know where to go from here. We've got about 10 minutes. Some poems that deal with her status as a woman I want to talk to. And one of those is a poem I passed out. Poem 1670. It used to be in the Norton Anthology, and I took it out, and I was pissed because I like it. The last line tells us that it's a dream, and so the poem is surreal. I won't read it all, but I'll summarize it for you. The first stanza, she's in a room in winter and notices a pink, lank, and warm worm there, and she doesn't like it, so she ties it up and secures it and feels comfortable. Then in the next stanza, the snake starts to grow and get bigger. The worm becomes a snake. It gets bigger and becomes ringed with powers. As the snake gets bigger, in the second to last stanza, she shrinks, and there's an exchange in which the snake says, "How fair you are." Propitiation's claw, afraid he hissed of me, no cordiality. And then she runs. She runs from town to town to town until she ends up where she started in her own room. So in part, of course, it's a commentary on sexuality. What do you make of a pink, lank, warm worm? So the fact that the poem is a dream tells us that Dickinson, like Whitman, is growing out a kind of organic form. Dreams happen when the mind surrenders control and just lets it bleed. And something like that happens here. The poem, as usual, opens with tensions between the winter, which is cold, and the room, which is warm. So I'd see that as a tension between comfort and pain, which becomes associated with the snake. It recurs in the jarring contrast of the bedroom and the giant worm. You don't want worms or snakes in your bedroom. In a place of comfort, it induces pain and discomfort, alienness and strangeness. And the second part of the first stanza suggests that she exists in a comfortable relation with this worm because she's in my room, at home, secure, and the snake is something neighboring, something you can tolerate and live with. Then I connected this poem to the one that I read before about the snake because it's about a snake. This one has creeping blood in the fourth line of the second stanza. The word creep. The snake is now under the skin, as in the poem before. and it also increases in size and becomes ringed with power. That's led some readers to see the snake as a kind of cobra with the head inflating as it inflates and gets ready to strike. But ring also has associations that are treacherous and dangerous for women. You put on a ring and your life is over. In one way of thinking about it. And hence, like, as the snake gets bigger, she shrinks. And then we get these strange lines. How fair you are, propitiation's claw. Afraid he hissed of me, no cordiality. So who speaks? Is it the snake? And if so, is this not like the moment in Genesis when Eve is tempted by the serpent? Who says, how beautiful you are, how fair you are. And one way of interpreting these words is the snake is saying, are you afraid of me? Don't you have any cordiality? Can't you be nice? Or is he saying, are you afraid of me? Yes, she's saying, yes, I'm afraid of your cordiality. And that line, propitiation's claw, it's a great line. It's like the snake. It starts, it's two words, very small, but it turns into something big, 6 syllables. And what does it mean? To propitiate means to cause to be favorably inclined, or to win the goodwill of somebody, or to get somebody to like you. And the response to this propitiation is seen to be a claw. Wanting to be cordial or nice to guys is when we get to Virginia Woolf, we're going to read a sentence in which he says, 2 of the most detestable things in the world are love and religion. Love is detestable in the view of one of the characters in the novel because what it does is it causes women to get enslaved, to propitiate themselves, to surrender, and to give up their lives. So Dickinson's response to the request to propitiate, to be nice to guys, to maybe take up with a guy, is to flee through all the towns. And where does she end up? In her bedroom, where she works. It may be that Dickinson is the discoverer and exponent of a truer form of freedom than Whitman. What? Being locked up in your bedroom? Yes, and for these reasons. You know, the word room is related to the German word room. The word room is related to the German word Raum, which means space. Your room is your space, as in I need room, I need space. So what happens if you pursue freedom and look for room in the way that Whitman or Davy Crockett or Daniel Boone did by going west? You go west and you find space, and then you build a little hut or a room and crawl inside of it so that you don't have to deal with all the dangers and menaces, and you lock yourself up in your room. So that poem on 657 on page 38, I dwell on possibility. She's playing on the word, on words for power. The Latin word posse means to be able. It gives us the word possibility. A present participle is potens. Potency. I dwell on possibility. A lot of power in this woman, alone in her stanza or room. Poem 33. I think shows us that Dickinson is just as free as Whitman in her coverage. It's a poem about Eros. And a new sense of depths inside of her psychology. Wild nights, were I with thee, wild nights should be our luxury. Futile the winds to a heart in port, done with the compass, done with the chart, rowing in Eden, the sea, might I but moor tonight in thee. So if you look at the meter, it's bimeter. It's 2 beats per line. Wild nights, were I with thee, wild nights should be. And critics have pointed out that the double beat is the beat of the heart, and the unit of this whole poem is the couple, the pairing. The formal feature of the poem, reflected in the last line, is 2 words, 2 syllables. Two-ness, coupling, is at the heart of this poem, whose first stanza ends up with the word luxury. In the letter I passed out to Higginson, she says that after her tutor leaves, her only companion is her lexicon. She would have known that luxury is related to the word lechery and to lust, which the poem is about. And then futile the winds in the second stanza. What's futile? Passion? No passion. What seems to be futile is passion to somebody who's renounced travel and companionship, to somebody who's in a port. And notice the word heart stands out there, capitalized in this poem that deals with double beats. So the tools of getting out there into the world, the compass and the chart, those are what allow people to go away from home to strange ports. These are done. They've been put away. She's not traveling. She's left herself in her room without rules. She travels without the chart and the compass and looks for Eden, which those of you who study the Bible know that Eden is the Hebrew word for pleasure. And then finally, at the end, in looking for pleasure, I think the speaker masculinizes the speaker and ends with the wish, might I but more in thee, make of that what you will. So, but I think her ending up in her room is like her declaration of independence. Well, just close on a note on poem 303, The Soul Selects Her Own Society, in which 3 stanzas she talks about the soul, figured as a she, selecting her own society. The poem is slightly rebelling against the convention of female passivity. The females are just passive, that all they can do is feel things. If you're passive, you experience passion because you're acted on instead of acting. Girls are chosen, as women were taught in the 19th century, but they do not choose. But here what she's saying is that the soul selects her own society. In the first stanza, she shuts the door on the divine majority, on God. Majority can also mean like common sense or the agreement of the many. We've seen that she shuts the door on society too, the society of Amherst. In the second stanza, she notes chariots and the emperor, and those are both vehicles and the things of the world, worldly company. She shuts the door on that too, and then in the last stanza, closes the veils of her attention, where veils is a word that works like that phrase in Whitman, the exquisite flexible doors. It can be a vaginal image. She's closing herself off too to marriage and human contact. So this is saying that she's made a choice. She's not relegated herself to a passive position. She's chosen to be alone as she is. And the poem is complex because it's not like she's rejecting all these things. She's noticing that the divine majority, the chariots, the emperors, they all have an appeal, but they're rejected. She rejects both the world and the God, yet they're valued in the poem because they're contested. They're worth fighting for, worth a consideration, but not as important as her independence and being alone in her room to create her work. Okay, I'll leave you on that note and come back to talk to you on Wednesday about Henry James.
All right, has everybody managed to find the course reader? And you were able to read the James story for today? And Monday we're slotted to go on and talk about Conrad. So the secret chair on Monday. I want to say to begin with, first of all, I looked up the Golden Spike. The continent was united by rail lines in 1869. That's when the Golden Spike was driven. The dates I gave you weren't precise, but the point I wanted to make when I was talking about Whitman was that America was all covered with lines in the 19th century. And it's significant that both Whitman and Dickinson write poems about locomotives and railroads, both as modern forms, but also it gives us a sense of like what life was like at the period we're reading at. When we go to Conrad, we're going to move into the merchant marines, the railroad and shipping were the chief forms of transportation for people in this period. So I'm not really satisfied with the lecture I'm giving you today. It's the one lecture in the course that's given me difficulties for years. And part of the problem is that as I've taught this course over the last decade, I started out giving a lecture on Henry James's career, and it's segued more and more into a reading of the story I passed out. So you're getting some of both. I'm giving you an account of his life and literary thought and achievement, and I'm going to try and weave into it commentary on the beasts of the jungle. And then a second part of the problem I have in giving this lecture is that the story is terrifically hard to read. It's a bear. I first read it 30 years ago. There's still sentences in it I don't understand. I'm going to share some of them with you. He's like Dickinson in this respect. He just pulls you deeper and more and more deeply in by presenting you puzzles. But let me start out by noticing that James offers us a new way of being an American writer, and that is by leaving America. It's a precedent that's taken up by Ezra Pound, who we'll look at in a few classes, and then by T.S. Eliot, Ernest Hemingway, Gertrude Stein, and many others. He was born and grew up in Albany, New York, but the father, for reasons I'll explain, moved him around the world. He lived in London, Paris, Florence, Venice, England. By the end of his life, he became a British citizen, and in 1918 was awarded the Order of Merit by the British government. James suggests that maybe the best way to discover what's peculiar about being America is to leave it. And those of you who have left the United States and gone to Europe probably have a sense of what he means. If you're in Europe, you can tell who Americans are. They wear running shoes, T-shirts, and are usually loud and frequently overweight. All the Americans I know when they go to Europe pretend not to be Americans because it's an embarrassment. So you learn things about America that you couldn't learn any place in America just by being outside of it. And so James leads to new reflections on our national identity. What does it say? What does it mean to say you're an American? I can talk about myself as being a person in a number of categories. I'm old, I'm white, I'm male, but I'm also American. What does that get for you, being American? Does it add something to your person, or does it detract from it? Being an American turns out to be a complex fate in James. It may have penetrated more deeply than other writers into the peculiarity of being in a European nation on the other side of the Atlantic. And some of the names he gives to American characters. There's a novel called The Ambassadors where this guy gets infatuated with life in Paris, and his partner wants to rein him in and bring him back, so she sends over a friend whose name is Mamie Pocock, an American vulgarian. James plays through his novels with something that critics have called the international theme. It's a kind of exploration of what happens when you take somebody from America and put them into the socially stratified minefields of Europe, where passions and hatreds and schisms go back hundreds of years. His first novel is called The American, and its main hero, is Christopher Newman. I want to start calling attention to James's names. They're terrific. Christopher, of course, suggests Columbus, and the American is a new man. He's something that Europe hasn't seen before, and so he goes into these aristocratic cultures and gets mixed up in ways that are fascinating. The primary female protagonist, the paradigmatic female protagonist for James is the hero of A Portrait of Lady, Isabel Archer. Isabel goes with Christopher, the queen who sent Christopher to discover America, and Archer suggests like somebody shooting from the moon, aiming high. She's got aspirations. This is a fascinating novel. It's about a young woman who's rich beyond means. She can do anything she wants. She's truly free. And she's got a choice of 3 suitors to marry, and she picks out the worst one. A terrific novel. Then Daisy Miller, you may have read too, a short story about a young American who goes to Rome and goes out on a walk with a guy without being supervised. It's a thing that's naive and that ruins her and leads to her downfall. But at any rate, the international theme amounts to a kind of narrative situation in which James drops an American character who's unfamiliar with the ways of the old European world into Europe, and by the contrast reveals something both about the American and about the old world. Now, The Beast in the Jungle is a story that isn't particularly working with the American theme, but by definition it's working with the same kind of methods of drawing contrasts and putting this strange fellow, John Marcher, into context that reveal who he is. To be an American in Europe is to focus on the strangeness of being American, to be the outsider, to be awkward, naive, and innocent in some ways. That means that James's heroes are also innocent in the sense of being wounded and outcast and sensitive. One of James's brothers fought in the Civil War and was wounded. And James himself was, so I'm going to talk about this, but it led him to choose protagonists who are sensitive and, like John Marcher, delicate. James has been called the master by a number of his disciples and followers, who included Hemingway, Pound, who said that poetry should be written at least as well as Henry James's prose, and Conrad. He's regarded by many people as a model craftsman, and for some, he's the preeminent literary craftsman in American literary history. When I was training to be a professor, I was in graduate school in the 1970s. There were more dissertations written about Henry James than any other writer in English. It's different now, but he had that kind of like status. And as always, the nature of his craft and development grew out of his life. I see The Beast in the Jungle as having profound autobiographical dimensions. There's a lot about John Marcher that's like Henry James, and that's part of my reason for folding a biography into this lecture. James's grandfather was an emigre from Ireland. He came to New York and within a few decades made a tremendous amount of money. He made $3 million in the 1830s and 40s, which was a huge amount of money in those days. And what it meant is that he could leave money to all of his children, so that, as James put it, none of them ever had to do a stroke of business work. Henry's born in 1843. He has an older brother, William, who I talked about. He became a professor of philosophy at Harvard and is himself a distinguished writer. The inventor of pragmatism, a book called Varieties of Religious Experience, and a book on psychology in which he invents the term stream of consciousness. And we're starting to get something like stream of consciousness in James, because the story is obviously, nothing happens in it. It's about the way people think and how their consciousness moves. Almost nothing happens in it. There was also a sister, Alice, who was very talented and who late in her life kept a diary that's recently been canonized as a literary work. The father didn't believe that girls could be educated, and she was enormously bright and had these two bright brothers to talk to, and so she was always like getting the short end of the stick, and that led her to develop into a hysteric. She would take to her bed screaming or in depressions, and eventually she died young of breast cancer. But she was talented too and added to the kind of education that James got. His first memory is of being in Paris. His first memory as a human being of being in Paris. An odd memory for an American. And I lost my place here. The father was the first of a line of productive maniacs who characterized the James family, William and Henry being among them. He had two events that altered his life and that changed the lives of his kids, too. One was at the age of 15, he was walking down the street and there was a fire in his stable in Albany, New York, and he helped to put it out. And in the process of doing it, his leg was crushed against a wall by a fire engine, and so he lost a leg and had a cork leg, a handicap. This would have made James sensitive to the prospect of the wounded male. And then in 1844, while visiting England and sitting by the fire, he had this hideous nightmare while awake of an invisible shape squatting near him in his room, ranging out its fetid personality and exerting an influence fatal to his life. This vision induced him to a perfectly insane and abject terror without visible cause, and he felt himself a wreck, reduced from a state of firm, vigorous manhood to one of helpless infancy. And he struggled from his way. He calls this the devastation. I'm not sure what it was about, but it led to a kind of like religious conversion. As a consequence of it, he started to flirt with Swedenborgianism, a popular form of 19th century radical Protestantism, which teaches that the individual has to devalue the ego and destroy it in order to attain grace and in attachment to God. So this devastation, to begin with, something like what Marcher is expecting in the story, as it's put on page 282 and 283. As May Bartram reminds him, you said that you had from your earliest time as the deepest thing within you the sense of being kept for something rare and strange, possibly prodigious and terrible, that was sooner or later to happen to you, that you had in your bones the foreboding and the conviction of, and that would perhaps overwhelm you. And on 283, to have to meet, to face, to see suddenly break out in my life, possibly destroying all further consciousness, possibly annihilating me, possibly, on the other hand, only altering everything, striking at the root of all my world and leading me to the consequences, however they shape themselves. So some enormously devastating event is what Marcher sees in his future. And taking up Sweden, he started writing books on Swedenborg, one of which is called The Secret of Swedenborg, and it was reviewed by William Dean Howells, who said, if Swedenborg had a secret, Mr. James kept it really well. So it suggests that the conversion suggests that the devastation was a reaction to his own fathers, who were Presbyterian and self-centered and among the elect. You know, the Puritans, Presbyterians think of themselves as among the chosen and the elect, as very special people who are marked for a special destiny, kind of like Marcher. And thinking about the egotism of thinking of yourself as special or elect reminds us of other kinds of forms of egotism that are being promulgated in America at the time that James is writing. Emerson's essay on self-reliance, for example, and the whole example of Whitman. The negative aspect of Whitman, when you think about it, is that the self-celebration suggests, among other things, rugged individualism, a kind of swinishness. I did it all my way. I did everything on my own, which for Mr. James would have been a sign of sinfulness and fallenness. For James, social life was the equivalent of heaven on earth. One of his sayings is that society was the redeemed form of man. Getting out of yourself and getting into society was the way to find grace and salvation. And father, as a consequence, made the family very social and morally liberal. It also gives us a root for James's interest in social niceties and minutiae, and for what he people have called what he writes a novel of manners, because what it shows us is people in relation to other people or not in relation to them. What we begin to see in Marcher is this sense of like specialness of being marked out leads to self-absorption and makes him the kind of villain in the story. One who at the end of the story receives a revelation, that word is highlighted, as if it's like a religious awakening about what his life has been. Selfish. And so his horrified realization at the end of the novel that he's been self-involved, it puts him through a version of his father's vast station. And the beast in the title you want to think about as Marcher is a marked man. Part of the meaning of his name, Marcher, is I'm going to spin out a lot of associations with Marcher. He's a man on the march. He's got a purpose. He's going someplace. He doesn't know where, but he's going someplace. He's also marked, and that word is used in the story. And if you put together the word mark and beast, you get the book of Revelations, another word that's prominently featured in the story, suggesting that there's been a kind of revelation of the sort that's revealed in the apocalypse at the end of the story, an apocalyptic moment. James was an avid reader from the start, and he read almost everything. And among his love interests were the theater. And he may be the most, it's been said by a critic, he may be the most devotedly dramatic writer in English. All of his novels are so such great narratives. One attestation to that is the fact that so many of them made into movies. A Portrait of the Lady, Wings of the Dove, Washington Square, and others too. So the father also did everything he could to educate the kids and give them social flexibility. He moved them to Europe in the 1850s. He said to educate the babes in strange lingos. And that meant that the boys were moved like from school to school in London, Paris, Switzerland, around the continent, while Alice watched them get educations and could only like envy them. But they spent their key years as kids and adolescents in Europe, like moving from school to school as outsiders, never at home any place, always kind of looking through doorways at other strangers in a strange land, always on the outside looking in. So James' upbringing meant that he could never, like Whitman, write about the West or wagon trains or cowboys or even business for that matter. The family didn't have to like deal with filthy money. So he instead wrote about what it was to be an American translated to strange circumstances and places. During the Civil War, he became intensely interested in the Civil War, in part because one of his brothers was a captain in the 1st African-American regiment, the regiment that the movie Glory was made about. James's brother was an officer in that regiment, and I believe was killed in the Civil War, so that James was again sensitized to the fate of the vulnerable male. And then in the 1860s, he suffers what he calls, a quote, a single vast visitation. And it's really eerie. He's walking down the street and sees a building on fire, and he starts to help to put the fire out. And as a consequence, he's crushed against the wall and under an injury, which he calls a horrid, even if obscure hurt. And nobody's clear on what exactly happened to them, but one theory is that he was like maimed genitally or castrated so that he could never have relations with anybody. And if you read his biography, this is a 5-volume work by Leon Adele, a kind of classic literary biography. It may have been that he was like sexually maimed, or it could have been a back problem that prevented him from like feeling comfortable sitting, and he wrote a lot. But it's uncanny how much this is like his father's vast station, this vast visitation that he calls. But as with Father, the event gave him a new sense of community, and in particular, a tragic fellowship with the wounded, like his brother, a compassionate observer of the wounded life and of defected males. Marcher is the first in a series of defective or maimed males that we're going to run into in this course, including J. Alfred Prufrock and Hemingway's characters. At the turn of the century, something happens that makes it hard for males to imagine themselves as heroes and he-men in the way they could in the 19th century. So we're dealing with a wounded male here who's written out of the pen of a wounded male. James went to law school for a year. It wasn't for him. He started writing stories. The family had moved to Boston, which was at this time the center of literary life in America, and James rapidly became friendly with William Dean Howells, who was the editor of the Atlantic Monthly, and also with James Russell Lowell, who was the editor of the North American Review, the two most prominent literary organs in the country. And he started writing reviews and essays on fiction. In the 1860s, he went back to Europe and started making a point of socializing with everybody he could who knew anything about art. And that included John Ruskin and William Morris and George Eliot, whom he found magnificently ugly. And he said she had a great horse face. In France, he also got to know Flaubert and Daudet and Maupassant and Turgenev, and like them, started to theorize the novel, which was regarded before James and Flaubert and Turgenev as a kind of debased form of popular entertainment, not serious art. They started talking about the form of the novel. And if you've read, like, in the middle of the 19th century, out of England were coming what critics have called loose, baggy monsters, novels by Dickinson that start out with a character who disappears in the middle, and the novel ends up being about somebody else. James insisted on structure and form, and also on just the right detail, the right word that brings out as much possible nuance as possible. So let me start to appreciate his style by pointing out one paragraph on page 281. It's in the first section of the story when Marcher runs into Bartram and he realizes he's met her before and can't quite place her. And then as he talks and she reminds him where they've been together, he discovers he likes her and would have appreciated having established a friendship with her. As he reminds her of how they met, this is the first complete paragraph on 281, he had forgotten, and he was even more surprised than ashamed. But the great thing was that he saw it was no vulgar reminder of any sweet speech. Putting the word sweet tells you that it's a word that's somehow below Marcher's class, something vulgar, like the word offer a few lines down. He's happy to say that what she remembers something about him which flatters him, and he's happy to realize that it's not that he told her she was pretty or said something sweet to her, because then he'd have to follow up on it. The vanity of woman had long memories, but she was making no claim on him of a compliment or a mistake. Maybe he said she was pretty and she's really not. With another woman, a totally different one who's pretty, he might have feared the recall possibly even of some imbecile offer. Maybe he propositioned her, but he's glad to realize he didn't. That's not what happened. And then she goes on to reveal what exactly happened was that he told her that he was marked to experience something special. But that attention to like single words and the kind of valences they convey is typical of James. Now look at the opening sentence of the story too. A bear of a sentence. What determined the speech that startled him in the course of their encounter scarcely matters, being probably but some words spoken by himself quite without intention, spoken as they lingered and slowly moved together after the renewal of acquaintance. You know, the one word that's strong and stands out in that sentence is the word startled. And it tells you that something has jolted him into life, but what it is, how it is, why it is, what it is held back. The style is baffling and frustrating, and it forces us, like him, to try to figure out what's going on, because he doesn't know. It puts us into his position. I'll get back to this, too. James eventually moved over to Europe. His brother wanted to stay in America and once invited him to his house in Boston and asked him to go out for a walk just to appreciate the American landscape. And when James got back, William said, "Well, what did you see?" And James said, "Well, a group of peasants gathering faggots." No peasants in America, and the word faggots is only used in England to mean firewood. So James was already in Europe when his brother asked him about how he enjoyed America. But moving back and forth and moving all around left James with a permanent sense of uprootedness, of not being settled, like Marcher, who's always on the march, and who doesn't seem to be at home. When we meet him on the first page of the story, we realize that he's visiting another house in England and has been conveyed by friends to a second house just to observe. So he's in a house where he doesn't live in, having moved from a house he's visiting to wherever he comes. We don't even know where he comes from in the story. And all we know that he's waiting, just waiting for things to happen. And at the beginning, he's also like looking at the house, and he's very much the observer, the dilettante, looking at things, which gets me to call your attention to two cartoons I passed out. Those are both from the British magazine Punch, showing James kind of looking at whose shoes are outside the door, peering through a keyhole. And I just read a novel by the Irish novelist Colm Toibin. Called The Master. It's a novel about Henry James, in which he portrays James as somebody whose life is confined to always looking through doorways. And a lot of the gestures in James depend upon the observation of minute things. Like there's a whole chapter in A Portrait of a Lady that revolves around the fact that the main character sees a woman standing next to a man in a chair. And when usually the woman gets the chair and sits. And what the difference tells him is that the woman is the man's mistress. He gets this revelation just by seeing that she's standing and he's sitting. Those kinds of details permeate James. So in London, he continued to meet everybody. Robert Browning and Thackeray, Matthew Arnold, and Woolf's father, Sir Leslie Stephen. But even so, he never became intimate with anybody, like Marcher, who only has acquaintances, except for May Bartram. And this has led people to wonder whether or not his aloofness from other people was an effect of the accident he had when he was 18, the castration. Or whether it was other things. Some of the emotional complexity of his work arises from the simple dilemma of asking the question, should I live my life, or should I write about it? He wrote a prodigious amount. Take a look at the collected works of Henry James in the library sometime. One of the great consolations in life is that no matter how old you get and how much you do, there's always going to be another Henry James novel to read. There are lots of them, and they're all great. But this is a dilemma that faces a lot of modern artists. Do I lead a life and start like appearing on the Tonight Show and doing the talk circuit and have no time to write? Or do I write and have no time to life? Now, this kind of dilemma of whether to like save yourself for something special, the career of an artist, or to live life is, of course, Marcher's dilemma, who said on page 294, and one of the kind of conceptual giveaway lines of the story, it was characteristic of the inner, this is in the, toward the middle of the page, it was characteristic of the inner detachment he had hitherto so successfully cultivated, into which our whole account of him is a reference. The idea of being detached and staying inside of yourself, alone and selfishly. At the same time, even though he wanted to keep to himself to write, he had a terror of his father's Swedenborgian sense of selfhood and egoism. It was bad to be by yourself, bestial. So one particular friendship maybe illustrates some of the complexities that James's career caused. There was a point in his life when he got involved with this woman named Constance Fenimore Wilson. She was from Ohio, and a niece of James Fenimore Cooper, a 39-year-old writer who was in unusual sympathy with James. And the two of them socialized a lot. They went to galleries, to concerts, to lectures, even though James in a letter called her old maidish, deaf, and intense. But they kind of settled for each other for a long time and did a form of virtual dating of the sort that May Bartram and John Marcher do. And then in 1887, she had a villa in Florence, and she rented the place out to James while she was touring. And then she came back while he was still there. So they were both living in the same house at the same time. And what James described as a joint tenancy, but he's got some stories like the aspirin paper about like a guy who's really interested in the papers that a woman is keeping, and so he gets interested in the woman. He's a journalist, just so he can get at the papers. It suggests that James was worrying about like whether he was exploiting people by taking them up without following through fully. And all the more so in the case of Constance Fenimore Wilson, because in 1874 she committed suicide by jumping off the roof. And James had reason to wonder whether or not he might have had some role in this. So at this point in his career, the middle of his career, he starts writing theory of fiction. He's the first writer in our tradition to make the theory of the novel central. And he writes in particular an essay called The Art of Fiction in reply to this guy, Walter Besant, who in an essay on fiction starts condemning novelists because they're writing about things they don't know. And he says novelists should only write about experiences they've actually had, in which case James would be left writing only stories like The Beast in the Jungle because nothing happened to him. So he wrote back in a very great essay in which he says, an adult can lead a life and have experience, but it's art that makes life and makes interest. It makes things life really important for our consideration. I know of no substitute for its form and beauty. In other words, art wakens you up to life and makes you appreciate it more. You can't see it without art. And I also led James in this essay to say, try to be one of those people on whom nothing is lost. No detail. And again, think of that scene in The Portrait of the Lady where the woman stands up next to the guy sitting in the chair. That single gesture tells the whole story of their relationship. So in the art of fiction, he started to develop terms that we all use now, too, like point of view. If you look at some novels written before James, there are sometimes there's no governing point of view. There's like omniscience. The author can see all over. James starts to focus narrative with the sensibility of a central consciousness. That's also one of his terms. And he also talks a lot about the germ of a story, a single idea being the controlling force that generates the structure. And of course, in this story, the controlling idea, I suppose, is the revelation on page 311 that Martyr had been the man of his time, the man to whom nothing on earth was to have happened. And we see that acted out in all different forms and variations in the story. One sentence that I didn't appreciate until after maybe 10 years of reading the story is on 295. It's after May Bartram starts to get sick. And as a consequence, in the third line, it gave him, independently of the threat of much inconvenience, because he's got to go visit her now that she's sick, almost the only positive surprise of his career, if career it could be called, had yet offered him. She had kept the house as she never had done. He had to go to her to see her. She could meet him nowhere now, though there was scarce a corner of their loved old London in which she had not in the past, at one time or another, done so. And he found her always seated by her fire in the deep old-fashioned chair she was less and less able to leave. So that detail about like having met in every place in London, it tells you that like over the 10 years they've been together, whenever they've met, she's had to come to him and to meet him. So it's only because she's sick that he goes to her house. And so it intensifies our sense of Martyr's egoism and also his obtuseness. I lost my place here. Oh yeah, the idea of the story of a man to whom nothing happens, filling that sentence in two. The paradox, of course, is he's a marked man, singled out for a special face, so that tensions start filling the story. The tensions are there in the title, The Beast in the Jungle. Think about day-to-day life as a jungle that we walk through. It's just like a lot of foliage and mess, and one weed looks the same as the other, but there's a beast waiting in there someplace, waiting for you and waiting to jump out. So the title kind of conveys what's going on in the story, which is nothing, which is what goes on in most of life, nothing very eventful. They're waiting for these beasts to jump out. So at the same time that James is developing a theory of fiction, his career is blossoming, and he starts dining out less and less in London. And one winter, he had like 150 invitations to dinner in London, which precluded him from writing. So he became less and less a stranger, eating at the tables of the prominent and rich. He preferred having friends come to him, so he becomes more reclusive and starts to develop a coterie in order to preserve his ability to write instead of to get dissipated by social life. But at the same time, his books were never bestsellers and didn't make money, and he had an interest in melodrama and the theater and drama from the beginning of his life. He started thinking about writing plays. He had a highly developed dramatic sense, which he worked at in his narratives. But working with the theater would have made him less lonely. It might have actually got him some money, and it would have given him more control over his work. The Ambassadors was dramatized at one point, and he was very unhappy with it because the producers made it into a different story. They did what Hollywood does to things. And finally, in 1895, he decided to write a play, and he staged it in London. It was called Guy Domville. it's kind of the story that you get in The Beast in the Jungle. It's about, takes place in the 18th century. It's about the last male member of a family, the sole heir, who's faced with the dilemma of whether to get married and continue the family line and keep the estate or to go into a monastery. It's James's career. Like, shall I throw myself into life or shall I become a writer and hold myself up? And he had sent invitations to all of his friends, George Bernard Shaw, H.G. Wells, Edmund Goss, Arnold Bennett, and they all came, but so did the public. And James was so nervous when the play was going on that he decided he didn't want to sit there and have to watch the audience react. So he went across town to see a play by Oscar Wilde, The Ideal Husband, and he sat in the theater, and as people were laughing at these lines that he thought were vulgar, he realized that what he had written was not going to go over with an audience like this. So he went back to the theater and got there just as the curtain was going down. There was thunderous noise in the theater, and he heard cries of author, author, author. And he got on the stage, and according to H.G. Wells, Wells never heard such a crescendo of howling. They booed him. They booed him like for 5 solid minutes. And he stood there with his mouth flapping open speechlessly, humiliated in front of like every literary light in London and the world, in a threw him into evil days. He thought, this generation doesn't get me. And so it was a kind of middle-aged fastation for him. And it led him to retreat, and it culminated in what's called the late phase of Henry James, and it's the phase into which his prose style goes, and it produces works like The Beast in the Jungle. This is what his prose style became late in his life: prolix, verbally circuitous, paraphrastic, hard to follow. The other thing I passed out today is a parody of James's style by the great parodist Max Beerbohm. And if you read this, it's very funny, actually. It's about 2 kids waking up on Christmas morning and wondering whether or not Santa left them anything in their stockings. What they see is the stockings are called a mote in the middle distance. It was with a sense of, for him. I'm not going to read any more. That's enough. So the great works that emerged from this are The Ambassadors in 1901, The Wings of the Dove in 1902, and The Golden Bull in 1904. The Beast in the Jungle is written right in the middle of this period in 1903. And so it typifies what James does at the culmination of his career, as he produces more and more tight and crafted things. Some of the great works that come out of this period are also The Turn of the Screw. How many of you read that? I'm thinking of like teaching in 45C. It's about 2 kids who are supposed to have been raised by these like really wild and debauched people who die. These 2 orphans who are taken up by these debauched and wicked people who die, and then they're given over to a governess who's convinced that ghosts of the debauched people are visiting the kids and playing with their heads. But as you read the story, you can't tell whether the governess, who's like a prude and uptight, is just nuts and is imagining these ghosts or if they're actually there. It's a truly great story. And also what Maisie knew. Maisie's an 8-year-old girl who gradually gets the news that her mommy and daddy are sleeping with other adults. And what Maisie knows is a lot more than what the parents know. It's also a great novel. So as James writes these, he becomes known more and more widely as the master, and he retreats to the country in a house called Lamb House in Rye, where pilgrims start arriving to see him. Edith Wharton, all the great writers, and among them Joseph Conrad, who decided to settle near Rye specifically to learn from Conrad. Late in his life, he dictated his works, and at first to a series of young males, which have led some writers, some critics to wonder whether or not James was in the closet. Actually, there are 2 moments in The Beast in the Jungle when, I'm going to talk about them later, when Mae Bartram says, one thing I do for you is I save you from seeming to be different from other men. And he asks her, what do I do for you that saves you from being thought of as different from other women? I'll get to it later. The irony is, of course, that by going out with him, she's compromising herself and not saving herself at all. She's making herself look like she's giving herself away to him. But the one idea is that the secret that Marcher is waiting to reveal and they can't tell anybody about is that he's really homosexual. It's one way of reading the story. But he also had female secretaries to whom he dictated. The last person was a woman named Theodora Beausoleil, who was also a member of the Society for Psychical Research, which we'll get into when we talk about Yeats. She went to seances and started channeling Henry James who it turns out wrote 3 novels after he died, but dictated to Theodora Bassanquet. I don't think they're as good as the ones that he actually wrote before he died. So in his writing at this time becomes narrow and narrow in focus, fewer clues. The action reveals itself without commentary, through dialogue, or through the tiniest details and gestures. For example, in The Beast in the Jungle, you're never once told that she's in love with him. Not even at the end, when he sort of realizes he's been in love with her, but is too stupid even to articulate it to himself. Not once in the story are you told it's a love story. You have to read between the lines. He's at the height of the artistry when he writes this. And at this period in his life, too, he becomes lionized globally. He's invited back to the States in 1904 and 5. That's when he sat in the famous chair in the English department at Berkeley. He wrote The Golden Bowl in that year, and it went through four printings in that year. He was a public celebrity. He was interviewed, who ate at the White House with Teddy Roosevelt, who gave lectures on the question of American speech. And when he retreated to England, toward the end of his life in 1907, he started to revise everything that he wrote already, and he did some pretty thorough revisions of all of his novels. It resulted in the issuing of the 24-volume New York edition of Henry James. It's a definitive edition in which he corrected everything, made his novels better, and also he wrote prefaces to all of his novels, saying a little bit about what he was doing and how this was advancing the craft of fiction. The Art of the Novel is the first work of novel theory in English, and it's followed very rapidly by Percy Lubbock's The Craft of Fiction and E.M. Forster's The Art of Fiction. James starts it. And in his last works, he started to write his autobiography in the 1910s. And then in 1915, during the middle of World War I, becomes a British subject, is offered the Medal of Honor. And his last words, he's supposed to have flinched off a blow and said, "Here it is at last, the distinguished event." And then he died. Which makes me want to tell you what Oscar Wilde's last words were. Either that wallpaper goes or I do. he actually said it about a month before he died, but it's recited as his last words. Okay, so let's take a look at what you read and see how the broader features of James's psychological development and career apply to the story, The Beast. The style is the late James, which is why I assigned it. It's a tangle. It's a fog. It's tortuous. It's like the Beerbaum parody of James, a kind of parody of James, but it's essential. And it seems like in the story nothing happens because there's so much paraphrastic beating about the bush. But that's not so. Let's look at a single sentence on page 307. This is after she dies. The first sentence in section 6. He stayed away after this for a year. He visited the depths of Asia, spending himself on scenes of romantic interest, of superlative sanctity, but what was present to him everywhere was that for a man who had known what he had known, the world was vulgar and vain. And it goes on to describe pagodas and all these Asian splendors. So a weaker writer would have taken a trip to Asia. I mean, that's a great subject for a novel. Why didn't he write 3 volumes on a trip to Asia? It's in the story, and you've read the Ellen Quartermain novels and everything, so you know all about trips to Asia. James is going to do that. But nonetheless, this tells us that a lot happens. Let's also compare the first page of the story, the sentence I read you, what determined the speech that startled him scarcely mattered, blah, blah, blah. Compare that to the language you get on page 311 at the end of the story. This is after he's seen the stranger weeping at a grave next to May Bartram's. The third line on 311, the sight that had just met his eyes named him as in letters of quick flame something he had utterly insanely missed. And what he had missed made these things a train of fire, made them mark themselves in an anguish of inward throbs. He had seen outside of his life, not learned it within. Such was the force of his conviction of the meaning of the stranger's face, which still flared for him like a smoky torch. It had not come to him, the knowledge on the wings of experience. It had brushed him, jostled him, upset him with the disrespect of chance, the insolence of an accident. Now that the illumination had begun, however, it blazed to the zenith. The name on the tablet smote him. Smote, blazed, fire. Those are strong words. It's almost biblical. This is a moment of revelation in which the bestiality of Martyr's life is being revealed to him. So compare the style in the opening paragraph to the style here, which is pretty intense. Neither of these is James's style. They both are. And it suggests that his prose is full of varied effects. The style is representing Marcher's consciousness, or lack of it, or best of all, his awakening to a sense of his deficiency of it. In the first sentence, the word startle is the one word that stands out. It's the mode of the story. Then we're told what caused him to get startled, the reminder that, like he once said, I'm special, scarcely matters, but it stuck with him. So that word startled gives us a motive for wanting to read. We want to know what startled him, and that's where the first section goes. It takes us to the train of thought that leads us to understand why Marcher is startled. But the startle is buried in this paraphrastic, fat, fussy, avoiding prose. Like Marcher, everything is muffled and stifled. And what determined the speech that startled him, in the sense that scarcely matters, but if you look at the details, what causes the speech that startles him is that she talks to him. It's like she's been written out of the sentence. She doesn't matter. What matters is that she reminded him that he was great. But she's written out. So we're seeing in this sentence a sign of Marcher's obtuseness. He doesn't see what's going on. Another possible meaning to the name Marcher, we're dealing here with something called aptonyms. These are common in literary. Characters are named to resemble like what they are. So, like you get a smart woman in Vanity Fair, she's sharp. She's Becky Sharp. You get a guy who's like bovine and stupid, and you call him Charles Bovary, or something like that. So, Marcher's name means things. I'm tempted to share with you the name of an editor that James writes about. The editor of a journal called Smatter and Chatter, whose name is Mr. Pinhorn. That's all you need to know about him. So, a march can be like a border too. The marches of Whale, a kind of armor. And Marcher is not only a man with a purpose on the march, a marked man, he's also armored. What we see in the opening is that what happens throughout the story is that emotions get stifled and covered up. As it's put on page 289, as they talk, things get crowded out of consciousness. So let me just be blunt about this and say it's a love story. It's the same love story that you've read over and over and over again, and I've read over and over again. It's just nobody ever says it. No one says it, and for that reason, you have to say you love the other person if you're in love. And because nobody says it, it's kind of an anti-love story. The story interest in turn arises from the disjunction between what's happening in the story, nothing. They meet and chat and wait and wait and wait. The disjunction between that and what we all want to happen in the story, and what May Bartram wants to happen too, is that they fall in love. And the story keeps on tipping on that. You keep on thinking that he's finally going to get it. On her deathbed, she's like offering himself to her on a plate, all dressed up, throwing herself at him, and he doesn't get it. And it never turns into a love story. It never does until it's too late. And by the end, recall Marcher is a man of our time, as it's put on page 311, in another kind of key sentence in the story. He had been a man of his time, the man to whom nothing on earth was to have happened. Is this the way life is with all of us? What's happening in your life right now? How many of you are waiting for something to happen, just waiting for yourself to start writing the great American novel, or to finally ask somebody out on a date or something? If you read about what was going on in your life right now, would it be that much more interesting than what goes on with Marcher? Marcher is a traveler of the world. He's been to Naples, to Rome, to London, to Asia. Most of us haven't. We don't lead lives as interesting as Marcher's. So if you have a partner like Marcher does, are you leading a life of avoidance and evasion and not talking about the really important things that are on your mind, whether it's proposing marriage or saying, I got to get out of here? That's what was more or less going on in the story. The beast in the jungle it's the passions. It's terror, terror of like making himself vulnerable by giving himself to this woman. It's everything that's hidden and avoided. It's a heart-wrenching story, and for both of them, because when all is said and done, he's waiting for something to happen, but she's waiting too. She's waiting for him. Why doesn't she get out and find something more productive to do? She kind of reflects the fate of women in the 19th century, reduced to the state of just waiting and being passive. So return to the prose. it makes us like him. It puts us in we don't really understand what's going on. James makes this prose obtuse to put us in Martyr's position. We're in a fog until it's all over, and we do get it. We realize the kind of pathos that Martyr suffers, and it's intensified by the setting and time. When they meet in the opening section of the story, he's 35. We learned that on page 279. And we learned that he's met her when he's 25, 10 years ago. And then I've never been able to kind of do the chronology of the story. It takes over 10 years. They lead virtually a whole life in the middle of the story. But at the beginning, he's already in middle age. And when we see him, he's single and set apart. Looking at, he's a person who's not at home, taken to another home to observe strangers, looking at bric-a-brac. He's like a dilettante, looking at people, looking at other people and dilettantes. And as he's watching people looking at things, he's telling himself that he's so much better than them. He's not like a dog sniffing into the cupboards. He's just sniffing after other people, not after what they're looking at. Then on the second paragraph, we're told that it's October. The estate is called Weather End. It's like it's all over. There's nothing more is going to happen, not even weather. And the details on page, in the second paragraph, tell us that it's October, the end of the year. What do the names May and March suggest? May and March are the calendar year, and the suggestion that time is passing. At the bottom of 278, everything is described as old. Old furniture, old gold. Every page is passing. And then on page 288, we get a single sentence. They grow old together, leading a kind of virtual marriage. Running out of time, so I don't know where to go from here. Let me leave you with some pointers towards some of the passages that really trouble me. And I can't figure out what's going on, so if you can, let me know. What does the word "no" mean on page 284? In the first sentence of the second section, the fact that she knew, in quotation marks, knew and yet neither chafed him nor betrayed him, had in a short time begun to constitute between them a sensible bond. Now, know is spelled like in quotation marks several times in the story. What's the difference between like knowing and knowing without the quotation marks? It suggests that he sort of knows and sort of doesn't. It's knowing but not really knowing. It's the point of view of somebody who's not totally in touch with himself, a central intelligence, who can't recall his life. He doesn't remember what happened with May Bartram back there in Rome, although she does. So we get a sense that he avoids passions. The beasts are the passions that he avoids. Sections 2 to 4 describe virtual marriage. They grow old together. They act like a couple. The one thing, they act like a couple also in the sense they avoid talking. So we get like 4 sections that are, I think they're meant to be like critical moments when they finally decide they've got to figure out what's going on. And the way it's put in one of these sections on page 293 is this is the last paragraph. The day inevitably came for a further sounding of their depths. It was as if those depths, constantly bridged over by a structure that was firm enough in spite of its lightness and its occasional oscillation in the somewhat vertiginous air, it was as if these depths invited on occasion, in the interest of their nerves, a dropping of the plummet and a measurement of the abyss. The difference had been made, moreover, all at once by the fact that she had all the while not appeared to feel the need of rebutting his charge or an idea within her that she didn't dare express, uttered just before one of the... I just got lost. It's a moment where they've got it tells us they don't often talk about what's going on between them, but the moments that we do get, they do talk. And on one of those, a couple of these occasions, on page 289 and 293, they have this discussion where she says, I'll look at page 289. Starting at the bottom of 288, so while they got older together, she did watch him, and so she let his association give shape and color to her own existence. Beneath her forms as well, detachment had learned to sit, and behavior had become for her, in the social sense, a false account of herself. She's pretending to be a friend, but she's in love. There was but one account of her that would have been true all the while, and that she could give directly to nobody, least of all to John Marcher. She's in love, but she can't say it. She's a woman in the 19th century. Her whole attitude was a virtual statement, but the perception of that only seemed destined to take its place for him as one of the many things necessarily crowded out of his consciousness. If she had, moreover, like himself, to make sacrifices to their real truth, it was to be granted that her compensation might have affected her as more prompt and more natural. This is a hard sentence to understand. She has to make sacrifices to the real truth. She can't say that she's in love because it would drive. He'd run. He'd run away. And so her compensation is presumably just his company. She's in love with him. But they go on to talk about how, at the bottom of the page, our habit saves you, at least, don't you see, because it makes you, after all, for the vulgar, indistinguishable for other men. I'm your dull woman is a part of the daily bread for which you pray at church. That covers your tracks more than anything. What covers yours? Asked Marcher, whom this dull woman could mostly, to this extent, amuse. And she goes on to say, what is it that saves you? And she doesn't say, but the fact is that by going out with him, she's not preventing people from talking about herself the way that going out with her prevents people from talking about him. The fact is that people would talk about her and say that she's being loose. So in short, the 4 episodes we get in the middle, we realize retrospectively are an account of their confrontations over 10 years. And in between, there's lots of smatter and chatter, as with most of us. As he waits, she waits for something to happen, and the style replicates the evasiveness. So I'm going to have to leave you there. You got 2 handouts today. One is a 2-sided handout that shows you the Cutty Sark, the 3-masted schooner on which the story The Secret Sharer is distantly based. I'll explain it. And the second handout is a short story from Max Beerbohm's Christmas Garland called The Feast. Christmas Garland is a collection of 12 short stories, all of them parodies of other writers. All of them take place on Christmas. So if you read the one about Henry James, it's about 2 kids waking up and trying to figure out whether Santa has left them anything in their stockings. The Feast is about somebody who's invited to a Christmas dinner in the jungle only to find out that he's being served for dinner. But I would like you to appreciate Beerbohm's acuity on Conrad's prose. I'm starting just with the first paragraph. The hut in which slept the white man was on a clearing between the forest and the river. Silence. The silence, murmurous and unquiet of a tropical night, brooded over the hut that, baked though by the sun, sweated a vapor beneath the cynical light of the stars. Mahamo lay rigid and watchful at hut's mouth, in his upturned eyes and along the polished surface of his lean black body black and immobile. The stars were reflected, creating an illusion of themselves who were illusions. So you get Conrad's penchant for abstract diction here, and also for the inversion of adjectives. Some people have claimed to be able to detect Polish syntax patterns in his English because, as you all know, he's born in Poland, Joseph Conrad Korzeniowski, and he's the son of both a mother and a father who come from families with a long tradition of freedom fighting in Poland. And as you know, Poland was a colony of Russia in the 19th century. And the expectation seems to have been that Conrad would follow in his family's footsteps and help the cause of Poland, but instead, at the age of 18, he ran away and joined the Merchant Marine. Both the French Merchant Marine, the German Merchant Marine, and the British Merchant Marine. And as you read through there are various moments in Conrad's career where various characters betray people who are near and dear to them and jump ship. And some people have seen Conrad's leaving of Poland as the event in his life that made him able to write about betrayal and treachery so well. In the Merchant Marine, there were a couple episodes that have led people to wonder about his life. He ended up in a hospital in Barcelona in the middle of his career and wrote a letter to his uncle saying that he had been shot in a duel, and the uncle rushed from Poland to visit him. And nobody's clear on the exact details, but what seems to have been the case is that there was no duel, but that Conrad tried to commit suicide. He may have gotten involved in a gun-running expedition to South America or something illegal and lost a lot of money. He was always having trouble with money throughout his life. But that dark episode has also led some critics to wonder if messing up in that situation is informed as fiction. And then in his 40s, he decides to settle. He could have settled in France, in Germany, in Poland. He decided to settle in England, one of the most conservative European nations. And he specifically chose to live near James, as I mentioned last time, near Rye, whom he visited and called Master. And together, Conrad learned a lot from James about how to structure fiction. And together with a third novelist, Ford Madox Ford, James and Conrad are grouped together as impressionists, along with Ford, who's the writer of a great novel called The Good Soldier. And also Virginia Woolf's sister, Vanessa Stevens Bell, was a painter who did impressionist stuff. And the impressionists were making a big smash on the European art scene. And Ford started to talk about James and Conrad and himself as impressionists because if you think about the usual way in which perception is illustrated in philosophical text, you have a subject, an observer, who looks at an object and then gets an impression of the object in his head. What Impressionism does, to simplify it and put it into a nutshell, is instead of looking like a camera at the objective world, it looks at this, the process by which a subject is looking at the object. So when you look at a Monet painting, for example, you're not seeing just water lilies, but water lilies at a particular time of day and at a particular place, filtered through a particular observer. So I think we saw this last time because in The Beast in the Jungle, we're looking at it's not really Weatherend or London or Asia. It's really Marcher's consciousness, which is evasive and obtuse and only slow to open up to an understanding of what's it about. So we're giving a sense of like the impressions that are made on Marcher's mind. And so comparably in Ford and Conrad. So if James and Conrad were co-workers in some ways. And incidentally, Conrad and Ford collaborated on a novel called Romance, a jointly written novel. If Conrad and James were co-workers, they were kind of opposites also. James presents the spectacular writer had such confidence that he could like wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and start writing a novel and finish it within a week and start another one without giving a thought. Whereas Conrad had to bleed his writing out. He didn't have confidence. In fact, he wrote a novel called Confidence to explore the whole topic. His work is characterized by a lack of it, and further exacerbated by the fact that his fiction didn't sell well. He had a family to support, unlike James, a wife and kids, and he was always running out of money or in debt. Ford, in one of his essays on Conrad, says that there's a trip where Conrad was going from Rye to London to visit his publishers, and he was so upset and distressed and depressed that he was writhing on the floor of the railway carriage, pulling at his hair. 20 years later, somebody asked Ford if that really happened, and Ford said, "No, I was just giving you my impression of Conrad." So, but he's kind of the dark side of James. I assigned The Secret Sharer because it's less involved in The Heart of Darkness, which I assume most of you have read. Heart of Darkness is difficult work to teach because it's to most readers, obviously anti-imperialist, but at the same time kind of racist. And so talking about it is difficult, and more difficult than we have time for in one class. The Secret Sharer is more straightforward and simple, and it encapsulates his art because it allows us to see how into this story goes a blend of Conrad's own experience and also his reading on the maritime and nautical news of the day, stories based on a very famous incident, and also his psychological acumen, because this turns out to be a kind of psychological thriller. As far as his own experience is concerned, Conrad had the experience of having been appointed commander of a ship for the first time and of having to be responsible for this moving building and all the lives on it. In 1888, he was made commander of the Otago, which sailed from Bangkok to Singapore, roughly in the area of the world that the captain's boat sails in this story. And in the following year, he sailed on a steamer up the Congo on a journey that gave him the basis of materials for Heart of Darkness, where he contracted fever. And then just after that trip, he moved to England and started to write about his experiences. He's having a particularly hard time when he writes The Secret Sharer, undergoing a kind of breakdown in morale and also in money. So all of that goes into the story. And then in 1880, this is based on a real incident that involved that ship whose picture I passed around, the Cutty Sark. In 1880, there's a famous incident where the captain, the Cutty Sark had been in a storm and was in danger of sinking. I'm getting all this information, by the way, from a book called The Log of the Cutty Sark by Basil. There was furious bursts of activity on the deck of the ship to keep it afloat. And a bucky mate, I don't know what that is, a bucky mate called Sidney Smith manhandled 3 of the crewmen who were refusing to obey an order. And 3 of these crewmen were black, which Conrad doesn't tell us. And at one point, the bucko mate, Sidney Smith, rushed one of these sailors and grabbed a capstan, a big metal bar, and was about to the sailor grabbed a capstan and was going to hit the mate, and he grabbed it from his hand and hit him and killed him. And having been guilty of murder, he persuaded the kind-hearted Captain Wallace to let him escape. He was passed on to an American ship. And the crew hated both the captain and the mate, so they went furious. They were furious about this guy being let off the hook. And they were so furious, the captain committed suicide 4 days later. And years later, Smith was caught and tried and sentenced to prison for murder on the high seas. He served 7 years. So that's the story on which, the real story on which Conrad's story is based. And he's made a number of adjustments that pitch it up into a greater intensity. I'm going to quote, this is the book I read, Secret Share, in the first time, and I still have all my notes in it, so I'm going to read from this while citing the pages in the edition you have. This edition comes with a foreword that says that the story is about accidental strangulation. And that phrase bears examination, I think, because you can spill a glass of milk accidentally, and maybe you can even total a car accidentally or a ship accidentally, but can you strangle somebody accidentally? Strangulation usually takes a little effort, and the story hinges on the ambiguity of what exactly happens between Leggett and the murdered man. I'll put the word ambiguity up here because it's going to enter into my analysis of the story. So there are 2 versions of the story of what happens on the unnamed boat in this story, and one is told by Leggett in 2 sections ranging from pages 295 to 6 and 310 to 1. So I'm going to skip back and forth between these 2 sections to give you a sense of what happened. Starting on page 295. It happened while we were setting a reefed foresail at dusk. Reefed foresail. You understand the sort of weather. The only sail we had to keep the ship running. So you may guess what it had been like for days. Going on, we're told that this is a deep sea, and this is a 3-masted schooner. So on page 310, it wasn't a heavy sea. It was a sea gone mad. I suppose the end of the world will be something like that, and a man may have a heart to see it coming once and be done with it, but to have to face it day after day, I don't blame anybody. I was precious little better than the rest, only I was an officer of that old coal wagon anyhow. So I see this like the end of the world, a heavy sea, a deep sea as it's called. We need to picture the condition of this boat. It's in a storm where it's called a coal wagon, which tells us it's heavy. In the novel Lord Jim, Conrad evokes a similar situation where a ship weighing 2 tons gets a hole in the side and is about to go down to the bottom like a shot. Something like that is happening here. We're meant to understand that on the ship, the sails have been torn off the three masts, so that it can't go forward. It's just sitting there, a heavy object in the water, ready to go down. The only thing that will keep it afloat is some momentum. The setting of a reef foresail that will drag it forward in the water with enough motion so that it won't go to the bottom. So Leggett is claiming that the ship is in danger of sinking, and it's his order to put up the sail that saves 25 lives. The sea is said to be so bad it turns your gray hair to look at it. And the captain is a nervous wreck because, as we're told on page 295, he hasn't slept in a week. The skipper, too, started raving like the rest of them. The man had been deprived of sleep for more than a week. On page 310, he's said to be whimpering and not acting. He's just paralyzed. He's terrified, according to Leggett. And he's also afraid, as we're told on page 298. He was afraid of the men, and also of the old second mate of his who had been sailing with him for years, a gray-headed old humbug, and his steward, too, had been with him devil knows how long, 17 years or more, a dogmatic sort of loafer who hated me like poison just because I was the chief mate. Those two old chaps ran the ship. Devil only knows what the skipper wasn't afraid of. All of his nerve went to pieces altogether in that hellish spell of bad weather we had. He was afraid of what the law would do to him, of his wife perhaps. Oh yeah, she's on board too. So the captain's terrified of his wife, the law, everything else, and it doesn't act. And so according to Leggett, he takes it upon himself as chief mate to give the order to set the sail. And as he puts it on page 46, 311, the same strung-up force which had given 24 men a chance at least for their lives had, in a sort of recoil, crushed an unworthy mutinous existence. So the killing of this one man who's preventing the sail from going up, according to Leggett, justifies the killing of this one man. And then there's the question about the killing as it's described on page 295. I believe the fellow was half crazed with funk. It was no time for gentlemanly reproof, so I turned around and felled him like an ox. He up and at me. We closed just as an awful sea made for the ship. All hands saw it coming and took to the rigging, but I had him by the throat and went on shaking him like a rat, the men above us yelling, "Look out! Look out!" Then I crashed as if the sky had fallen on my head. They say that for over 10 minutes hardly anything was to be seen of the ship, just the three masts and a bit of the forecastle head and of the poop, all awash, driving along in the smother of foam. It was a miracle they found us jammed together behind the forebitts. It's clear that I meant business because I was holding him by the throat. Still, when they picked us up, he was black in the face. It was too much for them, it seems. They rushed us aft together, gripped as we were screaming murder like a lot of lunatics, and broke into the cuddy. So that detail about Leggett grabs the guy, the sea pours down on them like the sky is falling for 10 minutes. When the water clears, they discover Leggett's hands around the neck of this guy, which leaves us with two questions. One, is this a conscious killing or is it an unconscious killing? If he's like underwater and being drowned, is he just hanging on for dear life? There's a story told in Lord Jim. Somebody's trying to find any hero in the world. They tell a story of this little guy who's 5'2" who dies trying to save this woman who's 6 foot tall from drowning. And then somebody says, well, he wasn't trying to save her. He was hanging on because he wanted something to float with. So is Leggett here just hanging on to the guy because he doesn't want to be swept out to sea? Or does he consciously kill him? And then the second question to ask is this an act of justified murder or is it unjustified? And then there's finally a third possibility that the man was killed not by Leggett but by just the force of the heavy sea. There's also the possibility that this is a case of unconscious action, which occurs at the heart of Conrad's novel Lord Jim, when somebody just goes blank and jumps without even thinking what he's doing. So that's one story, that Leggett saves 25 lives by dealing with this one refractory crewman. However, there are two versions of the events in the story, and the second is told by Captain Archibald, who we learn on page 307. Has 37 years of experience at sea. He's somebody who's seen it all. And he comes on board the ship looking for Leggett, and the captain asks him for the story. And after he's heard it, says, well, it's obvious that you were saved by the reefed foresail, that if that guy hadn't put up this foresail, you all would have sunk. And as the captain puts it on page 306. I've actually got the numbers of 3 different editions in my notes. It's in the, at the top, where is it? Toward the bottom of page 306. That reefed foresail saved you, I threw in. Under God it did, he exclaimed fervently. It was by a special mercy. I firmly believe that it stood some of those hurricane squalls. It was the setting of that sail which, I began. God's own hand in it. He interrupted me. Nothing less could have done it. I don't mind telling you that I hardly dared give the order. it seemed impossible that we could touch anything without losing it. So two things to notice here. The captain believes that the sail didn't save the ship. Nothing could have saved it. It was just an act of God. They just lucked out. Fooling with the sail was just extraneous to anything having to do with their lives or death. And he also says, I hardly dare give the order. But to which Leggett protests on page 310. Toward the bottom of the page, the man told you he hardly dared to give the order. I understood the reference to be that saving foresail. Yes, he was afraid of it being lost in the setting. I assure you he never gave the order. He may think he did, but he never gave it. He stood there with me on the break of the poop after the main topsail blew away and whimpered about our last hope, positively whimpered about it and nothing else, and the night coming on. To hear one skipper go on like that in such weather was enough to drive any fellow out of his mind. It worked me up into a sort of desperation. So two contradictory stories about who saved the foresail and whether or not setting it even did anything at all. Then we also, the captain who narrates the story says to Captain Archibald, well, could it be that the sea broke the guy's neck? And on page 306, the captain says, no, it couldn't have been the sea. And he sticks out his tongue as if to suggest that this guy was strangled violently. And then finally we're told by the Captain Archibald on page 307 that Leggett is not on board the Sephora because he's particularly skilled, but because he's got good connections, and he's sort of been forced onto the boat, and that he's not the style of man that usually serves aboard the Sephora. He's got there for odd reasons. So we're left with the question of wondering whether or not Leggett killed this man out of brutal viciousness, out of criminal propensity, or out of necessity, whether he did it consciously or not. And there are a number of points in the story that make it clear the captain's not sure what to make of Leggett. On page 298, there's a story of Leggett's being put in prison, and I think he's asked, "Why didn't you burst out?" He said, "Then I would have had to kill somebody, and I couldn't see myself doing that." And yet, at the end of the story, I think on page 300, there's a moment when the steward goes into the room where the captain is hiding Leggett, and the steward doesn't come out right away, and the captain worries about whether or not Leggett has strangled him. So the captain thinks that he's perhaps capable of criminal propensities. Anyway, we're left with ambiguity in the story as to what exactly happened. And I think the story prepares us for that right from the beginning when you get an account of the ship leaving the shore and going through this maze of articulated lines, a pagoda on one side, a temple on the other, and gradually as you go out to sea, a loss of definition in this world where laws break down. Conrad is introducing us to modern times where ethical situations become problematically hard to interpret. Lord Jim is it's the first disaster novel. It's about a ship carrying 800 people that the captain and crew discovers that it could possibly sink, and so they all desert and leave 800 people there to die. It was based on a real story that created shockwaves around the world, as did the Cutty Stark story. So we've got moral decisions to make in reading this story, but at a couple points in the story, the narrator tells us that he's not interested in the moral issues, more the psychological ones. That, for instance, on page 307. So when after Captain Archibald comes on, he knows that the captain is going to make inquiries about this guy he's befriended, and so he thinks, how else could I have received him? Not heartily. That was impossible for psychological reasons, which I need not state here. My only object was to keep off his inquiries. And then further, at the top of the next page, 308, I could not, I think, have met him by a direct lie, also for psychological, not moral reasons, if he had only known how afraid I was of putting my feeling of identity with the other to the test. So this takes the story out of the realm of morality, though all those questions are there to ponder into the realm of psychology. And we see that the captain at the beginning of the story strikes up a sympathetic identification with Leggett because, like Leggett, he's vulnerable in an insecure position. And also because the only reason Leggett is on board the ship is because he's spawned the occasion. He's responsible for Leggett being on the ship. There's a famous passage early on, maybe the motivic passage, the one that launches the story, I'm 21, I said. 289. This is when he first gets on the ship. I knew very little of my officers. In consequence of certain events of no particular significance except to myself, I had been appointed to the command only a fortnight before. Neither did I know much of the hands forward. All these people had been together for 18 months or so, and my position was that of the only stranger on board. I mention this because it has some bearing on what is to follow. But what I felt most was my being a stranger to the ship, and if the truth must be told, I was myself somewhat of a stranger to myself. The youngest man on board, barring the second mate, and untried as yet by a position of the fullest responsibility, I was willing to take the adequacy of the others for granted, but not so much my own. So he's a stranger on the ship, alone on the ship. And of course, after Leggett gets on board, he's called a stranger on the ship too, which gives them words for a sympathetic identification. Everybody else on the ship is at ease, has worked on it for a long time and knows each other. These two don't know anybody. Okay, he's working with two mates, one of whom, we're told on page 289, has a terrific growth of whiskers, horrible whiskers, frightful whiskers, which tells us that he's older and also beefy in hirsute, older than the captain, a man of experience. The second mate is round-cheeked, as we're told on page 289, and he's also the youngest guy on board. He's described at various points in the story as sneering and impudent, with quivering lips. So the captain, in other words, is positioned between an older man with whiskers and a younger man with round cheeks who sneers at him. The old one is experienced and in a position to be critical of the captain's immaturity. The young one is new and prepared to see the captain as an old man. So this is the perfect structure of male paranoia, to be judged from both sides by a guy who's older and more experienced and younger, and waiting to see what older guys can do. The situation is Oedipal. The captain's is caught between the two. The old man who thinks he's callow and too young and untested, and the young one who thinks he's an authoritarian. All males are in this position of being judged by older males and younger males too, and of having to wonder about their own qualifications from the middle point. Then both of these males are also seasoned. They've sailed with the sufferer for a long time, whereas this is his first run of the ship, and yet he's supposed to be command of these two mates of the ship and of men he doesn't know. So, as he says back there on page 289, I was willing to take the adequacy of the others for granted. The implication is that he's not willing to take his own adequacy for granted. So how to fit in is a question that is there from the beginning of the story, and he answers it very curiously on page 290. He stops the mate, the older mate, to whom he's pointed out there's a second ship out there. I detained him as he was making a move. For the last 2 days, the crew had plenty of hard work, and the night before they had very little sleep. I felt painfully that I, a stranger, was doing something unusual when I directed him to let all hands turn in without setting the anchor watch. I proposed to keep on deck myself till 1 o'clock or thereabouts. He concealed his astonishment. Very well, sir. Outside the cuddy, he put his head in the second mate's door to inform him of my unheard-of caprice to take a 5 hours anchor watch on myself. I heard the other raise his voice incredulously. What? The captain himself? My strangeness, which had made me sleepless, had prompted that unconventional arrangement, as if I had expected in those solitary hours of the night to get on terms with the ship of which I knew nothing, man by man of whom I knew nothing more. So I take the kind of astonishment of the crew members to be the equivalent of, he's the captain of the ship and he's doing a job that one of the crew members should do. This would be the equivalent if I said to you on October 10th, oh, don't worry, I'll write all your papers for you. You would regard that as an unheard of caprice and be a little incredible. It's not what the captain is supposed to do. He's supposed to let the men do this. And as a consequence of his taking the anchor watch, he forgets to pull up the ladder. Where's this? On page 291. I observed that the rope-side ladder, put over, no doubt, for the master of the tug, when he had come to fetch away our letters, had not been hauled in as it should have been. I became annoyed at this, for exactitude in some small matters is the very soul of discipline. Then I reflected that I had myself peremptorily dismissed my offers from duty, and by my own act had prevented the anchor watch being formally set and things properly attended to. I asked myself whether it was wise ever to interfere with the established routines of duties, even from the kindest of motives. My action might have made me appear eccentric. Goodness only knows how absurdly whiskered mate would account for my conduct. I was vexed with myself. And of course, it's not just the men talk about him for forgetting to pull up the ladders. The fact the ladder's there that Leggett is pulled to the ship. So his strangeness and eccentricity makes Leggett appear. And it turns out that Leggett, like everybody else on the ship, is not different from him. Like the captain, Leggett is a stranger on board. To evoke some of the language you'll have noticed on page 300, I was almost as much a stranger on board as he was. On page 311, there are two strangers on board, both strangers. Details repeated over again. You can't miss it. And then it turns out on page 294, they're about the same age, and they learned that. They figured that out because they've both gone to the same school. You're a Conway boy. I am, he said, as if startled. Then slowly, perhaps you too? It was so, but being a couple years older, I had left before he joined it. Conway was a training ship, and it would be like if you were in the middle of Southeast Asia in a jam and you ran across somebody who said they were from Berkeley. You kind of have a friend. They've been on the same training ship, and their experiences are about identical as their clothes by the time that Leggett gets dressed up in the captain's clothing. So like the captain sees him lying in bed and thinks he's seeing an image of himself lying there. Then finally, Leggett is an appealing figure to the captain because he's unthreatened. He has nothing to prove. He's the kind of person who's been in the worst position possible, a situation where he's forced to kill somebody, and yet he comes out of it unscathed and self-possessed and able to talk to the captain in a sort of conversation he can't have with members of his crew. First line of dialogue that the captain has with Leggett is, Leggett comes up the ladder, "What's the matter?" "Cramp." Nothing threatening about that. They're very much like each other, and of course that leads to vocabulary that will have hit you over the head, as Conrad describes Leggett as my own reflection, my double, my secret self, my other, my reflection, and so on and so forth. So Leggett, I'm going to say, is a double. He's a person in incomparable conditions. One other thing I mentioned, Captain Archibald says that Leggett's not the sort of man that usually gets on the Sephora. And in the paragraph I read you where the captain talks about his insecurities, he says, "I got this job at short notice under special circumstances," which tells you that he's been kind of given this job as a plum too, or like he didn't get this by the ordinary means as well, so he's like Leggett in that sense too. But Leggett is a double, somebody who's been like him in trying circumstances and has managed to come through. They tell about Leggett getting there unorthodoxly is on page 41, and the captain on page 21. So I would say that Leggett is a double. A Leggett is a representative of somebody else. And Conrad, of course, gives us Leggett, but you cannot hear Leggett behind it. Maybe Leggett is a representative of his own insecurity, a man in much the same position who does the worst possible thing and still emerges self-possessed and in command and confident. Confidence is what the narrator of the story is looking for. And Leggett, moreover, is the person who is down there in your bedroom or in your bathroom and in your jammies, the one that everyone knows is there in their private and secret space, and the one you don't reveal to others, if you know what I mean, and I think that you do. So hence Leggett's role as a double. The late 19th century is full of stories about doubles. You've got, of course, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Edgar Allan Poe writes a story called William Wilson about this guy who's got a person who looks just like him and goes around the world doing ugly things to people and giving him a bad reputation. Dostoevsky's got a novel called The Double. It seems to emerge in the 19th century, the sense that people are not straightforwardly put together but have double lives or have secret things below the deck going on. One of the double pairs that's evoked in this story on page 289 and 316 is Cain. Leggett is said to be branded with the mark of Cain in both those places. And there's a great book called Violence and the Sacred, written by a retired professor down at Stanford named René Girard, who points out in a chapter on scapegoating that in the histories of world formation, cities start to grow when one brother kills another. So in the Old Testament, Cain kills Abel, and cities start to grow. In Roman history, Romulus kills Remus, and city start to grow. His inference is that these stories are about how, in order for people to get together harmoniously in society, certain impulses and propensities have to be killed off. It's usually accounted for in the growth of cities. Some people have to be put in prisons and lunatic asylums for the city to work. So the getting rid of legate may suggest the throwing off of threatening propensities here. At this point, the story becomes a psychological thriller because the captain's mind is now engaged in two areas of attention. Part of him has to be on deck doing his duty in the here and now, above the surface of things, where he has to appear collected and self-possessed. A lot of his attention is on the ship, but half of his mind is also wondering what's going on underneath, down below, where Leggett is hiding. So do you ever feel like you're not entirely commanding yourself, or that you're not entirely on deck? That you're not all together? That's what the story starts to amount to now. An account of a captain whose mind is in two places at once, one of them there visible in the public, and one of them occulted in secret. As the captain puts it on page 37, I'm sorry, 303. All the time, the dual working of my mind distracted me almost to the point of insanity. I was constantly watching myself, my secret self, as dependent on my actions as on my own personality, sleeping in that bed, behind that door, which faced me as I sat at the head of the table. It was very much like being mad, only it was worse because one was aware of it. Sleeping in that bed behind that door. If you look at the diagram of the quarters on the Cuddy Sark that I passed around, it's on the back. You notice that when the crew is eating at the table there, they're sitting here. There's a wall here, and behind it the captain's bedroom with the bed. So the captain is having dinner with his crew, is worried about Leggett revealing himself or about them discovering it. But his body is dual working. Half of his attention is here with his crew, and half of it is here in a space that the crew can't see. So arguably that happens to all of us, that there's a part of you that's visible to everybody else around you, engages to everybody else around you, but a part of your mind that's off in a part of the world that's occulted that nobody else can see. That raises the question of whether or not Leggett is really there. The captain thinks on page 314. The steward comes into the captain's quarters with a coat, and the captain is sure that Leggett is going to be discovered, and the steward doesn't come out for a while. And finally he comes out and he hasn't seen Leggett. And Leggett explains later on he ducked down and hid in the bathroom and remained undetected. But for the moment, the captain says, very last lines on page 314, "It would not be true to say I had a shock, but an irresistible doubt of his bodily existence flitted through my mind. Can anybody ask myself that he's not visible to other eyes than mine? It was like being haunted. I think I had come creeping quietly as near insanity as any man who had not actually gone over the border." I'm putting the word doubt up here too. So the relation of the two is kind of revealed at the moment that the captain and Leggett get together. On page 291, after he discovers he's left the ladder there because of his eccentricity, the captain says, "I put my head over the rail." And he looks down and sees Leggett, described as ghostly. With a gasp, I now saw revealed to my stare a pair of feet, the long legs, a broad, livid back immersed right up to the neck in a greenish, cadaverous glow. One hand, awash, clutched the bosom rung of the ladder. He was complete but for the head, a headless corpse, kind of ectoplastic and ghost-like, not real. What's interesting about this passage to me, though, is that if you follow the detailing, the captain puts his head over the side of the boat to look at Leggett. There's the captain. Pardon my stick figures. and he looks down, and he can't see Leggett's head. He can just see the bottom of the body. So it's like the body's been cut in half. The captain's the head. Leggett actually says later on page 35, the first line of 35, I saw a man's head looking over. He can't see the body. So the two figures now, the two figures divide themselves into a part that is above the neck and a part that's below the deck. Or to pull the terms of the story together, everything from the neck up is we can kind of figure as being on deck, and everything from the neck down, to speak idiomatically, is in deep water, boiling with criminal capacities. So we have two agents. In other words, we have two agents in the story. One is the head of a ship, in the head. He's public and substantial, and one of whom is invisible, kind of ghostly, ectoplastic, and associated with the bedroom and the bathroom, places that are private. So it would simplify the story to say that Leggett's a figment of the narrator's imagination, a dark setup from the depths. But he does take on that kind of role. It would represent, I suppose, the impulsive parts of the captain, the parts that just lash out with either sexual aggression or criminal aggression. Leggett is naked half the time and associated with the bedroom. And he's also, we can think of Leggett as a closeted figure. He's kept perpetually shut up and not shown to anybody else out in the public. So I want to take that phrase the dual workings of a mind on page 37 and amplify it now to show you how brilliantly Conrad has constructed the story. I'm going to start looking at the word two. The word doubt is related to the word double. They both have the D-O-U-B. Of duplicity, too. There are two captains in this story. There's Captain Archibald and the captain who narrates it. But there are two captains in two senses, too, because even if you regard Archibald and the narrator captain as two captains, on the captain's boat there are two captains. On page 54, it was as if the ship had two captains, because he's got his official duty, he's got to deliver cargo, but he's also got the duty of getting Leggett to a place of safety, which is the end of the story. There are two captains on two boats and two captains on one boat, and then there are two stories, two interpretations of the same story. There are on each of the two boats two officers, and things begin to happen, we're told on page 22, on the second day out. We're also given a little ominous detail about a scorpion sneaking on board the ship and getting drowned in the second mate's inkwell. The scorpion is like Leggett now, the dangerous creature who crawls onto the ship. The crime, we're told on page 40, happened over 2 months ago. And the ships, we're told on page 43, are 2 miles apart. And let's look at the captain's room on page 30. I'm sorry, page 297. It must be explained here that my cabin had the form of the capital letter L, the door being within a single angle and opening into the short part of the letter. I'm not going to go on and read the whole paragraph. It's a long paragraph, but the next paragraph begins, the mysterious arrival had discovered the advantage of this particular shape. Now, if you look at the room schematic I passed out of the actual Cutty Sark, you're going to see there's no L-shaped room. This is something that Conrad has done to intensify the thematics of his story. The captain's room is L-shaped because when the steward or the mate comes to the door here, Leggett can hide here. Or if he comes to the door here, Leggett can hide here. So in other words, the L-shaped room is like having two rooms in one in the story that's so full of things that are full of twos. As for Leggett, why that spelling? Who knows? But I want to start looking at the kind of doubling that happens every place in this story. It's not just there are two versions of the story with two captains and everything happens at two. Look at page 39. I'm sorry. I should have signed this. I wish this book were still in print. This is page 304, the very bottom. That Roman numeral 2, the story is in two parts. And the first part, if you look at page 289, is divided, there's a break between the description of the boat leaving the harbor and the events that start. And I want to wonder how that Roman numeral 2 on page 304 differs from an expression you find on page 301. It's in the middle of the page in a long paragraph that begins, your ladder. When I saw a man's head looking over, I thought I would swim away presently and leave him shouting in whatever language it was. I didn't mind being looked at. I liked it, so I want you to pay attention to that I liked it, to the Roman numeral 2, and ask what the difference is. And then just to call your attention to some other places in the story, I haven't gone through this systematically and cataloged it, but there are a lot of places where words get repeated, like on page 44, you, ... you. And on at the top of page 311, one sentence ends with the word you, and the next sentence starts with the word you. Over and over again, words double. And now that we're here, actually the words that characterize what we're looking at are doubt, which is related to the word double. To be in doubt is to be of two minds. The German word for doubt is Zweifel, which has the word for two in it. And ambiguity comes from the Greek, ambivalence comes from the Greek word ambos, meaning both. So the story, by calling attention like the fracture, the split in this guy's head, the fact that part of him is public and above deck and part of below deck, this two-ness enters everything in the story, including the title, which I'd like you to decide how to pronounce and what it means. Is it the secret sharer, somebody you share with, whom you keep secret? Or is it the secret sharer, somebody who shares secrets with you, your sharer of secret? You can read the title in two ways, too, with its two big initials. So one Greek word for what we're learning or paying attention to is schizo, meaning I split. Or we could think of the story dramatizing paranoia, too. Paranoia is to have a mind beside yourself, one mind beside the next one. But these interesting divisions suggest that Conrad is taking apart human character in ways that prepare us for modernism. In the 19th century, the model you get of what the self is like is of something autonomous, self-contained. Self-governing is a big word. You're responsible for all your actions and have control for yourself, and solitary. But as we move into the 20th century, people start to see that people aren't so neatly and holistically put together, that their subjectivity may be split, and there may be things inside of them that they don't know about or don't want to face. So we're running out of time, but I would suggest that you look at the story and ask what the consequences are of not being fully on deck, of having your mind in two places at once, one in the here and now and in the present and in the world of social duty, and one in a private place, the bedroom, the bathroom, the hidden world. For one thing, it means the fact the captain is always wondering what's going on in his bedroom means that he's inattentive to the here and now. So on page 302, there's a great episode where he feels this knocking in his head, and then he realizes it's an actual knocking on his door, and he yells out, "Come in!" And the steward says, I'm just outside the door. Why are you yelling? And the captain starts losing command of his voice. And you might wonder, like, psychologically, what it is that causes people to, like, mumble or to misspeak. But because the captain's so used to whispering downstairs, when he's up on deck, he starts whispering up to the ears of his mates, who start, like, going like this to each other and wonder if he's drinking. He starts, like, moving furtively and tiptoeing among his men on deck. He's supposed to be the captain, but he's walking around in jammies going like that. In other words, his attention to Leggett causes him to act in all these kind of neurotic ways. He comes to hate his servant. The servant is supposed to help him, but every time he comes to the door, he's afraid of being found out. And so he drives the servant to distraction. Then the climax of the story, I think, is interesting because what's involved is that basically the captain wants to get the ship close enough to the shore so that Leggett can get off and start a new life, except that the weather is perfectly calm, so he can't get close to shore using sails. So what he does is to yaw, bring the ship close to shore like this, but he's bringing it close to a shore that's full of reefs and rocky islands so that it looks to the men like he's driving them straight into the shore and into certain death. So in the closing moments of the story, around 318 and so, at the sort of the middle of 318, he asks the second mate to send a couple of hands to open the two quarterdeck ports. He actually had the impudence to ask, "What for, sir?" "The only reason you need concern yourself about is because I tell you to do so." And then they go sailing into the shore, and the men start getting terrified. The captain's wearing a floppy hat and pajamas. Never trust anyone who comes to work in pajamas. But he's got command of his voice here. and he starts going towards shore. At the top of page 321. Are you going to try that, sir? He stammered out incredulously. I took no notice, but just gave the command. Are you going on, sir? Inquired a steady voice at my elbow. And then at the top of page 322, as if we're at the very gates of hell, my God, where are we? It was the mate moaning at my elbow. He was thunderstruck. He clapped his hands and absolutely cried out, lost! Be quiet, I said sternly. What are we doing here? Looking for the land when he made as if to tear his hair and addressed me recklessly. She'll never get out. You've done it, sir. I knew it'd end in something like this. She'll never weather, and you're too close now to stay. She'll drift ashore before she's around. Oh, my God! I caught his arm as he was raising it to batter his poor devoted head and shook it violently. She's ashore already, he wailed. Is she? Good fathom there. Good full, sir. I hadn't let go of the mate's arm and went on shaking it. What are you about to hear? You go forward. Shake and stop there. Shake and hold your noise. Shake and see these head sheets properly overhauled. Shake, shake, shake. Now, interestingly, what the captain is doing there to the mate is exactly what Leggett did to the guy he killed. He took him by the throat and shook him. And so the captain has now assumed command of his voice and command of the sort that Leggett had, and is able to run the ship, even though the men think he's doing something totally lunatic. At the end of this, Leggett is able to get off, and there's a strange detail about the floppy hat floating in the water. I think it's a sign that the captain has let go of his youth. Everybody has like high school clothes they keep in their closet. I still do. So the captain has this floppy hat from like his youth that he surrenders when he tosses it off to Leggett. Geez, I feel the need to wrap this up more conclusively than I had. So Freud's theory is that as he develops, is the mind has two large components: the conscience, which he calls the ego. Ego is Latin for I. Everything you can say that begins with the word I is in your conscience, is manifest to you. It's part of your conscious life. But there's a part of us that Freud says is unconscious, that takes its energy from instinctual drives, whose contents are held down not because they're less significant, because they're threatening. And these contents emerge in things like dreams or neurotic symptoms or diseases, some of which we see in this story. So I want to see Conrad opening up the sense of personality represented in the novel to 20th century discoveries and findings. Maybe I'll say a little bit more about this at the beginning of next class, but we're moving on to Ezra Pound, whom I'd encourage you to read very slowly and carefully, and then maybe we'll go on to talk about him past Wednesday into Monday. Today I'm talking about the son of Homer Pound, the father of Ezra Pound. Pound was born in Idaho because his grandfather was a railway magnate who extended railway lines through Idaho. But before a few years after he was born, the father, who worked for the U.S. Mint, moved him to Philadelphia, where he grew up in a comfortable suburban culture that he found stultifying. A culture of Sunday teas, suburban comfort, the kind of culture that surveyed an Alfred Prufrock when the voice says, I've measured out my life in coffee spoons. So that from the beginning of his life, escape from the burbs was a kind of desideratum. The state of the American culture at this point, too, was getting doggedly middle class. You had industries supported by industry, churning out the same stuff by process of mass production for the same parlors and dining rooms. America had reached a state where it could provide the middle class with material comfort and also with a sense of smugness. The poetry at the time and the writers kind of catered to the flattered the complacency and sensibility of the middle class reader. Some of the popular poets were like Longfellow and Whittier, and poets who wrote for the hearthside, stuff that you could read at the fireplace for the family. So Pound grew up in this culture. I think one of his neighbors was the editor of the Saturday Evening Post, so it was a well-to-do suburb. And he was smart. He had an excellent education. By the age of 8, he could read Latin without a dictionary. And he went to college at the age of 15. He matriculated at the University of Pennsylvania, where he studied comparative literature and got particularly interested in the Provençal language, the language of the troubadours, for reasons I'll talk about later. And then he went on to do advanced work in Provençal language studies at Hamilton College in upstate New York. We should talk briefly about the history of English departments, because it wasn't always the case that people would go to school to learn the language that they were born talking. Why do you go to college to study English? Well, the period of history we're looking at sees the growth of English departments in England and America for reasons that some people attribute to a decline in the church and religion. It's digression. I noticed last time a lot of people end up getting stuck in the aisles. So if that happens, could you guys move in toward the center to let people have seats? If the aisles start getting conglomerated. English departments. One theory of English departments is that they become the place where questions of morality and ethics and group behavior become debated with the demise of churches, and also that writers become the kind of equivalent of saints. They're put on pedestals and worshipped, and people will go to writers to study moral decisions and stuff. But at any rate, English is going through its birth pangs at the time that is going through school. And education was dominated at this time by a sense of comparativism, for one thing. The sense that English and French and German and Italian and Chinese and Indo-European literatures were all one and the same, that history had distinguished them and separated them out. And English studies were also dominated by a sense of history. And that meant that the books that Pound would have read, the textbooks he would have read, would have been heavily edited and would have come with notes and scholarly debates and criticism and appendices and apparatus. The textbooks that Pound would have read were the breaking ground for his poetry, which kind of comes out of the textbook. The cantos, as you see just by looking at them even cursorily, are a lot of quotations strung together without the footnotes. So we're getting quotations without footnotes, and sometimes commentary without the quotations. But poetry with footnotes is one of the things that Pound introduces into the English language. His poetry is the result of lots of research and academic work. It's the opening of poetry up to something new, and there are other things new in Pound that we'll talk about too. There are lines in the cantos that this tells you that imply a prior context, a history that's not spelled out. And so that's part of the work and the obscurity of reading these works. We also find in Pound's early literary thinking a lot of attention given to the epic, which for the Soviet theorist Mikhail Bakhtin, for those of you who've read his work, the epic represents a kind of complete and holistic vision of the world. In Homer, you get an account of the gods, the humans, the servants, meal rituals, sacrifices, war, combat. The whole fabric of life is presented in the epic. And so Pound sets out planning to write an epic, which he conceives as a poem including history. So not only do we find the standard elements of epic, trees and heroes and gods, and not only the stuff that you find in Whitman's new kind of epicism too, sex in the city, but in Pound also even more vulgar things like politics and economics. He loosened out the epic form by putting in the last things that you would think were material for poetry. In the aftermath of Pound, almost no poet can overlook history. It's a part of our life in the wake of Pound. So, and his ambition to write an epic, he had a whole literary tradition to look back to Homer, whose translation of Homer is the first canto of Pound's cantos, and then of course Virgil and Dante and Milton and Pope. And then in the 20th century, the 19th century, Wordsworth, maybe, who writes the Prelude, and also Tennyson, whose In Memoriam has been called an epic, though it's in fragments. The epic has become fragmented by the time you get to Tennyson. So Pound seems to have drawn on the precedent of more recent epicists like Wordsworth by conceiving of his epic as a kind of series of vignettes, short slices that, in the long run, fit together. The cantos are written between 1917 and 1969. They span the century and are a kind of summa for the century. History in the day of Pound's education was an academic innovation. In fact, history had received a kind of boost in the 19th century when London and England went through this huge period of progress with railroads and the city of London just ballooning. It gave people a keen sense of how the present differed from the past, and it led to a newly developing sense of the need for studying the past. There are a lot of textbooks, Chaucer societies, Shakespeare societies, Milton societies are put together in the 19th century, and they start demanding texts with commentary and apparatus. And also the word Renaissance is coined in the 19th century. It's not the Renaissance people didn't think of themselves as being in a Renaissance. It's only in the 19th century that, looking backwards, people saw this as a period of rebirth. And literature, again, was also seen as one whole. And language, too. The study of language is important in academics here. So that Provençal, Italian, Spanish, French, Portuguese, Catalan, Romanian would all be seen as variants of different ways of speaking Latin corruptly. They all grow out of Latin. They have at the base Latin, except they've all differentiated themselves. And Latin is at the roots of the English language, too. It's, in Pound's view, not a dead language. It's at our roots. It's radical. So the word radical comes from Latin radix, which means root. It also gives us radishes. Radicals and radishes come from roots. So you probably know that in the English language, you can say almost anything in two different ways. You can say it using Anglo-Saxon components or Latin components. So in Latin always sounds more lofty and civilized. For example, if I told you I engaged today in the act of digital emunction, you might be impressed, but if I told you that emunction meant the cleansing of the nostrils and the removal of mucus, it might not sound all that lofty. Everything sounds so much better in Latin. So there are two ways of looking at what the English language has become, at the magnificent fact of English. And one is that it's a corruption of Latin and of Anglo-Saxon, a kind of mongrel tongue in which everything beautiful and civil and glorious has been lost, so that the best is gone. And sometimes you get the sense in Pound. For example, on 355 in Husserl and Moberly, I'm not going to read this very deeply, but just point out the kinds of rhymes that Pound uses here, which have the effect of foiling contemporary times against ancient times. So on 355, in line 23, grimace rhymes with grace. And then in line 29, plaster. Things are made of plaster now. In ancient Greece, they were made of alabaster. Plaster, alabaster. And then in line 46, he rhymes Samothrace with marketplace, which sounds better. So these rhymes are kind of calling attention to past and present and to a kind of corrupted present. Another way of looking at the English language is that Latin still endures in English. It's there in shifting guise, available to be seen by a scholar with trained eyes. It's a kind of crystal pattern in an invisible medium. Now, look at these lines that Pound writes on the page I passed around that has the picture of his desk. Underneath it, there's some lines from Canto 25. As the sculptor sees the form in air, as glass seen underwater, King Otreus, my father, and saw the waves taking form as crystal, notes as facets of air, and the mind there before them moving, so the notes needed not move. The idea of seeing something crystal inside of crystal is maybe what Pound is doing when he asks us to see Latin structures beneath the present. You can look at English this way and see that it's Latin is reanimated and reclaimed in English, situated in a new context. And so the insight prompted Pound to return to classicism, which had been obliterated by the Romantics. In 45b, you learned that the Romantics turned against educated verse and wrote from the heart and the passions against school-learned kind of writing. But what that led to in the 19th century, Pound felt, was a body of poetry that largely began with the two words, I feel, and basically gave you a lot of lush mush and gush. And so the return to classics, rather than to the immediate past, was seen by a lot of readers of poetry as a restoration of intellect to the writing of poetry. The Romantics had made it possible just to write your feelings down. An interesting form of poetry, but for Pound it was insufficient. Poetry needed intellectual dignity. The classics are at the bottom of Pound's work, but also Whitman, with whom he dialogues in that poem I assigned, A Pact, on page 350. And if you read between the lines of this poem, where Pound addresses Whitman as his pig-headed father, he credits Whitman with breaking the new wood at the top of 351, and now he says it's time for carving. You gave me the raw materials, I'm going to shape them and make them aesthetic. And if you spend some time with this poem, you can infer that what Pound disliked is Whitman's extravagance and excess. The the too muchness of his personality, though he liked his free verse form and also the American idiom. So look at the beginning of Canto 2 where Pound starts out, "Hang it all, Robert Browning." The phrase tells us he's an American. Hang it all. It's Whitman's barbaric yawp. So what Pound disliked in Whitman, his excessive personality, Pound sort of removed from his poetry by inventing the doctrine of impersonality, which Eliot's going to take up too. One of his first books of poetry is called Personae, which is the Latin word for masks. And what that means is that the poet is not speaking out of his own personality the way Wordsworth would, for example, but is impersonating somebody else. Like at the beginning of Canto 2, the troubadour Sordello. Pound had gotten interested in reading Robert Browning, who, if you've read his work, know that he read a form of poetry called the dramatic monologue, in which he would take on the persona or mask of a character like the Duke of Ferraro or a Renaissance monk, and then write a poem as if spoken by that person. Sordello is a poem like that by Browning, and which Pound talks about at the beginning of the second canto. But Pound's poems, therefore, are like dramatic personages instead of himself. Some of the poems you read for today, like A River Merchant's Wife, The River Merchant's Wife, A Letter. Pound is not a river merchant's wife. He's speaking in the voice of a woman, a Chinese woman from centuries ago. So the past survives all around us, in Pound's view. Look at the ceiling. Comes from a Latin word cielo, cielus, meaning sky. Floor comes from a German word flur, meaning a watery meadow. The word wall comes from a Latin word vala, meaning a row of pointed sticks. So we can deconstruct this room and see that it was once open space. But history is lurking beneath everything in Pound. So Pound began his literary life at the University of Pennsylvania studying the classics, and he became friends there with William Carlos Williams and Hilda Doolittle, with whom he corresponded through life, making them an interesting set of poets to triangulate. And he got interested in the Provençal language and in the poetry of troubadours. The word troubadour coming to us from a Romance word meaning to find, as in French trouver. To find in the modern troubadour of Pound's ilk would attempt to find in the trivial detritus of modern times items of radiance and highlight them. You have to start to find the things that are worth writing about. So here Pound's art impinges on a brand of modern art that leads to the enthronement of the objet trouvé, the found object. I think this is sometimes called art brut too. It's like, what's his name? The guy who did the fountain, Duchamp, Marcel Duchamp. He said it was one of his duties to go out every day and find something really good to buy. It was the artist's duty to find something worth purchasing. Anyway, Pound is looking around for new material. And also the Provençal poets, he felt, it was the one place in Western culture where the institutions of Rome and Greece, the classics, survived after Rome toppled to the barbarian hordes. Classical customs and traditions were preserved in the south of France and then passed on to modern Europe, and so he felt the study of Provençal was important. His fixation was novel and not so novel because the whole idea of chivalry had become important to American culture at this point. And even Theodore Roosevelt wrote a book on chivalry and its roots in the French troubadour position. So Pound is a man of his times in emphasizing this, but also he does it right at the base. He studies the language and knows the writers. He became a teacher and got a job at Wabash College in Ohio, in Crawfordsville, Indiana. And he got in trouble there because a touring group came through the town, and he allowed an actress to stay in his room overnight. I think he was trying to save her the hotel fees, but the college found out about him and dinged him. At which point, Pound started to call universities beaneries. It's like a processing belt where people go through like little beans and get a degree at the end. And it also led him to write later in his life a guide to culture. Spell that way. And I told you in the first lecture that Pound liked to spell America, M-U-R-K-A, Merca, the dark continent. And so he left. He left America, which he'd been trying to do anyway. And he writes about that in the poem on page 351, The Rest, which is basically saying, oh, you poor people who are stuck in the Midwest and in malls and in hick towns with no museums, You're going to languish and die here. But look, I've left the country. I've escaped. I'm free. So maybe he's setting himself up as a kind of aesthetic leader for what he's starting as an American Renaissance. Once he got to Europe, he said things like, the best thing you can do is to try to educate yourself. You have an obligation to visit and know the great men of your time. And he systematically set about doing that, trying to meet everybody he could from whom he might learn. He was not only a poet, but an organizer and something of an entrepreneur. He lived together for a short time with William Butler Yeats and modernized Yeats according to Yeats. The Wasteland is dedicated to Pound, whom Eliot calls the better craftsman in Dantesque Italian. He also worked with Ford Madox Ford. Ford is characterized in lines 170 to 181 of Hugh Selwyn Moberly as the stylist. He also helped James Joyce get a start. Hilda Doolittle and William Carlos Williams. Robert Frost. He told Robert Frost, who was writing about New England, that there were these Latin poems called Georgics about agricultural life, and Frost's reading of the Georgics helped to sophisticate his poems. And he also knew musicians like Bela Bartok. He helped stage concerts by him in places he lived. And one of the remarkable things about Pound was not just he was well connected, but he had the capacity to see what other people were doing, what Eliot was doing, and to help bring out the best in that writer, rather than like inflicting his own style or voice on a writer and telling him you should do it this way. He saw what the writer was trying to do and brought out his best parts and tried to suppress the worst. So in some ways, he made modernism. He grouped these people together, came up with some of its slogans, make it new, and also, together with T.S. Eliot, realigned all of English literature so that we now had a new literary tradition. Browning wasn't as popular in the 19th century as it was in the 20th because of Pound. Everybody read Tennyson, who Eliot said was the stupidest of English poets. And I think he also said once, if you compare his head to Byron's, it looks a little knobbier. The comparison is not flattering. Anyway, and also in the 19th century, they didn't read Donne and Marvell, whom Eliot rediscovered. So by bringing the attention of the reading public to Browning, Donne, and Marvell, Eliot and Pound started to invent a new tradition. Together with another writer called Wyndham Lewis, a Canadian writer, Pound developed this theory of the vortex. The vortex was to be, a vortex is a kind of whirlpool or a place where everything is whirling around ferociously. The vortex in Pound's thinking was to be a cultural center, London, Venice, Paris, where great men of the sort that I've mentioned would gather together to animate each other and to rebuild culture. Among the other people Pound met was a sculptor, a Polish sculptor named Henri Gaudier-Brzezka. I'm bad at Polish. It's pronounced Brzezka. He died like in his 20s in the trenches of World War I. But I passed around among the handouts. There's a sculpture that he made. It's the head of Ezra Pound, and if you look at it, you can see he's doing in the medium of stone something what Pound is doing in language. First of all, you can notice there, like Picasso, he's drawing a human head, but you can see geometrical forms in it. Triangles and circles, rectangles, a trapezoid for the nose, and so forth. So it's a modern sculpture, but we see within it the persistence of forms from the past, the geometrical perfection of Greek sculpture, or the pyramidal structures of Egypt. It's also a kind of sculptural cubism. Cubism refers to the kind of your ability to see geometrical shapes in paintings that otherwise represent women or life. And so to here you can see cubes and trapezoids and geometrical forms. At about this time, Pound comes up with the idea of imagism. Around 1912. In the headnotes to the section on Pound, you've gotten some, on page 347, some commentary on imagism, which he famously defined in 1913. The core of imagism is the image, and he writes, an image is that which presents an intellectual and emotional complex in an instant of time. In using the term complex, rather in the sense employed by the newest psychologists, it's the presentation of such a complex instantaneously, which gives us a sense of sudden liberation, that sense of freedom from time limits and space limits, which we experience in the presence of the greatest work of art. An intellectual emotional complex in an instance of time. And of course, the great classical example of the Imagist poem is that two-liner in a station of the metro on page 351. In a station of the metro, the apparition of these faces in the crowd pedals on a wet black bow. That's all there is to it. Let's notice, first of all, after having gone through Whitman, that the second line is totally unpredictable. In a more traditional verse, the first line would end with a word that the second line has to rhyme with, or the second line has to have the same number of syllables or stresses as the first line. But that doesn't happen here. There's no rhyme, and neither of the lines has the same number of stretches. The premium is on the particularity of detail, and also on concision. Back on page 247, when Pound writes down the don'ts of imagism, a few don'ts by an imagist. Number 2, use absolutely no word that does not contribute to the presentation. And so too here, this image has been compressed into as few words as possible. There's no metaphor presented. He could have put the word is like at the end of the first line to give us some kind of direction on reading the poem, but he doesn't do that. There's a withdrawal of syntactic support. There's no verb that links the two parts together. So you have two kind of statements that are floating against each other, begging for some kind of connection. I'm all over the map here. I'm going to skip it. So there are other Imagist poems in this volume if you want to explore. Look up the work of Hilda Doolittle, who takes up Pound's program and also writes Imagism. So to look at it in a station in the metro, we've got, first of all, this kind of natural image in the second line, petals on a wet black bough. And the title is part of the poem, too. And the experience conveyed for me is that of being tired and kind of spaced out in the morning and taking the train or waiting for the train, and all of a sudden the door's opening up and you're seeing all these people in black raincoats and hats glazed with rainwater waiting to get on, a kind of urban conjuration. So and you could, there's no end to the amount of like reading into these two lines you can do. They're kind of suspended there like a mobile, two components in a mobile. And they lead next to Pound's development of the ideogram. He got tired of imagism when it started to become like really popular. And a woman in New England in particular named Amy Lowell, a descendant of the Lowell family, started to do a lot of imagist poems. And Pound started calling imagism Amygism. And it's at this point he stops writing free verse and writes the kind of quatrains you find in Hugh Selwyn and Moberly, because he felt that like imitators were just abusing free verse, and he and Eliot wanted to show that good poets could write verse too. So at about the time that imagism is taking off, Pound comes across this book by a Chinese scholar named Ernest Fenollosa. You've got a sample of his work I passed around, called The Chinese Written Character as a Medium for Poetry. And let's look at the page that has the three Chinese characters at the top right. So what Fenollosa argues is that the Chinese ideogram is at root a pictograph. It's something depicting events that the eye can interpret, and that the language is constructed in such a way that these pictorial elements can be recombined to make new meanings. So on the pages I passed around, he points out that the Chinese word for sun is something like this. And then the verb for rises would be a tree, the character for tree with the sun above it. And then east would be the character for the tree with the sun in the branches of the tree. So you can see the figure of the sun recurring. And then on the other page I passed out with Chinese characters on it, this one against the left-hand side. I'm going to talk about the top character in a minute, but the two central characters, this is the sun, and it's translated day by day. Make it new, day by day, make it new. So Pound became kind of fascinated with this aspect of Chinese, and I've done some looking into it, not recently, so my Chinese is rusty, but the word for man is something like this in Chinese, and then the word for dog is this, a companion to man. the word for women is something like this, and the word for strife is you put a man and a woman under one roof. Strife. Then another one I liked is the word for dog is something like, I can't remember how you draw the character for dog. I'm going to pretend it's something like this. But the word for suddenly is it's an ideogram that shows like a dog bursting through a hole suddenly. So anyway, it's fascinating, the Chinese language. And Pound uses it, the station in the metro might be regarded as an ideogram because you've got one line that talks about a wet bough with petals, and then another line is describing events in a suburban, an underground metro, and the two are put together to create something different. And it affected the cantos because what we find there is something similar, the juxtaposition of an unknown text next to another one, which tells you how to make sense of the unknown one. So what we're basically looking at is a system of collage or of juxtaposition, of taking single and discrete things and putting them together in a way that changes the way we look at both of them, each of them singly and both together. So imagism is the foundation of Pound's more complex work. And after he got tired of imagism because of amigism, he turned to write a book called Cathay in 1915, also innovative, though in different ways. I've asked you to read The River Merchant's Wife, a letter. It's a poem that is from Cathay and represents that book. It's on page 352. And if you ask, first of all, this is a translation from the Chinese. Pound took some Chinese poems and translated them into English. Problematically, he didn't really know Chinese. He knew a little more about it than I did, but that didn't stop him from doing it because he could look up other translations and make adjustments. And he started a new kind of translation, a whole debate about what translation would do. Pound also translated poems from the Anglo-Saxon and was accused by Anglo-Saxonists of not knowing the language. And for Pound, it didn't matter because for him, translation was not like to replicate the original. If you want to read the original, learn the language and go back and read it. Translation for Pound was an opportunity to make something new out of an original, to take the original and to turn it into something different. And we're going to see that happening in the first canto, where Pound literally translates a part of the Odyssey, but makes it into something entirely different from the Odyssey. So it's just this translation. It's novel. It's doing a different kind of translation. Where this ends up in the late 20th century, a language poet named Charles Bernstein writes a collection of poems. They're translations from the Serbian, except he didn't know any Serbian. So what he did, he looked at the Serbian text and just translated it the way what he thought it must mean. If you're traveling in a country where you don't know the language, it's a lot of fun. Actually, just get the paper and start translating it to mean what you think it means. You come up with something that's not the news story, but still interesting. Then a third thing that we see in Cathay is like the persistence of the persistence of the past and the present. The River Merchant's Daughter is about a woman waiting for her man to come back from the war. That's happening now with families who have people in Iraq. It was happening in Pound's day because of World War I. So Pound is noticing in these old situations things that still affect us, the persistence of the past and the present. Also innovative is the verse form. If we compare this to, say, In a Station of the Metro or Hugh So and Moberly, which is in rhymed quatrains, this isn't rhymed. It's not syllabic, not the same number of syllables. What the organizing principle seems to do is that every line is a sentence. While my hair was still cut straight across my forehead, take out the while and you get a sentence. I played about the forest, front gate pulling flowers. You came by on bamboo stoots playing horse. You walked about my seat playing with blue plums. It's very simple, but it works. And there's more to this, too. What Pound does in Cathay is to bring all of Asia into English literature. Cathay is a book that makes the haiku a popular form in the English language. It just wasn't there before. No Asian forms. Pound almost single-handedly brings Chinese culture and art into letters. And a final innovation of Cathay was the first book of poetry of which I'm aware, in which the poet did for a poetry anthology what the Beatles did for record albums with Sgt. Pepper, that they deliberately planned the ordering. Instead of just having one thing after another randomly, Pound planned like which poem should follow each so that they made a sequence. And this was so important that poetry magazines started taking this up as an organizing principle. Harriet Monroe of Poetry Magazine started to think about the best possible arrangement of poems. That came out of Pound. As if that weren't enough, in 1917, Pound publishes a book called Diptych, which is 2 long poems. One is called Homage to Sextus Propertius, and the other is Husserl and Moberly. Sextus Propertius, he was a poet who lived in the 1st century BC. Pound takes up his verse and kind of translates it and just does a version of Propertius in order to present, he says, it presents certain emotions as vital to me in 1917, faced with the infinite and ineffable imbecility of the British Empire, as they were to Propertius some centuries earlier, when faced with the infinite ineffability, imbecility, and ineffability of the Roman Empire. So it's a commentary on empire at a time when Britain is going through a world war. And we should recall how often in national history both America and England have modeled themselves on Rome, say during the Augustan Age, when England was not at war and it saw itself maintain the kind of state that existed during the imperial rule of Augustus. So it's a kind of it's a critical satire on imperial culture. The companion piece, written in 1919 and 20, Hugh Sullivan Moberly, as a footnote on page 354 tells you, is an attempt to condense the James novel into poetry. Now, Pound very famously said that poetry should be written at least as well as at least as good as prose. He just thought there was a lot of just overwritten poetry at the time he was writing. Hugh Sullivan Moberly is a weird poem. I signed the entire thing last year and the year before and felt it was too much. It's difficult to read because it's not a linear unit. You can't read through it and get a kind of sense of a plot. It's like a series of cameos or medallions hung before you that more or less paint a picture of what Pound was like in the last few years of his life in London. In the last few years, because the poem, of course, starts with an obituary to Ezra Pound. Ezra Pound is dead. His life is over. He's born in a bad time. For 3 years out of key with his time, he strove to resuscitate the dead art of poetry, to maintain the sublime in the old sense. Wrong from the start. No, hardly, but seeing he had been born in a half-savage country, out of date, bent resolutely on wringing lilies from the acorn, Capaneus, trout for factitious bait. It's very compressed. The 3 lines are telling you that he's trying to do things impossible to get lilies out of an acorn, out of the seed from which the oak grows. Capaneus is somebody who challenged the gods. Trout for factitious bait. Nobody's taking his bait. The long and the short of it was that Pound spent 10 years in London trying to establish his career, and he ended up alienating everybody. He would do things like go to dinner parties and eat the roses off the table just to be different. And he would like accuse people of being reactionary and try to get them on the modernist bandwagon. He came on too strong, and kind of lost a lot of connections because of the way he behaved. The poem begins with a parody of journalism that gives Ezra Pound's obituary, dead because he was into poetry and beauty and not into the march of events that the poem talks about, born in the wrong time. On the other hand, you get a sense of like what Pound was like in these 10 years, kind of drifting through the Sargasso Sea of culture, a kind of dilettante appreciating glazed ceramics and porcelain and beautiful things, alienating ladies, and so forth. It's a portrait of what Pound might have become if he had stayed in London, a kind of a dilettantish appreciator of fine things. One of the notes refers you to a work by the French poet Gautier called Émaux et Camées, which means enamels and cameos. And the last section of Hugh Sullivan Moberly is called Medallion, and it refers to porcelain. You can think about the poem as a series of like little cameo appearances by different people and by Pound, showing what his life was like in the 10 years he spent in London. So what's being preserved and saved from his past are these shells and husks from this age. So at the end, we find out that Pound is not dead, just ignored. And so he says goodbye to London. This is his second exile. He leaves America at the beginning of the century to go to London. And then after 10 years there, he decides to go to Venice, which is the art poem. How many of you have been to Venice? Those of you who haven't, you got to go. Everything in Venice is sculpted. There are no cars, first of all, because it's an island with canals and boats, and it's been there so long that like even the curbstones and sidewalks have geometrical patterns and are sculpted. It's like a jewel set in the middle of the ocean. You have to go someday. And by the time once Pound gets to Venice, he starts writing the cantos, and he has at his disposal a considerable range of resources, which, believe it or not, I've kind of explored with you in the last hour. First of all, a terrific vocal range. Think back to Whitman and Dickinson. You can open up any part of Song of Myself or Leaves of Grass and know immediately you're reading Walt Whitman. You can open up a poetry anthology and know you're reading Dickinson. But when you read Pound, you get like a poem that's written in the voice of a bardic seafarer in Old English, the voice of a Chinese river merchant's wife, the voice of a Roman ironist infuriated with empire, the kind of American yawp that you hear in the poem on Whitman, and so forth. You compare the voices of a river merchant's wife to, say, Hugh Selwyn Moberly, and it sounds like two different people. So it's got this vast vocal range. And then also a sense of economy for the line, the phrase. Pound was, again, friends with the sculptor Gaudier Bjeska, and the idea of sculpting and chiseling and perfecting comes up a lot in his poetry. There's a book by Pound called The Poet is Sculptor by the poet Donald Davy that talks about his penchant for analogizing poetry writing to sculpting. I don't know what this says, so I'm going to skip it. Pound's poetic program is anti-romantic in that he tries to condense things. I just stepped on a piece of chalk. He just tries to condense as many things as possible. No unnecessary words. I think about that poem, A Station in the Metro. It takes the verb out because it just wastes time. No linking verbs like is like or forms of the verb to be. And then look at the desk that he made. I got this out of Hugh Kenner's book, The Pound Era. And Kenner is talking about Pound's skill at economy. He's put together a desk using the fewest number of boards and nails possible, but it's utterly stable. Kenner analogizes it to the inventing of Thomas Jefferson. So poetry in turn should be condensed as possible. Nothing damages it more than not unnecessary words, and especially words that do nothing much more than link. And so this drive toward condensation and expressive minimalism, of course, is one of the things that leads to Pound being obscure. He doesn't provide some of the connections that would make reading easier, but instead throws it onto you. Let me just analogize reading the canto. I'm going to do a parody of the cantos by putting some words on the board. Car, wood, chicken, and market. These are all about one thing. Anybody see what connects them? Stock. Stock car, wood stock, chicken stock, and stock market. So that's kind of what you do in the cantos. You get four things that don't seem like they go together at all, and you figure out what they have in common. Not always easy. Okay, so in addition to having this vocal range, a sense of like precision and economy, Pound's also acquired a great facility as a maker of poetic sound. I don't know if you had time to stop and appreciate some of the writing, but I'm looking at Canto 2. This Canto 2 is a translation, not of Homer, but of of Ovid's Metamorphoses, an episode from Ovid's Metamorphoses, and it's an episode in which some sailors try to kidnap the god Dionysus, and as a consequence, the god takes revenge and turns them all into fish, while he himself summons up cats out of the air. So there's this great description of like cats just appearing out of air in the second canto, starting in line 71, and out of nothing. Hot breath on my ankles, beasts like shadows in glass, a furred tail upon nothingness, lynx purr and heathery smell of beasts where tar smell had been, sniff and pad foot of beats, beasts, eye glitter out of black air, and later on, void air taking pelt. All the vowels long so that your mouth is kind of full of sound as you say that. Void air taking pelt. So a great sense of the sonority of English too. And then, as I mentioned, a sense of the past persistence in the present, which he sometimes evokes by using idiomatic methods. He'll put together, for example, something that happens in the 20th century with the Voyage of Ulysses or with something from Ovid and make us see what they have in common that makes them both human even across different eras. And also, by this time, Pound had developed an evolved set of socio-political beliefs which get more and more complicated and hair-raising as he progresses. I talked about the vortex, his idea that great men should come together to give culture a boost. He got the idea for the vortex when he was in Italy staying at a place called Rimini, where one of these Renaissance dukes, a man of action, a single great man, kind of took power and had a temple built and got artists to come in from all over to create art. And Pound wanted that kind of government, a governor who would enlist artists to decorate the institutions of the state and stuff. And he saw this in Sigismunda Malatesta, who's the subject of one canto. So he'd also, like other contemporaries, start to see the 20th century's disaster. The reason why I asked you to read the beginning of Husserl and Moberly is that it contains a series of verses that are about World War I that are very famous. They're quoted all the time, especially the verses on page 356 and 357. Section 5 at the top is quoted all the time as an account of World War I. So Pound, his friend Gaudier Bjeska had died in the war. Pound started to see the war as basically a catastrophe foisted on the West by industrialists who were making a lot of money selling weapons. He started to read the economic theory of this guy, Major Charles Douglas, who was convinced that manufacturers had the system rigged so that they paid workers just enough to live on, but not enough to save, so that they were always in debt and had to borrow money from the manufacturers who could then create interest. And when they couldn't bilk any more of their workers, they would create wars to expand new markets and so on and so forth. And this goes on to a belief that bankers are the villains. One of the things that Pound writes is a book called Jefferson or Mussolini. Guess which one he picked? And he also has a lot of writing about Alexander Hamilton, who's the villain in his account of American history, and John Adams. John Adams is one of Pound's heroes, and he was shocked and that he could not buy a copy of John Adams' correspondence when he was writing. It was one of the things he thought was disastrous about culture, and one of the things he modernized. He made it available. So in the 30s, of course, the world entered a depression, and Pound started to get these bees in his bonnet about banks and Jews, and he became anti-Semitic, to put it in a nutshell. And you'll find in the anthology on pages 378 to 80 one of the most famous and most readable of the cantos. It's called the Usury Canto, and it's about charging interest on money. The word for that is usury. On 378. With usura hath no man a house of good stone, each block cut smooth and well-fitting, that design might cover their face. With usura hath no man a painted paradise on his church wall, harpies and lutes, or where virgin receiveth message in halo and projects from incision. With usura, it goes on, with usura you have nothing. So, two excellent parodies have been written of this poem. One replacing the phrase with Ursura with Ursula, and the second, with basura hath no man a house of cut stone. So, and then of course he got interested in Mussolini and made the radio broadcast that led to his imprisonment. But he's got, at the time he writes the cantos, a kind of eccentric set of political beliefs that bleed out there too. And also an extensive body of prose writing, essays in books called Instigations, The ABCs of Reading, A Guide to Culture, Jefferson or Mussolini, The Chinese Written Character, and so forth, a lot of prose. All of Pound's prose works are basically commentaries on the cantos and maybe enable us to read him. The only reason you get the footnotes at the bottom of the page when you read the first canto telling us that Pound is translating from a Latin translation of the Greek Odyssey is because Pound writes all about it in an essay. He tells us that he went to London, found this translation of the Odyssey by Andreas Dives in Latin, and this becomes the basis for the first cantos. The Pound has basically commented on his work and given us a lot of what we need to know. Okay, so that's what he goes into the cantos with all these gifts and accomplishments. And this might actually be a good place to end the lecture since we've only got a few minutes left, and I'm not going to cover the cantos in 3 minutes. So as I predicted, I'll talk about Pound some more on Monday, and we're probably going to start falling behind the syllabus because I think Yeats is going to take a couple classes too. So I'll talk about Pound on Monday and Eliot on Wednesday. Okay, so the reason for this extra class on Pound is that I assigned 4 of the cantos, and they're enormously difficult to read, and I just didn't want to drop them on you and not say anything. So my focus today is going to be on the cantos, and if there's any time left at the end, I'll segue into Eliot. Let me, since it's been a week since we met, let me remind you of where I left off at the end of the last lecture, which was kind of summarizing what Pound had achieved in the middle of his career by the time he sails off to Venice and gets to work on the cantos, and that included an incredible vocal range. He keeps on putting all these masks: seafarers, river merchant's wife, the satirist Propertius. He can adopt a lot of personae. And he's also developed this aesthetics of economy, in which he tries to say the most powerful things in the shortest number of words. I meant to point out to you last time when I was talking about the ideogram, that the ideogram from Canto 51 up here, if you look at it, it's put next to the English "make it new," and what it is supposed to be an axe hacking at a bunch of wood and getting rid of the dead boughs and the extra stuff. It's lopping off whatever is excrescent. So vocal range, economy, and also a real sense of the English language and of its sonority. And furthermore, a sense of the past and history, and a capacity to see the history delivered into the present and animating the present. We see that in the first canto, where the Odyssey is given a kind of contemporary relevance. And then also Pound has turned himself into a political thinker of a problematic nature, and brings his political views to the cantos, and also a body of learning that he's done by writing prose works. So let's start to look at these poems with Canto 1 on page 368. And then went down to the ship, set keel to the breakers, forth on the godly sea, and we set up mast and sail on that swart ship, bore sheep aboard her and our bodies also, heavy with weeping and winds from sternward, bore us onward with belly and canvas. Kirky's this craft, the trim-coiffed goddess, and so on and so forth. I'm drawing a lot here on a book by Hugh Kenner, who's the preeminent scholar of Ezra Pound, called The Pound Era. He called the book that because the early 20th century was for a long time known as the Age of Eliot, and Kenner feels that Pound was the more significant figure. So the Pound Era. And what he points out is that the first 2 lines of this canto, and then throw us right in medias res. The beginning implies that there's something's been there before. At the start, there's already a past, and the poem takes off by departing from it, from where the past ends off. So, and you learn from the footnotes that what we're reading here is a translation of Book 11 of the Odyssey. It's the oldest part of the Odyssey, according to Kenner. It chronicles something called the Nakuya, the descent into the underworld. It's the part where Odysseus goes down into Hades to get a prophecy from Tiresias and to converse with the ghosts of the dead. The episode is about the resurrection of the dead, and so is this canto and Pound, because if you think about it, translation is something like giving new life to something that's dead. It's taking something that was there in the past and giving it new life. And also history. Pound writes about the cantos being a poem with history. History is nothing but a repository of ghosts and dead people. So studying history is a way of resurrecting the dead. The opening canto tells us that the dead are going to the subject of the cantos, all of them, all of the past, and that Pound is going to resuscitate them. The language, if the poem is kind of prehistorical, the 11th book of the Odyssey, again, pointing back toward a prehistorical culture that was there before even Homer. The syntax, Kenner points out, is kind of pre-syntactic. The first lines of the poem don't have a verb, and then went down to the no subject. And then went down to the ship. set keel to breakers, forth on the godly sea, where forth, an adverb, attains a kind of verbal force. And the godly sea, too, kind of animates the sea and gives it emotion, so that we see a kind of narrative energy and unrestingness in this verse that carries it through to the end. So again, looking at those first two words, and then, with the implication that something has come before, what is this that's come before? Well, first of all, culture is prehistory, a darkness, and that's to say that the poem is going to begin in darkness and seek for enlightenment. There are also, in Homer, 10 books before the 11th book of the Odyssey, preceding the end then. And then in Pound's life, there's Idaho, Pennsylvania, Hamilton, Wabash, and London before all this. So the poem is, if you think about it, a poem about poetic origins. It's talking about the origins of poetry at the beginning of this poem that's going to be about poetry. And it's not just talking about any one origin. It's ideogrammatically conflating a lot of them. There's the story of Odysseus' descent into Hades, but that's only the first in a series of poems that include Virgil's account of descending into the underworld to talk with the dead, and then Dante's in the Divine Comedy. Dante was the person who came up with the idea of cantos. He's somewhere behind us. He goes down into the underworld and converses with the dead. So that Pound has seemed to be only the latest in a series. So if we're looking at the earliest foundations of Greek culture, and then at the series of imitations and translations that follow us, we're also looking at the earliest English literature. So the footnotes tell you that Pound translated this poem from Homer, but the meter is not Homeric. That's the reason for this stuff up here. A Homeric hexameter, I'm going to read a line from Homer. Anta rapir epenia katelma de thalasine, e de thalasine, like down in a deep dark dell sat a brown cow eating a beanstalk. That's what a Homeric line sounds like. The top line is from Virgil's Aeneid, and it's a famous line because it's meant to imitate the sound of horses clomping across a dry field. It means something like the horses clattered their hoofs over the dry fields. Quadrupedante putrum sanatu quattatungula campum. A nice line. But if you compare this to what Pound's written, nothing's written in hexameter here. Instead, it's written in the form that we associate with the earliest of English poetry, Anglo-Saxon alliterative verse. And the principle of structure in Anglo-Saxon verse is not meter or rhyme or syllabic count. It's that each line is put together with a couple words starting with one consonant in the first half of the line and the same consonant reappearing in the last part. So that, for example, bore sheep a border and our bodies also heavy with weeping and the winds from the sternward, 3 B's, 3 W's, the forms of Anglo-Saxon poetry. So we have 4 or 5 beginnings now of poetry, and there's a sixth one, which is evoked at the end of the first canto. Everything I think it seems to me reads pretty straightforwardly until you get to line 67, and then Anticlea came, lie quiet, Divus. I mean, that is Andreas Divus, in Officina Veculi, 1538, out of Homer, and we sailed by Sirens and thence outward and away and unto Circe, venerandum, and so forth. Where suddenly we're taken out of the Odyssey and given these kind of odd tags, which, if you read the footnotes, tell us about the source of this canto. That Pound in London was shopping through some used bookstores and came across this Latin translation, this Latin translation of Homer that had been done in the 16th century by this translator Andrea Divus. It's a copy of the Odyssey in Latin, translated for Homer. So that what Divus does is, Pound is doing the same thing. He's translating Homer out of Latin and Greek. And if Divus is a person who exemplifies the force of the Renaissance, which brought back from the dead classical culture, then one implication here is that this canto is launching us on a new Renaissance too. That just as Pound resuscitated the cantos, he's bringing them back to life for us and starting a new Renaissance in the arts, reinventing a tradition and translating it to 20th century terms. So we're looking at a poem that's dealing with a lot of cultural foundations and making them all overlap and then reconfiguring them and situating them in a new ecology of the 20th century so that culture gets altered by consolidating these texts in this way. And Pound is certainly telling his readers that he's at the vanguard of a Renaissance that wants to change the face of the Western world. So I like to think about this canto doing something in time comparable to what Picasso does in space. Picasso is mentioned at the beginning of the next canto. It's to take all these moments of cultural inauguration and to overlap them and juxtapose them like an ideogram so that we're made to think about their relations and resonances. So at the beginning of the canto is a poem massively about the foundational act of culture, and then the cantos go on. Then the ending of the first canto, if the canto begins and then went down to the ships, it ends up with the phrase "so that" and a colon, implying that there's a continuity between the first canto and the second one. And there is, in some ways. We're still on a ship in the second canto, on a sea voyage, moving onward. Though now in a new, and we're also continuing to commune with the dead, though now specifically the troubadour Sordello, who's evoked in the opening line. So there are a number of places throughout the canto. If we read more of them, you would see a number of places where Pound evokes the idea of a sea voyage. In Canto 7, which I didn't assign you, on page 377, in line 92, a line in Italian, "O voi che siete in piccoletti barca." It's a line from the Divine Comedy where Dante says, "I'm going to go travel into strange seas, and you're going to follow me in a little boat, and if you're afraid, turn back." But it's another image of the sea voyage, a voyage of discovery. And in the centers of the canto, Pound writes about a Carthaginian navigator named Hanno, who took a trip around Africa, Portuguese. He took a trip around the coast of Africa and then turned back in what is called in classical literature a periplum. It's a voyage in which you go around something without knowing where you're going and without knowing how you're going to get back. It's the opposite kind of voyage of the Odyssey, because in the Odyssey, Odysseus goes off to fight the war and then comes home in a circle. In the periplum, you just go off and discover what you can. The cantos are kind of like that. He doesn't exactly know where he's going. So notice also in Canto 2 the difference between, say take a look at page 372, the difference between the rhyme form here and in Canto 1. It looks different. Critics have called this kind of line arrangement slab-like. There's something about this writing that's appealing to the eye, and it calls attention to the way in which the visual aspect of poetry changes in the 20th century. Look over some of the cantos pages that I passed around, like this one. Isn't there something like aesthetically pleasing just about looking at the page and seeing these Chinese characters lined up? And Pound is writing in the age of the typewriter, when writers could adjust their lines and alter them. When we get to Williams, we're going to read a poem called The Red Wheelbarrow, of which Hugh Kenner asks the question. It's in two lines like this. Kenner asked the question, like, if the two lines were just written in a single sentence, would it be a poem? Would it be interesting? Or is the lineation what makes it interesting? And then there are also writers writing at the time of Pound, notably the photographer Man Ray, who started writing poetry that had no words in it. It just consisted of lines like this. That's the way his poems look. They're just lines. They're meant to be appealing to the eye. And something is going on in this canto, too. So this is a way of beginning to point out how the cantos as a totality become for 20th century poets a quarry in which there are things to discover and learn from. So let me also say that reading through the cantos is kind of like fudging. Nobody knows what they mean, really. And you've got a footnote, in fact, to somebody named So Shu on page on page 370. In line 5, and that person comes back in line 130 on page 373. The footnote tells you it's a made-up name, but there are scholars who have traced this through Chinese literature and gotten references to it. They all disagree, so it's not clear who this is. Nobody knows who So Shu is. Even so, there are things that we can get out of this canto. One of them derives from the opening line, "Hang it all, Robert Browning, there can be but one Sordello." It's the American voice, the American idiom, telling us that this poem of Renaissance rediscovery is being launched by an American. And the enlistment of Browning as a member of the dialogue tells us, as I mentioned last time, that Pound is reinventing tradition. Instead of going back to the poets everybody read at the turn of the century, Tennyson and Byron, he singles out Browning, who is regarded as kind of advanced and daring, and other poets, including Sordello, the 13th century troubadour, with whom he wants to converse. How do you resurrect this person from the dead and converse with him? The matter is important, as I mentioned last time, because for Pound, Provençal culture and the troubadours were the people who preserved classical culture when Europe was sinking into the Dark Ages and who carried it forth into modern Europe. So Browning is enlisted because he's a model for Pound. He invented the idea of the dramatic monologue or persona of putting on a mask. He gave Pound a modern invention. But I think what Pound is saying in the opening lines is, hang it all, Robert Browning, you resuscitated Sordello and wrote a poem about him in which he speaks in his own voice, but he speaks in Victorian English blank verse, which no troubadour did. So Pound is saying, let's let him speak in his own voice, and therefore we get a line from Sordello, Los Sordels di Sifo di Mantovana, which the footnote translates for you. But it's bringing this person back into discrete form. Let him speak for himself and tell us what he has to say. And as a result of altering the way Sordello's been represented in recent poetic history, the poem now starts to introduce the theme of change into the poem. It's asking you to change your ways of looking at history, just as Picasso asked you to change your ways of looking at visual space. He's evoked in the opening lines. And just as Homer asks you to revise your sense of sound and sonority. There are a lot of shapeshifters in the opening lines of the poem. Lear, the daughter of Lear. The footnote doesn't tell you that Lear is probably Manannán Lear, the Celtic sea god who could change shape like the Greek Proteus. And there's Picasso, of course, who altered visual perception, and Homer, one of whose lines Pound cites to talk about his way of adjusting sound. And then one of the footnotes tells you, too, that this canto is as well a translation. First canto is a translation of Homer. This is a translation from an episode in Ovid's Metamorphoses. It's a translation of a translation that Pound discovered in the Renaissance, a translation into English, which he thought was one of the most beautiful books in the language. So this poem is striving to change the way we read and also look at the world. Out of the meditation on history evoked at the beginning of the poem and by the first canto, we start to move into the idea of looking at metamorphosis. Now, Pound, when he was planning what to do with the cantos, in the headnote on page 348, it tells you, there's a little section with A, B, and C. The live man goes down into the world of the dead is one of the themes of the cantos, and we've seen that in the first canto, re-enlivened by the summoning up from the dead of Sordello in the second canto, and then the repeat in history. We've seen that in the first canto, when it turns out that what's happened at the origins of culture are now happening in the 20th century under Pound's direction. As he starts a new renaissance, everything's starting all over again. And then the magic moment, or moment of metamorphosis, busts through from quotidian into divine or permanent world, gods, etc. And that introduces a kind of discontinuity now. If the two cantos are about like taking a voyage into the unknown, a kind of periplum voyage, now we've got a contrast between culture in the first stanza and nature, and a contrast between Virgil and Ovid. I don't know how many of you read the classics, but Virgil and Ovid were contemporaries. They lived together in Augustan Rome, when Rome was attaining imperial status. Virgil writes an imitation of the Odyssey, in which somebody escapes from Troy after its destruction and manages to sail his way to Rome and sets up the Roman Empire. Rome is descended from Grecian culture, according to the Aeneid. And the poem at its climax has Aeneas, after he founds Rome, having a vision of future in which he sees the Emperor Augustus coming as like the great savior of Rome. It's a poem that celebrates empire and imperial politics. Whereas Ovid made the mistake of writing a book called The Art of Love. Augustus was a prude, and as a consequence, Augustus had him exiled, and he went off into the country and wrote this book, The Metamorphoses, which is about the way people change into animals. So it's more about the relation of men to animals and gods than it is to culture. And so the two poets have been seen throughout classical the history of classical reading to represent kind of antinomies in thinking. One is writing about culture, the other about gods and animals and the juices that flow through us. So Pound's little note in the head note that I referred you to alerts us to the idea. Pound thought he could get in touch with the gods. He said at a number of points, gods are states of mind. If you're in the presence of great beauty, you feel something like Aphrodite. He writes a poem early in his career, I stood still, I was a tree. You can know what it is to be a tree just by standing there. And at the end of the first canto, we have, after the translation of the Odyssey, a kind of account of the poet going off to look for Aphrodite and beauty. There's a poem on page 350 called The Return, an early poem of Pound's, which is about the rediscovery of the gods in the 20th century after their death for a long time. It's a poem that celebrates, with the return of classics, the belief that Pound shared with others that the study of the classics could alert you to the presence of gods in a universe that had been mechanized and industrialized. They're still alive. So Canto 2, we might say, is about theophany, the manifestation and appearance of God. And the reading experience kind of simulates that for me, because you start out in this canto, it's murky and blurry, and then in the middle, it's very clear. It's a very simple, straightforward story about the god Dionysus turning into a cat while all the men who have kidnapped him are turning into fish. And at the end of the canto, again, it gets blurry. It's like the god has appeared and disappeared. And now the focus here is on the god of wine, Dionysus, the person who makes you lose control and get dizzy, on animals, cats, on sexuality and loss of control. And it plugs into the cantos because it's partly about, it's an obliquely disguised lament about the way the most sacred and beautiful things in 20th century life are sold and marketed. In the wording of the canto on page 372, in line 52, the crew is mad for a little slave money. They're selling this god into slavery. So this is maybe the first moment in the cantos where you get the idea that the immoral handling of money in the economy is a matter of concern to Pound. And of course, that comes to a head in the Usura canto, where he fulminates against the charging of interest on money. So and there's a comparable thing, too, here, this god who represents the world of nature and of drunkenness and of loss of control as being kidnapped and sold by these sailors who are nonetheless transformed into animals by the god. Notice how at the beginning of the canto, on page 371, at the end of the murky passage that introduces us to the translation, there's a description of, in line 35, the Naxos passage. Naxos was the island that Dionysus is supposed to have lived on. Naviform rock overgrown, algae clinging to its edge. There is wine-red glow in the shallows, a tin flash in the sun dazzle. Where the wine, the gift of Bacchus, is now seen bleeding into the sea, as again at the end of the canto, on page 373, of a later year, pale on the wine-red algae, if you will lean over the rock, the coral face under wave tinge, rose paleness under water shift, and so forth. It's like you can see the wine and the force of the god in the ocean after you've read this. So coming out of this canto, we're going to see a new kind of ideogrammatic juxtaposition, which has to do with the fact that the first canto, this one, is all about the founding of culture and of new poetry movements. The second canto is about not culture but nature. So the two are kind of put into a juxtaposition that now spins forward as you move through the cantos. So this pulls us into Canto 81. I'm sorry I made you read it, sort of. It's as hard as it gets in Pound. It's an example of Pisan cantos, cantos 74 to 84. We're skipping over 78 cantos to get to 81. And let me put it into context for you by saying that the cantos came out in a rapid bolts during the 30s. The first 30 cantos were published in 1930, and then 11 more in 1934, and then a fifth decade of cantos in 1937. And it's at this point when the depression in the world economy depression is happening, the world economy is starting to tank, that Pound gets immensely interested in has bees in his bonnet about the economy. And he writes then cantos 52 to 71, which are very weird, and published in 1940. There are cantos 52 to 61 are about the history of China from its beginning till 1756 or 7, and then it shifts to an account of the life of John Adams. And you have 9 cantos on the life of John Adams, because Pound felt that Confucian thought had been translated to America during the Enlightenment, and that John Adams had somehow channeled Confucius and was carrying the spirit of China forth into America. Adams was against the banks and everything, so he represents like this ferociously conservative figure, a hero for Pound. And at this point, he stops writing because the war starts to happen. And then, of course, he's arrested and put in prison, and the next set of cantos that emerge are 74 to 84, the Pisan cantos. But wait, you say, he publishes cantos 52 to 71, China and Adams, and then starts with 74. There are 2 in between that were only published recently. They're both written in Italian. And it's interesting to speculate that if Italy had won the war, Pound might have finished the cantos in Italy. The first of the Italian cantos is about Pound having a dream of this fascist leader whose hand was cut off in a military engagement. The hand comes to him at night, disembodied, dripping with blood, and grabs his hand and says, "You must write about Mussolini." And then the 73rd canto is about an Italian soldier who straps grenades to an Italian girl who straps grenades to her body and walks into a camp of Canadians and kills them all. It's a poem that's advocating like suicide bombing and death, and it's that point that Pound gets arrested, and rightly so. Then after he wrote the Pisan cantos are like his reflection on this horrible tragedy. He set about to become like the greatest poet in the English-speaking world throughout his life, and suddenly discovers that he's the most reviled man in the world. He's made an ass of himself. And so he's taken to this hospital where he writes more and more cantos. They become more and more opaque and hard to read. And I'd just like to say I taught a seminar on the cantos once because I wanted to get through them all. And we got up to rock drills, and like everybody just, you can't figure out what he's saying. And it's too bad because he's been arrested and declared an enemy of the state. In Thrones, the last set of cantos are about the law. What he does is take these books on law, and he'll quote like 2 or 3 words from this page and 2 or 3 words from that page. That's the canto. But what to make of it, nobody knows. Let's start out with maybe what's obvious here. Actually, what's not obvious is the ordering of my pages. So the first thing to notice is that this is prison poetry. How much poetry and literature has been written from imprisonment in the 20th century? Think of the Holocaust. Pound hadn't been back to the United States since 1910, but in 1939 he took a trip to the States to talk to Franklin Roosevelt and the Secretary of State and to persuade them not to attack Italy. Mussolini is referred to in line 79 on page 382 as Mus, M-U-S-S, and he once Pound once had occasion to show Mussolini some of the cantos, and Mussolini looked at him and said they're very amusing, which made Pound think of Mussolini as a champion of the arts. And he also noticed that Mussolini was doing some good things. He was making the railroads run on time. He drained swamps around Rome. He built new buildings. They all look like Roman imperial buildings. They're fascistic. And when Roosevelt didn't attack Italy, Pound went back there and started broadcasting, radio broadcasts to Allied troops telling them to go back, that Jews were taking over New York City and making all the money. And he was arrested finally in 1943, taken to the States for trial. His first plane flight, he was a nervous wreck. And he didn't know whether he could have been sentenced to death. And it's that moment that he's confined to the institution for the criminally insane. When he's arrested, he wrote the cantos in prison, in the disciplinary training center, of which you have a picture. I passed out a photograph of the cage, it's called. It was 6 foot wide and 6.5 feet tall. There was really no room. It had a wire roof and wire sides. He was exposed to the weather, whether it rained or whether it was blistering sunlight. There was a spotlight trained on him throughout the night, no rest. Within 3 weeks, he got sick and was moved to a hospital tent, which only had like a little hole in the ceiling through which he looked at the precession of stars. His mind was so active, he had to do something. He learned about like the orbits of the stars, because he only had 5 books, and they were given him by the army. One was the Bible, one was an anthology of poetry, and I think he had a book on Confucius that they let him have. So, notwithstanding the fact this poem is like mind-numbingly elusive, it all came out of his head. He didn't have any reference books. And he also said, when he was arrested, that if he had been further along in his reading of Confucius, he would never have gotten in trouble with the government. Confucius writes about good government. So, prison poetry. Pound is in the cage at the DCTC when he's writing about this, and we get some signs of it in the canto. I'm not going to read this linearly because it's kind of like a mobile. You get these little pockets of sense that you have to foil against others. On page 382 in line 95. At my gates, no Althea. And a footnote tells you that it's a reference to Richard Lovelace's poem To Althea from Prison. It's a poem that has the famous lines, stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. And then in line 37 on 381, he refers to Basil. Line 37, Basil says, and I think the footnote tells you this is Basil Bunting, a Scottish poet who was arrested for being a conscientious objector during World War II. He's also in prison. So these are 2 anchoring points in the poem that tells us that you're reading the anguish of somebody who's in prison. And what the reference to Althea tells you is that you can imprison my body, but you're not going to get my spirit. That can't be imprisoned. So let's think of what had happened here. He'd been working as a poet for 40 years. He had learned everything. He could read Latin without a dictionary at the age of 15, Greek at 16, Provençal at 18. He thought that he was going to be like the most luminous figure of the 20th century, and suddenly, like he's in a cage, reviled, hated, maybe even hated so much that people are going to put him to death. And moreover, from Pound's point of view, he's been written by the bad guys. These are the guys who are going to ruin the world and not make it better. Mussolini was the one who should have won. So it's not only the end of his life, but the end of all of his social ideals, too. Life is over for the revolutionary fascist movement. Now, the opening lines of the canto show us like Pound's lifelong immersion in classics. Line 380, page 380. Zeus lies in Ceres' bosom. Titian is attended of loves under Cythera before sunrise, and then suddenly we're in Spain. But the first 3 lines of the canto are giving you a view of like what it looks outside of his little cage there. On the horizon, he can see a mountain that it looks kind of like Titian, a kind of Mount Fujiyama-like mountain. There are photos of it along the coast of Italy. And then Zeus, of course, is the sun setting in the field of wheat, Ceres' bosom. So Pound is just looking at the Italian landscape, but he's seeing the divine in it, even though he's in prison. Then elsewhere in the Pisan cantos, not in this one, there'll be little moments where he'll pay attention to like the smell of mint, or to the taste of a sprig of mint growing outside of his tent, or at night cats would come to visit him and give him pleasure. These are the cats that appear in the second canto. They come back to bring a little paradise into the prison camp. And this all happens while Pound, according to his relatives, would spend some days on the ground, writhing and crying. You get a sense of that on page 384. The ant's a centaur in this dragon world. Pull down thy vanity. It's not man made courage or made order or made grace. Pull down thy vanity. I say pull down. Learn of the green world what can be thy place in scaled invention or true artistry. Pull down thy vanity. Paquin, pull down. The green cask has outdone your elegance. Where the ant's a centaur, it gives me the image of like somebody lying on the ground, looking at blades of grass, the green cask, and also ants from close up. So let's think about the canto started out. When Pound started out, he wanted to write a book like Dante's with exactly 100 cantos in it. The first 33 were going to be about hell, and then there was going to be a purgatory section, and the cantos were going to end up in paradise. Ha! He ended up in a prison for the mentally insane. And the cantos turned out to be 117 instead of 100. So the question, is one of the questions this canto arises is it possible to find any paradise? Is there any kind of heaven that you can find in this hell? One of the passages I like from the Pisan cantos is paradise is not artificial. It is jagged. First agony, then an hour, then agony. You get 5 minutes here and there of real joy when the cats come by or tent or whatever. So looking for small signs of beneficence and value are a part of this canto. And one of those moments is celebrated at the top of page 382 at the top. Starting in line 45, what counts as the cultural level? Thank Benin for this table X packing box. Don't you tell no one I made it from a mask fine as any in Frankfurt. It'll get you off on the ground. Light is the branch of QAnon, and at first disappoint. And then we go into a different kind of segue of George Santayana. But the footnotes tell you here what's being referred to here is an act of kindness that was extended to Pound by an American soldier, African-American soldier, Henry Hudson Edwards, who gave Pound a packing crate to use as a desk. And Pound saw this as a great act of mercy. Kuanan is the Buddhist god of mercy, and so adds it to like one of the things that makes prison not horrible. And then he shifts to an account of George Santayana, a Spanish person, coming into Boston to teach at Harvard. Let me just pause to wonder briefly about the charge that Pound is elitist, that in order to read him you have to read Provençal and know Chinese thoroughly, and this canto is Spanish. That's one way of looking at it, but if you think about the role of like Edwards here, the African-American's face is compared to a Nigerian mask. Is Pound really the melting pot of bringing the languages that make up America together in a kind of American epic? How many of you Asian people are pleased to see Chinese characters in English-speaking poetry? The Chinese have contributed a great deal to American culture, as have the African-Americans and the Spanish. I mean, there's a good way of looking at Pound's elusiveness, too, is that he's not just parochially invested in English. From his account of Edwards, the canto segues to an account of the Spaniard, George Santayana, which connects for me with the place I left off at the beginning of the canto in the fourth line. After Pound looks at the horizon and sees the mountains and the fields, he turns to Spain, and he said, "Hay aquí mucho catolicismo," sounded catolicismo, y muy poco religión. I'm sorry, religión. My Spanish is bad. The effect is, if you read between the lines and see what's going on here, it's anguishing, because he's in a prison camp on the verge maybe of being executed, and it goes back to 1906 in Spain when he was young and optimistic, and when all the world was adventure. Bliss was it to be alive at that dawn, and he starts recalling this priest who found for him the manuscript of a Provençal poet, Guido Cavalcante, that gave his career a boost in the museums he went to. And then look at all the friends mentioned at the top of page 381. First of all, his hostel keeper, the landlady, Basil Bunting, Possum, T.S. Eliot, Cole, Andre Spire, Joe Bard, Henry Mencken, all these people he had a great life with, and with whom he was starting a literary career. And also the restaurants. One of the lines in the piece in cantos is, "War is the end of good restaurants." And the conversations he had. His wives, Pound got married and immediately got a mistress with whom he had a child, and his wife got a mister. So they were still married, but they each had different partners. And they're referred to in the first two lines on page 382. Some cook, some do not cook. Some things cannot be altered. One of the two ladies cooked, and one of the two ladies didn't cook and told them, "I'm never going to cook for you." And the other one loved cooking. So I suppose this is a way of saying, you take what you get, and I'm here in a prison camp. And we also get memories of like conversations with his father on page 382, starting in line 83. And George Horace said he would get Beveridge. Senator Beveridge wouldn't talk and wouldn't write for his papers, but George got him by camping in his hotel and assailing him at lunch, breakfast, and dinner, 3 articles. And my old man went on hoeing corn while George was telling him across a vacant lot where you'd occasionally see a wild rabbit, or maybe only a loose one. Aye! So the footnotes tell you this is a conversation between George Beveridge, who was the editor of the Saturday Evening Post, who lived down the street from Pound's father. These are the good old days before Pound got into trouble. Then you're left with the question, it's clear that Pound wants to not be in hell and to take his mind wherever he can to find some kind of pleasure or sympathy, but why go back to Spain? in 1906. He could have gone to London, to Venice. Well, think about what happened in Spain in the 1930s. 1936 to 1939 was the Spanish Civil War. The world had gone to economic hell in the 30s, recession, depression, large unemployment, and the Civil War erupted in Spain, which put the left against the right, and it led to the establishment of a fascist state in Spain, led by Francisco Franco in the 1930s and following. And then at the end of this kind of anguishing thought about the start of his life and how great it was and where it's ended him because of politics, this cry, "Oi!" on page 382, a leaf in the current. Everything's just crumbling and passing, falling down. And then he turns to thinking about music in a way that reminds me of a prison episode of this Irish revolutionary giant, Jeremiah O'Donovan Russa, who was jailed by the British, and he was made to eat his hands and feet were shackled together, his hands behind his back, and they made him eat food off the floor. And his response to that was to burst out into song. Not going to get my spirit. So Pound goes back like in the musical tradition, and it seems to pull a focus out of politics into poetry and beauty, in obscure passages that I don't quite get, but I think I get it in rough cloth, but not specifically, is at the bottom of page 383, where a pair of eyes come into his tent. I think it's a manifestation of like the goddess Aphrodite or something. A god comes into the cage. And at this point, Pound realizes he's got things. What thou lovest well remains, the rest is dross. What thou lovest well shall not be reft from thee. What thou lovest well is thy true heritage. And then toward the bottom of page 384, but to have done instead of not doing, that's not vanity. To have with decency knocked that a blunt should open. To have gathered from the air a live tradition, or from a fine old eye the unconquered flame, that's not vanity. He's saying he's done something. He's pulled together a tradition, and he can draw on it in his memory in prison. So the ending of this canto too is not easy to read. Pull down thy vanity. What is that saying? You want Pound to be saying that about himself. I've been vain. I thought I've known everything. I thought I understood global economics. I was an ass. I realize that I'm in prison now. But I think, in fact, what he's saying is like the Allied Army is vain, that they're the ones who have made a mess, and they're the ones who should pull down their vanity and not think that they're reorganizing the world, so that somewhere at the bottom of this, even though like Pound has gotten himself into a mess and has ended up into hell, you'll still see him being stubborn and pig-headed and unregenerate. And so where this goes, you can surmise by looking at the fragments of the last cantos that are in the anthology. In Canto 116, he says, I cannot make it cohere. I botched it. And then in Canto 120, I tried to make paradise. If it's there, it's jagged. Jagged. So I tried to just convey to you, in running you through Canto 81, some of the interests of the P's and cantos. They're incredibly powerful poems written by a man in suffering. So now let me, we've got a few minutes, just leave you up with some summary remarks on the cantos. And I want to do that by way of considering a poem that Basil Bunting, who's mentioned in Canto 81, wrote about in the flyleaf of his cantos. It's on page 656 in your anthology. These are the Alps. There are the Alps. What's there to say about them? They don't make sense. Fatal glaciers, crags, cranks, climb, jumble boulder and weed, pasture and boulder, scree, et longtemps maybe, les refrains joyeux et légers. Who knows what the ice will have scraped on the rock? It is smoothing. There they are. You'll have to go a long way around if you want to avoid them. Takes some getting used to. There are the Alps, fools. Sit down and wait for them to crumble. So Pound is like the Alps. It's like this hideously nightmarish, sometimes beautiful formation right in the middle of the European landscape. The one way to regard the Alps is that they get in the way of traffic. Before the 20th century, the 19th century, they were deadly. You could die in there. They just got in the way. They isolated people, cold and brutal and stony, a nightmare, but also beautiful. And Pound's cantos are like, Pound is like the Alps. There's a great deal of beauty, but a great deal of horror, too. He's been reviled and hated, and also worshipped, never both all at once. And let me just close off by giving you a sense of his legacy and what he left for poets after him. I spoke today of the cantos as a kind of quarry for poets. They all come back to it. One is a doctrine of impersonality. It's embarrassing nowadays to write about how you feel. We've had centuries of it. I'm thinking of the character Peggotty in David Copperfield, who goes around saying, "Oh, I feel things more than other people." That lyric poetry has that kind of feel to it these days. It's embarrassing to write about your feelings. I'm going to take that back, though, because Pound did it in the Peas and Cantos, and it's one of the interesting twists in his career that the architect of impersonality come back and write upon this personal. So there's also the free verse, his championing of free verse with T.S. Eliot and the Imagist movement, and also his incorporation of Asian arts into English culture, the haiku. There's also his translations. We looked at two translations today, two cantos of the Odyssey. And then the kind of theories of translations that he's generated. The idea that translation doesn't have to be a faithful replication of the original, but can be an occasion to create something new, something entirely new. So much so that one of Pound's followers, Louis Zukowski, wrote a poem, a translation of Catullus. Catullus begins, "Odi et amo." I love and I hate and I love, and I can't remember the Zukowski translation. It's something like "Audient mo." He translates into words that sound like it in English, but it doesn't mean the same thing. Then Pound is also somebody who inspired others after him to write a long poem, and in particular a long poem that doesn't have a predisposed conclusion, a kind of poem like the Periplume. William Carlos Williams writes an epic poem called Patterson on the model of Pound. Charles Olson, the Maximus poems, Ginsberg's epics. Then Pound also does something really neat in his cantos. He develops this whole new method of citational verse, which has been taken up by poets like Maeve McGuckian in Ireland or Susan Howe. And what it'll do is exemplified by the poem I passed up by Ronald Johnson called Radios. And if you look at that, it's the handout I passed out. What Johnson did was to go through Paradise Lost and cross out all the words he didn't like. So the title Radios comes from Paradise Lost. He just crossed out the PA and kept in the RAD. And you turn the page over and you'll see where he started. But Pound has the capacity to do this too. He'll take like a history of China or the life of John Adams and just suck out of the book every interesting word, and that's the poem. There's an entirely different way of writing poetry. And then, of course, he leaves us with the ideogrammatic method, the idea of montage or of juxtaposition as a way of generating meaning. And then finally, there's the example of both Husserl and Moberly, where he looks at what his life has been in London and decides it's been a waste and goes off to Venice. And the Peas and Cantos, where he has to look at himself and reinvent himself again and reshape himself. Not many poets do that, just recraft themselves in life. And let me just close off there by saying that the Peas and Cantos may have licensed later on in the century, in the 1960s, a movement back toward personal verse practiced by Robert Lowell, Sylvia Plath, and John Berryman and people like that, to decide it's okay to write about yourself in the middle of the 20th century, especially if you're writing about anguish. Okay, I'm going to leave you with that. One other thing, one more thing. Pound has inspired leftist poets too. There are two poets, George Oppen and Louis Zukowski, both both of them New Yorkers, Jewish and communist, who took up Pound as a model. And there was an English professor in the Berkeley department named Peter Dale Scott, who wrote a long poem called "Going to Jakarta" about the CIA's involvement in Indonesia, that's based on Pound. He was one of the only people in the department who taught Pound for a long time. Okay, Eliot on Monday. One of the two items I passed out today was meant to get passed out last time, and it exemplifies one of Pound's legacies. It's this poem Radios by Ronald Johnson, which he published in 1977. If you turn over the back, you'll see the compositional method by which he got his poem. He took Paradise Lost and he crossed out all the words he didn't like, and what he ended up was his poem Radios. The entire poem Radios is based by crossing out words in Paradise Lost, so it's a kind of invention of a form of poetic composition that Pound bequeathed to him. Anyway, we're moving on today to T.S. Eliot. And first of all, let me say a week from today, next Monday, we're going to have the quiz for this course. And some people have written to me asking questions about the format. So what it's going to be is you'll be given 12 identification questions based on the poetry or the novellas you've read. So it'll be Whitman, Dickinson, Conrad, James, Pound, Eliot, Yeats, and probably William Carlos Williams, or not William Carlos Williams, everybody up through Yeats. And there'll be IDs for the poetry. You'll be asked to answer any 10 out of 12 questions, and there's going to be a time limit, maybe 15 minutes or so, so that I can go on and talk a little bit more about Yeats. Because the plan right now is to start talking about Yeats. I'm going to try and do Eliot all in just today, then move on to Yeats on Wednesday and talk a little bit more about him on Monday. He's a big poet. And then on Wednesday, William Carlos Williams, and then segue into the second part of the course in the study of fiction and the novel. So any questions about that? Yes? There may be a question like, say, identify the poet, the poem. You won't have to identify the poem in the case of Dickinson. You don't have to memorize numbers. But if I include, say, a couple lines about the snake, I might say, identify what this is about, and expect you to say snake, and nothing much more. You won't have to write more than a sentence for anything. Okay? I want it to take 15 minutes, and it's, again, to reward people who have done the reading. So any other questions about that? Okay, I'm going to try and cover all of Eliot in a class. Not all of Eliot, because a singularity of his career is that it kind of falls into two parts. The poetry he writes up to the composition of The Wasteland in 1922. His early stuff differs from what happens later in his career. After he finishes writing The Wasteland, a poem of negativity and disillusion, he stops writing for 9 years, and the next poem he writes is called Ash Wednesday, and it's about his conversion to Anglican Christianity, his conversion to Christianity, and the second half of his years given over to the writing of a Christian verse. So I tend to prefer reading the first half of Eliot, the early poems, where he acquired a power as a poet at a great expense. In reply to what Matthew Arnold said of culture in the late Victorian era, it is all sweetness and light. Eliot replies, I'm going to throw in some bitterness and dark, because what he does in his early career is explore these painful states of mind. Somebody said that reading Eliot in the first half of his career is watching a distinguished mind squandering its energy on the negative and kind of systematically coming apart. It's like watching a mind that was trained. Eliot got a PhD from Heidelberg, and he never picked it up. He never got his degree. He didn't think the paper was worth it. So it's like watching somebody who got a liberal education and realize its lack of value, or something like that. I mean, The Wasteland is an incredibly erudite poem. It quotes everything, but it's a mess. And he's saying that the world is a mess, and you can't put things together in the 20th century. It just doesn't cohere anymore. It's kind of picking up where Pound leaves off at the end of the cantos in the 60s. The new critic, Alan Tate, called the early 20th century the age of Eliot, and called him the most influential man of letters of the 20th century. It wasn't simply his poetry, but also his essays, some of which are in the back of your anthology. Essays that he wrote as a literary critic, but also a cultural critic, that earned him a kind of authority that nobody else enjoyed in the 20th century. He pursued the negative not just in his own writing, but also in his pursuit of precursors. He was a master of the negative, and said at one point, a distinguished aridity is the inevitable during times such as these, or again, the dissolution of value has in itself a positive value. And so he looks in the past for poets to serve as exemplars, and finds that the Dante who writes not the Paradiso or the Purgatorio, but hell, a master of the disgusting. He's attracted to Dante's sense of smell. Eliot's got one of the most acutely sensitive noses in literature. He has like a magnetic nose for bad smells, and he found that in Dante too. He also liked in the poetry of Charles Baudelaire the writing about the sordor and disgustingness of the modern city. And it says something about his career that one of his early collections of poetry, it's a quotation from Dante, a Provençal poet in Dante says, "Ara vos prec," which means in Provençal, I beg you, pray for me. Pray for me. That's the title of one of his books, because he needed to be prayed for in some ways. Like Pound, developed a doctrine of impersonality. For Pound, it was embarrassing to write about your emotions over and over again after a century of romantic poetry, so Pound would put on personas and masks. Eliot did it not so much because he wanted to avoid writing about himself, because he hated writing about himself. He said only those who have a personality and emotions know what it is to want to get rid of them, implying that there's something terrible about what he was feeling. And I think that's right. He was brought up to distrust his own feelings. His grandfather grew up in Boston and was a friend of Ralph Waldo Emerson and John Greenleaf Whittier and those people. And he, deliberately, as a missionary, he was a preacher. He went to St. Louis to educate the barbarians. And Eliot was brought up in a household where he was taught that every member of the Eliot family had a duty to public, a responsibility to engage in public duty, to become an educator or a banker or a leader of the community. So when he went off to Harvard and studied poetry, his parents thought, as your parents do of you, he was squandering his time studying poetry. It was like effeminate and would get you nowhere. And Eliot's way of rebelling as his family, too, was to write poetry. This was the brazen thing to do. He was so depressive and negative, though, that Pound, you may have noticed in Canto 81, calls him Possum, Old Possum. That's partly because Eliot wrote this book, Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. It's interesting the 20th century begins with the wasteland and ends up with cats, like it's framed by T.S. Eliot. But he called him Possum, too, because Eliot was so good at playing dead. Pound also calls him the cantos the Prince of Morticians and Parson Eliot because he was so uptight. Eliot also goes on record saying, nothing dies harder than the desire to think well of oneself. And he did all he could to eradicate that. He's the beginning of a strain in 20th century writing without which no look at 20th century writing would be complete. It's the 20th century mind that sees the most negative and vacant in 20th century culture. He's at the beginning of a line of writers who will culminate in the Beats in San Francisco, or I'll Beat, or with Johnny Rotten, who writes a song, I'm Pretty Vacant. Eliot said it better. So let's look at The Wasteland, which is a scarifying poem. Expressing a state of mind so disturbed and so traumatized to be almost unbearable if you read it rightly. No matter how you read it, it's a stunning and powerful cry of anguish, which Eliot said once and said well. Some of you may know that in the first draft of the poem, the epigraph was from Conrad, from Heart of Darkness. The poem started out with Mr. Kurtz saying, the horror, the horror. But Eliot did that better by giving you the epigraph you've got now. On page 474. The footnote tells you that it's from Petronius' Satyricon, which is about a group of decadent people having a feast in an empire that's toppling. You can read this as a kind of stand-in for Sextus Propertius for the British Empire. And this prophetess who's supposed to be able to see the future, hanging in a cage, the one thing she says is, I want to die. That's the way the poem begins. This person who can see into the future, and all she can say is, I want to die. The Wasteland begins with that statement, and it gets even worse. Eliot, the first impression you get of the poem is that it's just fractured, and the poem gives you images that justify that. At the end of the poem, on page 476, you have a heap of broken image. These fragments I have shored against my rune. And in the opening page of the poem, this heap of broken images, so that the idea of the fragment of the broken image of a fracture is at the center of the poem, which is deliberately violent and disorganized in order to convey something of the vacuity of 20th century life, its incoherence. Eliot's original title for the poem was He Do the Police in Different Voices. It's a line from one of Dickens's novels, The Pickwick Papers. And what Eliot envisioned the poem was kind of like a vaudeville skit in which a group of speakers, people wearing masks, would step onto stage and give these little speeches and acts. And he thought the poem was going to be comic. And then Pound looked at it and said, this isn't funny. And he also, he kind of did for Eliot what he did in the cantos. He just took a lot of stuff out and jammed it more tightly and tightly together so that it became more fragmented, but also less sloppy and more in the nature of the ideogram, with like little fragments juxtaposed against each other in suggestive ways. it might be useful to think about the importance of fragmentation in the modern world. In the 20th century, to talk about something as being whole is kind of to foist an illusion on people. 19th century theorists will talk about the whole of the social world, but nobody can see the whole of the social world. So that toward the 20th century, it becomes understood that the fragment is a greater way of understanding things really than whole. Nobody sees things in wholes. We approach things in fragments, so the fragment may become the truer kind of unity. But what we make of this set of fragments is puzzling. The poem is scatterbrained. It's got like footnotes at the footnotes. The footnotes are the intellectual motor of the poem. It's like the brain is at the bottom of the page. It's hard to know if this is an arranged account of derangement. Is Eliot deliberately showing derangement, or is it just deranged? That's what we're going to look into. And I think the poem is arranged, though in furtive ways. And to make sense of it, we might look at Eliot's pointers, one of which is footnote 7 on page 480. Where he says, this is a reference to Tiresias. I, Tiresias, though blind, throbbing between two lives, an old man with wrinkled female breasts, can see at the violent hour, and so on and so forth. And then it tells that Tiresias, although a mere spectator, and not indeed a character, is yet the most important personage in the poem, uniting all the rest. Just as the one-eyed merchant, seller of currants, melts into the Phoenician sailor, and the latter is not wholly distinct from Ferdinand's Prince of Naples, so all the women are one woman, and the two sexes meet in Tiresias. What Tiresias sees, in fact, is the substance of the poem. The whole passage from Ovid is of great anthropological interest, and the note goes on to clarify that. So the poem is, in some sense, like given from the point of view of Tiresias, but Tiresias is a seer who can see other points of view and who moreover has had an interesting life. The footnote tells you that as you get an account of Tiresias in Ovid's Metamorphoses, so the story is told that Tiresias is walking through the woods one day and sees these two giant snakes copulating, and he strikes them with a stick, and as a consequence of the blasphemy, he's turned into a woman and wanders around for 7 years experiencing life as a woman until he runs across in the woods the same two snakes copulating again, and he figures, I'll beat them, and he does, and he turns back into a man. So he's had the experience of being both male and female. And as a consequence, the king and queen of the gods have an argument. Zeus says, I'm sure he can prove now that women have more pleasure in sex than men do. And Hera is offended by that. So they put it to Tiresias, who has more pleasure during the act of coitus. And Tiresias said woman, which pisses off the queen of the gods, who blinds him as a consequence. And because the husband feels bad for him, he gives him the gift of eternal sight, a prophetic sight. This is a guy who can see, but he can't. He's blind, but he can see into the future. A blind prophet, and somebody who's throbbing between two lives, know what it is to be male and female, but also living and dead, because he's sent down into Hades to. He's the only one in Hades who's said to be alive. So Eliot's notes would. Eliot himself is kind of a sightless seer. He's somebody who's trying to look into the future and figure out something good to do, but he's totally clueless. And also sexually traumatized, I'm going to argue. But you might now think of the poem as a succession of voices, all of whom stand in for Tiresias, or behind him Eliot. They're all kind of masks for Eliot. The perverts, the woman, the Dantes, the various voices are all ways of seeing. And if you think about it, this poem is full of like seers. There's the Sibyl in the cage in the epigraph. And then we don't have to go very far before we get the voice of the Old Testament prophets. On page 474, what are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of the stony rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say or guess, for you know only a heap of broken images, where the sun beats and the dead tree gives no shelter, the cricket no relief, and the dry stone no sound of water. Only there's a shadow under this red rock, and so on and so forth. And those of you who have read the Old Testament will recognize the voice of Jeremiah, the Old Testament prophets in this, the prophet walking through the desert. And then on line 43 on the next page, we have Madame Sosostris, famous clairvoyante, had a bad cold, nevertheless is known to be the wisest woman in Europe with a wicked pack of cards. Here's another kind of prophetess who can tell horoscopes and therefore see into the future. So you could go through the poem and find a lot of different examples of seers. And also in the case of Tiresias, part of his quest, looking for the snakes, is to heal a sexual wound. And this is one of a couple insights that enables me to see the wasteland as an elaborated and an evolved form of the love song of G. Alfred Prufrock. proof rock is about a guy who's wandering on a quest to ask an overwhelming question. But think about the link between questions and quests. So proof rock is asking a question. You ask a question of somebody, you're kind of going on a quest. You don't know where you're going to end up. So that the question asked in proof rock is just a kind of miniature version of what happens in the wasteland. We've got somebody going on a quest to heal a damaged groin. Then, look, I'm just going to give you a kind of 3-minute summary of the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock, which is, after all, a love song, but it's an ironic love song because it turns out, I think no matter which way you cut it, to be about somebody who's terrified of love or of human contact. The opening, let us go then, you and I, like a patient etherized upon a table, suggests a splintering that readers have read differently. Some people take the you and I to be the speaker and the reader. Other people take it to be two parts of the head of a speaker who's in conflict with himself and doesn't know what to do. And the fact that he's anesthetized, let us go, then you and I, like a patient anesthetized upon a table, tells us that like feelings have been buried. Anesthesia cuts off your ability to feel things. Just as Eliot's impersonality does, he can't feel. And then the overwhelming question is associated with this room where women come and go talking about Michelangelo. That refrain over again. In the room, the women come and go talking about Michelangelo. Now, I don't know what you think about Michelangelo. The suggestion is that this is a world of book clubs and high arts and high culture and hoity-toity ladies. But you think about Michelangelo, you also think about the statue of David. And on page 139, there's some writing by Yeats about Michelangelo. The globe-trotting madam can take a look at Adam and feel her blood boil when she looks at the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, as Yeats puts it. So there's something sexualized about the room toward which the speaker is going. And then if you look at the structure of the poem on page 464, you'll notice a series of black dots at the bottom of 464, at the top of 465, and at the bottom of 465, meaning that the proof rock is divided into 4 parts. And the first part seems to have to do with moving toward this room where women come and go, talking of Michelangelo, and attaining a greater and greater physical proximity, so that on page 464, in line 53, I know the voices dying with a dying fall. And then in line 55, I have known the eyes already, known them all. And then in line 62, and I have known the arms already, known them all. Arms that are braceleted in white and bare, but in the lamplight, downed in light brown hair. And then the poem ends. And the movement, I think, is like getting closer and closer and closer toward this room and toward the asking of the question, and the poem just stops. And the next thing you do, you get this image of this guy who's crawled into himself like a shellfish at the bottom of a sea. And then a closing passage that tells you about women, as far as the speaker are concerned, might as well be mermaids or mythical creatures because you're so terrified of actually asking a question that he never gets there. So it's a poem about timidity and retreat in the face of this quest. But I want to see this poem as a kind of core for the wasteland, which turns the asking of a question into a quest. And that gets to the second unity of the wasteland. Eliot tells us that all the speakers are unified because they all are like Tiresias, basically telling us there's one speaker behind this poem. But also there's a headnote to the poem. Eliot wrote a headnote in which he tells us that the poem is based on the Grail legend. This is on page 472. In the first note to the Wasteland, Eliot says, not only the title, but the plan and a good deal of the incidental symbolism of the poem were suggested by Miss Jessie L. Weston's book on the Grail legend, From Ritual to Romance. Those of you who have read the Grail legend know that it comes down to us in many forms. It's a legend that takes many manifestations, but it usually starts with somebody called the Fisher King, who's mentioned in 475 in note 2, who commits a sacrilege against God, an unspeakable act against God, and as a consequence he's stricken low. Death, disease, and blight overcome his land. And in some version he's wounded in the groin and can't produce any children. He falls ill and his lands die off, and what was a once fertile kingdom becomes a desert, a place of drought and desolation. And the only way that he can be steered out of the wasteland, according to the legend, is if he enlists the services of a Grail Knight, a quester, to go off to a place called the Chapel Perilous and to ask a question, like Prufrock. And the question in some version of the Grail legend is like, what's wrong with you, uncle? And and others just more momentous. A simple act of like paying an act of attentive concern to somebody is the answer to The Way Out of the Wasteland in some. But we see like the skeleton of the story embedded on the wasteland because there are references throughout to Grail Knights and Grail Questers, like in line 202 on page 480. It's the ending line in the first paragraph, Et aux ces voix d'enfants chantant dans le coupole. The footnote tells you it's a reference to Parzival, who is a Grail Knight. To Verlaine's Parzival. And at the beginning of the poem, there are references to like Tristan and other knights. And a reference to the Chapel Perilous on page 482 at the end of the poem. Not 482. On page 45, in line 388, there's a reference to tumble graves above the chapel. And on page 482 at the very top, there's a reference to the chapel of St. Magnus Martyr, which seems to be one of the few places in the poem that's pretty and not disgusting. So, and in some of these versions of the Grail Quest, the Fisher King is wounded in the groin, like Tiresias, who's had a sexual trauma. So just a footnote, in Jessie L. Weston's book, From Ritual to Romance, she basically argues that the whole story of the Grail legend and of Christian myth grows out of pagan fertility rites. Worshippers of pagan gods like Adonis, Osiris, and Atyrus would mourn the death of the god at the end of every year in the fall and pray for his resurrection in the spring when the crops came back together. And in Weston's account, these seasonal rituals are the basis of Christianity too. The Christ God dies and comes back to life like the earth itself. So it's about fertility for her. So if we go back to the poem, we can see that Eliot has like systematically invested in the poem images of the wasteland, landscapes of desolation, a version of what he calls in his essay on Hamlet the objective correlative. The essay on Hamlet is in the back of your book. It's two pages long. On 948, what he means by objective correlative is like a little marker in the scenery or description in the object world that mirrors what's going on in the mental world. So in Hamlet, like when things out there get foggy and hazy, it means that Hamlet's getting foggy and hazy. In the wasteland, we see a lot of landscapes of desolation because the mind that's looking at them is desolate. We've got the desert in the opening section of the poem, the burial of the dead. In lines I already read you, what are the roots that clutch with branches grow out of the stony rubbish? It's a landscape of desolation. But let's look at the opening lines. These are really geniusy, and they are a great testament to Eliot's power as a poet. April is the cruelest month breeding, lilacs out of the dead land mixing, memory and desire stirring, dull roots with spring rain, and so on and so forth. The rhythm of the lines is a kind of formal rendering of stymied growth or of stunted energy, because you can see these lines straining out toward the right margin, struggling to get to the end of their statement, to articulate a statement, even to reach the margin, but they get broken off and stunted. It's like if you turn the page 90 degrees and think of these as like shoots growing up in the ground, they're straining to break the surface, but they never make it. And as a consequence, what we're left with is a series of 5 lines, all of which have these feeble, hollow rhymes, ing rhymes. They're weak rhymes and terrible rhymes that suggest like the stagnation of growth and things that won't go up. So that's a way of accounting for lines 1 through 7, an image of like stymied fertility. And they're followed in lines 8 to 18 by an account both of deracination, of somebody who's been picked up and transported across Europe to a different place. I'm not really Lithuanian, I'm German, and so forth. Deracination means being uprooted and picked up. But if you read between the lines here, what we're getting a description of is a sanitarium, somebody in a sanitarium who's broken down. And there are 2 places in the poem, too. Line 182 is, for me, a central line in the poem. By the waters of Leman, I sat down and wept. And that's because, though you would not guess it, Eliot started to write this poem while he was at a sanitarium undergoing therapy. And his therapist said, well, why don't you just jot down your memories of some of the things that happened to you in the last couple of years? That's how The Wasteland started. And that's what turned into the poem, He'd Do the Police in Different Voices. Then Pound looked at it and said, this is a mess, it's not funny. And he and Eliot began systematically censoring the poem and covering it up and putting the footnotes in and making it seem like an intellectual warhorse, when in fact it's a product of a breakdown in his life, and a terrible one. Then there are more descriptions of the wasteland. On lines 177 to 179, this is the beginning of the fire sermon. We get a description of a vacant river where there are no sandwich wrappers and no litter. It's like even the trash has been trashed. It's vacant. And just to call your attention to several of many places in the poem where we get descriptions of the wasteland, one that I like on 484, I think is trying to replicate the rhythm of delirious wandering in a desert in delirium. If there were water and no rock, if there were rock and also water, and water, I like that, and also water, and water, a spring, a pool among the rock, if there were the sound of water only. It's kind of empty lines suggesting deliria. And a footnote in this section refers us to like an Antarctic expedition, these people like traveling through a wilderness of snow. At the end of the poem, I sat on the shore with the arid lands behind me, suggests that the poem has been a passage to the wasteland. And finally, lines 189 to 191, which seem to tag the Fisher King. A rat crept softly through the vegetation, dragging its slimy belly on the bank while I was fishing in the dull canal on a winter evening around behind the gas house, musing upon the king my brother's wreck. So there's an image of fishing, the Fisher King, except the addendum is the gas house, which pulls us into the 20th century and tells us that Eliot has taken wholesale this Grail legend and implanted it over the landscape of 20th century Europe and America. The wasteland that's written about in the Grail legend is relocated in a modern setting. In this part of the poem where the Fisher King appears on the Thames in the 20th century, as litter is floating down past the gas house. So we're seeing this in urban terms. This wasteland is deadliest in the modern city. We're getting an account of the urban apocalypse and also of the apocalypse of early 20th century culture, since the poem's published in 1922 in the aftermath of World War I, when civilization was seen to have decimated itself and desolated itself. We see civilization ruined throughout this section. Notice the falling towers on page 45. I don't have the right page. Yes, it is. It's around line 375. Falling towers, Jerusalem, Athens, Alexandria, Vienna, London, unreal. And also falling bridges toward the end of the poem. London Bridge is falling down and so forth. Structures are falling. Everything's falling. And note the direction from which the collapse comes, the falling towers. Jerusalem, the holy city of the Jews. Athens, Alexandria, Vienna, the city of Freud and more Jews. London, unreal. It's like part of the threat that's buried in these lines, I think, is the threat of like Eastern Europe migrating into Western Europe and bringing with it Slavs and Jews and a whole new barbarism that is going to trash the culture that's celebrated in the wasteland. An unspeakable barbarism is invading the city, making it unreal. Then it's important to note, too, that the wasteland, the title of the poem, that phrase was used to describe the cratered and bombed out area between the two lines in World War I. I'll talk about World War I somewhere down the line, but basically the two armies were locked into a trench system where they were dug into the earth, bombarding each other across this vacant space that would just get cratered like the moon. And that space was called no man's land, or the wasteland. So that's being evoked here in the collapse of civilization. So we're getting a panorama of modern futility, of the nightmare city, the unreal city that's named several times in the poem. Civilization crumbling into the waste in the aftermath of World War II. So we might look at any number of institutions and see how they've degenerated in the 20th century. For instance, religion. Religion is cited a lot in this poem, but as it emerges in the 20th century, it's bankrupt. We get those lines on Madame Sosostris in The Burial of the Dead, line 43 and following. Madame Sosostris, famous clairvoyante, had a bad cold, nevertheless is known to be the wisest woman in Europe with a wicked pack of cards. Religion is degenerated into like horoscope telling and fortune telling, and also the implication is that it caters to the money, people who can pay for this. The person on whom Madame Sosostris' model seems to be a mystic thinker of the turn of the century named Helen Petrovska Blavatsky, who we're going to hear more about when we get to Yeats, because Yeats was into seances and fortune telling and horoscopes and stuff. And then she's supposed to be on top of the weather. She's a clairvoyant, but she's under the weather. She's got a bad cold. So this is like a bankrupt religion. And then we have in line 209 on page 480, Unreal City again. Under the brown fog of a winter noon, Mr. Eugenides, the Smyrna merchant, unshaven, with a pocket full of current CAF London documents at sight, asked me in demotic French to luncheon at the Cannon Street Hotel, followed by a weekend at the Metropole. I'll return to this in a minute, but for a moment, notice that this is a man who's sailing out of the Mideast. It used to be that Phoenician sailors would sail out of the Mideast carrying things like sacred texts and alphabets and documents, the foundational stones of religion. This guy coming out of Smyrna has a pocket full of dried currants. And it's important that they're dried. I want to say basically they're like ciphers for testicles, little things that he has in his pockets that are shriveled up and nut-like, except they're sterile in this poem. And then it's not just Madame Sosostris, the fortune teller, Mr. Eugenides. There's also at the end of the second section a game of chess, an account of these women in a pub deciding whether or not to get an abortion or to buy false teeth with the money. Which is more important, false teeth or an abortion? It suggests that like the value of life has degenerated. And even the cycle of temporality, the cycle of seasons has been displaced in this poem by what's called the cycle of profit and loss in line 314 on page 483. And that reminds us, too, of the opening of the poem. April is the cruelest month. Tennyson writes, when in April a young man's thoughts turn to love. And Chaucer writes about April bringing back the spring, and everything is breathing again and coming back to life. Not in Eliot. April is the cruelest month. And while we're here, let's notice that the second section of the poem, Game of Chess, ends up with an account of closing time. Good night, ladies. Good night. Good night. Everything is shutting down in this world. It's closing time for Western civilization. And I think we're reminded of that, too, by the poem's incessant harping on references to Carthage. Carthage, of course, was a city that fought with Rome during the Punic Wars. Carthage was a Phoenician settlement in the north of Africa. And over a century, at the beginning of the foundation of Rome, Rome warred with Carthage for dominance in the Mediterranean trade routes. And the Romans eventually won. They got to Carthage, they burned it to the ground and poured salt all over it so that nothing would grow there again. Carthage is evoked in this poem as if it's a kind of stand-in for the 20th century. The Sibyl, who talks in the epigram, is located at Cumae in Carthage. And then on line 70, as the speaker is crossing over the London Bridge in the Unreal City, he addresses somebody, Stetson, you who are with me in the ships at Mylae, where Mylae is a battle in the Punic Wars with Carthage. And then in line 92, in the game of chess, as the narrator is going up these stairs, he refers to Lacaria on the ceiling. I guarantee you're not going to find the word Lacaria anyplace else in literature except in The Wasteland, and in the poem that he cites, where he gets the word Lacaria, which is the Aeneid, and it's from a moment in the Aeneid when Virgil goes to Carthage. And then in the center of the poem, the fire sermon, we've got references to St. Augustine's confession. Augustine, as a young man, went to Carthage and started dallying with prostitutes and leading a life of sin. And then he converted and prayed to the Lord to pluck him out of lust. And that began his sainthood. So Carthage is a kind of cipher for the 20th century. And we can look at things like religion, literature, the generation of life and so forth, and see that everything's become a wasteland. But even the most glorious institution of the West has come undone in this poem, and that's its consciousness, its thought. And let me call your attention now to two lines that I think are central to the poem, lines 301 to 302. On Margate Sands. I can connect. Now, notice he breaks the line. I can connect nothing with nothing. He says he can connect, and then he tells us he can't connect by breaking the line. And that rhythm is repeated throughout the poem. In line 38, I could not, the line breaks, speak. In line 121, do, and the line breaks, you know. It's like even the ability to connect things has come apart. So at this point, I want to say something about the breakdown that led Eliot to write this. Again, his parents had impressed upon him the fact that he needed to do something serious that would benefit civil life and be responsible and take care of people. And he went off, and to his parents' shock, they thought he was a putz by studying poetry. There's one point where Eliot goes to Paris, and he finds that writing in French is easier for him because he doesn't feel guilty about it. His mother writes him a letter saying, I can't bear to think of you being in a country where English isn't spoken. The very thought gives me the creeps. And then in later years, Eliot would he'd have these periods of inability to write when he could only write in French. At any rate, he got to be about 30, and he started anguishing with his friends about being a virgin. And he started taking boxing lessons too to break with his parents. And came back with a black eye once, according to Conrad Aiken. And he met this woman named Vivian Haywood who seemed like exactly what he wanted. She was wild, effervescent, outspoken, brash, somebody who would pull a quiet, conservative young guy out. And I think he dated her for about a month and then started thinking about getting married. And her relatives said, don't do it. And his friend said, don't do it. And Eliot's parents said, if you get married, we're going to disinherit you. He got married anyway. And within a month, he realized that her effervescence and brashness was actually pathological, that she was given to menstruating 3 or 4 times a day, or she would wash the sheets 3 or 4 times a day. She took ether to sedate her nerves. But after Eliot wrote Prufrock, she Edith Sitwell, a poet, her maid said to her once of Mrs. Eliot, if she comes over and tries anything, sit on her face, because she would act out. Eliot got more and more alarmed that she was crazy, and so he distanced himself. And the more he distanced himself, the more she wrote on him and said, you're such a prude. I thought you wanted to get out of your shell and discover life, and here I am, and I'm telling you how to do this. And he'd retreat more. By the end of a year or two, they were living on opposite sides of London and not talking. And also, his father had disowned him and said he wouldn't talk to him because he had gotten married. And so Eliot sat down to prove himself by writing poetry, to prove that he was doing something good. And basically what he did night after night was sharpen pencils, looking at blank sheets of paper, until finally he broke down and went to Margate Sands, as a place that's mentioned in the poem, and then to Switzerland, to a sanitarium, where he started to write this poem. And the long and the short of it is that after Eliot got out of the sanitarium and wrote The Wasteland and became successful, he and his wife lived apart for 10 years. He couldn't bear to divorce her. So he waited till he was invited to America, and while lecturing at Harvard, wrote her a note saying he wanted to divorce her. But he didn't remarry until she died, and not until he was in his 60s again. He had no contact with women. Then, to be fair to him, it's said that she would do things like go to poetry readings that he gave with a sign on her back saying, I am the woman that he abandoned. Anyway, it was a troublesome marriage, and it enters the poem. And I want to focus on it because it's a way of seeing how this poem is intensely personal, but how Eliot and Pound have obscured it. So in the opening section, if you look at the... it opens with that evocation of desolation in the wasteland and asylums and sanatoriums and places where you're vacant. And then at the end of the first paragraph, we get this account of the Hyacinth Girl, starting in line 31, where we get, first of all, some German quotations, which the footnote tells you are from Tristan and Isolde. Tristan and Isolde, one of the most torrid and passionate love stories in the whole of world literature. These people just fell in love with each other and died. They were so much in love. And the story of this Hyacinth Girl is, at the end of it, you get a German line that's also from Tristan. So this account of the Hyacinth Girl is framed by 2 tags that tell you we're looking at great passion. And then this account of the Hyacinth Girl, I think this is an account, this looks to me like Eliot's wife. You gave me hyacinths first a year ago. They called me the hyacinth girl. Yet, when we came back, late from the hyacinth garden, your arms full and your hair wet, I could not speak, and my eyes failed. I was neither living nor dead, and I knew nothing, looking into the heart of light, the silence, vast and empty the sea. So here she is, like wild, wet, and dripping, kind of standing there in front of him, and I could say nothing. It is like paralyzed. And it seems to me it's an image of what's said in the third line, that in April, memory and desire get mixed. Or no, the desire here is shut off. Desire is only known in memory for Eliot in this poem. He has a memory of what desire was with the hyacinth girl, but it's in the past and not in the future. And this helps to explain, of course, the epigraph, I want to die. He's in his early 30s, newly married, and going down the tubes. So let's look at also now the game of chess, the second section, where if you look at it, the poem is broken into two parts. The first part is a description of an upper-class couple who can't connect, and the second part, a lower-class couple who can't connect. I think the first part is Eliot's marriage also. First of all, we get the point of view in the game of chess is flighty and nervous, wandering, eyes all over the place, looking at little curios of furniture and decorations. It suggests evasion and nervousness and some terror. And then in what's described in a kind of an echo of Prufrock, the ascent of some stairs toward a room with women in it, we get a kind of evocation of this whole literature of fatal passion. The opening line, the footnote tells us, the chair she sat on like a burnished throne, is a quotation from Antony and Cleopatra. And some of others of you will recognize the word Lacaria points us toward Aeneas and Dido, a great love story. There are references to Ovid, to Venus and Cupid, the little Cupidon. The bottles on the table remind us of the Rape of the Lock and the Belinda's perfumes. Milton's Eve is evoked here too. All these great passions come to nothing. So the style is evoking this tradition of fatal passion. And I guess some of the details that the speaker dwells on, like the Cupidon hiding its eyes, or what do you make of the phrase withered stump? He notices withered stumps. It suggests a kind of nervousness. And then at the end of it, this conversation. He gets into the room and the woman says, my nerves are bad tonight. Yes, bad. Stay with me. Speak to me. Why do you never speak? Speak. What are you thinking of? What thinking? What? I never know what you are thinking. Think. Okay, guys, if you were asked these questions by a woman, what would you respond? Tell me what you're thinking. I think we are in rats' alleys where the dead men lost their bones. I mean, the woman is giving him a come on, and the response is really chilly. I think this was Eliot's marriage. And while we're here, let's notice the title of the section of the poem, A Game of Chess. It comes from a play entitled Women! Beware of Women! And not just that, the end of the poem, the end of the Game of Chess is good night, ladies, good night, good night. And there's another, the quotation is from Ophelia's Mad Song. It's the speech of a mad woman and a guy saying goodbye to women. I don't want women anymore. And also, in the section of the poem, there's a reference to Belladonna, the Lady of the Rocks, and the footnote tells you that Belladonna is a poison; it kills you. Women are like that in this poem, I think. So we get an account of like the upper class marriage at the beginning of the Game of Chess. In a section of the poem is taken from a play called Beware of Women. In the second, you get a lower class account, an account of a lower class group, two women talking about what she's going to do with money that she's gotten from her partner who's in the war. Fighting the war. He sent her some money and she can't decide whether to get a pair of false teeth or an abortion. And one of the implications is the kid probably isn't his. He's off in the war. And that episode of women having teeth, it's scary. It's misogynistic. Anyway, I want to go back to that line now. I can connect nothing with nothing and interpret it sexually. Eliot's partly saying, I cannot connect with women anymore after this experience. I just can't do it. And there are more couples in this poem. One of the myths that's cited in the beginning of the game of chess is the rape of Philomel by Tereus. Around line 100, there's a scene that portrays the change of Philomel by the barbarous king, so rudely forced. Yet there the nightingale filled the desert with inviolable voice, and still she cried, and still the world pursues jug jug to dirty ears. It's a poem about rape, and it reappears in the Fire Sermon in lines 203 and following. These manic lines, twit, 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 jug, 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 so rudely forced, tear you. A poem about a rape, which I would take to be a kind of indicator that Eliot's been raped. He's been sexually traumatized by his marriage. And so in the Fire Sermon, the footnote tells you the Fire Sermon refers to a sermon by Buddha in which Buddha urges his disciples to put out the fires of lust and of human attachment and not to feel it, because it keeps you mired in earthly circumstance. And it's paired with the account of St. Augustine coming to Carthage and getting involved in prostitutes and then praying to the Lord to be plucked out from lust. O Lord, thou pluckest me out. It's a prayer not to have sexual desire, to be released from sexual desire. And no wonder why. It's not simply that we get like rape as a kind of image of sexual union, but let's revisit Mr. Eugenides on page 480 with the pocket full of dried currants. I don't know if the footnote tells you or not, but from Eliot's biography, he was walking down the street one day in London, and this guy comes up to him and says, "You want to spend the weekend in the Hotel Metropole with me?" It was like a gay rendezvous spot, and Eliot's reaction was horror, like, of all the people in London, why did he pick me out and set his eyes on me? Could he tell that I'm like a broken person? And then after revisit the dried currants in the pocket now too. After that, we get an account of like the young man Carbuncular coming to visit the typist in the long section of the Fire Sermon. You all know what carbuncles are. They're like pimples cubed. They're like boils on the face. So she's making love to this guy who's like oozing pus. And there's underwear all over the place. And when she's done, she's just glad it's over. And note the rhymes in this section of the poem. He puts together like tired and undesired, bed and dead. This is love at its worst. And then we get the account of the three Thames maidens on pages 42 and 43. Seems to me an account of three losses of innocence. On 43, trams and dusty trees, Highbury bore me, Richmond and Kew undid me. By Richmond I raised my knees, supine on the floor of a narrow canoe. They did the dirty deed and it hurt. My feet are at Moorgate and my heart under my feet. After the event he wept. He promised a new start. I made no comment. Why should I resent? So he felt terrible and guilty. And then on Margate Sands, I can connect nothing with nothing. I would take this to mean like he cannot do it. The broken fingernails of dirty hands. So these lines seem to be saying that sex is either painful or dirty and guilt-inducing or horrifying. The last time sex was good was in Babylonia. And the images of sexuality in this poem, let me just call your attention to the beginning of the Fire. We're running out of time, but I'm going to leave you with this and maybe pick it up at the beginning of the next class on 479. Just after the lines by the water of Lemon, I sat down and wept, where Eliot is like reminiscing about his therapy. First of all, the weaver's tent is broken at the beginning of that poem. It's like an image of the hymen being broken. In a part of the poem that's quoting Spenser's Prothalamium, a marriage hymn. Everything is ruined here, though. And then these lines I read to you before. A rat crept softly through the vegetation, dragging its slimy belly on the bank while I was fishing in the Dell Canal. If you take some of those words and just isolate them, dragging slimy belly, vegetation. Is this an image of intercourse? Kind of like a really ugly image of intercourse. It's down there someplace. And the fingers clutching, and so on and so forth. Sexuality in this poem just emerges hideously. And while we're here, think about how much the poem is about things that can't quite get it up, like these dull roots at the beginning of the poem, dry tubers, withered stumps, just a lot of things that can't get it up, and a lot of things that are falling down. So I'm just going to leave you with a quick read of the end. My sense is that as the poem ends, after the Fire Sermon, the pray to be released from lust, there's section 4, which is about death by drowning, a kind of baptism, and then in the Fire Sermon, a turn toward religion, toward the religions of the East, Buddhism, the Vedas, but also Christianity, and a sense that like the desolation, the dryness is going to end, that the rain is going to come and save the wasteland. Even though in the last section of the poem the jungle is said to be limp, water is coming. And as I told you, what happens after the wasteland is Eliot stops writing for 9 years, and his next poem is about conversion to Anglicanism, which seems to be his solution to extrication from the wasteland. He joined the church and became close to a community that his parents had come from, his grandparents. He had the opportunity to have like human intimacy with people without the trauma of like having to be close to a woman personally. And Eliot seems not to have had any personal relations until after his first wife died in his 60s, when he remarried his secretary. But The Wasteland is very much a poem about like sexual trauma and the way the world comes apart with that. Okay, so I'm sorry to have run out of time. I'll say a little bit more about this next time. You've got 3 handouts today. I'd like you to bring the 2 on Yeats back on Monday. One of them is a list of poetic feat, and one is a 2-page demonstration of the revisions that Yeats put Leda and the Swan through. On Monday, I'm planning on concentrating on Leda and the Swan and among school children. Also, part of what you'll learn today is that after the Irish Revolution and Civil War, Yeats became a senator in the Irish legislature, and one of the things he did was to design the Irish coin system. He didn't do the actual designs. He came up with the ideas for the coins, which were to represent Irish animals. So I'm going to pass this around so that you can look at them. There's a bull, a peacock, a salmon, an urn, and a stork and a horse. I would like this back at the end of the hour. And you can't find those in Ireland anymore because Ireland is now on the euro, so the Irish coins have disappeared. Okay, so that's about the size of that. Any questions about the quiz? Does everybody have a copy now of the sample? The first question is choose any 6 of the following 7 quotations, and in each case identify the writer, the name of the work in which the quotation appears. So the first one, does everybody get that? Out of nothing, a breathing, hot breath on my ankles, beasts like shadows in glass, a furred tail upon nothingness, lynx purr and heathery smell of beasts where tar smell had been. Does anybody not get that? If you read the second canto, you should know that that's where it's from. And the second example, several of nature's people I know and they know me. I feel for them a transport of cordiality, but never met this fellow, attended or alone, without a tighter breathing and 0 at the bone. Does everybody recognize that? Okay, I may, on the quiz, ask you to identify the subject of a poem like this, since there isn't any title. And then there are 2 multiple choices on the back asking which of the following characters does not appear in The Wasteland. Anybody want to take a stab? The correct answer is A, the postman bearing ash. No such thing in The Wasteland. And what's the name of the boat from which Leggett escapes in The Secret Sharer? D, the Sephirah. Does anybody know what Sephirah is, by the way? It's the name of Moses' wife in the Old Testament. I don't know why, but there you go. What's that? I suppose like Captain Archibald is the layer down of the law. Moses gives the law, Archibald gives the law, so maybe it's important to be associated with the man from Mount Sinai. Yeats lives from 1865, the year that the American Civil War ended, until 1939, the year that World War II began, which is to say that his life, like Pound, spans 2 centuries, and whether or not he chose to do it, Yeats's poetry is poetry including history, because in the years that he lived, he saw the Irish Revolution. Irish attained its independence from England, and also go through a civil war. He saw the Russian Revolution and 2 world wars. The 2 centuries are embodied in his book, and you can see if you read through his poetry consecutively how his early stuff starts out traditionally, imitating prior forms, and gets more and more modern as his career progresses. Joyce could afford to be outside of Irish circumstances. He left the country in exile and wrote from Paris, whereas Yeats was in the thick of it, and therefore Irish history is reflected everywhere in his work. You'll notice in some of his poems references to Irish nationalists like O'Leary, Michael Robartes, and so on and so forth. Yeats was an agent in the Irish Revolution, mostly in the Cultural Revolution. He helped to rediscover and to bring back to life an Irish culture and myths that at the time they thought had been obliterated by the British, the colonizers. And he helped to find a state theater, the Abbey Theater, in which he put on plays that allegorized the Irish condition, like the Countess Kathleen, about a woman who sells her soul to the devil so that she can get food for her children, an allegory of Irish life. If he was like a founder, and also Yeats's poems eventually became foundational national monuments. If you go to Ireland now, they're printed up on bronze plaques and stuck all around the country. It's like Yeats helped to make Ireland in the period of its national formation. His poetry helped to create a national culture. At the same time, some Mobley couldn't care less. He thought of himself as a dreamer who was disgusted with politics. There's that poem, Politics, at the end of the anthology selections you will have read. And The Second Coming tells us the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of a passionate intensity. He distrusted politics a lot. He was a friend of the great, and of course a Nobel Prize laureate. At the same time, he was regarded by a number of people as a wimp and a loser, a daydreamer, because he indulged in the occult, went to seances, was convinced he led past lives, and his life is built of conflicts and contradictions that make his writing especially interesting. He goes on record saying the self-conquest of a writer who is not a man of action is style. And then he made it emphatic that his poetry was going to be about his life. Eliot, when he died, left a slim body of poetry behind him. You can look at the collected poems of Eliot, and they're a book like that. Whereas Yeats, when he died, left behind him 50,000 pages of unpublished writing, much of it drafts of earlier stuff that did get published. Ellman's biographer, Yeats writes this, a poet is by the very nature of things a man who lives with entire sincerity, or rather, the better his poetry, the more sincere his life. His life is an experiment in living, and those that live after him have a right to know it. He asked for a candid biography to be written about himself after he died, which contrasts again with Eliot, who in his will left a little codicil saying, I don't want anybody to write my life. He didn't want anybody to know his biography. Whereas for the 19th century poet, of course, showing what you are is the art of poetry. Yeats also writes, why should we honor those that die upon the field of battle? A man may show as reckless a courage in entering into the abyss of himself. And like Whitman, he thought about poetry as poesis, the act of making. Only in his particular case, the making up of a self. Rather than accepting passively what you're given with, the active fabrication and fashioning of a self, the achievement of sincerity, if that makes any sense at all. The poem after poem in Yeats represents states of mind or conditions or changing attitudes in himself, so that to follow his career is to see a man doggedly trying to alter himself. Toward the end of his life, he arranged everything he wrote into the collected poems and deliberately ordered them in the order he wanted to, ending the volume with Under Ben Bulben, which on page 140, the last lines of Ben Bulben are the epitaph that are written on Yeats's grave. He read the collected poems and ended it with his epitaph and had it turned to stone, so that the collected poems become something like the spiritual autobiography of William Butler Yeats. His life is the subject of his poetry, and particularly because his early poetry is hard. It's hard to see what's going on in it. It's important to look at his life. Eliot said, the thing to know about Yeats is that he writes a kind of like very, very technically polished and crafted poetry that says almost nothing until he gets to be in his mid-50s. And then he starts turning out these great poems one after the other. And the spectacle led Eliot to say, it's not that he became a different man, for as I have hinted, one feels sure that the intense experience of youth had been lived through, and indeed, without the early experience, he could not have attained anything of the wisdom which appears in his later writing. But he had to wait for a late maturity to find expression of early experience, and this makes him, I think, a unique and especially interesting poet. And his biographer, Richard Ellman, says, had Yeats died instead of marrying in 1917, he's 52 years old when he gets married, he would have been remembered as a remarkable minor poet who achieved a diction more powerful than that of his contemporaries, but also, except in a handful of poems, did not have much to say with it. So Yeats's early verse, Ellman also says, is no more than minor and no more than a manner. So I want to look at some of it and see how he writes himself out of it. His grandfather, as is mentioned on page 140, under Ben Bulben, was a rector of the Church of England, which is a Protestant church. He was an evangelical and a fundamentalist, and he brought up Yeats's father very strictly, using the belt and the Bible. The father said he beat sin out of you. And the son was intended to go into the clergy too, but when he went to college, he got undone by studying the rationalists, and also by taking up to painting. He became very anti-Christian. A lot of kids react against their parents. Yeats's father reacted against his father by turning anti-Christian, rational, skeptical, argumentative, and also he started to make connections in London, and particularly among painters like the pre-Raphaelites, who helped further his career as a painter. He married somebody named Susan Pollexfen. And here's a map of Ireland, briefly, and England over here. So Dublin is right on the center of the east coast. Yeats's mother comes from Sligo up here in the northwest. And Yeats spent a lot of his time in London. So she was a kind of opposite to the father, quiet. She tended to hang out in the back of the house with the maids and in the kitchen, indulging in gossip and telling fairy stories of the sort you find materialized in Yeats's poem. And Sligo is also like the west of Ireland, so it's more rural and country and natural. So the first contradiction in Yeats's life are his parents, productive contradiction, insofar as he's kind of based in London, the center of British arts, but also has affiliations with Sligo in the west. And to complicate things, Yeats's mother's brother, George Pollexfen, was interested in astrology and the occult some, and so Yeats started to get interested in this, and it gives his poetry at the very start a kind of double-edgedness, part of him being Irish and folky and superstitious and mystic, and part of him being English and rational and discursive. So he was a sickly kid, pale and agonizingly shy and backward. Ellman says that he probably couldn't read till he was 9 years old. And people thought he was stupid. And the father helped to accelerate his reading by getting out the belt and doing to Yeats what his own father had done to him. He taught him Shakespeare at the breakfast table. Yeats hated school and didn't like to go. He would go play hooky and run around the woods. And that's where he said he learned to write poetry. In his autobiography, he writes, the place that's really influenced my life most is Sligo. There used to be 2 dogs there, one smooth-haired, one curly-haired. I used to follow them all day long. I knew all their occupations, when they hunted for rats, and when they went to the rabbit warrens. They taught me to dream, maybe. Since then, I follow my thoughts as I follow the 2 dogs, the smooth and the curly, wherever they lead me. And he also said that he learned how to write a long poem by hanging out in thickets. He would go into these bushes and just hang out all afternoon and daydream. And it's in there he said that he learned to go into reverie and to write the long poem. So his father had become a rationalist in reaction to his father, and Yeats did to his father what his father did to his father. He reacted against him and became very religious, but in a wacky way, by engaging in the occult, as we'll see. His life in London for him was torture because he was a shy and backward guy. And at the time, the rage in London was aestheticism, art for art's sake, the kind of art associated with Oscar Wilde, who writes in one of his treatises on aesthetics, the first duty in life is to assume a pose. What the second is, no one has found out yet. And also he said, create yourself, be yourself your poem. And also, I treated art as the supreme reality and life as the mere mode of fiction. Yeats is surrounded by people for whom the pursuit of art is almost more sacred than the pursuit of life. Written this time as a novel by a Belgian novelist called Whitman, called Arreboer. Translated Against the Grain or Against Nature, but it's about an aesthete, a guy named Des Esseintes, who dresses. He loves artifice so much more than nature that he wakes up at 5 in the afternoon and goes to sleep at 5 in the morning so that he can enjoy artificial lights because they're so much more spectacular and beautiful than anything out there in nature. Where can you find the blue that comes off of a gas jet or a gas burner out there in the world. So this novel is about a guy who lives his life entirely artificially, who serves his friends, for example, dinners that consist only of black foods, and so on and so forth. And then it was common at this point, too, for people to lead double lives, to make one up. So that Yeats, for example, had a friend, a poetess named Fiona Macleod, whose real name was William Sharp. But you think about the secret sharer and the sense of double lives that come out of Conrad. People were cultivating artificiality at this point in English culture. Yeats in London hung out with members of the Rhymers Club. Some of these people are commemorated in Husserl and Moberly. None of them are anthologized in the Norton Anthology because they came and went. But these were a group of poets who were very accomplished technically. They could write these very sharp and highly crafted poems that said almost nothing. They were very pretty, but had nothing to say. And it gave to Yeats's poetry one of its contradictory slants. So his early experience with transculturalism had imbued him at the beginning with a kind of double, with two attitudes, two styles, two voices, one of which is kind of simple and Irish and down to earth and plain talking with the people, earthy, and the other which is lapidary and cultivated and elaborate. Lapidary comes from Latin lapidus, and it means stone-like. It pertains to the idea that writing poetry is like chiseling a jewel, creating a polished stone. So all of the poems operate with this kind of tension. And given the impulse of aestheticism, Yeats went about trying to forge a manner to make himself up, especially since he was crippled with shyness. There's a place in his biography where he talks about like wandering around London, whether or not it was possible to ask for directions to get from here to there in a prose that people would recognize as being brilliant and geniusly. So he made himself up by even like writing down conversations, it seems, and crafting a style. This is something you can do, by the way, before you make that important phone call. Write down your thoughts and give the appearance of being spontaneous to the person on the other end, even though you've articulated it. So Yeats also got involved in at this point in London because he was like at the center of all these intellectual currents with Theosophy, the intellectual study of religion, is organized around Helen Petrovna Blavatsky, the Russian emigre who's the modern for Madame Sosostris in the wasteland. A lot of British intellectuals got involved in Theosophy, which is a kind of comparative religion. It allowed people to compare Christianity to religions around the world and to feel that they were all related. And through Theosophy, Yeats' interest in the occult snowballed, maybe to satisfy a craving for religion that his father had taught him not to have. His father had reacted to religion, and Yeats seemed to have picked it up, returning to his grandfather was. He was way out there. He indulged in automatic writing. This is where English literature engages surrealism and some of the headier forms of European modernism. Automatic writing is a process developed by the French surrealist André Breton, in which you sit down and don't look at the paper or the pencil, and just let your hand move automatically and see what happens. And proponents of this claim that things in your unconscious get out and you discover things. Yeats claimed to have learned from it, and also to learn that, for instance, he had past lives. He had lived in the 16th century as an African sailor, Leo Africanus, who was the opposite of him, a man of action as opposed to a man of thought, and with whom he communicated through automatic writing. He would write things down like, how do I know that you're real and that I'm not just making this up and pretending that you're there? And then Leo Africanus would write back and say, I'm real. I was there in the 16th century. You got to believe me. It gets more complicated, too. He became involved in something called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The title tells you that they thought of themselves as like giving birth to civilization all over again, of giving it a new dawn. They were kind of affiliates of the Rosicrucians, which you should know about, because the biggest Rosicrucian museum in the world is down there in San Jose. Rosicrucians, it comes from the Latin Rosa Crucis, meaning Red Cross, and it's supposedly a body of knowledge that was brought back from the Crusades by the Red Cross Knight, Rosa Crucis, and consisting largely of the hidden teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, an Egyptian kind of alchemist, who gives therefore the name Hermetic to this body of knowledge, a kind of occult
underground, non-mainstream line of knowledge that's mystical, and that has been carried from the East into the West. So in Rosicrucian, I think one of the exercises of Rosicrucianism is to meditate on the symbol of the rose, or as Yeats puts it in some of his writing, the ghosts of roses. And I asked you to read a poem on page 94, To a Rose Upon the Root of Time, which gives you a sense of the sort of poetry that Yeats starts writing under the influence of these mystical impulses. It's not a great poem. It's working with standard Rosicrucian symbols. The rose is supposed to be a symbol of like transcendental beauty and of the capability of transformation. It starts out as a kind of hard bud and opens up and unfurls, and there's no stopping it. It represents mystic rapture and the unfolding of inner reality, and it's meant to be conceived of as like nailed to a cross, which represents the opposite, the real world, the world of pain and a bruising and a physical reality. So the meditation to the rose upon the root of time is basically a request to be pulled out of mere life. Red rose, come near me now, and pull me into eternal beauty, away from this mortal world. So it's not a poem about real things, and it seems to me the things that are most touching about it are the references in the first stanza to Cuchulainn and the Druid and Fergus, to these Irish myths, and in the second stanza to the weak worm hiding in a small cave, the field mouse running down the grass, these real particular things which the poet is aching to be torn away with. It's a good introduction to his early work, and at the same time that he's pursuing these kind of occult poems, he's also getting caught up in the cause of Irish nationalism, which you see in this poem because of the embeddedness of references to the demigodly hero Cuchulainn and to Druids. That's novel. So all of you should know something about Irish history too, to read Yeats and also Joyce. Ireland is England's first colony. England entered Ireland in the 12th century at the invitation of some Irish tribal chieftains, and they stayed there throughout the 20th. The height of English repression was in the 18th century when Catholicism was made illegal and when the speaking of Gaelic was made illegal. And if a priest was caught practicing the Mass, he was branded with the letter P on his forehead. And at one point in the 18th century, a bounty of £5 was put out for the pelt of a dead priest. If you were caught speaking Gaelic, you were brought into the British Navy and made to serve the military for 4 years, or else driven into the west of the country. So Gaelic started to disappear and all the legends that it carried. By the time that Yeats came along, the feeling was that the English had just obliterated any memory of Irish culture or mythology or legend. And so Yeats was one of these people, along with Lady Gregory, who was responsible for reviving a culture and rediscovering figures like Cuchulainn and the Druids. In the 19th century, as you'll know, Ireland underwent a famine. In 1840, the population of Ireland was 8 million. By the end of the century, it was 4 million. It's the only country in Western Europe whose population decreased rather than increased in the 19th century, and that notwithstanding the fact that birth control was illegal in Ireland until the 1970s. So the country had been obliterated by the British, and part of what Yeats does is to bring back into an Irish awareness of the world of the fairies, of the demigods and of the gods. It gives Yeats's mysticism a more tangible edge because it shows that he's in touch with the real life of the land and not just trying to escape from it. The concerns of Yeats's early poems are contemplating like on Rosicrucian images, but also escaping from this world and going to... You have a question, or?
Oh, yeah. Didn't mean to interrupt, though.
You didn't mean to interrupt?
Yeah.
Okay. You did. Say it.
How do we know that it's the true Irish culture that most of it was obliterated, and Yeats didn't just make it up like he made up Leo Africana?
Yes. How do we know that Yeats was actually rediscovering a lost culture instead of making one up? This is actually like a highly charged political issue right now in Ireland. Yeats was a member of like the more privileged class. He was Anglo-Irish, Protestant, and some of his enemies felt that he was trying to make up what's supposed to be an original Irish culture just so that he and his friends could attain power in the new state. Whereas Joyce felt that the real tradition of Irish culture was Catholicism, not Cuchulainn and the Druids and stuff like that. So, but Yeats, it's important that Yeats was making the Irish aware of a culture that
for the most part, they'd been taught not to look at because English culture was superior. Most of the early poems are about like escaping life and going to an island, or else going into a thicket, these images. So just to give you the titles of some of his early books, 1889 is Crossways, which suggests like in the middle of the woods. The Rose in 1893 suggests Rosicrucian themes. The Wind Among the Reeds, going to an island. In the Seven Woods, once again in the thicket. The Green Helmet and other poems, once again in the middle of the forest. And then in 1914, a book with the title Responsibilities, and poems like Pardon All Fathers that suggest a turn to reality away from this world of daydreams. So let's look at some of these early poems to see what is good about them and what's problematic. And one that we might look at is the Lake Isle of Innisfree, which is on page 140, I believe, in your anthology. No, it's not. 94. Okay, and we're going to have William Yeats read it. He recorded this poem, so I'm going to play it for you.
I hear lake water lapping with rolls down for the shore, but I stand on the roadway or on the pavement's grey. I hear it in the deep dark store.
The red wheelbarrow.
Oh, sorry. We'll get that down. I was going to...
So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens.
It's so true. So what I was going to say about Yeats is boogie, boogie, boogie. I've also got a recording of Pound who reads in the same style, but I mean, nobody would read that way today. It's kind of embarrassing, but it tells you something about like the portentousness and the oracularity of poetry at the turn of the century. Pound reads the same way. I'll bring this back and play Pound for you somewhere down the line. It's that oracular voice. But let's look at this poem. It's about an island, the Lake Isle of Innisfree, and more than that, it's an island in an island. Ireland's an island in the middle of the ocean, and in the middle of this island there's a lake, and in the middle of the lake there's an island. So it's about going away from the present, presumably associated with the pavement's gray, the city, the 20th century urban world, toward this place, Innisfree. And that Innish in Irish means island. Why does he go to Innisfree and not to Inishbofin or Inishturk? Well, that must be that the syllable free has connotations that we can't ignore. It suggests moving to a realm of freedom. So in the sense of the first line tells us about why. I will arise and go now. It suggests, I've had it. I've had it with this life. I want to go someplace else. It's the same opening, if you care to look at it, that opens Sailing to Byzantium. That's no country for old men. I'm going someplace else to be free and to escape and to Innisfree. And what does he do once he gets there? I will arise and go now and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin build there of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, and a hive for the honey bee. So the activity seems to be a kind of weaving, of building things, of making, and of making rows. 9 bean rows. The number 9. Why 9? But how many rows are in this poem? 12. 12 rows. You all know the word verse comes from the word versus in Latin, meaning furrows. it's like it's a dug row in a field. So these 9 bean rows we could take as lines of verse of woven together. The poem is about building, and it's not just that things are being built, but structures are being built to enclose sound. A hive for the honeybee. Once these things are built, the attention seems to go into sounds, into that, to the enjoyment of sounds, of the bee-loud glade. Where look at all the things that are speaking and making music in this poem: bees, crickets, linnets, and waves, all of it sounding. And the poem itself is doing something of what the poem is describing the speaker doing. It's building structures that are full of gorgeous sounds. So in particular, long vowels, A, E, I, O, and U, which if you say them, you have to hollow out your mouth, and you get this big kind of rich sound. So look at how many long vowels he's put into this: lake, isle, free, arise, go, free, clay, bean, row, hive, bee, and bee, loud, glade, three long vowels in a row, and also liquid consonants, the letters L and R, which don't require the tongue to stop at the teeth, but can be pronounced smoothly. The bee, loud, glade, the lake, isle of Innisfree, a lot of smoothness. The great attention put into sonority, into making beautiful sounds. And also, we'll notice in this island kingdom, everything is reversed. At noon, the world is dark, and at midnight, everything's a glimmer. And still, what's being heard are like pleasant sounds, the linnet's wings, and so forth. So if we ask where the energy is going in this poem, it's going into like the construction of rows, into the making of beautiful structures. It's a public utterance about escape, to be free and to make my own music. Yeats is like only 27 years old when he's writing this, and what does a 27-year-old want to escape from? It suggests something about the trouble of his temperament, of not wanting to be in life even before he's even started it. And we might notice in conjunction with this the song "Who Goes with Fergus." It's the song that haunts the young Stephen Dedalus in James Joyce's Ulysses. It's a version of the same poem where the speaker talks about leaving this world and going off with Fergus into the middle of a deep wood and getting lost and escaping from reality. A lot of Yeats's early poems work this way. They show a kind of skillful evasion of the self and a reluctance to deal with real problems. Great technical skill, beautiful language, but the symbols are kind of controlling him, and he's not controlling the symbols and not particularly working anything out in his life. You don't get a sense of like a real person with real problems in reading this poem. It's somebody who's read poetry, wanting to go off into the world of poetry. And then something happened to Yeats. In 1889, he fell in love. He met a woman called Maud Gonne. Who was, Yeats is 24 when he met her. She was 6 foot tall, packed a pistol, she carried a gun, and rode over men's hearts. Yeats thought that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and if you read the poetry, you know that he compares her to Helen of Troy over and over again. Leda and the Swan, Leda gives birth to Helen of Troy, among the other things. She was a member of the Daughters of Ireland, which was the feminist organization associated with the Irish Republican Brotherhood, the Fenians. And in 1897, when Queen Victoria came to Dublin to celebrate the Jubilee of her coronation, she got up on a box in the middle of the street in Dublin and gave a speech that created a riot. She advocated violent revolution, hung out with people who packed guns, and she thought that Yeats was a jerk because he just wanted to put on robes and dream about fairyland and stuff. So you find references to her throughout her poems. No Second Troy on page 101. Could she possibly do anything worse than like cause these people to get into fights like at the Trojan War, or ruin men for being so beautiful? And then in Lapis Lazuli on page 135, this haunts him throughout his life, the fact that she was interested in politics and not him. I've heard the hysterical women say they're sick of the palette and fiddle bow, screw the arts, of poets that are always gay. For everybody knows, or else should know, that if nothing drastic is done, Aeroplane and Zeppelin will come out, pitch like King Billy Bombballs until the town is beaten flat. Or again, the poem Politics on page 183, where he says, how can I stand here looking at that beautiful girl and talk about Russian politics? How can anybody think about politics when there's love in the world? So it's not clear what he saw in her, since she was so different from him, or what he might have seen in her. She might have seen in him, because they became friends. He wrote plays for her, including the Countess Kathleen. She was to play the part of Kathleen and to represent Ireland. It tormented him. For 15 years, he pursued her and fell in love with her and read poetry to her. He proposed to her 40 times. She said no. But it transformed him, because if he was getting politicized just by the street life in Ireland, Yeats, in fact, spent most of his life in London hanging out with the literary establishment and poets. So for some Irishmen, he's not the sincere article, which is why people are questioning his rediscovery of Irish culture. But she brought him back to Ireland and got him involved in life on the street. And then in 1903, she got married, not to him, to Major John McBride, who was a man of action, a soldier, somebody who fought in the Boer War for the British, and who was involved in the Irish Revolution. He was not a poet. He was not a dreamer. He was a man of action. And Yeats's heart just broke. And it's this point that he stops writing poems about going off to fairylands and these pie-in-the-sky worlds, and starts writing these great poems of disillusion, like No Second Troy. Could she possibly do any more damage than she's done already? And then in 1916, as you learn in the poem Easter 1916, on page 106, line 75, there's a reference to McBride. He was one of the 6 people who staged an armed takeover of the centre of Dublin, the Irish post office. He was arrested by the British and executed and killed. So that, as Yeats says, a terrible beauty is born. These people whom he thought were just fools, wearing motley, have now become heroes who are going to be celebrated throughout the ages. However, as a recent critic of Yeats has written, Yeats writes this poem, Easter 1916, while the Irish were in the streets fighting in London. And one speculation is that he wrote it because now maybe he had the chance to get Maud Gunn, that her husband was dead. That makes it a kind of disturbing poem instead of a patriotic one. And then as a final fillip to all this, after he proposed to her 40 times and she turned him down, he started proposing to her daughter, Isabel. He was a troubled person. So all these poems that have been about going to a better world, going into the world of poetry, the thicket, are now transformed, and you get these poems that are about dissolution, like No Second Troy, or The Cold Heaven. What if you dream about going to heaven for all of your life, and it turns out to be nothing but like a glacier, brutal, like freezing ice? What if everything you dream for turns out to be nothing? I'm not going to say much about this poem except to read it, because to read it, you have to read it in one breathless rush. I think it's on page 102. The Cold Heaven, it's on page 102, yeah. Suddenly I saw the cold and rook delighting heaven that seemed as though ice burned and what more the ice, and thereupon imagine and heart were driven so wild that every casual thought of that and this vanished and left but memories that should be out of season with the hot blood of youth, of love crossed long ago. And I took all the blame out of all sense and reason until I cried and trembled and rocked to and fro, riddled with light. When the ghost begins to quicken confusion of the deathbed over it is sent out naked on the roads, as the books say, and stricken by the injustice of the skies for punishment. I mean, it's a breathless kind of brain-battered inquiry about where have I gone? I've been worshiping this image of beauty, and where has it gotten me? I'm riddled. My eyes have been opened up. I'm riddled with light now, but all I see is ice and coldness. And therefore, the next poem, a coat about his prior career. I made my song a coat covered with embroideries out of old mythologies from heel to throat, but the fools caught it, wore it in the world's eye as though they'd wrought it. Song, let them take it, for there's more enterprise than walking naked. So I've been an ass. I've been a fool. I've been pretending to be like a poet, but in fact I've been wearing this coat, this dress with all these patches of motley and color. I'm going to take it off and be naked. Over and over again in his career, Yeats says, I've actually been fooling myself. Now I'm going to be sincere. And then 2 poems later he says, I was fooling myself, and now I'm going to be sincere. So that poem after poem, it's like he's creating masks. And moving from one to the other. These are supposed to be masks. in a process that he calls, in one of his poems, vacillation, going back and forth between one posture and another. I want to close off looking at the Wild Swans at Cooley, because the poem that comes at the end of this period of disillusion and that launches Yeats into his new career. That poem is on page... What is that, 107? I will read it and then talk about it. The trees are in their autumn beauty. The woodland paths are dry. Under the October twilight, the water mirrors a still sky. Upon the brimming water among the stones are 950 swans. The 19th autumn has come upon me since I first made my count. I saw, before I had well finished, all suddenly mount and scatter, wheeling on great broken rings upon their clamorous wings. I have looked upon those brilliant creatures, and now my heart is sore. All changed since I, hearing at twilight, the first time on the shore, the bell beat of their wings above my head, trod with a lettered tread. Unwearied still, lover by lover, they paddle in the cold, companionable streams, or climb the air. Their hearts have not grown old. Passion or conquest, wander where they will, attend upon them still. But now they drift on the still water, mysterious, beautiful. Among what rushes will they build? By what lake's edge or pool delight men's eyes when I awake someday to find that they have flown away? So the dates will tell you that Yeats is 51 and a half when he writes this. And he's still writing poems about swans and things like that, 51 and a half. But this poem is different in a lot of ways. Cooley, you should know, is a country estate in Ireland. It was the estate of Lady Augustus Gregory, who helped Yeats revive Irish myths and legends. And it leads to a kind of observation that if you were to get a sense of Ireland by reading Yeats, you'd get the sense that the country consisted of a lot of peasants, Crazy Jane and the Bishop, the folk who talk about fairies, and aristocrats living on landed estates. I assigned a poem called September 1913, where it's after Yeats' disillusioned by Maud Gonne. He looks at people in the streets and said they're just interested in money. Their greasy fingers are fumbling at the till, and all they do is pray for themselves. That's one of the few poems where Yeats deals with the Irish Catholic population of Ireland, which was 90% of the country, 90% of it urban and living in Dublin. Most of Yeats is writing about the peasants out in the country and the aristocrats. So it's an Anglo-Irish view of Ireland. Never mind the urban Catholics; they're just trouble. So it's at Cooley that he writes this estate. And the opening details tell us that it's the end of the year. The trees are in their autumn beauty, and also the end of the day. It's the October twilight, and a suggestion that this is the end of time. The speaker is comparing his earlier trips to Cooley when he was 19, or 19 years ago when he was 32, to his current visit, where he's obviously tired and wearied, unlike the swans. So things are over. And his whole 15-year love affair with Maud Gonne is over here, too. All the optimism that was there when he first came to Cooley. And then the first interesting detail is 950 swans. Somebody's counted the swans. Everything else is kind of predictable. You can find this in other poetry, but the 59 swans are odd. What does that say about the speaker? It suggests like an awareness of the passing of time and of aging, which is part of what this poem is about. But it rhymes for me conceptually with the 19th in the next line, 59 and 19. They're both like ends of decades, 19, 29, 39, 49, 59. It seems to me those are the dreaded years, the ones before like the birthdays that take you into age and disease and death. So it helps us locate Yeats here, first having visited Cooley when he was 32 in 1899, and now he's 52. So the problem here is reading the relation of the observer to the swans. This is counted. We get the first strong line in the poem, all suddenly mount. It's only 3 words. Each one is accented. It has a powerful rhythm. And what's being conveyed, you've all seen it. You're watching a group of swans or ducks or swimming birds, and all of a sudden, for an unpredictable reason, they just sort of bang go up into the air and take flight. You all know that experience. It has a shock on the speaker because he has to stop counting now. He can't tell how many swans are there. That line stops the kind of cold counting, rational, calculative, discursive movement in the poem, and turns it into an uprush of natural vitality. Something just bursts out of bounds here and is going off in an unpredictable direction. The birds are scattering, wheeling in great broken rings upon their clamorous rings. There's a kind of contradiction between scatter and rings. It suggests that the eye is looking for stability, trying to draw circles where there aren't any, trying to find a new pattern in a world where, to go back to Easter 1916 and to draw an echo that's brought up in this poem, all has changed utterly. Terrible as beauty is born. And then we learn of my heart being sore, and of the throb in the heart as he realizes he's going old and his passion is dissipated, and that unlike the swans who are part of nature and continue to live forever, they don't know that they die, they just produce more swans. He's got to decide where to go. And hence the kind of like vision at the end, wondering where these birds are going to go and what's going to come of them. That's kind of Yeats at the age of 52. I've wasted my whole life writing about this woman who couldn't give a damn. And where am I going to go from here? That's what this poem is about. And you might notice that he's partly moving in a new direction, even as he's writing about it, because the swans are kind of a prefabricated image. All of you read poems about swans at the turn of the century. They're birds that are pure. Yeats had written about swans before. All the symbolists in France wrote about swans. Swans are a kind of big deal in Platonic myth. But this is a poem about real swans doing things that are not predictable by symbolism or by reading. They just get up and go. And so that's the question that Yeats is left with at 52. Where do I go now? Everything that I was counting for is gone. It suggests something of the fright he was experiencing at this time, too, and having to reshape himself. At the same time, he found himself becoming, given the role of the voice of a nation. Easter 1916, poems written for the Abbey Theatre made him a national spokesman. And then in 1917, he got married to a woman named Georgie Hyde Lees, and she intimated after they got married that she would go to seances with him and pretend to channel Leo Africanus, so that he thought that maybe he was getting like a special deal. She could like talk to his past self. But no matter what, his getting married normalized him and led to his being in a position where poem after poem just comes out of him naturally with a kind of natural symbolism. During the World War I, he wrote a book called The Vision, which has been called by one of my teachers a work of mumbo jumbo. And by other people, it's a kind of work of philosophy in which Yeats claims that the sign of the moon that you're born under determines your personality. It's kind of horoscope stuff too. But when the moon is full and casts this eerie light on the world that makes it look different and weird and strange, people born under that sign are people of imagination. They throw weird lights on the world. People born on the new moon, when the moon is totally blank, are men of action because they can't see the world in anything but the way it is. And so he devises this psychology where people go through 28 phases. And it's a total crock, except that it ends up in his poetry, and so it's important. So like one of the things he talks about are gyres. Gyres are these kinds of spirals that go like this, or at the same time that one is going up, one is going down. And you find these all over. Like there's a poem I assigned on page 110 called An Irish Airman Foresees His Death, which is about an airplane taking off like that. And the airman, as he gets up into the upper reaches of the sky, is above it all and detached, a man of intellect and contemplation. And then in the Second Coming, the poem The Second Coming, the first stanza is about mere anarchy being loosed upon the world. A falconer cannot hold a falcon. So the image is a bird going up and getting lost. While in the second stanza, you have these birds of prey going down to descend on the manger in Bethlehem. So these gyres are all over. The symbolism is everywhere in Yeats's poem. Plus, in his after he got married, he bought a round tower in Ireland, which is the subject of a book he writes called The Tower, or The Winding Stairs. And in it, this is after he becomes a senator, too. He thinks of himself like going on a gyre as he goes up to his study, Down here, he's the man of action, the man of the world, the Irish senator. And up here, he's the man of imagination. But he has to go through this kind of spiral. Except all these symbols are now like they're his life. He's not making them up out of scratch. He's living in the middle of them. So that's where I want to leave you off. And everything Yeats writes after The Wild Swans at Cooley in his 50s and 60s is just great. So I don't want to let you go before reading in detail at least a couple of the late poems. And the ones I'd like to focus on are Leda and the Swan and Among School Children. So I didn't want to leave the poetry part of the course without doing something with Williams because he's so different from everybody else. I mentioned when I was lecturing about Pound that Williams went to the University of Pennsylvania with Pound and also with Hilda Doolittle, who went on to become the poet H.D. And unlike Pound and Doolittle, both of whom went to Europe and established careers there, Williams stayed in the United States and felt very strongly about it. And even though they followed different trajectories, Pound and Williams maintained a correspondence and wrote back and forth to each other throughout life and maintained a very productive and lifelong debate about what it was to be a poet. And you probably noticed this like looking at the poetry scene in Berkeley, but there are some people for whom the poet is the poet. Fancy clothes, odd mannerisms, acting out. And poetry is a career in itself. Williams felt a kind of need to attach himself to normalcy and humility. And so, like Wallace Stevens, he insisted on having a real career. He was a doctor by profession, and poetry was something he did on the side. Wallace Stevens was an insurance company executive. They both felt they needed to have roots in the community and involvements with real people. And unlike Pound and Hilda Doolittle, who went to Europe into exile, and who from the distance of Europe told America what it needed to know that it didn't know, Williams stayed in America and wrote about the America he knew. He thought, and you can infer what he thought about Pound from this, he thought The Wasteland was a catastrophe for Western letters, that it was a kind of like a backwards work for an American. American verse should look to the future and look forward to the new, and not cite classical allusions and go back to the past. So he saw The Wasteland as being deferential and backward-looking and slavish to Europe. This has to do with his background, which is different from Eliot's and Pound's. Williams's father was English and emigrated to America and put down roots here as a first-generation member. And his mother was part Jewish and part Basque. She had a Mediterranean stock, and she grew up in Puerto Rico, which is why he has the middle name Carlos. He's named after one of his uncles. And Pound thought about this and differentiated himself and Hilda Doolittle and Eliot from William by writing a kind of offensive letter to Williams. In America, what the hell do you, a bloomin' foreigner, know about the place? Your father, only penetrated the edge, and you've never been west of Upper Darby or the Montauk Switchback, New Jersey. Would H.D., with the swirl of the prairie wind in her underwear, or the virile Sandberg recognize you, an effete Easterner, as a real American? Inconceivable. Thank God you got some Spanish blood to muddy up your mind. The thing that saves you is opacity. Just a difference that the Williamses were a first-generation American family, and they did what a lot of first-generation families did. They aggressively tried to fit in. The family joined the Unitarian Church, which is a church that respects all religions, and the father worked very hard, and Williams was proud of his attachment as an America. At the same time, he learned a lot from Pound and worked with it. The style of free verse, for instance, comes from Pound, and also the cultivation of a poetic style that's free from abstraction, no big ideas. And also, we see Williams inheriting from Pound a respect for the music of the phrase instead of the meter, except Williams takes it to real extremes. Take a look at Spring and All on page 291 to begin seeing a contrast with Pound and Eliot. There are no Greek goddesses in it at all, no Latin phrases, not a single foreign word. In fact, this poem, like a lot that appears in this volume entitled Spring and All, is distinctly non-poetic. So much so that Williams wasn't read in England for a long time. There's an early review of one of Williams' works that says his works were unpublished in England for a long time, and there was a review of him that said he was writing about a mythical city in New Jersey called Paterson. Paterson's a real city. It's the place where The Soprano takes place in part. So for Williams, Whitman was a real revelation. because he represented American enterprise and free verse. But even for Williams, even Whitman was too poetic. His style, after all, is repetitive. It works with a kind of incantatory repetition of phrases. It draws on a lot of alliteration. And in fact, people nowadays call Whitman's brand of free verse cadenced free verse because it comes with regular patterns in it. Part of Williams' project as a poet was to purge language of all detritus and all tradition, of all attachments to literature, and really make things new. Going back to the root meaning of the word poesis, of making and creating, he wanted to create literature from scratch. And so in some of his first books of poetry, Spring and All, for example, what you find are these very prosaic poems. They read like prose statements broken up in lines, alternating with prose paragraphs that sound like poetry, and then a poem and then a prose paragraph. So he's trying to break down the borderline between poetry and prose in more ways than one. And part of what he accomplishes by his peculiar form of writing is to call attention to words in ways that you wouldn't if they weren't installed into one of Williams' poems. He has that habit of unhooking words from familiar functions. Like in the Red Wheelbarrow on page 94, he cuts the line at the end, in between the word wheel and barrow, so that the word barrow is sticking out there all by itself, making you focus on it in a way you usually don't when you think about wheelbarrows. But then if you start to explore the language, a barrow is like a mound of dirt, also a haul, and a wheelbarrow is like a mound of dirt that's getting wheeled along. So the cutting of the line in quirky places has the effect of isolating words rather than arranging them. And the idea is to graph a reading experience and to calculate, to make you stop at certain moments to notice things. One of the great tools of Williams' repertoire as a poet is his lineation, the way he cuts lines. Take a look at a poem like The Yachts on page 298, which I'm not going to read through. I think it's about a boating accident, but I'm not sure. Look at the way the title is part of the poem. So once you start reading it, you get no rest. You have to read all the way through the end. The yachts contend in a sea which the land partly encloses, shielding them from the too heavy blows of an ungoverned ocean, which when it chooses tortures the biggest hulls the best man knows to pit against its beatings, and sinks them pitilessly. Moth-like and mist, scintillant in the minute, then you realize that what he means is minute when you get to the word minute. It's not minute, it's minute, it's an adjective. But the poem is kind of restless and gives you nothing to stop on. You have to decide where to focus so that you pay attention to yourself in the act of reading the poem, and that becomes a kind of focus. The refrain in Williams' early work is it's repeated in the poem Patterson on page 304 and page 306. It's a kind of motif in Patterson. No ideas but in things. He says it over and over again. No ideas but in things. And it's related to a statement made in a handout I passed out on objectivism by Louis Zukowski, who was one of Williams, who was influenced by Williams. He writes that objectivism is a term used to describe a mode of writing that recognizes the poem apart from its meaning to be an object to be dealt with as such. Objectivism looks at the poem with a special eye to its structural aspect, how it has been constructed, and then he points out the term originated out of imagism. And he points out the idea of imagism caused people to think about poetry too much focused on like a visual image, whereas objectivism gets you to focus on the way the poem is put together. Why are the lines cut this way? Why is the poem constructed in the way it was? As Hugh Kenner puts it, the poet looks at the interaction of the lines and not at the rapport with the subject, not at the stuff that's being talked about in the poem. So let's see how this works by looking at some of Williams' poetry. I want to start out with the poem This Is Just to Say on page 295. It's like the yachts. The title gives you no rest. The title of the poem is part of the poem. This is just to say I have eaten the plums that were in the icebox and which you were probably saving for breakfast. Forgive me. They were delicious, so sweet and cold. So even if there is no place to rest, plums and refrigerators, this is a very unassuming and amusing poem until you start to grasp the staggering conception and the novelty of it, one part of which is that almost anybody could write this poem. You don't have to be a genius. And the poem also recalls the real world in a direct way, as no other poem that we've read this semester does, because this could be a functional piece of writing. A note put on a refrigerator, and so it makes you think of your own refrigerator in your own life and relations. It pulls you into an awareness of your own world as opposed to the world of poetry, a real world, in a world that you may not see because you're constantly being seduced by the appeals of higher culture and of idealizing, as in Yeats. Compare this poem to anything that Eliot or Pound have written. If you ever find something like a canto attached to your refrigerator with a magnet in the morning, run. This poem is like rooted in the real world in a way that none of the poets we've read are. The rhythm is, Hugh Kenner throws out the challenge. Take any of Williams' poems and just write it out as a sentence. You could write this poem out as a sentence or a paragraph. It'd be totally undistinctive. But because he breaks the lines where he does, he gives the rhythm a kind of halting and insecure sort of feel, whose importance is brought out by the parodies of this poem I brought you by Kenneth Koch, in which I passed out. My favorite is number 2. We laughed at the hollyhocks together, and then I sprayed them with lye. Forgive me, I simply do not know what I am doing. All 4 of them are very good. What it calls attention to, though, is like this poem is about human relations, and we can read it as a kind of note written to his wife. And then when you start to focus on certain words like icebox and the plums you were saving for breakfast, savings and box go together to suggest the idea of money for me, which is, of course, what couples argue about, among other things. And the fact that these are her plums and she was saving them for breakfast suggests this is an apology, a nervous apology for something that might erupt into a fight. There's a lot to read into it. And one point of the poem is it's operating out of understandings that are implicit in Pound and Eliot, which is that we live in unreality. Recall in The Wasteland that re-evoked phrase, unreal city, which I'd associate with the idea that because we're so lost in literature and our heads are so lost in ideas, in virtual reality, we don't really see the world that's out there. It's an idea that all these poets come to again and again. In Eliot and Pound, you have to adjust to it and then make it new, lop out the dead wood, and create works of art that allow people to see reality as if for the first time. Because part of the function of the language of these poets is to defamiliarize a world that is spoon-fed to you and make you look at it differently. And then Yeats is constantly telling us that he's seduced by dreams of falling in love and living happily ever after, the way it tells you in literature books. But his life didn't work out the way it does in books, and so his career is constantly an attempt to see things nakedly instead of through ideals. So whether or not Williams opens your eyes to reality in a way that other poets don't is up to debate. It depends on the effect of his poetry for you. But the intent is to make you see what's there and to elude the illusion of transparency, that what you're looking at in these poems is not something in the sky or elsewhere. It's the poem itself, which is interesting. So let me run you through a poem in detail. I want to look at Spring and All, since it's the title poem of a book entitled Spring and All. It's on page 291. I'll read it, and then I'll talk about it. Spring and All. By the road to the contagious hospital, under the surge of the blue mottled clouds driven from the northeast, a cold wind. Beyond, the waste of broad muddy fields, brown with dried weeds, standing and fallen, patches of standing water, the scattering of tall trees. All along the road, the reddish, purplish, forked upstanding, twiggy stuff of bushes and small trees with dead brown leaves under them, leafless vines. Lifeless in appearance, sluggish, dazed spring appears. They enter the new world naked, cold, uncertain of all, save that they enter. All about them, the cold, familiar wind. Now the grass, tomorrow the stiff curl of wild carrot leaf. One by one objects are defined. It quickens, clarity, outline of leaf. But now the stark dignity of entrance. Still the profound change has come upon them. Rooted, they grip down and begin to awaken. So first impressions, what was that? It's a lot of blurry impressions of like vacant urban lots, industrial park, maybe winter fields and trash. It's the American landscape drained of any kind of Whitman-esque optimism. The impressions are blurry because one implication is it's the way we usually see life, blurrily. Now the poem is hard to read, but it's in different ways from Pound or Eliot. It's not erudite. You don't have to have a PhD to read it. It's just that it gives you nothing to hold on to. There's no controlling idea, no story, a kind of vague narrative of a car driving through the suburbs. There's no statement, no rhyme, no meter, no consistency. Everything in William Carlos Williams works this way. Every time you pick up a poem, you've got to deal with it as if it's entirely new and built from scratch. So we have to see it on its own terms. And it's illustrating Williams' distrust of what he called a managed poem, the poem that the poet knows all about before he sits down to write it and doesn't allow for any discovery. And it recalls for me, too, Emerson's remark that a poem should be like a new plant or organism or machine, something unique and never seen before. So there's no reference to other poetry in this poem. It doesn't give us any help in that way. And so we have to start focusing from nothing. And I'll do that by noticing the date of the publication of the poem, 1923. 1921 is the year of the publication of The Wasteland, and there's a lot in the poem that recalls the wasteland. Vacant lots, cold winds. I'm thinking of the opening section of the poem. What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of the stony rubbish? We're getting a kind of new version of that. Or line 185. But at my back, I hear a cold gust, the cold wind in the wasteland too. So I want to see this as a kind of response to what Williams saw as the great catastrophe of Western letters, a response to the wasteland. Looking at the same concerns, because spring, after all, is April. April is the cruelest month. And some of it's cruel here, too, because the opening of the poem presents us with a landscape that could be Eliot's. It's blank and lifeless and evokes despair and hopelessness. And it gives it to you, too, because the poem makes no sense. It's It's kind of meaningless. It leaves you kind of floundering, unless we kind of look at the way it's built. And let's start noticing that by following the point of view of the poem from the first phrase, by the road to the contagious hospital, which suggests directionality, a movement towards something, and which rhymes with the first line of the third stanza, all along the road, we're moving someplace. And particular toward the contagious hospital, which the footnote tells you is a hospital for contagious diseases. And since we know that Williams is a doctor, this could be a description of him going off to work, all the more particularly because the contagious hospital rhymes for me with the word mottled in the third line. What context do you see the word mottled, which means splotchy? I see it applied a lot to complexions of the sickly. And there might be a kind of medical overtone in the word patch, too, in the first line of the second stanza. But the word road, the contagious hospital, and the emphasis on disease and death suggests that he's on his way to work, which is doctoring, and also that he's doing this kind of passively. In the second line, the word surge contains the word urge in it. And then the third line, we see the clouds are driven, suggesting passivity or patience. Is this a description of the routine, driving from home to work on an ordinary day and seeing nothing but wasteland, things that are cold and dying? Whatever's the case, at the beginning of the poem, you get a clear sense that it's winter and that things have died and that there's a lot of despair. And the sound also intensifies the lifelessness of the opening, I think. Lines 3 and 4, look at the way these lines end on the word the weakest word in English. No poet in the English language would ever have ended a line of poetry with the word the before Williams, who invented this trick, which suggests it's not a poetic word. Usually poets put strong words at the end of lines because ends of lines get attention. The weak word the doesn't do anything. It's not poetic. It makes a feeble rhyme. The rhymes with the. And it carries over, suggesting that there's nothing worth looking at. That there's nothing that follows the word the and is definite is worth writing about. It also breaks the continuity of statements and gives a flat kind of rhyme. It reminds me of the opening of The Wasteland, where Eliot has those stunted participles not moving past the ends of lines. It's helping us see this as a wasteland where there's nothing worth looking at and where everything is boring. And then also at the end of the first stanza, we get a lot of cacophonous flat A sounds. The word standing appears twice. Stand, patch, scatter, all making a kind of flat and lifeless rhythm. But now that we notice it, though, as the stanza comes to an end, the focus of the poem, the point of view, has been brought down out of the clouds and out of the sky and off the horizon in the distance toward the earth into muddy. In the first stanza, the point of view is way up in the sky or off in the distance, which this is where most of us are at most of the day, dreaming about things that are up there or looking at the future and the horizon and not paying attention to what's in front of us, not focused. So the poem adopts the kind of focus that it's asking us to adopt in looking at itself and to take our heads out of the cloud and off the horizon and look at what's right here on the page. The third stanza opens with another reference to the road, suggesting that we're still moving along, but the observer who's embedded in this poem is stopped to see, which might be an implied critique of Penn and Eliot, because if you keep on moving and driving along, you're not going to notice anything. Your plans and your hopes for the future will blur everything and prevent you from seeing. It's a mistake to go to Europe and to deracinate yourself, to pull yourself up by the roots, because you're not going to see anything at all about America. And then it's about, at this point in the poem, and at the beginning of the third stanza, we get the first strong line. You might have heard it when I read it. These two lines have a kind of meter that the lines before it don't. All along the road, the reddish, purplish, forked, upstanding, twiggy stuff of bushes and small trees, and so on and so forth. The alliteration of two L's all along, two R's, and a kind of rhyme with the ish words, purplish, reddish. And the image, too, of purplish, reddish, upstanding life. And some of these words, leafless vines, vines rhyme for me with veins, and stuff rhymes with stiff, which appears toward the end of the poem. So we put all these terms together, purplish, reddish, upstanding, veins, and stiff. And what you get is something like a vegetative swing. We're still in a landscape of bleakness, but we're seeing desire start to bleed out of it now, a desire for things to happen. And then another break, and the word leafless turns into lifeless. The same thing with the difference. The difference is the landscape is lifeless, not in fact, but only in appearance, as the new line tells us. Lifeless in appearance. It only seems lifeless, but in fact there's juice flowing through everything here in these purplish, reddish, upstanding plants, because spring is animating them. They're sluggish and dazed, not dead. Where sluggish for me contains the word slug, and therefore pulls us not simply into the mud or the ground, but underground, where we now see roots and shoots stirring and throbbing and waiting to burst up through the surface into sunlight, where they're dazed by the light. So April is the cruelest month in Eliot. It might be a sweet month in Williams, because the attention to the life that's growing in these otherwise like scraggy bushes signals a tonal change and a kind of formal change in the poem too. The first four stanzas are halting and irregular and scraggy, kind of like the weeds. The first one has 6 lines, the second 2, the third 5, and then the fourth one 2. But after that, we get a sequence of four quatrains, groups of 4 lines each, suggesting the kind of attainment of some sort of symmetry or balance. And also, the point of view is now underground, not in the sky, but in the heart of the earth, so that over the course of these stanzas, we've moved from the high and remote to what's right in front of your eyes to what's below the surface, so that the movement of the poem is kind of replicating the act of analytical perception, where your focus becomes more and more attuned to the surface of things, and then you start digging in. What the poet is doing here is what we've done and are still doing. We're taking this field of words and transforming it in a way so that it comes out transfigured, in the same way that the poet, looking at this field of suspended life suspended, is seeing it change in front of him. So in the process of reading this, we're getting our minds out of the clouds and our own personal preoccupations and being made to pay attention to what's happening in front of our eyes. And in the process, one by one, as it's put in line 22, objects are quickened. And what we see below the surface here is new life, roots entering the world, except they're presented as a baby's birth. They enter the new world naked, cold, uncertain of all, save that they enter. All about them the cold, familiar wind, where the word familiar comes from the word family. The nakedness and coldness reminds us of newborn kids, as does the word quickening in the second to last stanza. Quickening is the process by which the fetus, its heart starts beating and it undergoes animation. And so as we start to enter the world of the naked child, we're back to the contagious hospital. But now instead of being about death and contagion, it's about birth and new life. So in the poem's movement, from the beginning to the end, we've turned from death and contagion to birth and new life in the same hospital, from depression to hope and a sense of futurity, from meaningless to a sense that we're in a now that's sufficient. Maybe not paradoxically perfect, but sufficient. And also now the poem moves its attention to the present and the future. Now the grass, tomorrow the stiff curl of wild leaf carrot, now the stark dignity of entrance. This is what's happening as one field replaces another. There's a couple lines on page 290 in the poem Queen's Anne's Lace where he talks about a field overtaking a field, and he uses the same image of the wild carrot. It is a field of the wild carrot taking the field by force, one field replacing another. That happens in the poem, too, where I see a field of stuff just there at the beginning, muddy and vague and blurry, starting to get replaced by a system of patterns and energies that gradually clarify outlines and define movements in this poem as we move from a preoccupation with death toward some attention to sexual vigor and animation in the purplish reddish bush, and that the stiff curl of the wild carrot leaf. The stiff curl of the wild carrot leaf. It also suggests that this vegetation is sexualized. But I always wonder about why it picks wild carrots, and I wonder if it's because the WIL in wild is like the WIL in William, and the CAR in carrot is like the CAR in Carlos. Could this be him embedded in the vegetation? Whatever the case, by the time we get to the end of the poem, as it's put in line 25, profound changes have come down upon the field, and as we penetrate it, things quicken. And hence the vague "it" at the end of the poem. It quickens, clarity, outline of leaf, because we're involved too. One by one, the objects of which this poem is composed, clarify and quicken and come to life as we put aside our habits and preoccupations, let the tendrils and filaments of our minds and thought stop drifting in the clouds and remoteness, and instead grip down and take root in what's going on in front of us. So the poem has forced you to look at the here and now, what's in front of you, and it encourages you to go out there and apply the process to everything else around you. I suppose somewhere the poem is also suggesting that creation is continual and is always happening, that the world is constantly being created. It's being created now as you perceive it. An American idea that in America we can create the world anew all the time. Okay, I'm going to segue from there into The Red Wheelbarrow. Spring and All is written in 1923, but it anticipates the direction of Williams' work in the 1930s. It's a kind of depressive poem. It's talking about death and depression in the opening. And The Red Wheelbarrow is maybe exemplary of the Williams writing in the 1930s. It's famous for its minimalism, and it belongs less to the erotically charged world of Spring and All than to the severe, hard-edged world of the 1930s when Pound was going nuts thinking about the depression and world economy. And with all poets, we're having to think about the social relevance of poetry. The Red Wheelbarrow has been called the most hated poem in the English language. And you got to hear Williams reading it the day that I played Yeats, because that was his voice. I didn't think it was worth dragging all the sound equipment down here just to read 2 lines of poetry. But the Red Wheelbarrow is a good example of Williams' unique innovativeness as a poet. So much depends. Let me read it for you, since we don't have Williams here. I got page 294. The Red Wheelbarrow. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow, glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens. Oh, thank you so much. Maybe I'm in the wrong profession. So much depends upon the way the words are put together in this poem, and in the interaction of the lines apart from the subject. The interest arises from the special way that the words are put together. Hugh Kenner has pointed out that if you write this out as a sentence, what you get is a statement that's absolutely banal and flat and kind of uninteresting. But if you put them in lines like this, the poem attains a different zone. And so critics like Kenner see Williams doing something in this poem that's comparable to what artists, say in the graphic arts, do with the objet trouvé. I've mentioned Duchamp, the sculptor and artist. He was the guy who put a urinal into a museum entitled it Fountain, and created the work of found art. Pablo Picasso, at a certain point in his career, also took found objects like bicycles, and he took a bicycle seat, and then the handlebars, and he created a bull sculpture out of found objects. So William Burroughs, the novelist, developed a method of composition where you get two books that were unrelated to each other, and he cut the pages in half and then put them together, and if a sentence made sense, he'd make that sentence part of his novel. So they're unreadable, but interesting. And there are a whole poems by Williams. I'm thinking of The Great Figure on page 291, where Williams will take two different fields of rhetoric and jar them together in a way that makes you wonder where the poem is centered. Another poem like that is Queen Anne's Lace on page 290, where he's comparing his wife's body to a flower, but in a way that makes you aware he's not doing it the way that Shakespeare is when he says, "Shall I compare thee to a summer day?" And The Great Figure, it seems to me, is a poem that is partly about like the sound you get in the night when fire alarms start to go off and fire trucks go to the street, except the title, The Great Figure, puts it together with the apocalypse to make it another poem. At any rate, in the Red Wheelbarrow, because of the way he cuts the lines, we've got four identical two-line stanzas with cuts in the middle of words that make the words alien and strange. The word barrow, rainwater, is taken apart too. And so as to what it's getting at, so much depends. The first line, so much depends. It's true. Everything depends. Think about the answer you give sometimes to questions. It depends. So much depends on everything else. In fact, if you think about the word dependency, it's related. It comes from the Latin pendere, meaning to hang down, and it gives us the word pendant and pending. And I think dependent must be related to these words because of the idea of the breast. Infants depend from the breast. They hang like pendants from the breast. They depend on their mothers. But you can think about this poem now as a pendant with one thing, everything below, depending on what comes before. It kind of reminds me of a remark that William James, Henry's brother, made after a lecture he gave on Iroquois mythology. He pointed out for the Iroquois, the universe is built on the back of a turtle floating around the ocean. And one of his auditors at this lecture said, "Well, what is a turtle standing on?" And James says, "It's turtles all the way down to the bottom, madam." Because what he's calling attention to is like the idea of substance and dependence. We stand on something that we think is foundational, substance, but if you think of the word substance, it means something that is beneath you, beneath where you're standing, substance. What's below substance? It keeps on going down, kind of in this poem, which could be a meditation on dependency and what dependency is grounded on. And then it's been pointed out by some gung-ho readers that the stanzas of this poem kind of look like wheelbarrows. You've got longer lines of 4 or 3 syllables, followed by every second line is a trochee. So you get something that looks kind of like a wheelbarrow. On the other hand, competing critics have said these lines look like chickens. This would be the knack, I guess. Do with it what you will. So, and what depends upon a red wheelbarrow? The farmer's livelihood, perhaps. The whole food supply. This lecture. I ate chicken last night, so the whole reason I'm standing here is that I depend upon food for my livelihood. And this lecture is made out of like digested chicken. So when we get to the chapter in Ulysses on Lesser Gunny, it's all about food. And part of what Joyce asked us to think about is the way protein goes into your body, and it can become anything. It can become your hair, it can become fingernails, it can become your spleen, it can become part of your talk. But you are made of food, and so much depends upon that. Then we notice the composition of this poem is pretty simple, not just because of the lineation, but because of the elements. 2 colors, red and white, primary colors, maybe offset by a little glaze, but you can't get more minimalistic and basic than that. And it's led some people to wonder, is red and white a kind of synecdoche for the farm? You think about barns and they're always red and white. Is this like a microcosmic depiction of a barn? Or since it's written in the 30s, is that right? 23. Well, since it seems to be dealing with like farming and dependency and hardship, some people have seen the red as the Soviets and the whites as capitalists. There's a Soviet artist named Levitsky who does all his paintings in like red and white, and one of them is it's the Red Army driving out the White Army, this is red, and this is white. So it's like the commies are driving out the white Russians. So some people have seen that kind of pattern in this poem. And also red and white suggests passion and it's check. So the poem kind of starts to seem like a mobile-like arrangement where you have this, these elements suspended in a kind of free-floating relation to each other. And an odd one, too. The last stanza, the red wheelbarrow is glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens. So think about the word beside, because usually when we talk about something being beside something else, the thing that's mobile is said to be beside the thing that doesn't move. The chickens usually stand beside the barn, not the barn beside the chickens. But that upsets the usual patterns and hierarchies by which we think of things, so that maybe chickens start to seem like foundational to the system. The barns come and go, the wheelbarrows come and go, but the chickens are always there. So I'm not sure what else to say about this. The attention to lineation that we've seen in this poem is not new to Williams. All poets are acutely conscious of lines, but what is new to Williams is the degree to which he looks at line structure and the way he makes his lines so compact and minimalistic. Let me close you off with one other poem, one that's different from either any of the ones we've read so far. And, I have in mind The Young Housewife on page 286. The Young Housewife. At 10 a.m., the young housewife moves about in negligee behind the wooden walls of her husband's house. I pass solitary in my car. Then again she comes to the curb to call the iceman, fishman, and stands shy, uncorseted, tucking in stray ends of hair, and I compare her to a fallen leaf. The noiseless wheels of my car rush with a crackling sound over dried leaves as I bow and pass smiling. So it seems pretty straightforward, but it leaves you with a question like, what was that about? We're getting a kind of realistic description of a woman seen in daily suburban routine in a poem that's gradually charged with erotic connotations, so that we're getting, again, a poem that is operating with a kind of double field of terms. On the one hand, a description of humdrum routine, suburban life, and then another set of words that charges it with possibility. Spring and all animates the wasteland of urban American industrial parks. The Young Housewife, I would say, animates the world of American suburbs and malls. The poem's built on a recognition of like the routine and the familiar. It's built on some of the details that arise in the opening stanza, which put us in mind of the colloquial, the matter of fact, both in detail and diction. The poem begins by evoking routine. Dullness and unmomentativeness. At 10 a.m. evokes clock time, appointments, and the routine of the day. And there's a repeated emphasis on routines in these opening stanzas. We have the delivery men coming with regularity. So all these details give a kind of feel to the environment. That reminds me again of Duchamp, just going out into the world and finding something that people regard as ordinary, like a urinal, and making it interesting. Here's like a scene in the suburbs that would not be fit for poetry before, but it's being made the subject of poetry, kind of like a ready-made object that Williams has found. The first stanza has no rhymes, but some kind of metrical recurrence, a repetition of the same rhythm mechanically to give it a kind of tick-tock sound. At 10 a.m., the young housewife moves about in negligee behind. At 10 a.m. also suggests regularity and habit and custom, and the ho-hum. But the rhythm and syntax, delineation, and technique work against this innocent picture and open up quirky possibilities just because of the way words are highlighted. In the second line, at 10 a.m., the young housewife moves about in negligee behind. There are two ways of reading the second line because of the line break. We know when we get to the end of the poem that behind is a preposition, that she's moving behind the wooden walls. But before you get to the line break, she moves about in negligee behind. The word negligee means neglected in French, so she's moving around with a neglected behind, suggesting sexual openness, and all the more so because she's moving about behind the wooden walls of her husband's house. I pass solitary in my car. You start to triangulate those words, the wooden walls, her husband's house, and solitary, and you start to get the idea of prison, being behind walls in a prison. And it's not her house, it's her husband's house, so that she's being kind of captive. the word solitary translates from the driver to the housewife again, who's now seen kind of trapped in this prison solitarily with a neglected behind. So at this point, what Pound called the Spanish part of Williams, the opacity, the dirty mind, starts to enter the poem and introduces new tensions between her stillness, her being kind of locked in the house, and his movement or his ability to go places. So his relation to her now becomes interesting. Is he stalking on his way to work, or like ogling? Could he step on the brakes at this moment? And all the more particularly because in lines 5 and 6, he starts to notice or fantasize that she's coming to the curb and starts calling for men, icemen, fishermen, all kinds of men. And then the next line is cut in a way that leaves us wondering before we get to the object of the preposition in. She stands there shy, uncorseted, tucking in. What do you think she needs to tuck in, especially after the word uncorseted? It turns out to be her hair. So the word tuck is suggestive, and all the more particularly because of other words it rhymes with. Think of them. And it's at this point that he compares her to a fallen leaf. I expect a different verb from I compare her after the word tuck. The comparison to a fallen leaf is kind of absurd and surprising. And also, it's poetry, right? People have been comparing ladies to flowers. Williams does it in Queen's Translation as poetry began. And we all know that the act of losing virginity is defloration, losing your flower. And how many women's names are flowers? Lily, violet, rose, pansy, they go on and on. Daisy. So the last stanza, I suppose, is what he'd like to do to her. But it's only a fantasy or a daydream. She's the flower. He'd like to run her over. The last lines are also interesting metrically because they have progressively 3, 4, and 5 stresses, so that you get the image of something like just a line like 3, 4, and 5. It reminds me of like the cartoon exhaust that they put behind cars to suggest zooming off, because he does drive off. It suggests a kind of progressive moving onward, that he's got to move on and go back to the world of 10 a.m. and return to the reality of both his work and the suburban summers, suburban America. So the poem depends upon this delicate balance between two fields of diction and image, one of which is the humdrum world of the suburbs, and the other, the always interesting world of erotic possibility. The poem could be charged with sexism, but I don't see it as sexist because of its light humor, and because the erotic is kept in check by a sense of the normality of what life is like in the suburbs. Okay, so I think that I'm at the end of my talking about that poem as a kind of example of the way Williams will enlist two types of diction or rhetoric and put them at play to make these interesting contrasts. So I felt the need to not to skip Williams, just to make you aware of trends in modern poetry that diverge from those of Pound and Eliot. Yeats is more plain talking than either Pound or Eliot, but you still get schooled in erudite allusions in Yeats, like to Anna My Monday and The Second Coming, to Leda and the Swan, and to obscure mythologies. Williams is different from all three because he's an early prosaic reaction to high modernism. I'm not sure I always get him, but he's moving poetry toward a direction that maybe reaches its kind of peak in the 1950s in England, when a group of poets gathered together and called themselves the Movement. And they included poets like Kingsley Amis and Donald Davy, who was a teacher of mine, and Philip Larkin, who wrote a poem that I passed out for you called This Be the Verse. This is the kind of reaction to high modernism that you get in the 1950s. This be the verse. They fuck you up, your mom and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. They fill you with the faults they had and add some extra, just for you. But they were fucked up in their turn by fools in old-style hats and coats who half the time were soppy stern and half it went out of their throats. Man hands on misery to man. It deepens like a coastal shelf. Get out as early as you can, and don't have any kids yourself. So this would never come out of the head of Ezra Pound. It's a reaction to Pound. Donald Davy writes a poem whose last line I really love. It's horror, like charity, begins at home. So in common, these poets felt a distaste for the grand and kind of global subject matters of the moderns, their epic coverage, their erudition, their inaccessibility, their posturing and grandiosity. I took a class from Donald Davy on modern poetry, and it included Yeats, and he points out that in a Sailing to Byzantium on page 123, in the second stanza, Yeats writes, "An aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul clap at hands and sing, and louder sing for every tatter in its mortal dress." So it's Yeats, at the age of 62, as an among school children, describing himself as a scarecrow who drives all the chicks away. But Davy asks us to think about what it means for a 60-year-old man to describe a soul clapping its hands and singing. It's kind of an embarrassing image for Davy. It's like Yeats at the age of 62 doing a kumbaya moment in the middle of his poem, kind of posturing and pretending to be something he's not. So we need to credit the high modernist poets with restoring intellect and thought to poetry. It had really degenerated over the 19th century until you got people just writing about their feelings all the time. They also made poetry a form of writing that could not ignore history or the economy. After Eliot and Pound, everything in the world is the subject for poetry. So the poets of the movement returned to a plain style, and also to the writing about more identifiably quotidian problems than the modernists did. So Larkin is a good example of that, and I think it's with a prospect of his writing that we'll leave this part of the course in the study of 20th century poetry. So those of you who enjoy the poetry, I encourage you to take courses from many distinguished poets and critics of modern poetry in the English department. Okay, I'll look forward to talking with you about Hemingway on Monday. This is about all I want to say about Ernest Hemingway. This picture is taken from a biography of Hemingway written by Kenneth Lynn, and the biography was reviewed by a professor in the English department, Frederick Cruz. Hemingway's mother was called Grace Hemingway, and as you know, Hemingway's father committed suicide, and Hemingway felt that his mother had pressured the father into killing himself. But of course, Hemingway killed himself, and his niece Margot killed herself, so maybe a family that has something hereditary in it. Anyway, Fred Cruz called the biography of Lynn's biography Pressure Under Grace, a very witty title. Okay, I think we can think of Hemingway as a return to normalcy, for better or worse, but I want to put that term in quotation marks because normalcy, as you'll have gathered from reading Conrad and James and all the poets, is not necessarily a good thing, and maybe even a dangerous thing. It's certainly kinky. Freud, late in his career, came around to the point of view that normalcy was its own form of neurosis, a particular class of neurosis. Even so, reading Hemingway feels less tortuous and more stable than reading Conrad or James or any of the poets, and you can see this in his style and manner. His work is a reaction to forms of instability and confusion, the breakdown of straightforwardness and definition that we found in all the other writers we've read so far this semester. And examining the prose style alone suggests this. It's clean, it's crisp, clear, concise, manly, and cool. Look at the back cover of the book you got. It says in the top, the New York Times quote, "This is a truly gripping story told in lean, hard, athletic prose." And then the last paragraph tells us that Hemingway writes in declarative sentences and terse prose. I think the edition before this had terse, tough prose, but I want to ask could prose be athletic or tough or terse, or are they reading things into it? I think we want to notice is that Hemingway is doing something in the area of prose comparable to what Pound did in poetry. Remember Pound's mania for precision and concision and for cutting out the dead wood. Hemingway does that too. He trained with Gertrude Stein, another master prose stylist of the 20th century, and got himself into the habit of purging his writing of empty words. As Barnes tells Robert Cohen on page 46 at the bottom, Cohen is asking you about Brett Ashley. I'm just giving you the facts. Barnes says, so the writing comes across as unsentimental, and Hemingway went on record bragging about wanting to write the truest sentence that you know. It gives us a sense of a straight perspective with unvarnished facts, kind of reportorial and journalistic, and of course Barnes is a journalist in the novel. The book's published in 1926, and it's important not simply because it shows one modernist response to a condition of great turbulence and confusion. And let's recall that in 1918, at the end of World War I, the war is very much in the background of this book. Both lower-class males in England and women were given the right to vote, so nobody knew what was going to happen to British culture when the role of voters kind of doubled. Nobody knew what to expect, and people were terrified at the prospect of anarchy or of uncontrollable change. So the book's important because it's a reaction to these conditions of turbulence in the 20th century, but also because Hemingway invents a whole style, a whole manner, which is being cool, to put it bluntly. And it's a manner that you still find some writers cultivating, and I think is dangerous and damaging. Hemingway killed himself. He put a shotgun into his mouth and pulled the trigger and blew his head off. And I think it's related to the kind of work he does in his prose. Still, his writing aligns him to the modernists like Pound and Eliot, both because of his spareness and concision, but also because of his impersonality of not flooding you with personal beliefs and feelings, but just presenting the facts. So at first glance, it seems like there's so little going on in The Sun Also Rises, and everything that does go on is so straightforward that there's almost nothing to say. But that's an illusion, because what we're seeing is like the tip of an iceberg, 7/8 of which is concealed. And beneath the surface of things, there's a great deal of turbulence going on. So the book is showing us people who are trying to cope with all the problems and dilemmas we've seen addressed as objects of concern in the novels and poems we've read so far. What is ideal masculinity in the aftermath of World War I? What is proper conduct? And think back over the male figures we've looked at. John Marcher in The Beast in the Jungle, whose life amounts to passivity and doing nothing, or the captain of the Secret Sharer, who's insecure about himself and not sure that he can actually do the job he's been asked to do, or Eliot writing this love song of J. Alfred Prufrock, where the guy's too terrified even to ask a question to the woman, or The Wasteland, which is an epic of impotence in some ways. All these men that we've been reading about are unhinged. And it's unclear what values to absorb or how to act. Hemingway's whole, I want to say oeuvre, deals with the question of how men cope with pain. One of his books is entitled Men Without Women, and it's a good kind of encapsulation of much of his writing. The fact is that in Hemingway, as in the real world, men are in pain. You just don't know it because men are acculturated not to show it. And how they deal with it is interesting, an interesting aspect of this book, too. The portrayal of a world unhinged goes on in every chapter of The Sun Also Rises, and by the sheer accumulation of details, it gives us something that we can think of the condition, the situation with which people have to cope, trying to make difficult life bearable. There's no plot, very little melodrama. There's kind of a plot, but it's submerged. No major melodramatic incidents until you get to the climax where one character beats up another one. In a sense of real situations. And we also get characters, none of whom are at home. They're all expatriates, as Bill Gorton and Jake Barnes discuss on page 119 when they go fishing in Spain. They're Americans, British, and Greeks and Scotsmen living in France. They're uprooted, deracinated. And of course, one of the epigraphs of the novel, You Are the Lost Generation, which Gertrude Stein said of Hemingway's cadre of writers, suggests a generation that's been uprooted. Think about roots in the wasteland. What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow? Everything is uprooted in this culture. And one reason for the prominence of Americans in France was prohibition. You couldn't drink alcohol in America in the 1920s and 30s, and that's an important thing for many people. So a lot of American writers went to Paris where they could drink. So, and the expatriates are also emblematic of not being at home in a deeper sense, of not having real relationships with each other or with their community. And it's a phenomenon that's just escalated over the 20th century as the car arrives on the scene and families no longer grow up together but scatter all over the country. Everybody's kind of lost in this world. And it starts in Hemingway. So it's hard to see how tortured these people are because of the simplicity and the stoicness and spareness of the book, of the style, but they're deeply tortured. The manner is simple and matter of fact, but you're given these small signs of anguish that allow you to see what's going on beneath the surface. One example is on page 20. It's the end of chapter 2 or 3. Robert Cohn falls asleep in Jake's office, and he wakes up from a dream. He starts talking. He shook his head. I can't do it. He said. He put his head deeper into his arms. I can't do it. Nothing will make me do it. Robert, I said, and shook him by the shoulder. He looked up. Did I talk out loud just then? Something, but it wasn't clear. God, what a rotten dream. What was the matter? Talking, he said. I could picture it. I have a rotten habit of picturing the bedroom scenes of my friends. I'll get back to that. But the idea that Robert Cohen's got something really eating at him that erupts in this little expression that comes out of the dream, I can't do it, suggests that there's a lot going on beneath the surface. I think the best place to see this is in looking at the romance between Jake Barnes and Brett Ashley. It's an excruciating love affair. So let's begin to see what's going on by turning to page 32. This is in the cab ride they have after the bar, the scene in the bar, after they leave the bar. Actually, this is the end of this. He's met her for the first time in years at this bar, and they go out together and get a taxi. And when they get into the taxi, the last line of the chapter tells us, "Oh, darling, I've been so miserable." I'm sorry, this is page 32. And then on 33 and 34, starting with a dialogue on 33, "Don't touch me," she said. "Please don't touch me." "What's the matter?" "I can't stand it." "Oh, Brett, you mustn't. You must know. I can't stand it, that's all." "Oh, darling, please understand." "Don't you love me?" "Love you? I simply turn all to jello when you touch me." "Isn't there anything we can do about it?" And continuing the dialogue, "There's not a damn thing we could do," I said. "I don't know," she said. "I don't want to go through that hell again. We better keep away from each other." "But, darling, I have to see you. It isn't all that, you know." "Oh, what's the that?" "It isn't all that, you know. It's going to turn out sex. But it always gets to be that." "That's my fault," Brett says. "Don't we pay for all the things we do?" And then the long and the short of it is at the very bottom of page 34, she says, "A friend of my brother's came home that way from Mons. It seemed like a hell of a joke." And then the next page, "I was pretty well through with the subject. At one time or another, I had probably considered it from most of its various angles, including the one that certain injuries or imperfections are a subject of merriment while remaining quite serious for the person possessing them. And it's a lot of fun to be in love," he says, and she says, "No, it's hell upon earth." So love is a terrible thing here because of what is implied at the bottom of 34, the top of 35, that Jake Barnes has an injury that prevents him from being able to make love. And this is made explicit on page 35. It's not 35. '38 and 39. Jake has left Brett and has come to his room. And let me start to give you a sense of what I think is going on in Hemingway by reading the paragraph that starts at the bottom of page 37. And we're going to see that there's a kind of like a stoic, matter-of-fact, simplistic kind of presentation. In virtually every paragraph, there's a little sign that something is going wrong. "There was a light in the concierge's room, and I knocked on the door, and she gave me my mail. I wished her good night and went upstairs. There were 2 letters and some papers. I looked at them under the gaslight in the dining room. The letters were from the States. One was a bank statement. It showed a balance of $2,432.60. I got out my checkbook and deducted 4 checks drawn since the first of the month and discovered I had a balance of $1,832.60. I wrote this on the back of the statement. The other letter was a wedding announcement. Mr. and Mrs. Aloysius Kirby announced the marriage of their daughter, Catherine. I knew neither the girl nor the man she was marrying. They must be circularizing the town. It was a funny name. I felt sure I could remember anybody with a name like Aloysius. It was a good Catholic name. There was a crest on the announcement, like Zizi the Greek Duke, and that count. The count was funny. Brett had a title too, Lady Ashley. To hell with Brett. To hell with you, Lady Ashley. So, but those last two lines tell you that what goes on in the early part of the paragraph is like avoiding, not wanting to deal with this thing because it hurts. And then explicitly at the bottom of 31, my head started to work. The old grievance. Well, it was a rotten way to be wounded and flying on a joke front like the Italian. And skipping down, turning to the top of page 39. That was where the liaison colonel came to visit me. That was funny. That was about the first funny thing. I was all bandaged up, but they had told him about it. Then he made that wonderful speech. You, a foreigner, an Englishman, any foreigner was an Englishman, have given more than your life. What a speech. I would like to have it illuminated to hang in the office. He never laughed. He was putting himself in my place, I guess. Que mala fortuna, what bad luck. I never used to realize it, I guess. I try and play it along and just not make trouble for people. So if you put the details together, he's been wounded in the groin, like the Fisher King. It's never clear exactly what his injury is, whether it's been shot off or he's just been rendered impotent. But the long and the short of it is that he can't make love. He can't get it up and satisfy Brett Ashley, who consequently is running around with everybody else. So I think the fact that Jake Barnes is not sexually functional he's made that way to reflect on some of the issues that Hemingway is dealing with personally, having been brought up by Grace and made to dress up like a girl for a couple years of his life. To be fair, it was a kind of cultural custom for parents to dress kids up monosexually and to put them in little gowns. So it may not have been peculiar to Hemingway's mother. But still, this is what he wants not to be. This is like what he's denying and repressing. Everything he does is not to be the summer girl who's commemorated by his mother. And I passed around, too, an article about Hemingway's son, Gregory, who had a sex change operation. It's a very weird family. The condition of masculinity is in crisis in this book, and all men have a version of the problem, I think, that Jake Barnes is wrestling in. It's a problem of status, strength, stature, performance. I'm reminded of that Rolling Stones song, am I rough enough? Am I tough enough? Am I rich enough? Am I smart enough? Am I good-looking enough? Do I have enough? That's a question all these male writers and characters are asking in the aftermath of World War I. I'll remind you the opening sentence of Conrad's novel, Lord Jim, is he was an inch, perhaps 2 or 6 feet, telling us that he doesn't quite cut up to the heroic ideal of 6 feet. He's a little below that. Hemingway's version is he was an inch, perhaps 206 inches or something like that. But Hemingway is dealing with the same thing that Eliot is dealing with in The Wasteland, with the condition of impotence and not being able to make love. It's made explicit on page 120 in a passage that's important to me because it alludes to Henry James. This is the fishing trip in Spain with Bill Gorton, and they're talking about what people say about Jake Barnes. You're an expatriate. You've lost touch with the soil. You get precious. Fake European standards have ruined you. You drink yourself to death. You become obsessed by sex. You spend all your time talking, not working. You're an expatriate, so you hang around cafes. You don't like work. One group claims women support you. Another group claims you're impotent. No, I said, I just had an accident. Never mention that, Bill said. That's the sort of thing that can't be spoken of. So, and that's what's happening early in the book. This can't be spoken of. It can't be talked about explicitly, and so it's always like beneath the surface, except for here. And Barnes has an accident. That can't be spoken of. That's what you ought to work up into a mystery, like Henry's bicycle. It wasn't a bicycle, I said. He was riding horseback. I heard it was a tricycle. Well, I said, a plane is sort of like a tricycle. A joystick works the same way. So the reference there is to Henry James's mythical castration, which is now being transformed to Barnes. The sort of thing that can't be spoken of and that James didn't speak of and that Hemingway doesn't either. So I think the innuendo in reference to James is important because Hemingway owes a lot to James. Recall The Beast in the Jungle presents us with the surface of inane social chatter and drivel. We see immense anguish going on beneath the surface. Hemingway's the same. it's a different version of what we saw in The Beast in the Jungle, with a kind of avoiding prose style that just gives us glimpses every once in a while of what's going on. If you ever read any of Hemingway's short stories, they're all about like males in competition, and someplace in the story you'll get a little detail that tells you that the guy's been gored in the groin, or that something's wrong with him. It's always the same. So as in James and in Hemingway, you've got to play hide and seek to figure out what's going on. Think about the style as a kind of macho pose. Clint Eastwood, think about a close-up of Clint Eastwood with his like 10,000 wrinkles, and he just like moves one wrinkle and you know that he's really pissed. Hemingway's kind of like that too. It's nothing moves, and then every once in a while you get a line like "To hell with Brett" or "What a place to be wounded" that lets you get a glimpse into what's going on beneath the surface. But you have to guess at what's going on inside. Or think about the prototypical Western hero, Gary Cooper, who's got a vocabulary of like 3 words. Yep, nope, and so on. The style is doing that. And it says so explicitly on page 39. This is just the passage just after he's thought about his war wound. I never used to realize it, I guess. I try and play it along and just not make trouble for people. Probably I never would have any trouble if I hadn't run into Brett when they shipped me to England. I suppose she only wanted what she couldn't have. Well, people were that way. To hell with people. The Catholic Church had an awfully good way of handling that. Good advice anyway. Try not to think about it. Oh, that was swell advice. Try and take it sometime. Try and take it. I lay awake thinking in my mind jumping around. Then I couldn't keep it away from it, and I started to think about Brett, and all the rest of it went away. I was thinking about Brett. My mind stopped jumping around and started to go in sort of smooth waves. Then all of a sudden I started to cry. The one moment in the book where he cries and reveals vulnerability, and he does it alone because he's a man. He doesn't do it in front of other people like Robert Cohen or Francis Klein, the whiners who are inflicting their misery on everybody around them. So the style does what the advice in that paragraph, try not to think. The style does what it can to avoid harping on it, and it tries not to think about it, which makes the tone hard-boiled. That word is used on page 41, and you probably noticed hard-boiled eggs showing up throughout the novel. On page 73 and 126 in Spain. Hard-boiled suggests like that everything looks hard on the outside, but is very soft on the inside. And there are other images in the novel that kind of convey that too. Count Mephipopolis has scars, which are small signs that he's been wounded. They're hard on the surface, but soft underneath, kind of like the hard-boiled eggs. And so even though Jake Barnes presents his tough exterior, we see that when he's alone, he's got enough to make him cry. There's immense pain here. And it's even worse. It's not just that he's got the war wound, but he's in love with this woman who can't bear being with him because he can't. The quotation is, "We can't do anything about it." And just a kind of footnote. Think about that. Is that really true? If his penis is dysfunctional, is there anything else he could do that maybe would gratify her? Why doesn't it occur to him? Okay, so but the passion is frustrated. I'm looking at page 62 now. If she does it, but she does it with other guys, even though they're in love. On page 62, couldn't we live together, Brett? Couldn't we just live together? I don't think so. I just trompe you. I just cheat on you with everybody. You couldn't stand it. I stand it now. That'd be different. It's my fault, Jake. It's the way I'm made. Isn't it rotten? There isn't any use my telling you I love you. You know I love you. Let's not talk. Talking's all bilge. I'm going away from you, and then Michael's coming back. Why are you going away? Better for you, better for me. Where are you going? When are you going? As soon as I can. Where? San Sebastian. She tells him that like she's sleeping around with other people. And what you don't know here, when you're reading this passage, is that when she goes to San Sebastian on page 89, she comes back and tells him about it. I haven't seen you since I've been back, Brett said. No. How are you, Jake? Fine. Brett looked at me. I say, is Robert Cohen going on this trip? Yes, why? Don't you think it'll be a bit rough on him? Why should it? Who do you think I went down to St. Sebastian with? Congratulations, I said. What did you do that for? What did you say that for? I don't know. What would you like me to say? He behaved rather too. He gets a little dull. Does he? I thought it would be rather good for him. You might take up social service. Don't be nasty. But what a thing. I mean, and look at the way they talk to each other as lovers. How are you doing? Fine. I'm okay. So he's been like hitting the groin by her because she's told him like that she's in love with him and would like to be with him. She's got to have it, and she's doing it with this guy she can't stand. So the woman he's in love with but can't perform with is dating virtually everybody in the book, and that tells us that Barnes has a right to feel a lot of rage and anger. The response to this, I want you to realize what sheer agony he's in. And his response to it is to keep it hidden. I try to play along and not make trouble for other people. And that gets us to the second epigraph of the book, the one from Ecclesiastes. One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever. The sun also arises, and the sun goeth down. It's telling us that life goes on, and you just have to take it. It goes on day after day. A kind of mandate for stoicism, for just bearing your life and not inflicting upon other people. Nobody wants to go through life smeared with other people's petty problems, with their tears and their sweat and their snot and their whining. And this is Barnes's and I think implicitly Hemingway's ethic too, is you don't show it to others. You don't inflict your pain on others. You take it like a man, even if you're a woman, because Brett Ashley does the same thing. Chapter 6, pages 48 to 58, has this excruciating conversation between Robert Cohen, who's been living with this woman, Frances Klein, for 2.5 years, but doesn't want to get married to her. And they're at the point where he's going to send her off with some money to get rid of her, even though he's like taking up 2.5. Think of this in relation to James too, and Mae Bartram. She's being dispatched, and she's sitting at the table just lashing into him for being a weakling and a putz, and he's just sitting there taking it. And Jake Barnes is across the table having to listen to this unbearable conversation. It's one reason why, in a passage I read you on page 61, Brett Ashley says that talking is bilge. Talking is bilge in this book. The stoic characters, the ones who are admired, don't inflict their problems on others. I think that dream with Robert Cohen on page 20. He says, I can't do it. I can't do it. And then Jake Barnes wakes him up. And he says, I had a rotten dream. And at the top of 21, what was the matter? Talking, he said. I could picture it. I have a rotten habit of picturing the bedroom scenes of my friends. And then what you realize retrospectively is that what's probably happened is that she's kept Robert Cohen awake all night, nagging at him for not marrying her after 2.5 years. And when he says, I just can't do it, he's probably referring to the marriage. Cohen is the kind of villainous figure in this book because he lets everybody know what he's feeling and makes them feel even worse. The characters who are admired keep their pain to themselves. We know that they're in pain. And they include Bill Gorton, who on page 76 to 77 we learn has just come back from Vienna, and he can't remember what happened there, presumably because he's been on a drinking binge. And he says that, I make it a point never to be daunted. Whenever I feel daunted, I creep off like a cat and hide. And that line is repeated by Harry Stone on page 50. The stoic characters just go off by them, like Jake Barnes in his hotel room, crying to himself and not telling everybody else how miserable they are. Bill Gorton and Harry Stone seem to me like versions in the novel of what Jake Barnes would look like if we weren't privy to Jake Barnes's thoughts and reflections. They're totally unreadable because they don't share their anguish or pain with you, although you know it's there. There's a moment on page 50 and 51 when Harry Stone is talking to Jake Barnes and Robert Cohen comes up and joins them. And Stone says to Cohen, say the first thing that comes into your head. And, of course, Robert Cohen has to think, which is a bad thing for guys in this book. You just act. You don't think. And then Cohen gets angry and says, I'm going to get into a fight with you. And Stone says, I don't care. Even if he's going to get hurt and in pain, he's not going to show it. He's just going to show indifference. Then there's the Count Mippopopoulos. This is a great character. On pages 66 and 67, we learned that he's been through 7 wars and 4 revolutions. And he shows the characters an arrow wound that he's got 2 arrow wounds. I've got arrow wounds. Have you ever seen arrow wounds? Let's have a look at them. This is 67. The Count stood up, unbuttoned his vest, and opened his shirt. He pulled up the undershirt onto his chest and stood, his chest black, hairy, and big stomach muscles bulging onto the light. You see them? Below the line where his ribs stopped were 2 raised white welts. See on the back where they came out. He's got scars on the front and the back from like arrows having gone through his body. So this is a person who's like seen it all and done it all. But he's now in Barnes' room. Brett has brought him there, and the scene is one of immense and potential pain. Brett says of the Count on page 67 and also on 40, he's one of us. He's like Brett. He's like Jake Barnes. He's the stoic. He's been through real hell, but he doesn't show it. The circumstances could be ugly and murderous because the Count is after Brett. He wants her. He's invited her to go off to Monte Carlo for a weekend. She can't go to Monte Carlo because everybody knows her there. She's ruined her reputation. So she's not gone off with him. She's gone off with Robert Cohen instead. And now she's brought the Count to see another man who also wants her, but who has a dysfunctional dick. And she's engaged to a third man and is sleeping with everybody else. She also tells the Count that she's in love with Brett. So these 2 guys, both anguishing for the same woman who's in the room with them, it could be at fisticuffs, but instead the relations are displaced onto neutral topics like on 63 wine and on 64 cigars. And at that point, Barnes says, well, why don't you write something about wines, Count? And he says on 66, I don't mix emotions with wine or thought. The idea is that don't overthink this, just enjoy it. So the conversation doesn't exactly bring relief to these characters. They're still in anguish. But it has the effect of avoiding pain or of increasing pain. And we might think of the way characters do that throughout the novel. One is by working or acting, which is, it seems to be part of what Hemingway did throughout his career. He did a lot of acting, boxing, big game hunting, bullfighting, fishing, deep-sea fishing. He moved from one thing to another trying to remain active and trying not to think about it too much for reasons we'll consider. And then there's that moment on page 50 where Harry Stone says to Robert Cohen, just talk and don't think, as if thinking is a bad thing. So just acting and doing things is a way of keeping your mind off the painful things that are always there. And also drinking. The drinking that goes on in this novel is phenomenal. And drinking is anesthesia. It's a painkiller. It blunts you. And recall the 4 days in Vienna that Bill Gordon can't recall. Talk about not facing your life. What a better way than to have a blackout. So the problem with all this for me is that stoicism, concealing pain and not expressing it, also means concealing pleasure or eroticism. You can't shut part of yourself off. It's like turning off part of a tap. If you conceal one thing, other things are going to be concealed too. So what gets concealed in Hemingway, the things that you have to play hide and seek to figure out, are the emotions, the passions. And those things are usually gendered as feminine. They are throughout the 19th century that women were good at feeling and being passive, men at acting. And so I think Hemingway is repressing like the sentimental or emotional side of things. So that finally for me, the reason Jake can't get excited is that he prevents himself from getting excited. If you put a lid on it, you put a lid on all of it and not just part of it. And this seems to me an aspect of the attitude of cool, which governs the way many of the characters talk, close to the cuff with no revelations, showing no vulnerability, just as Jake Barnes puts it at the bottom of 46, just the facts. Talking's all bilge. So let me just read again one of the conversations I read to you about these 2 people who are supposedly the loves of each other's lives, talking to each other. This is on page 89. I haven't seen you since I've been back, Brett said. No. How are you, Jake? Fine. It's not exactly an outpouring of emotional expression. The characters are cool as ice boxes, and the contrast is with Robert Cohen and Francis Klein, the whiners who admire everybody in their pain. So Cohen, again, is the foil to Barnes, the opposite. And he's the one who has who likes to talk about Brett Ashley, and who therefore turns her into like a fiction, a literature, and has false emotions and illusions about her, whereas Barnes looks at things realistically in a hard-boiled way, and doesn't let himself romanticize things. On 46 and 47. Starting at the top of 46, what do you know about Lady Brett Ashley, Jake? Her name's Lady Ashley. Brett's her own name. She's a nice girl, I said. She's getting a divorce and she's going to marry Mike Campbell. He's over in Scotland now. Why? She's a remarkably attractive woman. And then Cohen says to Barnes, I shouldn't wonder if I were in love with her. She's a drunk, I said. She's in love with Mike Campbell and she's going to marry him. She's going to be rich as hell someday. I don't believe she'll ever marry him. Why not? I don't know. I just don't believe it. And then Barnes is getting irritated, and this is the point where he says, the very bottom of page 46, I was just trying to give you the facts. I don't believe she would marry any. Cohen says, I don't believe she would marry anybody she didn't love. Well, I said, she's done it twice. I don't believe it. So he's trying to romanticize her and turn her into like the aristocratic Lady Brett Ashley, the lady of his life, the love of his life, for whom he's going to court. Who's going to court, and presumably this is part of the reason why Francis Klein is getting out of the picture. He's met Brett Ashley. And there's no sign from Jake that he loves Brett Ashley when Robert Cohen is talking to him. It's one of the scenes where you get the sense that Cohen has learned a lot by reading books instead of like acting life. Then at Pamplona, when they get to Spain in Pamplona, Robert Cohen is all over everybody, intimating that he's had an affair with Brett to every guy there, and telling everybody, I'm in love, and she loves me, and he's confiding his love to everybody, and therefore causing pain to Jake, and the implication is the other male characters find her attractive too, but they don't go on and on the way Robert Cohen does. And you might, couples in public, Brett Ashley and Jake Barnes conceal their love for each other. All the other characters do, except for the Kleins and for Robert Cohen. Seeing couples in public can make people feel bad. I don't know if you've had this experience, watching people hug and love each other when you're by yourself. It's a really terrible thing to do to other people. So that helps to account for Hemingway's style of journalese and journalistic, just giving the facts and not indulging in sentimental allusions or romance. So the style is doing what Hemingway's style is doing what the characters do. It conceals emotions. It's a male style, so much so that it can't help reveal things. Like in that paragraph I read you, where Barnes ends up crying in his bedroom, and you realize that beneath the surface of this prose is talking about beers and checkbooks and stuff. There's this searing, blistering, tear-generating pain. I think too the macho pose, the male walk. Richard Pryor does a great version of it. You know, oh snake, no budging, no showing any kind of emotion. So the style emphasizes what's not important and leaves you in the position of having to figure out what is. So an example of this, a place where Hemingway acknowledges it would be on page 102. It's in the middle of chapter 12, chapter 10. It's the first chapter in which Barnes explicitly says at the end, I hate Robert Cohen. It's all implied up to there, but at the end of it he says it. And on 102, toward the long paragraph toward the top, we had coffee at the Iruña, sitting in a comfortable wicker chairs looking out from the cool of the arcade at the big square. After a while, Bill went to write some letters, and Cohen went over to the barber shop. It was still closed, so he decided to go up to the hotel and get a bath. And I sat out in front of the cafe and then went for a walk in the town. It was very hot, but I kept on the shady side of the streets and went through the markets and had a good time seeing the town again. I went to the Ayuntamiento, the town hall, and found the old gentleman who subscribes for the bullfight tickets for me every year. And he had gotten the money I sent him from Paris and renewed my subscription, so that was set. He was the archivist, and all the archives in the town were in his office. That has nothing to do with the story. And the whole paragraph has nothing to do with the story. The paragraph's there because he's stalling and like avoiding having the confrontation with Robert Cohen that the chapter builds up to, though you see it coming. You have to ask if why these passages are there and what they're doing. And they're there to make us aware of an emotion that's being repressed, painful ones. So usually the chapters build up to a kind of indirect revelation. Chapter 2 ends up with Robert Cohen's nightmare dream. I can't do it. Chapter 3 ends up with Brett in the taxi cab saying, "I'm so miserable," which keys us into the problem with their romance. And then chapter 4 ends up with Jake Barnes crying in bed. Chapter 10, where Barnes first admits that he hates Robert Cohen, it starts out on page 96 with Robert Cohen talking about castles and what this castle is an example of a certain kind of architecture, which is one, talking. He's talking about castles, information he's gotten from books. And then if you look 2-3 pages later on page 99, when they're actually driving around Spain, he's fallen asleep. So he's not seeing Spain. He's seeing it through books. And then after giving us this, it's a detail that you can read into, that the fact that Cohen is in Spain giving lectures on Spain is something that irritates Barnes. So you can read beneath the lines there. And then on page 97, Barnes goes into his room and discovers a cockroach on the floor and squishes it. The cockroach, of course, is like a surrogate or a cipher for Robert Cohen. It's an emblem of what's going to happen to him at the end of the chapter. And then, of course, throughout the chapter, he's whining about why Brett isn't here and how he knows that she's going to come tonight, and he knows all about her. Barnes says he's a little conniver. And at this point, the paragraph about the archivist comes in. This has nothing to do with the story. And then finally, on page 104, 105, the acknowledgement that Jake is jealous and that he hates Cohen, something that we realize all the time. Unlike Cohen, who's jilted and hangdog and walking around confiding to everybody about how much he's in love and how much he's hurt him, Jake and Gorton keep lids on their troubled parts of their life and their emotions. So I think keeping a lid on their emotions, the unpleasant ones, also means like keeping a lid on the pleasant ones as well. And I don't think Hemingway is conscious of this. This is an unconscious aspect of his style. So what does it mean to be a writer and not want to expose yourself? Exposition is one way of talking about writing. And why hide feelings? What's to hide? And of course, if you think about feelings being gendered female and think about the life that Hemingway maybe thought of himself having to live growing up with a dominant mother, then maybe the feelings are something to be repressed because revealing them makes you seem feminine. So I want to end up by reconsidering the love affair that Jake has for Brett by considering the first scene in which he sees her on pages 27 and 28. They've been in love for years, but she's been in England, and he's in Paris. And he's just picked up this prostitute, Georgette, who actually gives the first intimation that, this is the scene where you first get the intimation that Barnes can't perform sexually. On page 23, she touches him with one hand, and I put her hand away. Never mind. What's the matter? You sick? Yes. Everybody's sick. And you ought to drink Pernod if you're sick. You neither. It doesn't make any difference with me, she says. It doesn't make any difference to the woman, because a woman can have sex whether she's excited or not. Men have to be able to perform. And the implication is that Jake can't perform because he's sick. And then at the very bottom of 24, we get the first hint about the war wound. So anyway, he takes Georgette to a bar restaurant and has dinner with her. And it's that point that Brett pulls up in a taxi cab and comes in on page 27. Very last lines. Two taxis were coming down the steep street. They both stopped in front of the Basil. A crowd of young men, some in jerseys and some in their shirt sleeves, got out. I could see their hands and newly washed wavy hair in the light from the door. The policeman standing by the door looked at me and smiled. They came in. As they came in under the light, I saw white hands, wavy hair, white faces. These guys don't go out in the sun. Grimacing, gesturing, and talking. With them was Brett. She looked very lovely, and she was very much with them. The tall, dark one, Colette, said, "Don't you be rash." The wavy blonde one answered, "Don't you worry, dear." And with them was Brett. I was very angry. Somehow they always made me angry. I know they're supposed to be amusing, and you should be tolerant, but I wanted to swing on one, anyone, anything to shatter that superior, simpering composure. Instead, I walked down the street and had a beer at the bar at the next ball. The beer was not good, and I had a worse cognac to take the taste out of my mouth. When I came back to the ball, there was a crowd on the floor, and Georgette was dancing with a tall, blonde youth who danced big hippily, carrying his head on one side, his eyes lifted as he danced. As soon as the music stopped, another one of them asked her to dance. She had been taken up by them. I knew then that they would all dance with her. They are like that. And then he sits down with somebody else. So if this is the first time he's seen her in 2 years, why is he paying attention to the gay guys that she's with and not to her? I think the passage is revealing something about the very fine line between homophilia and homophobia. An insight that I got by reading a story in the Chronicle maybe 10 or 15 years ago about an incident of gay bashing where these guys from Dublin in the valley were accused of beating somebody up in the city. And I thought, what does it mean to do that if you live in Dublin? You've got to get the baseball bats out of the attic, load up the car, gas the car up, drive across the bridge, find a parking spot, go to wherever. These guys must think about homosexuals all the time, more than homosexuals. They put a whole day into dealing with a homosexual. They're obsessed by it. Gays don't think about homosexuals that much. So all of you who have mothers and fathers know that love and hate are some version of the same thing. It signifies attachment, a strong attachment to people. And so too with homophobia of the sort that's represented in this chapter. Hemingway's intent on showing you he's not a girl. He's not like that summer girl. I don't want to be like that. So that masculinity turns out to be the repression of a lot of things that are gendered feminine. And I just want to say that I'm implying that there are currents of thinking about homosexual in Hemingway because I think there are. He's aware of it. I'll prove it to you. But also that a critic while Hemingway was alive accused him of being latently gay, and Hemingway ran into him in a restaurant, and I think he broke his jaw. So this is the first time he's seen Brett in a long time, and he's distracted by the gay guy she's with. And then when he goes up to her, what does he look at first on page 29? I wanted to notice, too, when the gay guys come into the bar, the policeman looks at Jake Barnes and smiles. So they don't have to talk. They know exactly what's going on. So Brett comes up to the bar at the bottom of 29 and says, "I say, give a chap a brandy and a soda." She stood holding her at the glass, and I saw Robert Cohen looking at her. He looked a great deal as his compatriot, Moses, must have looked when he saw the promised land. He's just discovered the love of his life. Cohen, of course, was much younger, but he had that look of eager, deserving expectation. Brett was damn good looking. But why does he look at Robert Cohen first and then Brett? And her hair was brushed back like a boy's. I'll deal with that in a minute. But it's like he pays attention to Robert Cohen before he pays attention to her. And it's the beginning of us seeing that he's jealous, and for reasons, because his sexual apparatus has been wounded in the war while Cohen's works. And this increases, of course, the pain you feel when Brett tells him finally that she's gone to San Sebastian with Cohen. A lot is being concealed. We got 5 minutes. I wanted to start unlayering the presentation of masculinity in this book by getting us to think about jealousy. Jealousy is what Barnes feels in this scene, and he feels it elsewhere in the book. And in one of his case studies, Freud, the Schreiber case, he analyzes jealousy as a manifestation of homosexual feeling in a very shrewd argument. So, to answer the question of why jealousy draws on homosexual currents, you need to think about the triadic nature of romantic love, the Oedipal situation. So, think of a member. Think of somebody you're really attracted to. But are too afraid of approaching, and ask yourself why you're afraid of approaching that person. Is it because you imagine somebody of your same sex who's bigger than you, or better than you, or richer than you, or smarter than you, or a better talker, or somehow cuts it in a way that you don't, that kind of incapacitates you by causing yourself to think of yourself as inferior? So jealousy involves thinking of somebody who's more attractive to the other person too, and so it involves imagining somebody else in bed with the person you're in love with. Jake Barnes says that on 21. I have this habit of imagining like the bedroom scenes of my friends. So according to Freud, jealousy is what lies, homosexual feelings are what lie at the core of paranoia and jealousy. And the way it works for him is you take the statement that has to be concealed, that the person doesn't even want to admit to himself, which would be for a man, I love him, and you negate it in every way possible. First of all, she loves him. And you imagine the woman that you're interested in loving another man. That enables you to imagine the other man too. We'll cross this out. I hate him. Or he hates me. Which leads to the idea of like persecution complexes. And then a third way of negating the statement is to cross out him and say, I love her. Which Freud characterizes in some cases as erotomania, locker room talk, bragging about your heterosexuality, even if you're not. And then the fourth way of negating it is just to cross out the entire statement and to feel nothing, to feel indifferent, which is what a lot of the Hemingway characters do. So he can't sleep with Brett because of his problem, but he does sleep with Bill Gorton in Spain on page 128. They sleep together on that page, but look what precedes this. They're drinking wine on page 127, and they're making these literary allusions on 127. Didn't you like William Jennings Bryan? He was a prohibitionist. There's a lot of talk about prohibitionists in this passage. He and Mencken and I all went to Holy Cross together, and Frankie Fritsch, it's a lie. Frankie Fritsch went to Fordham. He was the manager of the Giants baseball team. Well, I went to Loyola with Bishop Manning, another prohibitionist. It's a lie, Bill said. I went to Loyola with Bishop Manning myself. You're cockeyed, I said. On wine? Why not? And then on 128, as this conversation continues, you're right there, old classmate, Bill said. The saloon must go, and I will take it with me. You're cockeyed. On what? On wine? On wine. Well, maybe I am. Want to take a nap? All right. And they sleep. But think about the word cockeyed. It means what you think it means. It means drunk, but it also means cockeyed. Next class, I'm going to talk about a conversation they have in a bar where one of the male characters is telling the other one, pipe down, pipe down. Hemingway's totally aware of what's going on here. The fact, the scene where Bill Gorton says, I'm really fond of you. If I said that in the States, people would think I'm a faggot. And yet they affirm their friendship to each other. All right, I'll pick this up on Wednesday. I left you off last time looking at chapter 12. It's the fishing trip that Jake takes to Spain, and pointed out that when he's having his talk with, is it Bill Gorton? On page 120, they joke about his impotence, and then there's a reference to Henry James' castration, to his having injured his joystick. And it's after that that Bill tells Jake that I'm fond of you, and that he couldn't say that in the United States because if he did, somebody would call him a faggot. And this is followed by the conversation in which, as they get drunker and drunker, they start teasing each other about being cockeyed, where cockeyed means drunk, but also interested in the other man. And I just wanted you to be aware of these things as signs of Hemingway's canniness to an awareness of the complexity of masculinity. It's not a simple monolithic thing, but a complex system of denials and oppressions, and repressions and disavowals. And I wanted to point this passage out to acknowledge also that Hemingway was probably absorbing things from Freud, who was very much in the cultural era at the time he was writing the talk of the cafes. And for Freud, of course, sexuality is an enormous part of any human life, and it's there from the beginning of life. In infants, it takes a form that's polymorphously perverse. Pleasure comes from a lot of things, the mouth, the anus, the genitals, the flesh. Then gradually, over time, sexuality is learned. But for Freud, basically, sexuality is an aspect of every human encounter, taking at extreme forms the reaction, or yuck, but it's always there. And so, too, for Freud, there are feelings for both members of both sexes in everybody, but they're managed in different ways. Often by being sublimated. That means channeled and put into a form that's socially acceptable. and not regarded as deviant. But let's take chapter 12 as a place for starting to realize that the real emotional engagement in this book is between men and not between men and women. So we're dealing with a study of like homosociality, or the way men get along together in culture. And Freud tells us that insofar as everybody grows up with a certain amount of libido directed toward members of the same sex, it's sometimes sublimated into socially acceptable forms like philanthropy, love of mankind, philanthropy, altruistic philanthropy, or else into business relations, because if guys don't get along in business, then they're at each other's throats, or in simple work, or in friendship, or in buddiness, or in contact sports, or in naked contact sports, and it goes on and on. But there's a whole range of possible relations to other people, sublimated or not. And I think Hemingway is very canny to this and acute at analyzing it. And consider as the opposite side of this coin the way heterosexual relations operate in this novel too. What kind of a name is Brett? She's modeled on somebody whose name was Duff, D-U-F-F, and so it has a kind of similarity to the character after whom she's keyed, but what kind of a woman is she too? Some of Hemingway's biographers and critics have pointed out that he tended to marry women who were slender and not curvaceous and kind of man-like. And Brett is kind of like that too. One of the first conversations she has with Jake Barnes on page 30. At the very in the middle of the page, he says, Jake says to Brett, "You've made a new one there," referring to Robert Cohen. I said to her, "Don't talk about it, poor chap. I never knew it till just now." "Oh, well," I said, "I suppose you like to add them up." "Don't talk like a fool." "You do." "Oh, well, what if I do?" And that's kind of echoed by a conversation about how much trouble she's caused guys on page 26. I'm sorry, 34. When I think of the hell I've put chaps through, I'm paying for it all now. She says, she's somebody who's like notching the lipstick tube. Or she seems to act like a man more than a woman. And is that a reason why she might be attractive to these male characters? And her looks are kind of ambiguous too. On page 30 at the top, we're told that she's got a boyish haircut and that she started the fashion. And she wears on page 35 at the bottom a man's felt hat and says things like, "I say, can a chap sit down?" And she sits down and starts flicking ashes on the rug until she says, "Give us chaps an ashtray." So she's a kind of masculine woman, like many of Hemingway's women. And it's been suggested that Jake Barnes may in fact have gotten his name either from Juna Barnes, who stayed for a while in Paris, a lesbian American writer who stayed for a while at a place called the Hotel Jacob in Paris, or for another lesbian who was famous for throwing parties in Paris, Natalie Barnes, who lived on the Rue Jacob. So the name may be coded to make us aware of these things too. So a sensitivity to and a fright of not being masculine is why Robert Cohen is featured so strongly, it seems to me, in the book. He's a projection, another vast and important Freudian concept that you cast out of you and project onto somebody else the things that you want to disavow about yourself or hate. So projection would entail saying, this is what I'm afraid of being like. Don't identify me with this person. I vehemently deny that I'm like him. Now recall that moment in chapter 10 where Jake Barnes steps on the roach just before he gets into the confrontation with Robert Cohen. So he's denying wanting to be like Robert Cohen or like the summer girl in the picture that I passed around because Robert Cohen is a compromised male. It's odd that a book about Jake Barnes opens up with 2 chapters about Robert Cohen, but in some way he's like the secret sharer of Jake Barnes, his other self, his secret self. And from the first sentence, boy, what a merciless opening this guy gets. It's savage. Robert Cohen was once middleweight boxing champion of Princeton. Okay, he was once the middleweight boxing champion of Princeton, not anymore. And he was a middleweight champion. He didn't like cut it. He couldn't be a heavyweight. He was too tiny. And he's a boxing champion of Princeton too. Not exactly Mike Tyson material. And then we're told also that even though he's a middleweight, his coach Spider Kelling taught all his young gentlemen to box like featherweights, no matter whether they weighed 100 or 5 or 200. It seemed to fit Cohen. then we're told that he never gets into a fight outside of a gym and outside of a gym at Princeton. So I mean, adjective by adjective and sentence by sentence, he's being torn down. And then we're told he's very shy and a thoroughly nice boy. What could damn a guy more than being told that? And also that he reads books and wears spectacles, not a masculine thing to do, that he's not memorable. And on page 12, he was a nice boy, a friendly boy, and very shy, and it made him bitter. He took it out in boxing, and he came out of Princeton with painful self-consciousness and a flattened nose, and was married by the first girl who was nice to him. Notice the passive verb there. He was married by this woman. He didn't do anything. She came along and picked him up. By the first girl, he didn't even pick and choose. He just waited to get snatched away by this woman, whom he's dissatisfied with, is thinking about divorcing, but he hates to deprive her of her presence, we're told. And so she runs off with a miniature painter. Somebody who does watercolors. How masculine can that be compared to like a boxer from Princeton? So this guy is like, he's the real threat to Hemingway. And as a writer, to Barnes as a journalist, because I think he represents something like the New York intellectual Jewish writer who's gone to the Ivy League. Those of you who read other Hemingway books know that he had a kind of competitive career with F. Scott Fitzgerald. Would constantly put him down and vie with him about writing. Cohen, like Henry James and some of the writers we've read, is a sentimentalist, somebody who indulges in the feelings and in ennobling expressions. So Cohen reveals a conflict, I think, in Hemingway and in American masculinity generally, which is a hard thing to do. Is it masculine to be a teacher or a writer in America? A culture that encourages guys to drink heavily. Also, every guy in the class has to make some kind of relation to guns and weaponry in this country. And what's the masculine reaction to school, to being in school as opposed to being, say, on a football team or out in the jungle hunting games? So, given a choice between being like the outdoorsman or the athlete or the intellectual writer or, God forbid, the artiste, what would you rather be? So I think it puts Hemingway in conflict, wanting to represent himself as like the last man's man in a century where traditional ideals of masculinity are crumbling, and also being aware of like the immense encroachments that are being put on masculinity. And how can you write and be sensitive and be a man at the same time? Or how can you act without thinking, which is what the characters in this novel seem to want to do, and then write about it without thinking, because writing always entails thought. So anyway, I want to explore the way this would have been the end of my lecture on Monday if I didn't run out of time. What I want to do now is turn away from the first book of the novel to the second two parts of it, part 2 and 3, and consider the plotting of the novel, which seems to me essentially that of scapegoating, of getting Robert Cohen out of the book so that a more idealized version of masculinity can take his place. Get rid of any kind of attachment to the New York Jewish intellectual writer. So the last pages of the book, page 248 specifically, allows us to date the last two books, the whole novel actually, is taking place in the spring and summer of 1924. We know that because we're told on page 248 that Pedro Romero, who's 19 years old, was born in 1905. And that's to say that this book takes place 6 years after the end of World War II. And we're meant to see that all the characters are in shock from the war. Barnes, notably, who has a wound that he's earned in the dirty war, in which he reveals to the prostitute Georgette at the bottom of page 24, and who in turn calls the war a calamity for civilization. I'm going to digress at this point to point out that one of the GSIs for this class a couple years ago pointed out that Georgette, the prostitute, has rotten teeth. She won't smile. And that reminded this GSI of Pound's characterization of Western culture as an old bitch gone on the teeth, and of Eliot in The Wasteland writing about a woman trying to buy false teeth. 3 women with bad mouths and bad teeth. It suggests that all these writers are kind of preoccupied about what happens when women start to open their mouths in the 20th century. It seems to me it's a reaction to the suffragette movement and to the liberation of women. Their mouths should be closed, otherwise you see ugliness. So Barnes has been obviously crippled by the war, but we also learn on page 46 that Brett's first husband died of dysentery. Dysentery was a trench disease. My plan is to talk about World War one on Monday, and then to segue into Mrs. Dalloway, which has a shell-shock character into it on Wednesday, and talk about Mrs. Dalloway again the Monday after. So I'll give you an account of the war on Monday. But he's died of dysentery, a trench disease, and then she's married somebody else who's been so unhinged by the war that he sleeps on the floor with a loaded service revolver that she takes the shelves out of. That detail is on page 207. Then throughout the novel, almost predictably, you meet characters who make a remark about how terrible the war was. There's the Englishman Harris, whom they play bridge with in Spain, on page 134, who said he's not had much fun since the war. And then we get a story on page 139 and 40 about Mike Campbell having earned medals in the war, but felt they were so valueless he never picked them up until he's invited to a dinner, and then he buys some fake medals and ends up like just tossing them away. Everything that's associated with the glory of the war is valueless. And then there's a nice characterization of one of the dinners at the fiesta on page 150. The last paragraph of a chapter. It was like certain, he's talking about the fiesta. It's like certain dinners I remember from the war. There was much wine and ignored tension and a feeling of things coming that you could not prevent happening. Under the wine, I lost the disgusted feeling and was happy. It seemed they were all such nice people. Is that coming up from the lobby? Okay, so the dinner with like the ignored tensions, it brings us back to the question of the style, which is working to make us see that what is not talked about is critical, and what's being talked about are ways of avoiding and ignoring tensions of the sort that I referred to there. What's revealed in the play of avoidances is something like post-war malaise. All the characters are wounded from the war, not just Barnes, but they don't show their pain, and so it's hard to see it. But the message that I read to you last time on page 39, I try to play along and not make trouble for other people, applies to all the other characters too. They don't want to show their pain to other people. So part two, I think, which takes place over pages 75 to 227, re-evokes World War I, 6 years after it. The description of the fiesta is full of like militaristic elements. Look at the way it opens on page 156. The fiesta exploded. It's not 156. I'm shuffling between divisions again. Oh, it is 156. At noon of Sunday, the 6th of July, the fiesta exploded. There's no other way to describe it. And then a paragraph describes a shifting of values I'll get back to. And then a cafe at the top of page 157. The cafe was like a battleship stripped for action, and rockets going up all over the place. The rocket that announced the fiesta went up in the square. It burst, and there was a gray ball of smoke. The ball of smoke hung in the sky like a shrapnel burst. And as I watched, another rocket came up to it, trickling smoke in the bright sunlight. I saw the bright flash as it burst, and another little cloud of smoke appeared. By the time the second rocket had burst, there were so many people in the arcade that had been empty a minute before that the waiter held a bottle high up his head, could hardly get through the crowd. Anyway, rockets appear like on every other page during the fiesta. And on 182, there's a description of a fireworks specialist sending globes of magnesium up into the air. All is evoking like the firepower of the war. And of course, what happens in the middle of this fiesta is a bloodletting. First of all, when one guy gets gored by the bulls as they're being let out of the cages, but then, of course, as Robert Cohen is scapegoated and shoved out of the scene. The fiesta is said to be unreal. Everything is unreal on page 226, and all the more so because Jake Barnes is drinking absinthe. Do you all know about absinthe? It's an alcoholic beverage distilled from something called wormwood, which is a hallucinogen. So it's both alcoholic and hallucinogenic. It's illegal in most Western countries, I think until recently. Anyway, Jake is depressed and in hell because Brett Ashley is taken up with the bullfighter Pedro Romero, who's 19 years old. She's 34. And her husband, her fiancé, is in bed drunk. And it's like an awful nightmare, Barnes says. It's unreal. It's like a nightmare. On page 228, it didn't mean anything. And then we get an account of this guy getting bored by the bull, and being observed by these 4 wounded males who are surrounding him. Jake Barnes, who's wounded in the crotch. Robert Cohen, whose disastrous fate we've just read about, the wuss of the book. Mike Campbell, who's both a drunk and a bankrupt. And Bill Gorton, whose pain is so deep that we can't even see it. It's not revealed. And then in book 3, Jake Barnes ends up on the coast of France in Bayonne, in passages described like nurses and children going around, so it suggests like convalescence after something that's been critical. The Fiesta for me is a drama that shows the release of violence, the release of those ignored tensions that are talked about on page 150, and a kind of reordering of the relations of the people in a way that's shifted by the opening paragraph of the chapter describing the Fiesta on page 156, where Hemingway says there's a shift in values as the peasants come into town. The merchants are jacking up prices because of a special week, and so values are changing. But Hemingway is also indicating a deeper shift in values too, not just kind of economic and numerical ones. This is a carnival, and I use the word carnage to talk about the goring of the man. Carnival is related to the word carnage because they both have to do with flesh. The Latin carnum. I don't know the nominative form of carnum. Carnival is a place where flesh is giving license. Carnage, the maceration of flesh, and then of course we all know what carnality is. So, and that's because the carnival is written about by the Soviet critic Mikhail Bakhtin, who's given us the term the carnivalesque to talk about certain kinds of literature. He points out that carnivals in like medieval cities and in early Europe were periods of license, of special zones when the rules were suspended and when people put on masks so that you could like start to mix it up with anybody, with an aristocrat maybe, or think of the prince and the pauper. Everybody mixed with everybody in the carnival because everything's upside down. Bakhtin also points out that jesters' caps, those kinds of things with balls like that. What really started out to be was it's the pants taken off and put on top of the head to signify like the inversion of value. Bakhtin also talks about the carnival as having a particular kind of body that's different from the bodies we normally sport in our traffic with the world. The carnivalesque body is the body of the crowd. It's huge, and it has many heads and many feet. It's kind of a monstrosity. And what it signifies for Bakhtin is something comparable to what Freud signifies when he writes about group psychology. What happens when you get into a crowd? Because Williams has a great poem on this subject, which they took out of the anthology you got called The Ballpark, which talks about how crowds get carried away. But we tend to think about ourselves living in a world where we're subjects looking at objects. Theorists of crowd psychology talk about there being a third state, not subject or object, but being part of the crowd, being part of a manic psychic mass. And it's in this atmosphere where the scapegoating of Robert Cohen takes place. Scapegoating may be the origins of tragedy. Nobody knows where the word tragedy comes from. Well, we do. It comes from the word Greek tragos, which means a goat, and odos, ode, which means a song, goat song. So, and tragos also means in Greek the odor of the armpits. Tragedy is the pits. So, one theory of tragedy is that the first tragedies were scapegoatings. People would actually like stoned to death or singled out and victimized. So again, on page 156, we're told there's a shift in values as we move into the carnival, and that's made to bear more weight than simple economics on the trade way down from France, where the characters meet all these weird. The train is like filled with Catholics who are going on pilgrimages, and some Protestants are put out by the Catholics getting all the food, and so they threaten to join the Ku Klux Klan. And the encounter with these religious fringes is sealed by Jake's going into a church on pages 102 and 103 and thinking about whether or not he can pray or whether he believes in anything. It's one of the moments where the facade of avoidance breaks down and we see him in an authentic mode. And it contrasts him, for example, to Brett Ashley, who tells us she can't pray on page 213. So we're seeing a kind of breakdown in the values of a religion here. There's nothing to believe in anymore for Jake Barnes. He tries hard. Not class demarcations, because the aristocracy is now mixing it up with the proletariat and the lower classes. You can't believe in marriage because she's already had 2 of them, is working on a 3rd. And even gender relations are broken too. So the Feast of Saint Firmin, the fiesta starts out with a procession on page 159. And note at the bottom of the page, Brett has been mounted up on top of a wine cask, and all the peasants are dancing around her and roaring with song, wearing wreaths of garlic around their necks. I think what this signifies is something like the worship of the bitch goddess, Hemingway's mom, a kind of reaction to what Hemingway was watching happen around him in the world with the suffragette movement, women's increased demand for power and for visibility. On page 148, we're told that Robert Cohen calls Brett Ashley Circe, Kirke, the Homeric magician. In the same page, one of the guys is called a swine, another is called an ass, because he has the capacity to reduce them to animals. So I think what we're seeing here is a kind of overthrow of values in the fiesta. Everything that was stable and solid before the war is now disintegrated, including monetary values. We get a gathering news about Mike Campbell and his bankruptcy. He's a drunkard, and as we're told on page 85, an undischarged bankrupt. There are different, on pages 136 to 137, we get an account of how he goes bankrupt. And repeatedly throughout the novel, there are passages where he tells us he keeps on running into creditors, that he owes everybody money. At the opening of chapter 17, he's thrown out of a bar because he spent all his money and borrowed as much as he can. And within pages, on pages 232 and 233, he's playing poker dice at the bar with money that Brett has given him, and he loses it all, and he can't write any checks, so he doesn't know what he's going to do. And yet, he won't face it. He says he doesn't want to talk about money or finances, too painful. So he's just as emasculated as Jake Barnes. We're getting gathering images of male dysfunctionality. Bankrupts, alcoholics, people who can't keep jobs, and people who are impotent. So money becomes kind of blurred into morality in this book, too. Paying for things becomes an interesting kind of consideration. You might have noticed there are various moments in the novel where Barnes is offered a free drink. There's a scene on page 160 to 161 where he goes into a wine merchant in Spain and starts to buy wine, and somebody offers to help pay for it, and he says no. On page 45, there's a description of him sharing a taxi back to his office with a coworker called Crumb, and he insists on paying for it. I think the message you get here is it's a new version of the Stoicism that Hemingway extols throughout this book. Don't be dependent. Dependency is not macho, and you don't want to burden others with your troubles. So balance your checkbook and take care of your own money. Attention to monetary values, and especially in the case of Mike Campbell, also reflects the mess that the war made of sheer economics. And just to recall the background of World War I, it had started because the major powers of Western Europe, in an effort to extend their markets and to discover new raw materials, were racing for the possession of colonies around the world. And they virtually cornered everything on the earth and set up these enormous alliances to assure that the power they had stayed in place. And what happened to trigger the war was the Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in Sarajevo in 1914. Interesting that the 20th century begins and ends in Sarajevo. And because he was an aristocrat from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, which is, of course, allied with Russia. And one by one, the great powers getting sucked into this war. At the end of which 8.5 million people were dead. And the whole of Europe was like just wrecked, which is why Eliot in The Wasteland refers to Carthage, the city that was destroyed in the wasteland over and over again. So the novel's representation of money plays into the book's obviously racist streak and its terrific anti-Semitism, which I want to talk about. Because insofar as World War I was perceived as a mercantile war, nobody got anything from it except the arms manufacturers and the people who invented the armaments. Arms merchants were blamed for the war, and particularly Jewish arms merchants. Now, recall those lines in The Wasteland where Eliot is describing fallen towers, Jerusalem, Alexandria, Vienna. The Jews are coming in that line. and think about Pound's obsession with usury. It's page 180. I'm looking at page 187. I think it's around there that it's one of many places where Brett Ashley says that she's got to sleep with Pedro Romero to help regain her self-respect after having slept with a Jew. That's why she sleeps with a 19-year-old bullfighter, at least in the book's logic. And you all noticed all the kind of like offensive passages that refer to Robert Cohen's Jewish superiority. But the word Jewish means something very peculiar in this book. And in the early 20th century, something that we can see by looking at a passage on page 234 that talks about bankruptcy. This is after a discussion when Mike has lost all his money playing poker dice, and he's learned, I can't write checks. What are you going to do for money? Oh, something will come through. And has Brett any money? He turned to Mike. This is the bottom of 233. I shouldn't think so. She put up most of what I gave to old Montaya. She hasn't any money with her, I asked. I shouldn't think so. She never has any money. She gets 500 quid a year and pays 350 of it in interest to Jews. I suppose they get it at the source, said Bill. Quite. They're not really Jews. We just call them Jews. They're Scotsmen, I believe. She hasn't any at all with her? I hardly think so. She gave it all to me when she left. So Brett is being like preyed upon by Jews, but they're not really Jews. They're Scotsmen. Because the word Jew meant something different at the beginning of the 20th century. Let me just say briefly what happens to Robert Cohen in this novel happened to Jews in the 1920s and afterwards in Europe. They were scapegoated, and it was fashionable to scapegoat Jews in the early 20th century. There was a large feeling that the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, these big banking families, had cornered the economic market and were engaged in all kinds of conspiracies. Pound was the most virulent of these people, but virtually every modernist writer had a streak of anti-Semitism. Eliot has some offensive poems about Jews trying to learn culture in Europe. Wyndham Lewis flirted with Hitler for a while and then withdrew. William Butler Yeats, for a brief period, flirted with the idea of forming like a brown shirt movement in Ireland and backed away from that. And even Woolf has some like snobby remarks in her diaries about Jews. So I think what's happening with all these people is another version of projection, the Freudian idea of projection, of denying something what you're doing by attributing it to others, but disavowing something that is important to you by projecting it on others. And what that has to do with is money and the belief that cultured upper middle class European people could care less about money. We're interested in the arts and higher things. The Jews are interested in money, and so they get all the scapegoating when it comes to talking about finances. The lines in The Sun Also Rises tell us that the word Jewish was very plastic in the early 20th century. It had to do with the experience of mobility and deracination that was happening all over Europe. Philip Larkin from the movement writes this great poem called 1914. The title's in Roman numerals, 1914. And it evokes the month of July and August 1914, before World War I started, when you could tell where anybody in England came from just by hearing their voice. From their accent, you could tell what part of the country they came from, what class they were from. And of course, as more foreigners moved into London and it became more multicultural, it was harder and harder to figure out where you were. So Jew became a term to refer to anybody who was strange. The Holocaust obliterated for us a sense of what anti-Semitic discourse was in the early 20th century. It was phenomenally complex. It'll be of interest to you to know that in the 1930s, in the United States, courses on eugenics were taught in about 300 colleges. And then after they discovered that eugenic experiments were being done in death camps, nobody teaches it anymore. So the Holocaust changed the way we looked at history. Nowadays, it seems to me that some cultural critics vilify the moderns the way the moderns vilified the Jews, because they're thinking about them as very complex. At any rate, the Fiesta Institute is re-evoking the war and the breakdown of class demarcations, aristocrats and lower classes mixed together, the breakdown of monetary stability and of value generally, and also the related breakdown of relations between genders and of gender definition. So Ashley can say, she's a man-eater. She can say I'm a bitch on page 188. Actually, the most famous line in the novel, if you don't remember anything from the course, take this away from you. It's on 249. she's decided that she's not going to carry on with the 19-year-old Pedro Romero because, as it's put on page 247, I'm 34, you know. I'm not going to be one of those bitches that ruins children. No, I'm not going to be that way. And the famous line is on page 249. You know, it makes one feel rather good deciding not to be a bitch. Yes, it's sort of what we have instead of God. Some people have God, Jake says. Not being a bitch is the closest thing we have to God. So she's a man-eater who leaves behind her a trail of castrated lovers, all unmanned. At the end of the novel, she's sleeping with a 19-year-old, but being romanticized by Jake Barnes, who's writing about her and is impotent. We see Robert Cohen weeping in his bed in his college polo shirt, like a juvenile in torture on pages 179 and 178. Mike Campbell, her future husband, drunker and drunkest in bed, deserted and left alone, even though he's the future husband. She plans to be married to Mike, is ongoingly dangling Jake, whammed and bammed by Robert Cohen, and then she wants to sleep with Romero to regain her self-respect. What is virile? I mean, all the men look like losers, except for Pedro Romero. So what is virile after the bloody war? The ultimate question, who's more macho? An intellectual writer who wears glasses and cries in bed, or a bullfighter who can slice body parts off an 800-pound animal? Anybody want to vote? So chapter 13 begins the process of scapegoating. It's the chapter in which the bulls are unloaded. And the scene consists of Jake Barnes and Brett and Mike Campbell, the future husband, and Robert Cohen. And it's here that Brett is compared to Circe, the woman who turns men into animals and swine. In the vicinity of the text, we're talking about bullfights, the fighting of animals, because the conflicts in Paploma about virility are reflected in the ring, in the arena. The word for competition in Greek is agon. It gives us the word agony, and also the word antagonist and protagonist. These are players in the game. The game is the agon, and the bull ring is, of course, the site of a game, too. In chapter 13, over pages 138 to 145, there's a scene where the bulls are being unloaded from their cages, and to make the process easier, two steers are introduced into the enclosure. The scene foreshadows what happens to Cohen because one of the steers is gored. I couldn't understand this because I don't know animal husbandry or bullfighting, but the steers are apparently there to prevent the bulls from attacking each other. The bulls go for the steers, and as a consequence of the steers being there, the bulls will form a herd instead of fighting with each other, and so they're intact. And what happens here, of course, is that as the bulls are encaged, one of the steers gets gored in the side and is killed. The bullfighting in the book seems to me, bulls are, of course, male symbols. Valery Nabokov said that he disliked reading Hemingway because his books were all about bulls, bells, and balls. But the bullfighting is central to, the bull, of course, is a symbol of the macho man. The bullfight seems to be presented as a sexual struggle. I'm just going to read some selected passages from pages 221 to 223. I'm going to read phrases that I want to emphasize, and for which, if Hemingway could hear me do this, he would probably punch me out. The bull wanted it again. He had to get so close that the bull saw his body and would start for it. He offers his body to the bull, offering it again and again a little closer. The sword went in, and just for an instant he and the bull were one. Then the figure was broken. There was a little jolt as Pedro Romero came clear. He made me sweat. He made me sweat. It's a demonstration of like male physical prowess. Now, the key to this scene in chapter 13 is that steers are castrated horses. They're horses that have been castrated. And for that reason, they're passive and docile and attract the bulls to each other. And Robert Cohen is presented as a steer in this passage. One of the steers gets gored, and then they start talking about Robert Cohen as a steer. It's another brutal passage. pages 140 and 140 to 42, I think. I'm sorry, 145 and 6. The very last line on 145, it's no life being a steer, Robert Cohen said. You don't think so, Mike said? I would have thought you loved being a steer, Robert. What do you mean, Mike? They lead such a quiet life. They never say anything, and they're always hanging about so. We were embarrassed. Bill laughed. Robert Cohen was angry. Mike went on talking. I should think you'd love it. You never have to say a word. Come on, Robert. Do say something. Don't just sit there. Oh, say something more. Say something funny. Is Robert Cohen going to follow Brett around like a steer all day? Why don't you say something, Robert? Don't sit there looking like a bloody funeral. What if Brett did sleep with you? She slept with a lot of better people than you. Shut up, Cohen said. Shut up, Mike. Oh, don't stand up and act as though you were going to hit me. That won't make any difference to me. Tell me, Robert, why do you follow Brett around like a poor bloody steer? Don't you know you're not... This goes on. And like this is Mike Campbell's role in the book, is just to like torture the guy so that Brett can get off on it. He loves hearing Mike Campbell tear into Robert Cohen. He's like a steer, though. He's there to become everyone's target. He prevents these other guys from attacking each other because they gang up to attack him. He's the scapegoat. There's a great book by René Girard, the Stanford professor, called Violence and the Sacred, who points out that scapegoating is the basis, who claims that scapegoating is the basis of every community. A word, which if you trace it out historically, the MUN in community is related to munitions. It comes from a word meaning protection. A community is a group of people who like, aggregate together to protect each other, but the implication is they're protecting each other from somebody who's outside. And in this book, from somebody who needs to be cast outside, the scapegoat. So he's detached from the herd in the course of this book. And it becomes more and more clear that this is what Jake Barnes wants to happen for Robert Cohen to not be there. I pointed out that on page 105 he says explicitly, I hate him. On 152, we're told that he loves to see Mike Campbell tear into him. On page 186, there's a conversation where both Brett and Jake say that they hate him. And then there's that symptomatic act of like crushing the roach before the action all starts. Yeah, she says he's not a man. He's lived with her for 2.5 years and won't marry her. What kind of man does that? Well, a lot of guys do that, but I mean, the point is that she's making him feel castrated and awful in front of a guy too. So the crisis happens when Barnes hooks Brett Ashley up with Pedro Romero on page 188, and Cohen comes around asking like where she is, and it's bedtime, and he figures out that Barnes has hooked her up with the bullfighter, and so he calls Barnes a pimp, and Barnes throws a punch at him and misses, and the boxing champ Robert Cohen throws a punch at Barnes and knocks him out, and that disgraces him in front of everybody else. So he's rejected by the community. That's the climax of the book. I think what's happening here is that Barnes and Hemingway are really striking out at a part of themselves and striking out at Robert Cohen. And a part of what's being expressed is a shame of being a writer. Masculinity in Hemingway isn't simple. It's an elaborate system of repression, suppressions, projections, and self-sacrifices. And one effect of repression is not expressing oneself or not talking about things. It's extinguishing a part of oneself. Recall the way Hemingway dies by putting a gun into his mouth. He's killing a part of him. He must have not liked something in there. And we may be seeing it in Robert Cohen. But the fact is that Jake Barnes is impotent, unmanned, and he's a lot like Cohen. I called him a secret sharer earlier because, like Cohen, he's tossed aside by Brett. He weeps in bed, like Cohen, on page 39, though he does it alone, and nobody sees it. He pimps for her because he wants to please her. He's following her around like a steer, doing what she wants. He chases after her shamelessly. So that Robert Cohen seems like a kind of double, in which case the female becomes kind of just a badge or a game piece between the two men who are really competing with each other. There's a very famous essay by an anthropologist called Gail Rubin called The Traffic in Women, in which she argues that in romantic stories, women are just tokens. who are there to measure power and relations between the men. The guy who gets the trophy wife is the winner of the game. The guy who doesn't is one of the losers presented in this book. Then there's another book by Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick, called Between Men, which talks again about how in a lot of romantic stories, apparently about a man and a woman, there's actually a triangle going on in which one guy is trying to prove that he's better than the other guy, and that's where the real emotional intensities are. So at another extreme from Robert Cohen, we have Pedro Romero, and here's Jake Barnes' interest is not in projecting or casting out, but in identifying or incorporating or making Pedro Romero a part of himself. The characters spend as much time talking about him and looking at him and talking about how attractive he is as they do about bulls. On page 167, when Jake Barnes meets Pedro Romero, he says to his trainer, he's the best-looking boy I've ever seen. And then when they're starting to meet him and they're in a bar and the Americans and the British are over here and Pedro Romero's at another table, they start talking about his green pants because on page 169, this is another thing that makes me feel that Brett Ashley is more a guy than a woman. They're sitting in the bull arena waiting for Pedro Romero to start his game. Oh, isn't he lovely, Brett said. And those green trousers, Brett never took her eyes off them. I say, I must borrow your glasses tomorrow. Magnifying, looking glasses, because she wants to see his pants more closely. And the pants come up again on page 165. No, I'm sorry, 179 and 180. They're in the bar here. Mike is getting drunker and drunker, and Brett is trying to figure out whether or not she wants to get it on with Pedro Romero and whether to ask Jake to introduce her. And Mike starts yelling, "Tell them bulls have no balls!" Mike shouted, very drunk, from the end of the table. What does he say? He's drunk. "Jake," Mike called, "tell them bulls have no balls." You understand, I said. Yes. I was sure he didn't, so it was all right. "Tell him Brett wants to see him put on those green pants." Pipe down, Mike. "Tell him Brett is dying to know he can get into those pants." Pipe down. "Tell him Brett wants to come into..." Oh, pipe down, Mike, for Christ's sake. Romero looked up, smiling. Pipe down. Now, take the word cockeyed and now apply it to the phrase pipe down and ask what that means. It means two things. It means pipe down, too. That, like Romero's presence there is making them all feel terrible. So the book is like full of images of male failures, which I think has to do with the shame of being a writer, because in the scene where they're all yelling over to Pedro Romero on page 178, just before the banter that Mike brings up, "Tell him I think writing is lousy," Bill said. "Go on, tell him. Tell him I'm ashamed of being a writer." Pedro Romero was sitting beside Brett and listening to her. "Go on, tell him," Bill said. Romero looked up, smiling. "This gentleman," I said, "is a writer." Romero was impressed. "I'm ashamed of being a writer, though," said by one of the guys that Jake Barnes hangs out with. So Barnes is like surrounded by images of dysfunctional males. He's dickless. Mike is drunk and a bankrupt. Cohen is a wuss. Pedro Romero is 150 pounds of ambulatory testosterone, I suppose. So you might look around you for the male role models that are available to you, because Hemingway is suggesting there aren't a lot of great ones, and that masculinity has to be forged at a great deal of effort. Our culture is male-dominated, phallocentric, and feminists has made a great deal out of that, but the fact that it's controlled by men has an effect on men too, and particularly those who don't get to be president or a CEO or to have the power. So let's put this in perspective by recalling that chapters 1 and 2. I'm sorry, I'm reading my notes wrong. Books 2 and 3 show us post-war society is a kind of microcosm in which all the old values of the class system, religion, gender rules, love have broken down. And at the end of the book, looks what happens at the end. There's no happy ending in this book. There can't be. It's a great last scene. It tells us this is not going to be a love story. They're back again in a taxi, Brett and Jake, now in Madrid. And I settled back. This is the last page of the book. Brett moved close to me. We sat close against each other. I put my arm around her, and she rested against me comfortably. It was very hot and bright, and the houses looked sharply white. We turned out into the Grand Via. "Oh, Jake," Brett said, "we could have had such a damn good time together." Ahead was a mounted policeman in khaki directing traffic. He raised his baton. The car slowed suddenly, pressing Brett against me. "Yes," I said. "Isn't it pretty to think so?" They're close to each other. He's got an arm around her. They're pressing up against each other. The policeman raises his baton. It's a promising sign, but it's a sign to stop, right? It's a phallic sign of like excitement or erection, but it's also saying stop. You're not going anywhere. The khaki stops the love. It's not going to happen in this. So the plot of the novel is how to be manly, how to eliminate the Robert Cohen side of things and take on the Pedro Romero side of things, because the sword is mightier than the pen. I'll just say briefly, these things give us a new slant on the book's vexing style, because if you compare the bullfighting styles that Hemingway talks about, Pedro Romero is like pursuing the cleanest line possible. He doesn't make these fake movements to suggest that there's more danger going on than there is. A minimum movement suggesting that he's being sincere and not doing anything fake or deceptive or trickery the way the other bullfighters do. And of course, Hemingway adopts that kind of style too. Cohen, by contrast, is seduced by false values. On page 17, we learned he's been reading a book called The Purple Land by W.H. Hudson, and it makes him want to go to South America. Everything he gets through books, like his knowledge of castles in Spain. And then on 46 and 47, we see him idealizing a drunken bitch who sleeps around, and for whom he's said to be doing, on page 182, battle for his lady love. She's being romantic, and he can't believe that she says it didn't mean anything, and that she even hates him because, as he puts it, they live together for a weekend. The affair is meaningless for her. So Hemingway is a cult figure. He spent his life like seeking new forms of experience, kind of like Brett, I think. Something new every week. He kept on having new wives. I think he had 5 wives. And he moved from adventure to adventure. He changed sports from boxing to big game, to big deep sea fishing, to bullfighting, to big game hunting in Africa, to hunting in the Rockies. He became a war correspondent. But rather than settling down and getting deeper, he spread himself wide, and he treated reality the way a Don Juan treats women, by going from one to the next, sampling and enjoying, but never settling or committing or getting in deep. Maybe he was running from something, from the prospect of cohabitation with a woman, because his primary experience of cohabitation with a woman had been horrific, his mother. And the easiest way to escape from the snares of women, maybe, is to seek out the company of men in big game hunting, warfare and combat, deep sea fishing, the bull ring, places where you'd least expect to find women. It's not how manliness is often defined by living with other men, or how impotence could be a virtue and a strength for Barnes, because it has the effect of keeping him independent, of not allowing him to be snared by Mom. It kind of goes into that image at the end of the khaki going up and saying, no, this is not going to happen. So I see the book as an attempt to disavow affiliations with effete East Coast Ivy League thinking, sensitive writers, in an effort to bolster up his credentials as a man of action. So I think he should have screamed more, but that's just my opinion. And let me just close with an anecdote about bullfighting. An interview I read in a magazine once where, I think it was a New Yorker, a woman was assigned to interview a bullfighter in Spain, and she took the trip and went over there and knocked at his front door, and he came to the door wearing an apron and reeking of garlic. And she said, he was cooking. And she said to him, I'm surprised to find you doing something so unmanly. He said, that's the right answer. Everything I do is manly. Okay. We're going to take a break from routine today. And rather than talking about Mrs. Dalloway or literature primarily, I'm going to discuss the central event of the period in which the literature reading was written, and that is World War I. Jake Barnes has a war wound from World War I. And as you go through Mrs. Dalloway, how many of you have started? Great. It's a more difficult book than The Sun Also Rises. One of the central characters, Septimus Warren Smith, as you'll have gathered, is a victim of shell shock. He's returned from World War I and is suffering from shell shock, which is a modern disease. Every war, World War I is the first war that generates a disease of its own, shell shock, and every war after that in the 20th century comes with a disease like Gulf War syndrome, or if you saw Rambo First Blood, the Vietnam post-traumatic stress disorder. Shell shock was not a condition or a disease in the 19th century. It's distinctly modern. It's the first form of modern military malaise, and it raised the question of whether or not this was a real disease. Was it caused by something organic, too much shelling, or was it just mental? Was it real or imaginary? And the medical community was kind of at a loss to know what to do with these shell shock soldiers. And you're going to see Septimus Warren Smith going to two doctors in the novel. One, Dr. Holmes, over pages 90 to 91, who tells him that it's all in his head. All he needs is exercise and a nice hobby. And then on page 94 and following, he goes to see a psychiatrist, Dr. Bradshaw, who says that what he needs is rest or asylum, in an asylum, some quiet talk and rest. And the cruel things about these cures was that if you were cured, you were judged fit to be sent into the military. So soldiers would come back from the front shell-shocked, be treated, and sent back to the war until they were dead. Septimus Warren Smith's story is told over pages 83 and following. So the centrality of World War I to Mrs. Dalloway suggests something about its centrality in modern Europe and in England and in literature. Almost everything we've read touches on it in one way or another. In Hugh Selwyn Moberly, I asked you to read some stanzas only because they're some of the most famous stanzas written on World War I. If you want to consult your anthology, they're on pages 356 and 357, where he says, "It's not sweet and decorous to die for your country." And there died a myriad, and of the best among them for an old bitch gone in the teeth, for a botched civilization, charms smiling at the good mouth, quick eyes gone under earth's lid, for true gross of broken statues, and for a few thousand battered books. Then in Hemingway, of course, we've seen Jake Barnes with the war, when everybody impacted by the war. The title of The Wasteland comes from World War I. The wasteland was the period, the terrain between the two armies. It was all cratered and blown up. And try to find, go 2 pages of Mrs. Dalloway without finding some reference to the war. And the problems that occasioned World War I are also implied in the stuff that we read earlier. A kind of Whitman-esque enterprise perpetrated by Americans as well as Europeans, ran out of land to conquer and to utilize and colonize. But in Conrad, we see the British Merchant Marine in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, I believe. And in James, we have a reference of Morcher's trip going to Asia, probably to India, which is a British colony. And as I mentioned last time, the assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand in Sarajevo in 1914 drew all the European countries who were allied to each other into a deadlock that meant the outburst of war on August 4th, 1914. 8.5 million people died in World War I. The Allies, the Americans, the British, the French, lost 5 million, and the Central Powers lost over 3.5 million. And the war began to reveal what's implied in that work of Conrad that we didn't read, but you know, Heart of Darkness, that the West is capable of the worst kinds of atrocity and barbarism too. So Britain had not been at war for almost a century. The last serious engagement was the Napoleonic Wars back in the early 19th century. And the last war that the great powers had fought, the Franco-Prussian War, in 1871 was small, it was short, it was professional, it was confined to armies. They didn't fight in cities or attack civilian populations. So the long and the short of it was that nobody had the experience of war at the time World War I broke out. Nobody knew what it was like. And it took place in a context of 19th century ameliorism, a sense that you get in Whitman, that everything is working onward and upward to work out the beast, that progress is our most important product, and that we're getting better and better and better and better. And it was thought that the war would just help to eradicate some evil. Tennyson writes about eradicating evil in memoriam. In the 1910s, I mentioned to you, in England, you could place everyone just by hearing their voice. From their accent, you could tell what class they were from, what part of the country they were from. After August 1914, the summer of 1914, such innocence and knowledge of your country is inconceivable. I passed around among the two handouts today a poem by Philip Larkin called 1914. It gives you a sense of the kind of the idyllic peacefulness that people felt had been there in 1914 that was lost forever, irreparably. It never came back. 1914 was the last year in which Europe was at peace. They expected a kind of 19th century war, a kind of exercising gamesmanship, riding on horses and wearing bright uniforms. As Lord Northcliffe wrote in his war book, our men are individuals and were prepared to embark on individual enterprise. The German is not too clever. He has been trained to obey in numbers. He has not played individual games. Football has only recently been introduced into Germany. And it was a kind of custom, a ritual for British troops to set up a football on the front line and kick it over the line to start their engagement. There was a captain who bought a whole box of footballs for his troops and had them punt them over the lines toward the Germans. 2 of these footballs are now preserved in British war museums if you want to see them. But it gives you a sense of the tone in which the war was launched. It was going to be a game. It was going to be a lark, a sport, and there were lots of volunteers. So the officers also dressed up cockily in red uniforms and advertised their presence. So the war begins on August 4th, 1914, in Belgium, in the north of Europe, and it's determined by something called the Schlieffen Plan. Schlieffen was the German war director. And basically, Schlieffen wanted to end the war earlier by attacking Paris, and so he headed toward Paris from Germany, but the British met him, and so he tried to outmaneuver them, and they went up this way, and he went this way, and so they were kind of locked into a line by the end of a month. And by August 24th, the British had to start retreating and digging in. October to November was the first Battle of Ypres. I'll talk about that a little bit more. It was a very sobering battle. It came about as a result of both sides trying to race to the North Sea and get over the top. Both sides trying to outflank each other. The British and the French managed to stop the German advance on Paris, but within 4 months there were 500,000 dead on both sides. And by November, the original British army was wiped out. And both were locked into this infamous system of trench warfare from the Belgian coast on the North Sea all the way down to the Swiss Alps. There was a system of trenches in which the two armies placed themselves statically. And also along this trench system, there are references to things like the Battle of the Marne or the Battle of the Somme, but there was nothing so neat as a battle. The last neat battles were in the 19th century. Waterloo, everything that happened in World War I was a mess. But by November again, 3 months into the war, the original British Army had been wiped out. On the date the war started, August 4th, 1914, volunteers had to be 5'8" to get into the British Army. By October of 1914, the need had increased, and so volunteers had to be 5'5". By November 5th, 30,000 had died in October. There was a call for 300,000 volunteers, and you had to be at least 5'3" to get into the army. The removal of men from London and Britain to the war, and they're getting exterminated, meant again, we've talked about this in the past, the movement of women into the British workplace and the turning forward of the suffragette movement in ways that could not be stopped, so that at the end of the war in 1918, women got the vote and Britain had changed. In the beginning of 1916, Britain passed the Military Service Act, a draft. It was England's first conscription. And by 1917, half the British infantry was under 19 years old. There's a little passage on page 51 in Mrs. Dalloway where Peter Walsh sees a bunch of soldiers going to lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, and he thinks about them being 16 years old and weedy. And on page 96, talking to his psychiatrist, Septimus Warren Smith calls World War I a little shindy of schoolboys with gunpowder. Is kind of accurate. So most of the guys in the class, if this were 1915, would not be here. it'd be mostly girls. So the commander of the British troops was General Haig, who had determined by the October of 1914. He said it's going to be a war of attrition. We've got to stick to our ground longer than them, longer than the other side, and go on providing more men and money and material until the enemy gives up and quits. And as a consequence, the war rapidly became perceived as a mercantile war in which the only people who profited were the ones who made the arms. By Christmas 1914, there was an absolute deadlock, a stalemate between the two armies, which were locked into this notorious trench system. And by December of 1914, at least 7,000 British men and officers were killed daily, just as a matter of course. They were called by the army wastage, by the men on the line warts, and their average career out there was 6 weeks. So between the winter of 1914 and the end of the war in the spring of 1918, both armies were locked into fixed trenches. We get a lot of expressions from this period of history: entrenched power. So I'm going to give you a map of Europe here, kind of. Scandinavia, Denmark, France, Spain, Italy, Greece, and England, and Ireland. So, and the Alps here. So, the trenches ran from the Alps all the way to the North Sea, like this. And the top 40 miles were manned by the Belgians, and then the next 60 were shared by the next 90 were shared by the British and later the Americans, and the rest was French. They had a little more than half. The British side dug 6,000 miles of trenches, and the forces were concentrated at a place called Ypres, the Ypres salient. There were 3 battles here because the trenches in this area jutted out like this, so that the British were kind of poked into German territory, but they're also more exposed. Their forces were concentrated there and also at the Somme, which is further south. And the French had 6,250 miles of trenches, and the Germans had just as many. So there were about 25,000 miles of trenches, which meant there was enough to circumgird the Earth. A 25,000-mile trench would run around the Earth. And theoretically, it was possible to walk from the North Sea to the Alps completely in trenches and completely underground. Then there are rumors passing in the trenches. Somebody would start a rumor up here, and by the time it got down to Switzerland, it would come out to be distorted and barbaric. At Ypres, the British were fired on from 3 sides at night, and the Germans had magnesium lights of the kind that are evoked when the sun also rises. Remember, the fireworks specialist has these magnesium globes going off at the Fiesta. It would illuminate the ground at night to enable further firepower. Going into the trenches, going into an underground of concentrated terror. I want you to think back now to the first canto, Pound's Canto, which begins with the digging of a trench and the resurrection of the dead. Soldiers who were inducted into the army would start out at a staging town somewhere well behind the line, a real French town like Amiens, which led toward the Somme, and a road to the German city of Bapaume. And that was a base of operations. They would move from these staging towns toward the front with the intent of getting toward the German towns. Movement to the front happened at night. Everything happened at night in World War I. You were marched along communication trenches. I'm going to have a more close-up view of the trench system now. Because from the town, you'd go along a communication trench, a mile or so, gradually losing sight of the surface of the earth, and by the time you reached the first trench, you were below ground level. World War I was fought entirely underground. As Pound puts it in that section, if you sell in Moberly, walking eye deep in hell, believing in all men's lies, eye deep in hell. You would get from the communication, and these communication trenches were all over. They were never made in straight lines because straight lines were easy to bomb, so they were always like zigzagged. The first trench you would get to would be a reserve trench here, and then there'd be further communication trenches. They would go to a support trench here, and then further communication trenches that would go to the front line, which is where the war was fought. So reserve line, support line, and front line. The front line trench was anywhere from 50 yards to a mile away from the German troop, and again zigzagged. So this is an aerial view of the trench systems. Now we're going to look at it vertically. And I passed around pictures so that all of you could see the life of a trench. They were, in ideal form, they were about 6 to 8 feet deep and 4 to 5 feet wide. And there'd be a parapet on the enemy side. You can see in the first picture a guy standing up on what's called a firing step and looking over the side. And there'd often be barbed wire. So a trench looks something like this. There'd be a parapet. This would be a firing step where you could stand up and look over and fire, and a sump here for running water. Sometimes they would dig holes into the sides called funk holes where people could sleep. See how many sleeping bodies you could find in the first picture, or decide if they're sleeping or dead. You would stand up on these firing steps and look over the top to engage the enemy. But in fact, the trenches were always crumbling because they were always getting bombed, and so they were constantly being filled with sandbags and corrugated iron and lumber of the kind you can see in some of the pictures. And because the British and Americans fought north, they were in the lowlands, close to the Netherlands, which meant there was a low water table, and it was easy for water to get into the trenches. The war wasn't fought simply underground, but also at night. At night, people on the front line would start to dig new trenches called saps, either to move closer to the enemy or else to set up like listening posts. There was a lot of oral spying during World War I. And also from the support towns, supplies would be brought in, all the lumber, corrugated iron, machine guns, ammo, ambulances for the wounding. And let's recall that Hemingway drove an ambulance on one of the fronts in World War I. These look neat, and if you do a web search for World War I photography, you'll find some photos of like new trenches that look architected perfectly, but in fact they're wet and cold and smelly and squalid. Because the British troops were in Flanders, and the hero of one of Woolf's early novels, Jacob's Room, he dies in World War I, but his name is Jacob Flanders, had high water tables and lots of rain, so the trenches were almost always flooded. Wilfred Owen, a British poet, said he walked 2.5 miles one day and not 1 inch of it was dry, and that meant that thigh boots were standard, and also pumps were installed in all the trenches, but they were almost always ineffectual and worked to no avail, except at making profits for manufacturers. The Germans were a little better off because they were close to their own home culture, and so some of their bunkers had like beds and furniture, but mostly the British slept on wet ground in mud and water. And I think the second photo I passed that has a little looks like an outhouse, but you have to think about like living conditions in these trenches. As they flooded, water from the toilets from the outhouses and entered the trenches and took over one of the pictures shows you soldiers like standing in water. That's what the trenches became. They had to live and sleep in these conditions, and also the wet water bred lice. I'm going to refer you to some British war poets in a minute. One of them is Isaac Rosenberg, who has a poem called Louse Hunting on page 506 about trying to discover lice in the trench. The word lousy comes from World War I. Everybody had lice. And there were also rats, big, black, mean, sharp-teethed rats, and shooting them was part of the day. There's also a poem on page 505 by Rosenberg called Break of Day in the Trenches, which is kind of like a dialogue with a rat he sees about the condition of the war. So shooting rats was a part of the war every day. And there's an account of one regiment getting this mean cat, this big 30-pound cat, and sending it down the trenches. It disappeared. The rats lived on the cadavers of corpses and dead horses and men. Parts of both were also floating in the water, along with latrine waste and men not buried. Sometimes for months, bodies would lie there. They became part of the prospect. The stench was overwhelming because of the dying bodies. It was said you could smell the trenches before you got there. And bodies who died in no man's land, which couldn't be retrieved, would lie there rotting and popping open. You all know that when you die, gases start to form in your body and you start to pop and burst. your bladders burst. Henry VIII is said to have exploded in his coffin. They heard a pop and opened it up, and there was Henry's soup. Also, Elvis. Let's recall Brett Ashley's first husband. I heard that Elvis is supposed to have exploded in his coffin, too. Brett Ashley in The Sun Also Rises. Her first husband dies from dysentery, which was a trench disease. You got diseases in the trench. So to counteract the disease, the lice, the rats, the decay, chloride of lime was thrown into the trenches. It's an outhouse disinfectant, but unfortunately it also eats like living flesh too, so that now soldiers had flesh wounds caused by disinfectants. Being at the bottom of the trench was like being in hell. And if you want to go back and read Pound's Canto 14, it's all about hell. And it has a lot to do with like putrefied bones, ossification, pus, and so forth. You get a sense of like the life of a trench from the pictures I gave you. The first one looks very neat. The second one is kind of collapsing. The third one has water in it. By the time you get to the end of the pictures, they're like just lying in the middle of rubble. And what they ate, tinned food. Tinned food was an invention of World War I. And let's recall the typist in The Wasteland on page 41, laying out food in tins for the young man Carbuncular. The noise was incessant. It was nonstop. It was without let. It was like living in thunder. Rosenberg, in one of his poems, describes living in shrieking iron and flame, undescribable, and no language for it. Those who have read Woolf's novel To the Lighthouse know the central section, Time Passes, takes place during World War I. There are no characters. All you hear, all you get are descriptions of like these purple clouds bursting on the horizon and of these kind of rumbling shocks of thunder, because the war was close enough to England that you could hear it and see it across the English Channel. Both sides of the war got a sense rapidly of prodigious effort being put to cunning use in order to achieve almost nothing except arms, sale, and death. And the fate of the soldier in World War I is largely to squat and to roll yourself up into as smallest space as possible so as not to get shelled, because basically you just stood there and got rained down on by shells. This is what's happened to Septimus Warren Smith and Mrs. Dalloway. So I'm going to refer you briefly now to five poets we might have read, all of whom were poets of World War I, great poets. Siegfried Sassoon on page 387 of the anthology you've got. Isaac Rosenberg, whom I've quoted twice and who died at the age of 28. Wilfred Owen on page 523, who died at the age of 25. Robert Graves on 562, and David Jones on 577. So the military administration of the war was modern and efficient. There was a kind of rotation of trench duty, so that you get marched into the trenches from the support town and go to the support trench and stay there for a week, and then to the front line for a week, and then back to the town, and so forth. The rotations of weeks. There was no looking by day. Again, the war was fought underground. To put your head above the trenches was to invite like a bullet and a shot. And so there were a number of inventions that come with World War I, like the periscope, so that you could look over the top. And also we get the word loophole from World War I. The original loophole was a piece of metal that you could hold up that had a little hole in it, so you could look through it. And the metal would, of course, detect bullets, but enable people to look. In the morning, at 4:30 at sunrise, the first thing to do was called standing to. It was standing up and looking over the top to see if anything was happening and listening for saps. And if there was no attack imminent, then you'd have breakfast, which often consisted of, among other things, a tablespoon of rum. But it made the war unreal, rum for breakfast, because soldiers saw only two things, earthen walls, everywhere the same, eyes deep in hell, as Pound puts it. It's disorienting, no locality. Like you had no sense of locality or a specific place, like just being in mud. Major Frank Isherwood said the trenches are an underground labyrinth. You can't see anything but two walls of mud and earth on both sides of you. So the main thing, after making sure that no activity was going on in the morning, was just to sit and squat and be shelled, laying down and contracting your body into the smallest possible space, to quote Robert Graves, I believe. At day, the landscape was deserted. The place between the two army sides was called the Wasteland, And do a Google search for World War I and photographs tonight on the web, and you'll see they're like aerial photographs of some of these parts of Europe. It looks lunar. Just nothing grows. It's all dirt. All the trees have been blasted away. It's barren, treeless, cratered, kind of lunar. It's what Eliot calls the wasteland. The last page I passed around in the set of photographs gives you last couple pages give you a sense of what the landscape looks like. And then to help you with your reading of Mrs. Dalloway, my sense is that Septimus Warren Smith has gotten shell-shocked in the trenches, but also his officer and one of his friends, a guy named Evans, has died in the war. And as I read between the lines in Mrs. Dalloway, I think that what's happened is that he's gotten stranded out here in no man's land, has gotten wounded, and that Septimus has had to listen to him moaning in agony as he dies. And also, somebody recently pointed out that this is a period of time in which in Europe you get Salvador Dali and the Surrealists painting all these grotesque bodies. It's been suggested recently that this might have happened because so many guys came back from the war without limbs, deformed, missing parts of their faces, a great deal of maiming. And then at night, after just a period of inactivity, the real work began with carrying parties bringing things in from the staging towns: timber, stakes, wire, corrugated iron, pumps, bombs, ammo, guns, and night patrols going out into no man's land to try and retrieve the wounded, and also to put out barbed wire, an invention of World War I, to prevent the enemy from attacking. There are thickets of barbed wire in no man's land in World War I, and then digging parties would try to extend the trench systems, but nothing was visible up by dawn on the surface of the earth. So I'm going to plug all this talk about methodology and strategy into the chronology of the war. I left here at Christmas 1914 when General Haig said we've just got to dig in and win by throwing more material at things. 1915, the second year of the war, was said to be one of the most depressing years in British history. It's in April of 1915 that the Second Battle of Ypres takes place. And it was disastrous because the Germans, for the first time in world history, discharged canisters of chlorine gas from cylinders, and as a consequence, they killed 60,000 British troops. That's twice the size of Berkeley, and managed to advance 3 miles. The British were outraged. They said this was not playing the game, it was not cricket, and in fact not human. We start to demonize the enemy here. There's a poem on page 527 by Wilfred Owen called Dulce et Decorum Est, Sweet and Honorable It Is, which is about getting attacked by clouds of chlorine gas. And so box respirators were introduced in face masks, gas masks. So World War I sees the first weapons of mass destruction, chemical warfare. We're seeing the invention of modern warfare. So the British retaliate against the Germans. On May 15th, at a place called Festabark, they launched chlorine attacks, and they did it again on September 15th at a loss because they didn't check the weather and the wind was blowing toward them. So they released the gas, and it blew back at the British troops. Over a course of 11 days, 60,000 British troops were killed. And these victories were almost always for the meagerest of gains, sometimes a few yards, sometimes a mile. Back and forth, going through the line was impossible. The most they could hope to do is to push the line back or to try and get around it. Those of you who saw the movie Gallipoli know that sometimes the efforts made to get behind the lines was extravagant. Where's Europe? Here we go. At Gallipoli, the British tried to invade Germany through Turkey up this way, and they landed on a beach that was backed by high cliffs on top of which the Axis powers lined up machine guns and just mowed them down. So again, the leader of the British forces in 1915 was Sir Douglas Haig, who was hostile to novelty. He was by reputation stubborn, self-righteous, inflexible, intolerant, and humorless, and he distrusted smart officers and innovations like barbed wire. And also tanks. The British had tanks in 1916, but he didn't trust them because they hadn't been used in the war before. He became like a quintessential model of the military leader for the 20th century, the type you find like in Catch-22. His showpiece of the war was the Battle of the Somme, which was fought in June 1916, 90 years ago. He prepared for it by bombarding the Germans for 1 week nonstop with 1.5 million tons of artillery shells from 1,537 guns. There are aerial pictures of the Somme at this time that show the landscape is totally cratered. Tons of iron ran down on the Germans, that shrieking iron and flame that Rosenberg writes about. After they did this for a week or two, and then after a month, on July 1st, at 7:30 a.m. in the morning, 16 British divisions, outnumbering the Germans 7-1, crawled up out of the front trenches and advanced in waves toward the German troops in neat lines and rows, each carrying 66 pounds of equipment. At 7:31, 1 minute later, they were stopped by uncut barbed wire. Nobody had thought to bring wire cutters. Haig thought that you could blast your way through barbed wire. At 7:31 and a half, the Germans had gotten out their machine guns and were hosing these British down, so that out of 110,000 who attacked, 60,000 were killed in one day. Again, that's twice the size of Berkeley. Over 20,000 lie dead or wounded in no man's land, decomposing in the sight of unders and wailing there for days. The attack on the Somme went on for 5 months until November. From July to November, the British attacked the Germans over and over again until the mud froze and they couldn't move through the ground anymore. The troops call it the Great Fuck Up, and they start to feel themselves calling themselves wastage. This is a term the troops use for themselves. We're just waste. I think it's in this period too that we get the word snafu. Does everybody know what snafu is? These are 3 words you must have. Snafu, you want to say it? Situation normal, all fucked up. Fubar, fucked up beyond all reason. And Janfu, this is World War II, Joint Army-Navy fuck up. It's the end of the illusions that like this war's going to be fought on ponies, cavalry style, with officers breaking the line. In December of 1916, the Prime Minister, Lloyd George, says we're going to lose the war. I'm getting a lot of my information, by the way, from 2 books, one by Barbara Tuchman called The Guns of August, and the other one by Paul Fussell called The Great War in Modern Memory, a great book. He visited the Somme. Fussell visited the Somme before writing his book, and he says the air there still reeks of iron rust, and farmers collect piles of bullets and put them along their fields there, along with bones. December of 1916, when Lord George said we're going to lose the war too, it left the British with a sense that there was no end to it, that the war was just going to go on and on and on forever. The war became known as the suicide of nations, like Septimus Warren Smith and Mrs. Dalloway. Europe saw itself coming apart. It also initiated the modern sense that war is endless, that there's no end to strife, that any war that's enacted is going to culminate best in a new war. 1917 was more of the same. Haig continued to be stubborn about his efforts to shock and awe the enemy by raining weaponry down upon them. He said things like, every position must be held to the last man. There must be no retirement. With our backs to the wall and belief in the justice of our cause, we must fight to the end. And on March 17th, they actually managed to capture the town after the Somme. They managed to capture the town, meaning they advanced a few miles and sustained an unbelievable loss for an almost insignificant gain. New versions of the same thing happened over and over again in 1917. There'd be 5-day attacks in which like 160,000 people would die in order for the troops to advance about 7,000 yards. And finally, on June 17th of 1917, Haig was removed from command and was replaced by an intellectual general, Sir Herbert Plumer, who got the tanks out of the warehouses and put them on the battlefield. Yes?
Is the Haig not named after General Haig?
No, the general spelled this way, and the Haig is that. So Plumer was interested in new methods and plans, and at a place called Messines, south of Ypres, he arranged for British miners to tunnel for a year underneath the German front lines. they dug 21 horizontal mine shafts 100 feet below the surface of the earth and ran them all the way underneath the German lines and stuffed them with 1 million pounds of high explosive. Those of you who remember the World Trade Center bombings before the first of the two World Trade Center bombings, there was 500 pounds of explosives, 1/millionth of the amount that was put into these mine shafts, the 21 mine shafts. At 3:10 a.m. On the day they were ignited, 19 of the 21 went off, and 10,000 Germans were entombed alive. The shock was felt in London, 130 miles away. And again, into the lighthouse, there's a section where bursts of explosions appear on the horizon. The 21 tunnels filled with explosives, 19 went off. 2 didn't fire. 1 went off in 1955. The other one is still there. So it enabled the British to advance, but insignificantly again. Then in February of 1917, Germany announced that it would pursue unrestricted submarine warfare in the Atlantic, and as a consequence, the United States declared war, meaning that everyone now knew it was a matter of time before the Allies won the war, because they now had more men, more money, and more materials. It was like the Cold War. The Allies were in a position where they could outspend the Axis. So there are other unforeseen forms of grisliness and horror that happen as the war goes on. The third battle of Ypres was the intent was to break through the line here and go for a German submarine plant on the coast of Belgium. They fired 4 million shells over 10 days, so the landscape looked like the moon. There are pictures of this. It's just decimated. And then it rained on a landscape that had been like deforested. It rained and rained and rained. And the British were made to advance through mud that sometimes came up to their waists, traveling uphill against German fire. 370,000 were dead. As the war went on, as the battle went on, and the year got deeper into the winter, the mud started to freeze. Some of them were like frozen in their waists in the mud, all to advance like a few hundred yards. In 1917, too, the Germans, the Russians are having their revolution. And I should have told you that when we were reading Yeats that one of the great Irish national expressions is England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity. Whenever England gets into trouble, the Irish take the occasion to rebel, and that happened during World War I, too. There were some Irishmen who fought for Germany because they wanted to throw off the British yoke. Some of them fought for British, so you had Irish fighting on both sides of the war. And the Russians decided to get out of the war to stage a revolution, and as a consequence, 30% of the German army was able to move from the east to the west to put the pressure back onto the Allies. And there were some notable German victories at this time, too. One famous victory where they took over a French village, and within like a day or two, they glutted themselves on liquor and consumer goods, and so were like driven back. The great disgrace of the Germans. So the relation of the war to people living in England was also strange. Again, London was the coast of England was about as far away from France as Berkeley is from San Jose. Not that far. And London was the greatest city in the world at this time. That's what it says in the Encyclopedia Britannica for 1916. London, the greatest city in the world. It's true. It was a posh, plush world of wine, women's song, crystal and silver. It's the England of Sir Edward Elgar, pomp and circumstance, of fine waltzes. And yet the war is in the background. You could hear the war and sometimes see it. Children at school reported seeing windows rattle at different times during the war. And there's the business into the lighthouse where explosions appear on the horizon. All this shows you England was absurdly close to the war, and the awareness of the war was intense but skewed. Soldiers had leave, so it was possible to have like breakfast in London and be in the trenches at night, or vice versa. And it gave a kind of schizoid feeling to the culture at the time. There's, for one thing, a contrast of this world of immense luxury and elegance and glamour and this world of like mud and blood. You couldn't get more stark. In London, in Kensington Gardens, a park, the government constructed a model trench, a kind of county fair exhibit, which Wilfred Owen said was the laughing stock of the British Army, because it was so neat, and the walls were horizontal, it was clean and dry. and they had placards up in this model trench that explained, this is Daddy's place of business, this is like his office in the city, and this is like the suburban home where he goes to rest and relax, and this is where he goes for vacation. And the trenches were all cataloged by sections. The commanders call them like Support Trench 551 or Reserve Trench 552. The soldiers gave them names like Regent Street or Piccadilly or Hyde Park Circus, and they also gave names to the German trenches, usually denigrating names like Pilsner Lane or Ale and Vat, and so forth. In the early years of the war, because London was so close, it was like they were part of the party. The king sent Christmas cards to all the soldiers in the trenches, and Princess Mary sent pipes and tobacco. And there was a mail service that linked the trenches to London too, so that within 2 or 4 days you can get like a chicken or canned hams or jellies from your mom, or books. Conrad and Rudyard Kipling and Robert Service were very popular. Or write a letter, dear Mom, send me some socks, mine are wet. Department stores in London had men's sections, women's sections, but also sections called trench requisites departments, which you could buy things like anti-lice pomade and also barbed wire cutters because the army didn't supply them. Siegfried Sassoon realized within seconds that a barbed wire cutter could be useful, so he bought 2 in Harrods and said this was my contribution to the war. They liked reading Conrad. Think about Conrad. The guy in the secret chair is wondering, can I cut it? Am I up to this command? Can I cut it? And Lord Jimmigan, with its opening line, he was an inch, perhaps 2 under 6 feet, suggesting that nobody lives up to the heroic ideal. Conrad's morality is so interesting. You know, think about Marlowe going down the Congo in Heart of Darkness, doing this job he doesn't like and wanting, like Kurtz, to just go off the deep end and go crazy and have a great time. He says, I don't like work, but I have to do it. For Conrad, it's like in the British, you keep a stiff upper lip and grin and bear it no matter what's happening. And so you can see why the soldiers would like reading Conrad. Paul Fussell argues that the war changed Western consciousness, and it stamped indelibly into our minds certain ugly habits, one of which is the idea of divisiveness being naturalized, the setting up of an us against them mentality. The foe was invisible. It's the first war in which the foe is invisible, beneath ground, out of sight, except when he was visible. The Germans had helmets that looked like this. Yeah, can you imagine like watching this bare horizon and like a head sticks up with a horn on top of it? The opportunities for mythologizing and denigrating the Germans were immense. You never saw them. And so they got stigmatized with names like the Huns, or they were called the Bos. I'm not sure where that comes from. The Huns. And I mentioned the way that rumors could pass along the trenches as information spread from north to south or vice versa. All kinds of rumors started to form about the Germans because they were so depersonalized that they were given to like crucifying Allied troops. There was a story that they crucified a Canadian one summer, that they had corpse conversion factories in which they turned the corpses of like their own soldiers and Allied soldiers into soap and other things. And in England, the hatred of Germans was intense, so that people with German names started to anglicize them. Do all of you know that Queen Elizabeth, who's from the House of Windsor, that's not her real name? It was really called the House of Witten, but they changed it to Windsor in World War I. The name Kaiser was changed to Kingsley, and one of the great 20th century novelists, Ford Madox Ford, was called Ford Madox Hoofer, but in World War I he changed his name to Ford. And there was even an incident where a dachshund was stoned to death in the streets of London for being like too German. So it's horrible. I mean, it's like us against everything German is reviled, us against them. And Woolf suggests that the divisiveness kind of percolated out into other aspects of society too, because now you had labor forces that were manned by women and men dying off in trenches, so that vying for jobs in the aftermath of the war became us against them, female against male. And also other kinds of divisions set up in the war, not just the British against the Germans, but the soldiers against the officers, and the military against the people at home who didn't understand them. It started to set up tensions that are nationalistic. Familial parents and children are in different generations and have different understandings, and also gendered. You're going to see some of this in Mrs. Dalloway. One of the characters has the name Miss Kilman, killing man, not kind. She sees herself as like fighting against the rest of the world and certainly against the upper classes. So the war also left with people a sense of endlessness and of pessimism. World War I was supposed to be the war to end all wars, but it didn't. It really laid the conditions that enabled World War II to come along. And over the past year, people have been talking about World War III being on the horizon. It made it seem like war was a now permanent condition of culture, always there, something we can't evade. And it also stamped itself all over the literature that we're reading. So that's to give you some sense of the impact that this war had on the culture and why it's so central to the literature that we're reading. So Woolf is celebrated as a critic and theorist of fiction as well as a writer of fiction for reasons of her own, and specifically because of her femininity. I paired Hemingway and Woolf together to give us a version of he said, she said, and to show how both among males and females in the 20s there's a crisis in gender identification. World War I had disempowered males, taught them that nobody was going to be a hero anymore, and it also empowered females who had entered the marketplace. Something that Woolf writes about in essays with titles like Careers for Women. She thought that women should be doing everything that men are doing, and the more women are doing more things, the more it prepares for women who follow after them. Some of her targets are the same as other modernists, that is, in her objections to distortions perpetrated by traditional representation in the traditional novel, which usually works by a straightforward presentation of external facts, description, and this is a kind of consequence of the 19th century being dominated by the realistic novel as it's passed on by Flaubert and his followers. Realism and naturalism are both kind of in competition with science. Flaubert talked about his writing being an anatomy of life, a slice of life, as did George Eliot. And the realistic novel puts a premium on rationality and scientificness and objectivity. It gives you details and facts and lets you judge for yourself. But realism, like science, distorts by leaving out a great deal, and what it leaves out are adequate representations of things that are usually gendered as female: emotions, intuitions, sentiments, the sexual, nonsense and silliness, the sort of thing that Mrs. Dalloway gets accused of by her husband and by Peter Walsh. And that's to suggest that Woolf, by bringing some of these things into the novel, the inner life of her characters, is also changing the genre. I just want you to think about the relation of the words gender and genre. They're both words that designate kinds of things, kinds of works of literature, kinds of people, but Woolf's attention to gender causes her to modify the novel in ways that I think are related to gender. She unrepresses some of the things that are repressed in the traditional novel, not least the representation of women. She writes in A Room of One's Own that if an alien creature came down to Earth and looked in the library for information about women, it would have no way of knowing whether women were as mythical as unicorns or not, because the only writing about women is by men. They could have been invented like mermaids or something. And so she, among other writers, brings feminine concerns into the center of fiction, and most notably the idea of maternity. Think about all the characters from novels you've read in the past, or Conrad and James. Would it help us to know something if we knew something about John Marcher's mother, or the mother of the captain of the Secret Sharer? All of us have mothers, but they're never represented in fiction. And so, together with other writers, she starts writing novels that explore relations of mothers and daughters. And also, she's been seen as bringing back to fiction something like the Disappeared Earth Mother. Series, The Earth Mother, of course, is taken away to hell for half the year and returns in the spring to bring flowers. And Mrs. Dalloway has been seen as a kind of figure, a Persephone figure, bringing back the feminine to this arid culture. And you probably noticed as you're reading through the novel that flowers appear everywhere, flowers and organic things. The first sentence deals with flowers. Mrs. Dalloway says she would buy the flowers herself. And then on page 7, we get a description of June in Pimlico. June had drowned out every leaf on the trees. The mothers of Pimlico gave suck to their young. The leaves are described again. A lot of attention to flowers and leaves. And at the end of this open section, first section, on page 13, she walks out of the flower store with her arms full of sweet peas, just carrying flowers back to the party. Woolf's war against traditional representation has to do with opening up the interior of these characters. And her way of she talks about this in a number of places because she was a prolific essayist as well as a novelist. But in an essay called Modern Fiction, she talks about writers of the prior generation and says, if we fasten then one label on all these books, on which is one word, materialists, we mean by it that they write of unimportant things. They spend immense skill and immense industry making the trivial and the transitory appear true and enduring. Life escapes. Whether we call it life or spirit, truth or reality, this, the essential thing, has moved off or on and refuses to be contained any longer in such ill-fitting vestments as we provide. Nevertheless, we go on perseveringly, conscientiously constructing our 32 chapters after a design which more and more ceases to resemble the vision in our minds. So much of the enormous labor of proving the solidity, the likeness to life of the story is not merely labor thrown away, but labor misplaced to the extent of obscuring and blotting out the light of the conception. The writer seems constrained to provide a plot, an air of probability embalming the whole so impeccable that if all his figures were to come to life, we would find themselves dressed down to the last button of their coats in the fashion of the hour. The tyrant is obeyed. The novel is done to a turn. What we suspect a momentary doubt. Is life like this? Look within, and life, it seems, is very far from being like this. Examine for a moment an ordinary mind on an ordinary day. The mind receives a myriad impressions, trivial, fantastic, evanescent, or engraved with the sharpness of steel. From all sides they come, an incessant shower of innumerable atoms, and as they fall, as they shape themselves into the life of Monday or Tuesday, the accent falls differently from old. The moment of importance came not here but there. Life's not a series of gig lamps symmetrically arranged, but a luminous halo, a semi-transparent envelope surrounding us from the beginning of consciousness to the end. It is not the task of the novelist to convey this varying, this unknown and uncircumscribed spirit. So that's something of what she's doing. Mrs. Dalloway has her attempt at capturing the myriad impressions that fall about a single moment. That word is emphasized right at the beginning of the book, at the bottom of page 4. The paragraph that comes to an end at the bottom of that page. This is what she loved: life, London, this moment of June. So we could see, some people have seen her heroicizing dullness and the trivial, and they've also said this of Joyce, too, because both of them are writing about ordinary moments. Mrs. Dalloway is, in a sense, Woolf's tribute to James Joyce, whose novel Ulysses takes place on a single day in June 16th, 1904. And if you follow the details here, on page 4, you learn that the month is June. On page 102, that the day is a Wednesday. And on page 71, that it's 1923. So it's a Wednesday in June in 1923 that's being explored. And the focus on the trivial is absolutely essential. It's one non-day, and as Freud was eager to point out to everybody, it's in the trivial that the apocalyptic resides. And let's also think about the way that the novel has prepared us to think about life. Coming out of the 19th century novel, you tend to think about life taking place over sweeping spans of 3 generations, at the end of which a writer is born who's capable of writing about the family experience. But the fact is that life only happens today. Yesterday's just a memory. Tomorrow's just a daydream or a fiction. You make it up. You only experience life today, day after day. And so by focusing on the occurrence of a day, Woolf, like Joyce, is focusing on where life really happens. It's put on page 9, this, here, now. And she's also asking the question of how we make up the moment, this here now, this day. There's a passage I'm going to return to over and over again on pages 37, I believe. Mrs. Dalloway has just suffered. She hasn't been invited to a luncheon, and it's made her feel bad, so she goes up to her room and starts to feel terrible. But instead, she has a chance to fix herself, we're told. As if to catch the falling drop, Clarissa plunged into the very heart of the moment, transfixed it there, the moment of this June morning on which was the pressure of all the other mornings, seeing the glass, the dressing table, all the bottles afresh, collecting the whole of her at one point as she looked into the glass, seeing the delicate pink face of a woman who was that very night to give a party, of Clarissa Dalloway, of herself. So collecting herself and putting herself together as an act of will, in suggesting that we make up moments, we make up the character of the moment as we go through it minute by minute. As we move from the past to the future through an incessantly changing present, we carry with us a whole set of biases and conceptions and predispositions that shape the future in the way it is. And I think she's paying acute attention to the constitution of the future. Maybe also one point of the opening is that you have a host of Londoners looking at having a choice of two things to look at: a motorcade or this plane that's doing skywriting. And no two people see some people are looking at the ground in the car, and some people are looking up at the sky. They're making up the world differently. And also, they can't agree like who's in the limousine and what the airplane is writing, so that no two people are seeing the day the same. And therefore, we're allowed to study the way in which it's put together. So the call to the moment, attention to the moment, happens from the first page, which introduces us to the confusions of the novel. So after the decision to buy the flowers, she goes out. What a lark! What a plunge! And save that word plunge. I've read it once already on page 37. What a lark! What a plunge! For so it had always seemed to her when, with a little squeak of the hinges, which she could hear now, she had burst open the French doors and plunged at Burton into the open air. And then you look at the tenses here and realize that Burton is a place that she used to go to for summer vacations when she was 18 years old. And then going out into this day, she's reminded of being 18, and it's as if she's at Burton. How fresh, how calm, stiller than this, of course, the air was in the early morning, like the flap of a wave, the kiss of a wave, chill and sharp, and yet for a girl of 18, as she then was, notice that now and then are being conflated and brought together. Solemn, feeling as she did, standing there at the open window that something awful was about to happen, looking at the flowers, at the trees with the smoke winding off them, and the rooks rising, falling, standing and looking until Peter Walt said, musing among the vegetables, "Was that it? I prefer mint to cauliflowers. Was that it?" And she goes on to remember her one of her meetings with Peter Walsh, who it turns out she's going to see today because he's come back from India to visit her. But the moment's confusing because she's stepping out into the street in London at the age of 52, but carrying within her the memory of stepping out into Burton at the age of 18. All this stuff coming together and putting her into a good mood. Those opening phrases, what a lark, what a plunge, suggest the bifurcation that's evident in the novel, which is structured eccentrically and not centrally. There are two main characters and not one. There's Clarissa Dalloway, and who's having a party. So I'm going to start a little chart here. What a lark, and what a plunge. She's having a party, and he's coming apart. And is apart. He's isolated himself and is lonely. That word plunge I asked you to hold on to. I'm not going to destroy any suspense to tell you that on page 184 it's applied to Septimus Warren Smith, who jumps out of a window and kills himself. He takes a plunge. And on 184, Mrs. Dalloway, who's gone apart from the party and is alone, thinks about the young man having plunged. So in these two words, what a lark, what a plunge, as soon as she goes out the door, she has the opportunity to have a great time, to make a party of life, or to do something disastrous. Every day you have the opportunity of making the most of the moment or making the worst of it. And in these two characters, I think we're seeing two alternate paths. Mrs. Dalloway pulls things together. She makes people a part of things. She brings people together so they can participate. Whereas, I'll expand this chart later. So there's a play between fragmentation and wholeness throughout this novel, insofar as there's not one central character, but two. And I think it's a reflection of the state of affairs in England in the aftermath of World War I. Is the society together? Is it unified, or is it apart? So the novel is full of images of broken parts, either staying apart or being pulled together in the way that Mrs. Dalloway pulls herself together. in that passage on page 37. The limousine at the opening, it seems pretty clearly a symbol of the state. Everybody's trying to guess who's in the limousine. Mrs. Dalloway thinks it might be the Queen herself. And it has the effect of drawing people together the way that national symbols do. There are a number of places in the opening motorcade passage where we're told about the unifying effects that government can have in pulling people together. The voice of authority speaks on page 14 as the car goes through the center of London. And it causes what's called on page 18 unanimity of single-mindedness. Everybody's of one mind when they look at the head of the state. There's a moment on pages 19 and 20 where this little fellow named Mr. Bewley bursts into tears at seeing the symbol of the state riding through London. And indeed, the state does pull people together. So if you explore the details in the opening pages, you'll see that somebody thinks that maybe the Prince of Wales is in the motor car on page 19. And on page 26, we meet Maisie Johnson, who's just come from Edinburgh. So there's Wales and Scotland, and there's an Irish woman here too, Molly Pratt. So that all parts of the United Kingdom are represented in the opening page. And this motorcade also takes place right in the heart of London. It's the Westminster area where Big Ben is, Big Ben sounding throughout the novel, which suggests that the novel is located in the center of London. It's administrative center. And all the more critically, because Richard Dalloway, we learn, is a member of Parliament, a conservative member of Parliament. Hugh Whitbread is a party operative. In part, what the motorcade is doing is allowing people to see things in common. It's the one thing they can see in common. It causes participation, and the existence of characters who are working in the House of Parliament reminds us of political parties which pull things together. But also, to start to move into the dark side of the novel, because we have like a character named Miss Kilman who's driving people apart, and Millicent Bruton who's taking the Dalloways apart. Party politics can cause partisanship. So the motorcade proceeds smoothly at the beginning of the book until on pages 13 to 15 there's a violent explosion. The car backfires, presumably, and at that moment the point of view shifts from Clarissa Dalloway and the various observers of the motorcade to Septimus Warren Smith, who feels that a whip has been lashed and something's coming down on him. And it's at this point that we're introduced to the novel's treatment of madness and of hell. I'm going to suggest that the novel is portraying or suggesting ways in which people here on the planet Earth can make for each other a heaven. So Mrs. Dalloway leaves Peter Walsh a note after their interview. It's heavenly to see you. And he thinks, when he remembers the day that they broke up, that it was just hell. People can create hell from each other by I'm suggesting that she's using the word part throughout the novel. I'll quote some places where she does it to suggest how people are either pulling things together or driving them apart. Partners are people are pulled together in a kind of like two-body party, whereas breaking up, departing, is a terrible thing. It drives people apart. So anyway, Septimus, shell-shocked, start to notice that people are pointing. And recall the talk on World War I on Monday, and think about what it would mean for you to come back from the trenches and to have somebody pointing at you. Isn't that like being aimed at? It's not a pleasant thing for somebody who's just been through the war. So he feels like he's being singled out and made a target, I assume. His name, Septimus Warren Smith, conveys to me, first of all, Septimus, imperialism. It's a Roman name. Warren is the word that's used to describe communities of rats. Rats live in warrens. It goes with his lower classness. And Smith tells us he's absolutely ordinary. And I think he's important to the novel because he represents the disenfranchised or lower class male with whom Woolf felt sympathy. In A Room of One's Own, she points out that all the writers whom you read in the Norton Anthology through the 19th century had money. It takes money to write books. It takes time and money. And she says that women need a room of their own to write. And also she says this is true of lower class males as well. They never produce literature. So we're seeing a novel. We're seeing now the state of affairs at the moment of the backfire. The state that's supposed to be unified by these politicians is, in fact, fractured along class lines, along gender lines. And the novel does take place at the center of London itself has none. It elliptically pivots around two centers, these disenfranchised victims. Mrs. Dalloway goes the way of unity and pulling things together by throwing her party, and Septimus Warren Smith is not only coming apart but driving people apart. I'll talk about that in a minute. I want to put departure and particles here too. You can see the novel is like a bunch of particles because the narrative shifts from point of view to point of view, breaking the continuity of the story, but at the same time the particles seem like they're coming together. I'm totally lost here. I got to Xerox my notes for you someday and show you what I'm reading from. So it's kind of like a memory springboard for me. I can look at it and sort of remember what I wanted to say. So the double structure of the novel also is revealed in the genesis of Mrs. Dalloway, which Woolf writes about in her notebooks. It gives you a sense of how these issues and terms permeate the novel. It started out as a comedy. It was supposed to be like a satirical expose of the starchiest members of her mother's and father's generation, because she grew up in the center of London. Her father, he earned his knighthood. Sir Leslie Stephen is the author of something called the DNB, the Dictionary of National Biography. It's like a who's who of people in the history of the British nation. 7 volumes. He spent I think it's 7 volumes. He spent like 10 years of his life writing this and felt that he had wasted his life. He was surrounded by men of letters. I can't remember who Woolf's godfather was. It was somebody like John Greenleaf Whittier, somebody famous. And men of letters were always coming to the house and talking to her father, so she grew up among them. And you can see this class kind of reflected in characters like Hugh Whitbread, who's sliced about as white and as neat as you can, or Lady Bruton, who I suppose has brutality at the bottom of her name. She's the descendant of like three lines of admirals and generals in the British Army. She's a woman. She can't do anything, and so she wields power by collecting these men and having them do her bidding for her, as if she's a general. So Hugh Whitbread, Lady Bruton. We're seeing the constituents of empire, and some people have seen Mrs. Dalloway as dallying away the time. Born to shop, a kind of shallow representation of this class. A passage that people cite is on page 120, where she's thinking about her husband's career. She cared much more for, she's thinking about how somebody has said she's spoilt, and she cared much more for her roses than for the Armenians. Hunted out of existence, maimed, frozen, the victims of cruelty and injustice. She had heard Richard say so over and over again. No, she could feel nothing for the Albanians. Or was it the Armenians? But she loved her roses. Didn't that help the Armenians? The only flowers she could bear to see cut. So people take passages like that and see her as like just the consumer, content to dally away time and put on a party when the world is going to hell. And of course, Peter Walsh is a character within the novel who offers a critical view of her as somebody who's shallow. There's a passage on page 41 where she thinks of some of the criticism he's directed at her. That her parties are silly. On page 121, I believe. No, I don't know the page number. He calls her the perfect hostess too, as if she's shallow, and it makes her feel bad. However, as the novel went on, it lost its comic edge, and at first Woolf was going to have Mrs. Dalloway commit suicide, so that maybe the novel would have been an expose of like late 19th century liberal culture. It opens up a kind of depth in Mrs. Dalloway that is not easy to see unless you know that that was a possible plot. But instead, she introduced the character of Septimus Warren Smith to do the suicide, and that gave the novel a fluctuating and unstable double center. It's kind of like a binary star with two characters rotating around each other. And making the two characters, I think, also formalized issues that are sustained in the drama of the book. It's hard to read it in any one way because one of the characters is making a lark of the present, and one of them is headed toward a plunge. One of them is coming apart. The other one is throwing a party. And in general, the men in the novel are on the side of apartness. They create divisions, competition, fractures, and violence. They're the people who have gone into the party politics that have given you World War I. Which is also sounded in that backfiring of the motor car. The state has backfired. It's caused a war. So there's a passage on page 28 in the motorcade section where Woolf mentions contemporary science. I'm sorry, it's page 28. It's in regard to the airplane, which is a symbol of man's soul, of his determination to get outside of his body, beyond his house, by means of thought, Einstein, speculation, mathematics, the Mendelian theory, away the airplane shot. So we also, Woolf read newspapers voraciously and kept notebooks in which he kept clippings and things, and she liked to stay on top of things. I wonder in reading this novel whether or not something like quantum mechanics is being put to play, because it's a form of science that reinterpreted the world in such a way that things that people thought were particles were in fact waves. Things that seemed discontinuous were continuous, and vice versa. Also, the whole novel is asking us the question of whether or not this is a unified vision or a partial one. One of the critiques directed against Woolf and Joyce and writers of stream of consciousness novels is that they're focused entirely on the interior, the solipsistic, lonely, isolated interior of single heads at the expense of looking at human relations. For the Marxist critic George Lukács, the Western European novel gives examples of what he calls bad infinity. Bad infinity is like what it's the number of choices a consumer has to make. There's so many choices that it's paralyzing. People don't do anything; they just drift through life, consuming days. So it's possible to see the novel, in fact, showing that what's inside of Mrs. Dalloway, or any of these people whom the Marxists had criticized for being isolated, is in fact like a commune of people. What she thinks about are other people in London and everything that's outside of her, so that what seems isolated is in fact part of things. So the novel structure, too, is a means of dramatizing questions about social unity and post-war democracy. I don't want to go there. Well, what I want to point out, there are three features of the novel that seem to me formally peculiar. One of them is the fact that she writes sentences that have tons of semicolons in them. I've read some to you already, so you've seen them. The other is the point of view. It keeps on shifting. You're following one character along, and before you realize it, the point of view is shifted to another character. Then finally, also the language of the novel, which is kind of poetic, in the view of some people arty and overwrought. So I want to justify, in the course of talking about Mrs. Dalloway, the shifting point of view, the metaphorical language, and the semi-colonial style, all of which I think have to do with bringing people together. Semicolons bring parts of sentences together. The point of view talks about the relation of people instead of leaving the novel isolated in one. And metaphor, of course, asks you to connect two things and bring them into relation too. So there's a second depth to the novel structure, which is that Woolf kind of embodies aspects of both these characters. If you read anything about her life, you know that she and her sister, Vanessa Stevens, later Vanessa Bell, formed a salon in London called the Bloomsbury Group, and they gathered about them some of the luminaries of the intellectual world of London. It was like one ongoing party. Everybody wanted to go. But at the same time, Woolf was subject to leaden depressions, and in 1941 she killed herself. So she loaded her pockets with stones and walked out into the middle of a river and drowned herself. So she had the experience of being Mrs. Dalloway and having the lark, but also the experience of Septimus Smith and causing the plunge. And her history is complex. First of all, she is the force in the party who is I think at the end of the novel, in the last paragraph, the last line of the novel, before it was Clarissa, it turns her into the head of state in this novel. It's not the queen or the king, whoever's riding in the motorcade, but Mrs. Dalloway. And it's because of her parties. She talks on page 4 about making the most of the moment. For heaven only knows how one loves it so, how one sees it so, making it up, building it round one, tumbling it, creating it fresh every moment. But the various frumps, the most dejected of misery, sitting on doorsteps, do the same, and so on. So she's building the moment up. And where I said I wasn't going to go is to ask the question of why it is that some people, given the same moment, make the most of it, build it up, have a party and a lark, and why other people make the least of the moment and come apart and drive other people apart too. Mrs. Dalloway is somebody who makes the most of the moment. And in connection with the semicolons, the shifting point of view, the metaphor, also notice as you go through the novel metaphors for things that link people. One of the most prominent of those is the 11 circles of Big Ben sounding throughout London. That connects everybody. Everybody hears it. But you don't go too far in this novel without finding a page that will describe like mist going through trees and connecting trees, spider webs, ripples going out and connecting different parts of a pool. Things that connect are imagistically given importance. And Mrs. Dalloway tends to connect things as she builds up the moment. On page 5, we are told that her purpose in giving her party is, since her people were courtiers once in the time of the Georges, she too was going that very night to kindle and illuminate, to give her party, in a sentence full of semicolons. It's to kindle and illuminate. Then we're told later on in the novel that, actually, the maid Lucy on page 38 thinks that the party is something achieved, it's something built, it's a contribution to society. And toward the end of the novel, after she's had her interview with Peter Walsh and reflected on his criticizing her for being shallow and a hostess, and also her husband, she thinks of the party being her offering. It's on page 121 and 122. So both of them criticized her very unfairly, laughed at her unjustly for her parties. That was it. How was she going to defend herself? They were both quite long. It's what I do, she says, to life. She could not imagine Peter or Richard taking the trouble to give a party or to reason. There's another place in the novel, too, where we learn this Dalloway tradition of doing service to people, and our parties are kind of doing a service, too. To Peter Walsh, she says on page 77 to 78 that she does this to mitigate suffering. In her conversation with Peter Walsh in her head, as there are no gods, she says, this is what we do in place of worshiping. We do good for goodness' sake, she says, and mitigate suffering on earth. So I suppose this is a moment equivalent in Woolf to what happens at the end of Hemingway when we're told not being a bitch is the closest thing we have to being a god. Offering things to other people and bringing them together at parties is a way of bringing the divine to the 20th century. So she brings people together throughout the novel in partnerships. She's married to Richard Dalloway. In friendships, Peter Walsh comes back from India after years to interview her, and it gives us occasion to think about partnerships. So on and so forth. She tends to bring things together, which is why her characteristic gesture is knitting. Just before the interview with Peter Walsh, she brings downstairs sewing equipment so she can repair a dress. And while they're talking, she's knitting and pulling things together while he's pulled out his penknife, which is, of course, something that separates and cuts. We'll get to that. For the most part, she's pulling the moment together in a way that's tending to make life heaven. But it doesn't take a lot to drive yourself crazy or to drive people apart. And the impetus for division and feeling bad in this novel is great. First of all, there's the war, the reference to the war. You don't have to go very far before learning that this culture has been decimated by the war. On page 5, top, for it was the middle of June. The war was over, except for someone like Mrs. Foxcroft at the embassy last night eating her heart out because that nice boy was killed. And now the old manor house must go to a cousin. Or old Lady Bexborough, who opened a bazaar, they said, with the telegram in her hand, John, her favorite, killed. But it was over, heaven over. So there's the war. And Clarissa Dalloway has a right to feel bad, too. We learn on page 11 and following, she's looking in the window of a store that sells gloves, and she thinks about how much she loves gloves, and then recalls her daughter doesn't like gloves because her daughter has a tutor named Miss Kilman, who's teaching her a contempt and disdain for her mother's and father's class. Miss Kilman is a kind of a lower class evangelical Christian pro-labor, pro-lower class spokesman, and so she's trying to teach the daughter that her parents are garbage. And of course, Mrs. Dalloway hates this, and it causes her to stew on her way to the flower store. On page 11, actually page 12, toward the bottom of the page, it rasped her, though, to have stirring about in her this brutal monster, to hear twigs cracking and feel hoofs planted down in the depths of that leaf-encumbered forest, the soul, never to be content quite or quite secure, for at any moment the brute would be stirring, this hatred, which especially since her illness had power to make her feel scraped, hurt in her spine, gave her physical pain, and made all pleasure and beauty and friendship and being well and being loved and making her home delightful rock, quiver, and bend, as if indeed there were a monster grubbing at the roots, as if the whole panoply of content were nothing but self-love, this hatred. Nonsense, nonsense, she cried to herself, pushing through the swing doors of Mulberry's to Florist. So I mean, she could dwell on the hatred, as some people do, and cause herself to go through the day just fuming with anger and waiting to get into a fight when she gets home. But her daughter's being driven away. She's being driven apart from her daughter by this Miss Kilman, and it could cause her to feel bad. And then on page 31, when she gets home from the flower store, she finds a letter from Millicent Bruton inviting Mr. Dalloway to lunch and not her. And look what it does to her. It's the moment that leads to her having to plunge, to use the word plunge, and to pull herself together. So there's a movement that starts on page 29 that shows like just how terrible things could be for Mrs. Dalloway if she let them. So first of all, there's the idea of not being invited, which hurts her feelings. It's the shock of Lady Bruton asking Richard to lunch without her made the moment in which she had stood shiver. No vulgar jealousy could separate her from Richard, but she feared time itself, the dwindling of life, how year by year her share was sliced, how little the margin that remained was capable any longer of stretching, of absorbing, as in youthful years, the colors. And here's the word plunging again. She entered and felt often as she stood hesitating one moment on the threshold of her drawing room, in exquisite suspense, such as might stay a diver before plunging into the sea. Then she goes upstairs as if she had been left apart, and she's alone on this matter-of-fact June morning. And she starts feeling herself, on page 81, suddenly shriveled, aged, breastless. Body and brain had now failed since Lady Bruton, whose lunch parties were said to be extraordinarily amusing, had not asked her. And then she's compared to a nun withdrawing up to this attic room in which there's a single bed with a sheet stretched in a broad white band from side to side. Narrower and narrower would her bed be. The candle was half burnt down. And then you get the news about their love life, that they haven't had sex for years. He sleeps in a different bed. She sleeps alone. And that they've stopped making love. Through some contraction of this cold spirit, she had failed him, first at Clevedon, then at Constantinople. It was something central which permeated, something had broken in her. So in this passage, you learn she's 52 years old, that she's recently had a serious illness that almost killed her, that she's aware that she's going to die soon, that she's not invited to parties as she's invited other people to parties, that her husband may not be interested in her, that she hasn't had sex in a long time, and that her life is on the downhill side. But she doesn't like dwell on this in the way that Septimus does, or somebody else might, on her agedness or her loneliness or having no friends. Instead, she thinks about thinks about not making love to Richard Dalloway, to an interest in a woman, and then to having kissed Sally Seton when she was a girl. And the moment is described like a match in a crocus, a moment of blazing passion. And she remembers that Sally is coming to the party tonight. And that's the moment when she starts to pull herself together in the passage I read on page 37. Page 36 and 37. where she pulls herself together like the light. It's just compared to like the pulling together of light inside of a diamond. She drew the parts together. She alone knew how different, how incompatible and composed, so for the world only into one center, one diamond, one woman who sat in her drawing room and made a meeting point, a radiancy, a refuge. And this too, in a paragraph that's constructed of sentences that are full of semicolons. So she pulls herself together and makes herself feel good. She could fall apart and stew in misery, but she doesn't. And then she goes downstairs repairing fissures in her clothing, and also fissures with Peter Walsh, who also has the capacity to make her feel bad. His visit upsets her, as we're told on page 44, because they were once. I think the implications are that this was the love of her life, and he was the love of her life, but they argued a lot, and Richard Dalloway came along and presented the more stable partnership, more money perhaps. Peter Walsh is presented as like a failure who's had to go off to India to make a living and has botched it out there, whereas Richard Dalloway is like a member of Parliament, so she's done well. But they both remember like the pain, the anguish that they felt when they realized that they were going to have to break up and never see each other again. And they had to be apart, and he had to depart. And they also, not having seen each other for years, remind each other that they're old. So that on page 50, Peter Walsh is thinking, she's not dead, but I'm getting old. And he thinks about parting again forever. Parting is one of the things that causes people anguish and makes life hell. His parting from her. So, and she could dwell on this too, but she doesn't. She catches the moment and makes the most of it. So I would, to plug this back to the novel, I would say that Septimus Warren Smith is showing us the path of apartness, and Peter Walsh is allied with him with his knife. He's an expatriate, so he's like gone away from England and away from all his friends, and I think he's had 3 marriages, so he keeps on getting partners and breaking up with them and causing havoc. We're told on page 78 that Mrs. Dalloway needs people, and later on in the book that Peter Walsh likes being alone. Okay, so Septimus Warren Smith would be the opposite of Mrs. Dalloway, and being the victim of shell shock. And the story briefly is that he's a lower-class male who comes to London, the Warren of London, and studies with a school teacher called Isabel Poole, who teaches him Shakespeare, the great documents of English literature, teaches him to aspire, to want to become heroic, and to become a writer too. And the story is that he volunteers to go into the war because he wants to be the ideal Britishman defending his country, the way a lot of young men did. And he gets over there and becomes close to an officer named Evans. I'd be interested in knowing what you all make of Evans. He of course, dies, and we're told in one detail that Peter Walsh has to watch his body rotting. So that's the detail that makes me think he must have been stranded out there in no man's land or else rotting in a trench. And we're told that they were close, too, that they had affection for each other and played like dogs on a hearthrug. So I'm wondering if there's something of homoerotic here that makes Septimus Warren Smith a kind of parallel to Sally Seton Septimus Smith. At any rate, he goes to the war, and he prides himself on not feeling anything. Soldiers are taught not to feel terrified, to follow the British ideals of keeping your chin up and a stiff upper lip, of not showing terror or emotions. And then he's shocked. When Evans dies, he feels no emotion. It's a version of what goes on in Hemingway, that the male is acculturated not to feel things, and then when it becomes important to feel things, he's shocked to learn that he can't. And so after the war, after he's been taught not to feel things, he marries a woman he doesn't love because he can't feel anything for her, can't feel passion, won't make love to her, and he's kind of anesthetized and shut himself off. That's the position that he's in. And also, again, think of all the metaphors of things that connect people. The sounds of Big Ben, all the images of trees with branches tangling in one another. The word branch in Latin is ramus. And at least the word ramifications. Everything in this book has ramifications. Nothing is isolated. So it isn't simply that Septimus Warren Smith is coming apart inside. He's driving other people apart. not least his wife, who has memories on page 23 and 24 of her mother and sisters. She's been taken out of Italy to come to live in England with this guy who won't talk to her, who wants to be alone. And just a kind of terrible joke here. I don't know if any of you have discussed national stereotypes about Italians and the British. There's a novel by E.M. Forster called Where Angels Fear to Tread. I think it's that novel, where a group of British people go to Italy and they go to see a play. And they sit down, and the Italians are like talking out loud and yelling across the room to each other, "Hey, Giovanni!" And making gestures and stuff, and the British start giving these dirty looks. And within 15 minutes, the whole audience is sitting there like just cowed. The British make them shut up. So to bring an Italian to Italy, to bring an Italian to Britain is like to take them out of their element. There's a moment, too, when on page 26, they're standing there in the park, and this girl who's just come from Edinburgh, Maisie Johnson, looks at them, and she bursts into tears because she sees these people who look like they're in hell, like they're having a fight or something, and she starts wondering, why did I leave home and come to London? Why didn't I stay in Edinburgh? So he has an effect on not just on himself, but on his wife, who's now a stranger in a strange country, and also on just people who are around them. And then this is to begin to see why in this novel, love is not spiritual glue. There's a famous passage I'll return to again next time on page 126, where we're told that religion and love are two of the most detestable things in the world. And you can begin to see why love is not necessarily a good thing, and particularly for women, because look what love has done to Recia Smith. It's taken her away from her family and made her alone. So I think Septimus Warren Smith is a version of a potential imminent in anybody, and was certainly imminent in Woolf, who did kill herself. It's the way of coming apart. And the same thing happens in interpersonal, other interpersonal aspects of a novel. Parting from people and breaking up causes ramifications that wreck the lives of these people in one way of thinking it. The visit with Peter Walsh reminds them both that they were in love. She could have had a more exciting life maybe if she went off with him. Maybe he would have stayed with one wife if he had married her. It has the occasion to make them feel bad, and yet it doesn't. So Clarissa, given the impulses to act like Miss Kelman or Miss Bruton, to cultivate dark emotions, and to go the way of Septimus Warren Smith, instead makes a decision. I think it's a decision that she makes to pull herself together. We're about 4 o'clock. What I want to suggest next time is that Woolf is basing some of this structuration on her sense of the difference between social relations between men and women and between women themselves. And there's something special going on, I think, in what she sees happening with women in a way that's consonant with some feminist psychoanalysis of Woolf's day. Melanie Klein, notably, in her aftermath, have talked about women's psychology being different in a way that I think is reflecting their style. The bottom line is that men are taught to be independent and to not to have to depend on anybody. Women learn to grow up in relations, to think relationally instead of themselves as atoms. And I'll make the case for this on Monday.